In a year of turmoil, a terrifying energy storm erupted within the chaotic realms, causing all deities to temporarily lose their divine powers and descend to the mortal plane as saints. This marked the most tumultuous period in history, rife with unpredictable dangers and opportunities. Mighty gods fell, while humble mortals ascended to divinity, with chaos and bloodshed sweeping across the entire multiverse. Saints were as common as dust, and necromancers roamed freely. Before this unprecedented upheaval, a young boy named Soren embarked on his journey through another world. Chapter 1. Night Rain Part 1. Outside, the sound of rain pattered incessantly. Vivian cautiously placed a small stool in front of the stove, then bent down to grab 2 handfuls of brown rice from a nearby sack. The food supply was dwindling. Her brother had only managed to steal a piece of silver jewelry from the dock last month, which had procured this meager bag of rice. Despite her meticulous rationing over the past fortnight, the diminishing grains filled her with an unsettling dread. There was no food left. In just a few days, they would be faced with hunger. With reddened eyes, Vivian glanced at the small bed within the dilapidated house, where a young man lay unconscious atop a moldy mattress. Her brother had yet to awaken, and the priestess who once offered her assistance seemed to have lost hope, for Bishop Fire was reluctant to expend effort on a thief. Vivian resolutely wiped the tears from her eyes and carefully climbed down from the stool. Petite, merely 8 years of age, she appeared frail due to malnutrition. Tasks such as lighting a fire and cooking were daunting for her. She cradled a few pieces of kindling in her small hands, snapping some twigs she had gathered during the day to toss into the stove. The relentless rain had left the firewood slightly damp, causing it to ignite slowly and emit a choking smoke. Ignoring the stinging in her eyes, she blew fervently until the kindling caught fire, then gently rubbed her eyes. "Brother, you must awaken. Vivian misses you so much. Please don't leave me." Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she sat by the stove, softly sobbing. After a while, she wiped her face, revealing 2 white streaks on her soot-darkened skin. The household had once contained some salt, but they had finished it the previous week. She had contemplated following her brother's example to steal some, yet nearly got caught by the portly shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's wife had struck her back with a broom, leaving a painful bruise that still throbbed with every slight touch. Woof! Woof! An old black and tan dog approached her. Despite its age, traces of its former prowess as a hunting dog remained. Vivian stretched out her tiny hand, and the old dog ambled over to her side, glancing up at the stove with a low whimper. Vivian cradled the dog in her arms, sensing the longing in its eyes. She sniffled softly and gently stroked its back, murmuring, "There's not much food left. It must be saved for brother. Vivian is hungry too. You can look for food outside when the rain stops. I am sorry. Am I really so useless? I can't steal anything, can't save brother, and I keep crying." The old dog, its eyes clouded with age, seemed to understand her plight. It withdrew its gaze, licked her palm with its tongue, and then lay down at her feet, closing its eyes in a feigned slumber. Footsteps echoed from outside, pausing momentarily at the door, accompanied by faint voices. The one sailing black and tan dog suddenly opened its eyes, transforming into a fierce guardian, growling menacingly and barking loudly at the door. "Damn it! I'll stew that old dog for soup one of these days." A man's voice, laced with anger, retreated into the distance. Vivian's fearful expression eased slightly as she reached out to pat the old dog's head, whispering his. "If he dares to come in, you must bite him. Brother is unconscious now, and you're the only one who can protect me." The old dog nudged her gently, still bearing its fierce demeanor despite its age. It was a Goliath hound. In its prime, it could have taken down a leopard. Local legends spoke of its lineage being a crossbreed of the 3-headed hellhound from the River Agate. Alas, it was now quite old. The aroma of rice porridge wafted from the stove, causing the old dog to twitch its nose before returning to its resting position. Vivian's stomach growled, but she cautiously climbed onto the stool, using a chipped and worn ceramic bowl to scoop up some porridge. She gently blew on it before using a wooden spoon to feed the young man lying on the bed, painstakingly feeding him spoonful by spoonful as she lacked the strength to lift him. "Brother, eat quickly. You'll feel better soon. Everything will be all right." As she spoke, tears began to fall again. She wiped them away, setting down the bowl and climbing off the bed to close the door. This was the slum of Amber City, a place rife with thieves, robbers, and human traffickers, where a vulnerable girl like her struggled to survive. If not for her cautious nature and the protection of his, she might have been snatched away in broad daylight, rendered unconscious by a drug-soaked cloth before being stuffed into a sack and sold to those nefarious traders. Many little girls had vanished in this slum, and even attractive women occasionally fell prey to abduction. Vivian continued to feed the young man, and when he had consumed most of the bowl, she hurriedly took a few sips of water, washed her small hands and face, and curled up under a foul-smelling blanket. Upon touching her bruised back, she winced in pain before clutching the young man's arm and addressing the old dog at the door. "If anyone comes, you must bark. I know what they're thinking. They believe that since brother is unconscious, they can sell me to that woman, Soja. Such a transaction would fetch them money." Growing up in the slums, she was aware of far more than her peers. Soja was the largest trafficker in the area, selecting pretty young girls to groom and deliver to the wealthy of Amber City. An 80-year-old girl stood no chance of survival in such a place. Vivian's eyes glimmered with determination as she leaned down to kiss her brother's forehead, whispering softly, "If I must be sold, I shall go willingly. Then I will use that money to hire a true priest. Perhaps they can awaken brother." She understood the fate that awaited her. Soja would first keep her for a few years, teaching her how to please men. If she proved sufficiently beautiful, she would be offered to the nobility within the city. Otherwise, she would be relegated to the sordid depths. Yet for her brother, she would endure anything, for he was her only family. Outside, the sounds of violence erupted. Vivian instinctively burrowed deeper into the blanket, while the old dog at the door let a glimmer of ferocity shine in its eyes. In the impoverished district, Colin and Sabi were locked in a fierce struggle for territory. Ever since Colin's brother was grievously injured by a fearsome sorcerer, numerous thieves had perished within the slums. The former leaders had all met untimely ends in the streets, and those who remained had engaged in countless skirmishes over dominion. Guards ventured into this forsaken corner of Amber City, as it had long been forgotten. They contended not only for control of the streets, but also for the children within the slum, as every gang required young recruits to carry out their thievery. Colin's brother had also resorted to this path to provide for her. Vivian's memories of her parents were but a blur. She only knew that her mother once had a husband, reputed to be an exceptional thief. Tragically, he had accepted a perilous assignment and ultimately perished in the tower of a sorcerer. From that moment forth, sorcerers became the most terrifying figures in her young heart. That man was her brother's biological father. Though she had yet to be born, she had heard her brother speak of him. Subsequently, their mother traversed a tumultuous period with her young son, even working as a tavern maid out of sheer necessity, which was, in essence, a part-time job. Vivian was acutely aware of these hardships, possessing a depth of understanding far beyond her peers, until her mother encountered a mysterious adventurer. Soon after, her mother became pregnant once more. The adventurer did not marry her instead. He merely provided for her, and he was Vivian's true father, said to be a formidable professional. His pet, Hiss, remained with them, while the man mysteriously vanished, leaving only the old dog by their side. After losing two men in quick succession, her mother's sanity began to fray, culminating in a bout of amnesia that ultimately led to her untimely death when Vivian was merely 3 years old and her brother was 12. The two young children found themselves orphaned and quickly cast into the streets, where her brother often engaged in brawls for meager scraps of food. In time, her brother joined a gang and became a competent thief. Gradually, their lives stabilized, and within the chaotic slum, they carved out a semblance of refuge. A piercing scream echoed through the air, causing Vivian to tremble in fear, instinctively seeking solace in the embrace of a young man. The old dog at the door suddenly stood alert, its gaze fixed menacingly upon a distant alley. A life had been lost there. In the slum, death was a commonplace occurrence. Even the priests of the Dawn Temple paid little heed to the lives of the destitute. Neighbors hastily shut their doors, some securing them with bolts, while Vivian, trembling, managed to raise a barricade. From her years of living in the slum, she knew that a death could quickly escalate into chaos, likely spilling over to endanger those nearby. Overwhelmed by dread, the young girl clutched the old dog tightly, drawing it beneath the bed. "Hiss," she whispered, peering fearfully outside, where shadows moved through the rain, weapons clashing as they fought. Blood stained the alley, only to be washed away by the downpour, leaving a faint metallic scent in the air. Vivian bent down to stroke the old dog's head, her small body trembling with fear as she murmured, "You'll protect me, won't you?" Suddenly, Hiss barked, startling her. Yet, she soon realized the old dog was not barking at the outside world, but rather at the young man on the bed. "Brother?" Vivian exclaimed in delight, turning to see the young man awake, his lips barely moving. The weight of her long-held fears and pressures erupted within her. The little girl leapt into his arms, tears cascading down her cherubic cheeks. Chapter 2, Night Rain, Part 2. Soren gradually opened his eyes. For the past 2 weeks, each time he attempted to awaken, His mind was inundated with a torrent of data streams, an endless cascade of zeros and ones flashing through his consciousness, bringing with it an excruciating pain akin to that of a brain shattering. His awareness of his own body felt feeble. It seemed as though his entire being was composed of electric currents, disrupting the static field within him into a chaotic tangle. Although he could hear and sense everything happening outside, he was powerless to act, unable even to move a finger. No, I must awaken. I must come to consciousness. Despite being uncertain of the reasons behind his rebirth in this enigmatic realm, Soren was acutely aware that the little girl outside was in peril. The girl who had been so tenderly caring for him was in danger. Her name was Vivian. She was 8 years old, with lovely light golden hair. And when she smiled, she revealed 2 adorable dimples. She was Soren's half-sister, and a target for many human traffickers in the slums, who were certain that she would grow into a striking beauty, fetching a handsome price once she was nurtured for a time. An orphan girl, whose only brother remained in a coma, was an ideal and easily attainable target. This was a wicked world. Over the past fortnight, Soren had heard multiple attempts from outside to break in. Had it not been for the old dog named Hiss, Vivian would have likely fallen into their clutches long ago. No, I must awaken. Soren's heart echoed with cries of desperation, to the point that even the memories of his past life began to fade, and the recollections of another Soren grew dimmer. His sole fixation was to awaken and protect that unfortunate little girl. She was already in grave danger. In the slums, a beautiful 8-year-old girl could not survive. Through his senses, he perceived 2 villains plotting to poison the old dog Hiss and subsequently sell Vivian to a woman named Socha. This was all on the verge of happening. If he could not awaken, the little girl would face an unimaginably tragic fate. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Soren's mind was still filled with innumerable zeros and ones, subtle currents leaping within him. He vaguely recalled incidents from his previous life, interspersed with other indistinct memories. They were painful recollections. Amidst this soul-rending agony, he gradually remembered the life pod where the accident had occurred. His consciousness had already entered a virtual space. Then another image surfaced, a sorcerer cloaked in black, who pointed a finger at him, unleashing a myriad of electric flashes, as if his very soul was being shattered by lightning. In this haze, a youth emerged, with dark eyes and flaxen hair, bearing a hint of youthful innocence. He extended his hand towards Soren and solemnly declared, "Protect her. Do not let her come to harm." Soren's awareness began to blur once more, as though he were lost in a dream filled with myriad events. All memories of another individual. He had completely vanished. Only one name remained, for Soren felt it was imperative that he not leave even his name behind. After all, he believed that by relinquishing his former self, he could awaken from this slumber. His name was Soren. The narrative continued to unfold. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Thus, he too was named Soren. What he was previously called no longer mattered. His most pressing concern was to awaken and protect the little girl named Vivian before those scoundrels could strike. Countless currents still coursed through his being. Yet the endless stream of zeros and ones in his mind seemed to gradually cease, giving rise to a sensation of soul fulfillment. As if a surge of mental strength emerged, subduing the rampant currents and digital figures within him. Then, a thunderous sound erupted in his mind. Suddenly, Soren opened his eyes, and a familiar scene materialized before him. Name, Soren. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 19, 1, Constitution 15, Intelligence 18, 1, Perception 15, Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Class, Level 5 Commoner, Level 1 Rogue, Tier 1. Health points, 12. Experience points, 150, unallocated. Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Status, weak, soul revived. Class skills, Stealth 20, Theft 35, Lockpicking 45, Traps 15. Legendary skill, Universal Dexterity Seal, Soul Weakness. Personal specialization, Dexterous Left Hand, Photographic Memory. What is this? As Soren's consciousness gradually awakened, he recalled that prior to the incident in the life pod, he had been engaged in a virtual game. No wonder he had been plagued by a deluge of zeros and ones over the past fortnight, when the life pod malfunctioned. The game's data streams had intruded upon his consciousness. It seemed that only now had they fully integrated into his mind. A moment of distraction passed. Soon, Soren gathered his focus and mused. Could it be that the data streams have genuinely merged? If so, does that mean my brain is nearing that of a biological intelligence? He was uncertain of the implications. He allocated his 150 experience points to the commoner class. A warm sensation enveloped him. To his astonishment, Soren discovered he could indeed feel his limbs, and the currents within him began to dissipate, vitality coursing through his body. The commoner class level increased to 10. The base class reached its maximum level. He acquired 25 skill points. A familiar string of text appeared before him. A wave of joy surged within Soren. For everything he saw mirrored the virtual game he had once entered. Just before the accident, he had been immersed in a virtual realm. His consciousness transmitted into a game called God's War. This game had gained tremendous popularity, boasting acclaimed 100 realism, a feat that had sent shockwaves through the Earth Federation. As other virtual games hovered around 75 realism. At the onset, it had attracted countless players, including Soren, who had marveled at the magical aesthetics of their game pod, which even featured a simulated magic circle in its base. In the era preceding his rebirth, the virtual world was a vital field, as the interstellar age demanded a plethora of talents equipped with an astonishingly intricate knowledge base, necessitating formidable memory and calculation abilities. The initial research into the virtual realm aimed to stimulate the right hemisphere of the brain with microcurrents, enhancing computational and memory effects, thus improving the development of the human right brain by approximately 3 to 10. Thus, the realm of virtual gaming, more affordable than ever, has emerged as a crucial domain. Gaming is a conscious simulation activity born from the inherent needs of all young beings, both animal and human, for growth and capability enhancement. Prior to systematic learning, gaming served as a vital means of simulation. The monotony often elicited by conventional education primarily stimulates the left hemisphere of the brain, leading to a fleeting retention of knowledge. Consequently, the information memorized through standardized education is nearly forgotten. Conversely, the right hemisphere requires more vibrant emotional energy and possesses an extraordinary capacity for rapid and voluminous memory, boasting a retention ability that surpasses that of the left hemisphere by a staggering millionfold. The potential disparity between the two hemispheres exceeds 100,000 times. Therefore, in the era of interstellar exploration, the development of cerebral regions is of paramount importance. Many job requirements now mandate an advancement of over 12 in brain region development. Achieving this threshold allows for the swift acquisition of relevant expertise. The extensive use of machinery has escalated the demand for high-level talent, while the replacement of low-skilled labor by machines has rendered a significant portion of the population idle. Thus, the realm of virtual gaming, both inexpensive and significant, has flourished, serving as a means to alleviate societal tensions. Research indicates that the utilization of the right hemisphere in simulated environments exhibiting extreme adversity can enhance its efficacy by over 300. This presents unimaginable potential for the development of the right brain. Although such scenarios may carry the psychological implication of nothing is real, the stimulation of the right hemisphere remains several times more effective than in traditional learning environments. Hence, the more immersive the virtual game, the more pronounced the brain stimulation effects, leading to an even higher level of development. While this increase from 1 to approximately May 3rd not seem drastic, it represents a significant breakthrough, considering that the maximum stimulation in real environments is merely 1.5. Thus, before attaining qualifications, entering the virtual gaming world becomes a necessary, albeit time-consuming, journey for many. This process can be rather protracted, as the enigmatic realms of the brain dictate all aspects of the unknown. Before an unforeseen incident, Soren was skillfully maneuvering his legendary rogue character, preparing to infiltrate the Shadow Temple to procure an epic item that would grant him demigod status. He had already recognized the limitations of the rogue profession. Without the attributes bestowed by demigod status, he would be at a distinct disadvantage in the forthcoming divine conflicts. At that time, his advanced profession level had reached 20, and he had selected the legendary skill known as Universal Dexterity. Universal Dexterity, legendary skill. The legendary rogue possesses remarkably nimble hands, gaining an additional 5 to all profession-related checks and automatically mastering proficiency-level weapon skills in combat with any weapon. In theory, Universal Dexterity also allows the use of any item. Whether it be treasures of the gods or equipment with stringent restrictions, the legendary rogue can effortlessly wield them. Universal Dexterity, the hallmark skill of the advanced rogue, is one that many in the game envy and resent. Were it not for the inadequate combat capabilities of rogues in the legendary tier, there might have been considerable dissatisfaction. After all, mastery of Universal Dexterity allows rogues to utilize the vast majority of weapons and equipment, not just the high-level arcane scrolls of wizards, but even many artifacts with stringent requirements can be deftly employed by legendary rogues with virtually no drawbacks. In the War of the Gods, this virtual game imposes rigorous demands on profession advancement. Common professions cannot gain any attribute points, and even basic health cannot be enhanced. The only reward is a mere 25 skill points. Only upon advancing in profession levels can one earn a precious attribute point for every 2 levels gained. As Soren's physical sensations gradually returned, he opened his eyes to the dawn of a new day. Vivian, petite and delicate, had fallen asleep beside his bed, having remained awake throughout the night in excitement since his awakening, tending to him until the early hours. A wave of discomfort washed over him as he attempted to lift a finger, electrifying pain coursing through his body. The current within him lingered, and fragments of data flowed in his mind, leading Soren to suspect that his brain had been inadvertently transformed into a biological supercomputer. Academic research has proven that the human brain can serve as a core component of a superintelligent brain. There were once eminent scientists willing to donate their posthumous brains for scholarly exploration, having significantly propelled earthly civilization forward. The intelligent chip was developed on this very foundation. Electrical impulses danced within him. However, as the electrifying pain subsided, he gradually regained control over his body, sitting up unsteadily. "Brother, brother," Vivian exclaimed, her eyes widening as she joyfully embraced his arm, sobbing, "You're finally well." I was so worried. So many bad people. They wanted to capture Vivian and sell her. Thankfully, there was Hiss. Otherwise, I would have been taken. Hiss. As her eyes opened wider, Vivian turned her gaze toward the door, her body suddenly stiffening as she released Soren's arm and dashed to the threshold. Clutching the old dog tightly and crying out in fear, "Hiss, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Please wake up. Just call out for me. I beg you." Tears streamed down her face as she sat in the corner, cradling the black and yellow old dog, silently weeping. The dog lay peacefully by the door, having already succumbed to the chill of death. Its name was Hiss, a glorious hunting dog that, in its prime, could contend with cheetahs. But now it had grown frail with age. Since Soren had fallen into a coma, Hiss had steadfastly protected the little girl named Vivian. It had not rested properly for half a month, for only it could shield Vivian from harm. Exhausted and hungry, it had endured, relying solely on its instinct to guard its master, catching the occasional mouse it once disregarded. Alas, it was too old now. Much of the time, it remained hungry, yet its protective nature sustained it until Soren finally awakened. With his revival, its duty was fulfilled. It truly was very old, and so it lay by the door, peacefully departing into eternal rest, never to awaken again. Chapter 3. The cemetery district. The thoroughfare was slick with mire after the rain. In the underclass district, the roads were perpetually awash in mud, each footfall erupting in a spray of grime. Occasionally, refuse and excrement from the alleyways would be flushed out by the downpour, infusing the air with a persistent stench. Within the dense cluster of dilapidated shanties, countless faces etched with weariness toiled, mending their dwellings before seeking laborious employment at the docks. In times of tempestuous weather, leaky roofs were commonplace, and the occasional collapse brought tragedy. Soren cradled the lifeless form of his aged canine companion, its body now frigid, as he navigated the mire-laden, fetid path. Vivian, her countenance somber, clasped his hand, trailing silently behind. Heath was gone. The venerable hound, a steadfast presence since her infancy, had finally succumbed to the inevitable. They sought to inter it with the reverence accorded to a human. It had earned such respect. "Soren! It's Soren! He's awakened." This promises to be quite the spectacle. Murmurs rippled through the denizens of the underclass district, their gazes tinged with awe. The youth before them was a formidable rogue, capable of besting several grown men with ease, rumored to have once pinned a fly in midair with a dagger. Two local thugs, Barris and Canopus, had been eyeing Vivian since Soren's lapse into unconsciousness, reportedly even accepting a partial payment from Soja, warning them against interference. The underclass district was a bastion of iniquity. None dared to champion the plight of the pitiable girl, fearing the thugs and lacking the means to confront them. "Brother, where are we headed?" Vivian inquired, clad in a tattered frock of cheap linen, its craftsmanship and fabric befitting only the denizens of the slums. Soren, despite his former prowess as a thief, was beholden to a more formidable ringleader, compelled to surrender the lion's share of his spoils, retaining only enough to sustain their meager existence. Here, the fringe elements adhered to their own code of survival, no matter how skilled. A novice thief could not defy this established order. To the cemetery. Heath deserves to be laid to rest there. Soren, beholding the familiar yet alien panorama, juxtaposed it with fragments of memory. Amber City evoked a sense of recognition, a name he had encountered in the game. It was during the epical saga, when a cataclysmic force erupted within the chaotic temporal currents, temporarily stripping the deities of their divine potency, compelling them to descend upon the mortal plane as saints. This was an era of unparalleled turmoil, punctuated by the periodic return of deities to their domains and the successful deicide by mortals. Players were but a small, almost insignificant part of this grand tapestry, for in the War of the Gods, players possessed a mere 3 lives. Each resurrection after death incurred a permanent reduction of 3 points in their physical attributes, eventually forcing them to relinquish their souls to the netherworld for reincarnation. Many formidable players rose to prominence during this period, only to swiftly meet their demise. The stage was set for all. Additional content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means that the chapter content failed to load. Please close the browser's reading mode, smooth reading mode, novel mode, and turn off the ad blocking function. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. Only when the strife abated and the deities reclaimed their pantheon did this epic cataclysm draw to a close. A third of the gods within the pantheon had perished, including formidable deities such as the goddess of magic, the lord of order, the lady of night, the sovereign of shadows, and the demon lord of fear, all succumbing to the chaos. Subsequently, an even more momentous narrative unfurled. The thrones of the gods plummeted from the celestial realm, and countless divine domains collapsed and descended upon the mortal plane, transforming into unique planar entities. These were the realms of the gods. Players, having endured a prolonged period of hardship, were granted the privilege of exploring these realms, though only a fraction of the survivors qualified. As for the fallen champions, they were compelled to begin anew, elevating their class levels to the advanced tier before venturing into even the most meager of divine treasuries, such as that of Groshas, the Cobalt god. A maelstrom of fragmented memories surged forth. The somewhat familiar tableau before Soren hinted at the tumultuous times that lay ahead. Deities incarnate as saints rent the earth asunder, irrevocably altering over a dozen continental shelf segments of the lower planes. 3 of these planes were entirely consumed by fire, ice, and death. Projections of infernal devils pervaded the land, inciting slaughter through insidious machinations. Even players were not immune to their influence. Abyssal demons tore through the heavens, descending in a crimson tide. On the very first day of the Abyss's awakening, 12 cities, each teeming with over 100,000 souls, were utterly annihilated. This was the Twilight Era, the twilight of the gods, of the players, and of all. In this upheaval that engulfed the cosmos, all perished at least once, Soren included. His soul forced to reincarnate in the netherworld. None could evade this cataclysm. Even players blessed with the innate hero class template could be extinguished as easily as an ant. This was the age of saints, the age of gods, and the final revelry of the celestial deities. As the cataclysm subsided, the age of mortals was poised to dawn. With boundless divine realms awaiting exploration, their treasuries replete with all that mortals coveted: boundless power, immeasurable wealth, and the elusive promise of eternal life. The cemetery lay beyond the confines of the underclass district. The slums possessed only a potter's field, where corpses were cast aside periodically, scavenged by the destitute, who stripped them bare, awaiting the nocturnal arrival of feral dogs. Some bodies vanished without explanation, spirited away by nefarious spellcasters, their ultimate fate beyond conjecture. Heath could not be interred in the potter's field, for Soren had glimpsed the avarice in many eyes, the promise of succulent dog meat. He knew that were he to bury Heath there, it would be exhumed that very night, flayed, butchered, and transformed into a hearty stew. This was the underclass district, where the vast majority teetered on the brink of starvation, craving meat. Were it not for the infernal damnation incurred by cannibalism, some famished vagrants might resort to unspeakable acts. Soren recalled his initial foray into the game, when he and others could scarcely fathom the depravity and hardship of its environment. There were no resplendent armaments, no picturesque vistas, no cathartic battles, only the desperate struggle for survival, the squalid slums teeming with refuse and excrement, and the omnipresent sin and darkness. Many risked their lives for a palatable meal or a plain white weapon. Many newcomers were deeply affected by the game's dark, sinful, and depraved atmosphere. Some players even became holy warriors, vowing to transform this corrupt world. But ultimately, they were the ones who were transformed, for they lacked the power to challenge the world's established order. The world would not be easily changed. All players who enter the battle of the gods have traversed a period of arduous choices, for within this realm, unimaginable horrors and wonders await them during an era of darkness that modern civilization can scarcely comprehend. They may encounter both malevolence and cruelty, as well as divinity and grandeur. In this virtual world, every individual must choose their path, whether they desire to or not. Thus, for many, Battle of the Gods has become akin to another realm of existence. The cemetery area is a tranquil and serene land, for it is here that the temple of the daughter of Hades stands, serving as a resting place for the departed, safeguarded by priests and temple guardians to ensure that the souls at rest remain undisturbed. However, not all are deemed worthy to enter this sacred ground, as a fee must be paid. The goddess of wealth once proclaimed that everything in the world can be measured in gold. This is indeed an era rife with material desires and moral decay. Sauron stood silently before the temple, cradling the lifeless body of his. When an elderly priest appeared before him, he lowered his head in respect alongside Vivian. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether he was still within the confines of the game. But upon witnessing living beings with independent consciousness, he understood that he had truly entered a tangible world. As he conversed with Vivian, Sauron realized they had never known what attributes were. Although he could not fathom why, he was reminded of the ominous magical circles that adorned the game pods, which many players chose to remove due to their unsettling nature. Sauron, possessing a bolder disposition, had opted to retain them. However, it seemed the game company had heeded players' opinions, ceasing to include such bizarre decorations in subsequent gaming pots. Are you certain you wish to let it into the cemetery? The old priest had encountered many nobles seeking to inter their deceased pets in the cemetery, but he had never met a commoner like Sauron. The attire they wore and the mud on their feet spoke volumes of their lower-class status. Sauron slightly bowed and replied, "Yes, this is to provide a burial for it, an offering to the temple." He reverently produced a silver dellar, a currency created by the followers of the goddess of wealth, which could even circulate in the depths of hell. For a natural thief, the journey had already provided him with his first earnings, as long as he remained undetected. The old priest regarded him thoughtfully before gesturing towards a nearby box. "Perhaps it is a loyal hound, deserving of such a gesture. Come with me, child. It shall find its resting place." Sauron placed the silver dellar into the box at the temple entrance, and then carried his body into the cemetery. In a small, unassuming corner, as they dug a grave to lay his to rest, Vivian, who had been quietly lost in thought, shed tears once more. The little girl knelt before the inconspicuous grave, whispering a few words before resolutely standing up, her small hand grasping Sauron's finger. His was merely an unremarkable old dog, unworthy of a gravestone, hence only a small grave would suffice, nestled in the farthest corner of the cemetery. Chapter 4. Everything will be all right. When Soren returned to the slums with Vivian, he spent 3 copper dralar to procure a loaf of black bread, a coarse, dark, and hard bread that could double as a weapon against foolish intruders, possessing a damage potential of 1d3. The impoverished denizens ground unhulled rye into flour with rudimentary techniques, resulting in a gritty texture that often included wood shavings and other peculiarities. Once cooled, it became as hard as a club, only manageable if sliced and soaked in water first. Many who ventured into this world found the sustenance unbearable, leading them down a treacherous path. Thus, Soren became a thief. Perhaps now, having entered a more authentic world, or perhaps due to the presence of the small girl beside him, Soren exhibited far greater composure and patience than before. He meticulously sliced the black bread and soaked it in hot water before offering it to Vivian, taking a bite himself and enduring the gritty texture, swallowing it silently. It was not that he lacked the means to acquire wealth, but he was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited him if caught. This was not a game, and he was no longer merely a player. In this strange yet familiar world, he bore responsibility for his actions, especially towards the little Vivian. Amber City was home to many formidable professionals, with the guards protecting the city all boasting at least a level 10 militia or level 3 warrior template. Unless he could enhance his thieving skills to above 75, detection was a real possibility. Being caught thieving could result in imprisonment, or worse, a broken limb, particularly if the target was a noble. Despite the absence of salt and the unpalatable taste, Vivian still derived joy from the meal, for she was a contented little girl, genuinely hungry. As long as her brother was by her side, everything would be all right. The pressures of the past half-month had left her utterly exhausted. She longed only to remain quietly by her brother's side, an inconspicuous little girl. "Tomorrow, I will buy you something delicious." Soren gently stroked Vivian's head and kissed her forehead, assuring her earnestly, "Everything will be all right." Vivian nodded softly. If there was anyone in this world who could earn her unwavering trust, it was undoubtedly her brother, who had sheltered her from the storms of life since she was 3 years old. He had silently supported her all this time. Vivian recalled her early childhood when her brother often returned home injured. She could do nothing but cry uselessly, while he, bruised and battered, comforted her with the words, "Everything will be all right." Eventually, they no longer roamed the streets, finding a small home in the chaotic slums. The night descended quietly. The slums were enveloped in darkness, with only a few scattered lights flickering. Among them was the Hearth Tavern, one of the few pleasures in the district, where one could buy a large cup of watered-down, low-quality ale for a copper dralar. Despite its insipid taste, it remained a rare indulgence for the lower class. Adjacent to the tavern were lowly shanties, where for an additional 5 copper dralar, one could find a cheap diversion. The women there were hardly appealing, resembling mere biological entities with curves. Outside the Hearth Tavern lay dimly lit alleys where few dared to tread at night, as they were frequented by society's outcasts. The entire slum was riddled with such shadowy lanes, and after dark, most residents remained indoors. Inside the tavern, raucous chatter filled the air, with dockworkers, grim-faced gang members, and various unsavory characters discussing the latest gang conflicts. Some gleefully remarked on the audacity of those who would target Vivian, now that Soren had awakened. Others were bound to face dire consequences. The scarred, lanky man who had spoken cast a furtive glance towards the corner of the tavern, where sat 2 men, Balas and Carnup, who had plotted to sell Vivian to Socha. One of them limped, a reminder of the fierce old dog that had bitten him during their initial attempt to abduct her. "Let us go," Balas muttered darkly, glancing at the other patrons before adding, "We'll find a way to deal with Soren." Carnup drained his cup of inferior ale, a miser who would waste nothing. They had accepted a deposit from Socha days prior. If they failed to deliver Vivian, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. There was no turning back now. Soren cherished his sister more than life itself, and those who dared to target her would not escape unscathed. A cold wind swept through the tavern, prompting a few patrons to curse as they noticed Ballas and Carnap exiting. The moon hung low in a hazy sky. Upon leaving the tavern, both men shivered involuntarily. Ballas, perhaps influenced by the ale, ducked into an alley to relieve himself. In the slums, it was not uncommon for people to take care of their business in the corners of the streets. As Ballas unfastened his belt, he vaguely heard creaking sounds emanating from the nearby shanty, causing him to mutter a curse in the dialect of the Northern Territories. Perhaps recalling Soren's awakening, his expression darkened. Suddenly, he felt the hairs on his neck rise, catching a fleeting shadow moving in the corner of the alley. He barely had time to retract his actions before reaching for the knife at his back, but it was too late. Soren's figure materialized out of the shadows. Having waited in silence for an unknown duration, a gleaming dagger pierced through Ballas's back, and before he could utter a scream, a hand clasped over his mouth, silencing his final cries. Thud! Sauron expressionlessly retracted his dagger, wiping the blood on the corpse. A series of data appeared before his eyes. Shadow hiding successful. Backstab initiated. Successfully executed backstab 2, dealing 12 points of damage to the target. Target deceased. Extracted target's soul energy, gaining 30 points of kill experience. More details loading. Please wait. Although merely a first-level rogue, he could still inflict double assassination damage when executing a backstab. An average pauper only possesses around 5 hit points. With Sauron's constitution of 15, even after advancing to a first-level rogue, he only has 12 hit points. A mere thug from the slums was sufficient for him to deliver a fatal blow. Unless facing other professionals, Sauron could effortlessly assassinate his targets. The commotion from the alley startled Kano, who shuddered involuntarily. He then called out, "Ballas?" There was no response. Hesitantly, he cautiously approached, wanting to see what Ballas was doing. If anything seemed amiss, he would immediately flee. A figure bent down, propelling himself off the wall, and shot out of the alley. Sauron's agility of 19 allowed him to leap onto the roof of the first floor without external assistance. His figure pounced like a panther, instantly seizing Kano's throat, stifling his scream. The force of the impact knocked him to the ground. A gleam of cold light flashed as the dagger sliced through Kano's throat and pierced his heart from the front. Sauron held the target down until the body ceased convulsing. Only then did he stand up, covered in blood. He frowned, examining himself, then retrieved the money bag from the corpse and sheathed his dagger. The two thugs didn't carry much money, only 5 silver thalers and 20-odd copper thalers combined. A packet of inferior was also found on Ballas's body, likely intended for use against Heath, roughly equivalent to a first-level adventurer. Sauron examined his palms, then his figure gradually merged into the shadows, departing in the direction he came. This was the rogue's stealth ability. By utilizing the power of shadows to conceal himself within, Sauron had allocated all skill points to stealth before arriving. A stealth skill of 45 allowed him to become blurred and silent in the shadows, enough to deceive most ordinary people. If he could raise stealth to 100, he could even hide in the shadows, completely undetectable. Once stealth reached 150, he could achieve an effect similar to invisibility, unnoticed even when standing right in front of you. Starting from 200 points in stealth, the rogue could completely vanish without a trace, even without shadows. The Hearth Tavern remained bustling and noisy. It wasn't until a drunken fellow stumbled out that people discovered the 2 corpses in the alley, already cold and lifeless. No one cared, and no one investigated. This was the chaotic slums, where deaths occurred frequently. Someone would clear away their bodies tomorrow. Chapter 5. One morning Soren quietly returned home. Vivian was still peacefully asleep in bed, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, it seemed she had dreamed of something distressing. As a look of terror flickered across her fair little face, she murmured, "Brother, don't go. Don't leave me. No, don't catch me. You're all bad people. Bite them. Whoa. What happened to you? Don't scare me." Vivian waved her small hands aimlessly, her eyes still shut. Yet her delicate arms seemed to reach out for something to hold. Soren, who intended to change out of his bloodstained clothes, hurried over and gently patted the little girl's back. But upon contact, a look of pain instantly crossed Vivian's small face. Soren swiftly lifted her shirt and immediately spotted a darkening bruise on her back, a mark left by a severe beating with a blunt object. The blood beneath the skin now congealed and turning black. In an instant, Soren's expression darkened, and a fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes. He tenderly caressed Vivian's cheek, cautiously laying her shirt back down, murmuring, "Silly girl, why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Such a serious injury." The thought of her enduring such pain without informing him, presumably to spare him worry, tugged at his heartstrings. The bruise, now blackened, suggested that she had been suffering for some time. The little girl had managed to care for herself despite her wounds, and Soren felt a warmth in his heart, a sentiment he had never experienced before. In an era of interstellar prosperity where parental care was rendered obsolete and familial bonds seemed a distant memory, Soren found a sense of warmth in this little girl before him. He was a person who adapted to circumstances, and the myriad experiences of the past half-month had forged a deep bond between him and this child. The loneliness of his former life seemed less poignant now. "It's all right. Tomorrow, you shall be well again," Soren softly reassured Vivian, who was still trapped in her nightmare. "I will fetch you some healing potions. This injury will surely be no problem, and there will be no scars left." Gradually, Vivian quieted down. Soren stood up and removed his bloodied garments, revealing a lean, muscular physique. He tossed the stained clothes into the stove and fell silent, contemplating the scars that marred his body. One could only imagine the hardships he had endured as a young boy responsible for raising a mere 3-year-old sister. He had fought and even taken lives. As the dim light flickered, Soren donned a clean set of clothes. Vivian was a diligent little girl, despite her tender age of 8. She always managed to tidy up their home and neatly fold the clothes. He touched his own face, feeling the handsome contours, his ears slightly more pointed than average. A legacy of his father's quarter-elven heritage. This also explained his natural agility, a trait almost innate to those of elven descent. The darkness could not obscure Soren's vision. Almost all half-elves possessed a degree of night vision, making them the finest assassins lurking in the shadows. With solid fundamentals, Soren flexed his wrists, allowing a dagger to dance nimbly on his fingertips, casting glimmers of cold light. Though he lacked the heroics of a professional adventurer and could not redistribute his attributes, his overall capabilities surpassed many. His only drawback was strength. An average person's strength hovers around 10, while 12 points merely equate to the laborers at the docks. It seemed he had never devoted himself to physical training, relying instead on his skills to navigate through life. His agility was remarkable, however, without formal combat training. High agility would often pale in comparison to sheer strength, which could decisively eliminate an opponent. Soren switched the dagger to his other hand, the blade moving with such speed it appeared as mere afterimages. His left hand was surprisingly dexterous, perhaps even stronger than his right, a natural talent. With a bit of training, he could master the combat specialization of dual wielding, a commendable fighting skill. Gaining strength required experience. Soren's figure gradually faded into the darkness, murmuring, "It appears there are no tasks at present, thus the avenues for gaining experience have diminished considerably. However, I suspect that slaying may still yield experience points." He pondered whether the rogue's lockpicking and trap disarming skills would also confer experience. The experience derived from killing was of the highest caliber, applicable across all classes, professions, and specializations. In contrast, the experience gained from lockpicking or disarming traps was merely considered lower tier, only usable for enhancing rogue levels. Similarly, the experience obtained by wizards transcribing arcane scrolls fell into the same category. Acquiring experience in the realm of God's War was no trivial feat. Merely relying on monster kills yielded scant rewards. Occasionally, a legendary adventure might culminate in a confrontation with a full-grown dragon or a lich, resulting in merely a few tens of thousands of experience points, barely sufficient to advance 1 or 2 class levels. Soren had spent years ascending to the legendary realm of thievery, having slain 3 dragons and 6 liches along the way. Among the companions he had journeyed with, only a third had survived. The rest were condemned to the river of reincarnation. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Soren mused, "I wonder when the weakness from soul resurrection will dissipate. If I could regain the skill of universal craftsmanship, my strength would surely see a tremendous enhancement." As night deepened, Soren stowed away his dagger, placing it in a readily accessible spot before cautiously climbing into bed. Vivian instinctively nestled closer to him, mumbling in her sleep, her tiny arms wrapping around his arm. As the night passed, Soren was stirred awake by a gentle movement. Vivian turned her little head to gaze at him for a moment before breaking into a sweet smile. She gingerly descended from the bed, for her back wound had been agitated, and a flicker of pain crossed her delicate visage. Immediately, she bent down to don her tattered cloth shoes, grasping a broom to commence tidying the room, giving the rudimentary furniture a swift wipe. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the floor, a shadow of terror flitted across her small face. She dashed to lift the quilt, confirming that Soren bore no injuries before exhaling a sigh of relief and wiping away the bloodstains with a cloth. As long as Soren was unharmed, she harbored no concern for anything else. In her tender years, Soren had once fought against a group of older children over a found silver coin. Surrounded by their kicks and blows, she had wept in a corner, powerless and small, yet mustering all her courage she hurled a stone at the ringleader. In a fit of rage, the older child struck her, causing her face to swell and knocking out one of her baby teeth. She retained vivid memories of that moment despite her young age. Upon witnessing her fallen form, Soren, previously enduring the blows in silence, seemed to transform into a wild beast, lunging forward to sink his teeth into the ear of the assailant. The ear was gruesomely severed. With eyes ablaze, Soren seized a stone and struck the child's head until it was a bloody mess, and in a moment of terror, Vivian rushed to restrain him, preventing the older child from being killed on the spot, though ultimately, he still met his demise. Days later, his corpse was discovered, drifting in a filthy ditch outside the slums, unrecognizable. Their lives had been fraught with hardship. Apart from each other, they possessed nothing. Vivian remained unconcerned whether Soren was a thief, a criminal, or a murderer, for she was willing to bear half of his burdensome sins. Vivian meticulously cleaned the room. Upon seeing the empty rice sack, a flicker of worry crossed her face, but she quickly reassured herself. Brother has awakened. Soon it will be filled with grains. She had unwavering faith in Soren, a trust devoid of conditions. She had endured hunger, often going without food, yet her brother had never let her down. Even when consuming meals stained with his blood brought her profound sorrow. Nonetheless, she steadfastly believed that as long as her brother was by her side, everything would improve. Yes, everything would be all right. Thus, she swiftly cast aside her minor concern, humming a tuneless melody as she diligently cleaned the room. Soren slowly rose, donning his faded, tattered garments, and affectionately ruffled Vivian's hair, softly saying, "Stay home today. In a couple of days, we will move to the city." Vivian nodded gently, her face lighting up with joy, unaware of the significant challenges of relocating from the slums to the city. It would require a substantial sum of money and the acquisition of a free citizen status. She believed in Soren, for he always fulfilled his promises. Even if some could not be achieved, it was not his fault. The world was simply rife with malice. The morning sunlight poured into their modest, dilapidated abode. Soren sliced the stale black bread, hardened overnight, into uneven pieces with a dagger. Vivian, standing on tiptoe atop a small stool, carefully retrieved the cooked rice porridge. Her slight frame wobbled due to her lack of strength, prompting Soren to smile and steady her. Accepting the battered ceramic bowl from her hands, the little girl looked up, her fair face illuminated by the sunlight, bestowing upon him a sweet smile that revealed 2 faint dimples. Everything felt so beautifully perfect. Chapter 6. The Dock District. A simple yet heartwarming breakfast was laid out. As Soren prepared to step outside, Vivian immediately stood up quietly, using her small hands to adjust his sleeves. She then stood on a stool, tiptoeing to tidy his collar. There were few words exchanged, for they had long established a silent understanding. Soren gently patted her small head before heading out towards the low-roofed shelter. Brother. Once Soren's figure had disappeared, Vivian shrank back slightly, locking the door tightly. Her brother had often left this way, but she felt no fear. For Hiss was by her side. Even if intruders were to break in, an old dog would protect her. Incidents of burglary in the impoverished district were frequent, and now that Hiss was gone forever, she found herself alone, inevitably feeling a tinge of fear. After all, she was merely an 8-year-old girl. She had always lacked a sense of security, afraid of the dark, loneliness, and being alone. Yet, she could not voice these fears to Soren. For he had important matters to attend to. He needed to bring back money as their provisions were dwindling. She did not wish to be a burden to her brother. Though her current capabilities were limited, the young girl felt she should not add to Soren's worries. "Vivian," she whispered to herself, clutching a broom tightly. "You must learn to be stronger. You must learn to take care of yourself. Brother is awake now. No one dares to disturb him. They all fear him." The Dock District was the most densely populated area of Amber City, with the economy sustained by the flow of the Agate River. Most men in the slums worked as laborers here, as countless vessels transported goods from various places, necessitating a large workforce for handling. This area was also rife with gang conflicts, housing more than a dozen factions, each finding ways to profit through theft, extortion, or smuggling. "Is that Soren?" A tall, thin man glanced at Soren approaching from the distance and promptly whispered to those nearby before walking up to him. "Soren, the boss wants to see you." Soren looked up at the man, recognizing him as a fellow named Garrus. He was a competent warrior, having once spent time as an adventurer. However, shortly after leaving Amber City, he encountered a group of goblins and wargs. Wargs were perilous creatures, known for their pack mentality and nighttime ambushes on adventurers. Most of Garrus's party perished, and he barely escaped, suffering severe injuries to one of his arms. He subsequently joined a local gang and abandoned his aspirations of becoming a powerful adventurer. If assessed by occupational standards, he would be classified as a level 10 commoner and level 3 warrior, somewhat weaker than the city guards. "The boss?" Soren replied, shaking his head. "The boss is dead. He had been slain by that wizard, an assignment that should never have been accepted, which resulted in the deaths of most core members of the gang." Was a wizard so easily provoked? Those powerful enough to act independently were typically at least level 10 scholars or level 5 wizards. Not even a regiment of soldiers could contend with such a foe. Soren was keenly aware of the terrifying capabilities of wizards above level 1. Had they not been so vulnerable, they would be the strongest of all professions. With the onset of the tumultuous times in this world, not only high-level professionals, but even those in the legendary realms could be extinguished like mere livestock. He had no interest in wasting time on a local gang of little significance. Garrus observed him quietly before remarking, "Cole has become the new boss. Whether you wish to meet him is up to you. Cole is not an easy man to deal with." Soren was an exceptional thief, No gang would willingly let go of such a valuable asset. While he had been incapacitated, no one paid attention to a dying man. But now that he was awake, they would undoubtedly try to recruit him. Soren sensed the subtle threat in Garrus's tone, narrowing his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of menace. He was a thief, a shadowy assassin, more dangerous than anyone else. I will make my own decisions. Ignoring Garrus, Soren strode towards the dock district. He had important matters to attend to. In the past, Soren had shown some timidity within the gang due to his consideration for Vivian, often allowing a significant portion of stolen goods to be exploited, leaving barely enough for their sustenance. The primary reason was that he had never undergone formal combat training. Despite possessing agility exceeding 18, his combat prowess was far inferior to those who had received proper training. However, the current Soren was different. The man before him would not last more than 3 moves against him. This inconspicuous warehouse, filled with various goods, was a commonplace sight in the dock district. A shadow approached silently. Soren cautiously evaded the guards outside. They were merely strong commoners. Once inside, he quickly located a locked chest containing valuable items. From his pocket, he retrieved a crude hook wire, his only makeshift lock-picking tool. With great care, Soren inserted it and deftly began to turn it. Clink, click. After a moment's effort, the lock was swiftly pried open. A notification appeared. Lockpicking successful. Your thieving skills have improved, gaining 15 points of professional experience. Upon seeing the data before him, Soren let out a slight breath of relief. It seemed that the means of acquiring professional experience remained intact. In the early stages, the thief was not a formidable combat profession. Lacking the robust physique of a warrior or the special abilities of a paladin, outdoor adventures were perilous for thieves. Whether facing lowly kobolds or goblins, they often appeared in swarms, many possessing keen senses that could easily detect the presence of low-level thieves. Thus, the primary methods for a thief to gain experience were through lockpicking and disarming traps, the most reliable means available. Before reaching level 5, a thief could gain experience through lockpicking, and even before reaching level 10, disarming traps would still yield substantial experience. Beyond that, only special magical locks and advanced traps would suffice. Common locks and traps would no longer enhance thieving skills. Creak. Soren gently opened the chest, revealing several bricks of tea. He refrained from disturbing the contents and continued searching through the ordinary boxes. Repeatedly picking the same lock yields no professional experience. To gain such experience, one must fulfill the conditions necessary to enhance their thieving skills. The docks are replete with such locked chests, sufficient to elevate his rogue level slightly. After methodically picking 2 or 3 boxes, Soren's steps abruptly halted before a doorway. He scrutinized the ground carefully and then inhaled deeply. With a soft thud, he leaped lightly onto an oak barrel, extending his fingers to grasp an inconspicuous thread. He deftly lifted the thread and secured it around a nail, swiftly severing the other end, and then proceeded to dismantle a hidden alarm device. This rudimentary trap would sound an alarm if the thread were inadvertently broken. A misstep that had ensnared many a rogue, leaving them maimed and captured. The world of God's war is merciless. Those left incapacitated received no aid and could not afford the exorbitant cost of healing, ultimately succumbing to their injuries and being forced to restart their lives. Ascending from a lowly profession to the legendary realm is an arduous journey, fraught with challenges. Many fall repeatedly, as success demands not merely skill but also a significant measure of fortune. Soren remained still, meticulously observing the ground for any additional traps that might linger. In such a storeroom, the presence of one alarm trap suggested the likelihood of others. There might be valuable treasures within. Indeed, Soren soon detected an anomaly beneath the wooden planks, cautiously prying it up with his dagger, his fingers steady and unwavering. Beneath lay an even more perilous trap. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. If triggered, concealed daggers would shoot forth from either side, likely resulting in instant demise. With a sharp click, Soren wedged his dagger into the trigger mechanism and twisted aside as 2 daggers whizzed above his head, embedding themselves into the adjacent wall. A series of notifications appeared. Trap disarmed successfully. Your thieving skills have improved, gaining 50 points of professional experience. Trap disarmed successfully. Your thieving skills have improved, gaining 120 points of professional experience. With a sigh of relief, Soren relaxed somewhat, murmuring, indeed, disarming traps yields greater experience. However, such endeavors were fraught with danger. Having successfully disabled 2 traps, coupled with the experience gained from the initial lockpicking, Soren amassed enough experience points, 200 in total, to confidently elevate his rogue level. Rogue profession elevated to level 2. Acquired 23 skill points, agility 19, intelligence 18, 10, 0. 5. Health increased by 9 points, base health 6, constitution 15, 10, 0. 5. Acquired 1 free attribute point. Unlike the skill points gained with each professional level, free attribute points are exceedingly rare, requiring 2 professional levels to earn a single point. Thus, the next opportunity for a free attribute point would only arise once Soren advanced his rogue profession to level 4. This single free attribute point is indeed precious. Glancing at his attribute template, Soren decisively allocated the free attribute point to agility. Reaching 20 points in agility is a threshold. Falling below this mark keeps one within the realm of ordinary humanity, while surpassing it elevates one into the realm of the extraordinary. Footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. Soren nimbly leaped, gripping the beams of the ceiling, and stealthily slipped away. Just a slight enhancement in agility enabled him to execute numerous previously impossible acrobatic feats. Both his reflexes and sensitivity had transcended the limits of an ordinary individual. A man soon entered, casting a glance around the warehouse before his expression shifted, prompting him to call out loudly. In no time, a throng of armed guards surged in from outside. It appeared this warehouse would no longer be a viable option for him. Having discovered evidence of a thief's presence, they would undoubtedly bolster their defenses henceforth. Chapter 7. Crossroad Alley Indeed. When Soren stealthily ventured out and then pretended to return, he found 2 fully armed guards stationed at the entrance. There must be something of great value inside. With no way to proceed here, Soren could only seek another target. The dock area offered numerous opportunities for lockpicking, sufficient for him to elevate his rogue level to above 3. Once his profession level reached 3, ordinary locks would no longer suffice to enhance his thieving skills. He would need to infiltrate Amber City to tackle the more advanced locks. However, possessing the skills of a level 3 rogue would be adequate. Typically, every city harbors a hidden treasure cave nearby. These caves contain not only trap-laden monsters, but also a treasure chest, the only source of extraordinary items for players in the early stages of their journey, with an astonishing value. Generally, such treasure caves require a party of adventurers around level 5 to conquer. Yet, the rogue's advantage lies here. With sufficient skill, a level 3 rogue could infiltrate alone. Caves represent a unique geographical environment, bestowing an additional 5 to stealth abilities, allowing rogues to navigate the darkness with ease. Soren dedicated all his skill points to stealth, raising it to 68. The thievery skill, currently less useful, stood at 35, adequate for pilfering from sluggish targets. For one who had once been a legendary rogue, discerning which portly merchants were oblivious to his theft was effortless. His lock-picking skill, at 45, was enough to manage ordinary locks. Enhancements would only be necessary upon entering Amber City. His weakest skill was traps, sufficient for disarming simple alarms, but likely inadequate for the traps within treasure caves. The next time he leveled up, Soren would need to elevate his trap skill to 30. Considering this, upon reaching level 3, a rogue gains an additional class feature. Soren weaved through the crowd, and upon exiting, found himself in possession of several silver thalers, enough to grant him 20 points in extraordinary human agility, enabling him to snatch desired items before anyone could react. Moreover, he possessed 2 commendable personal specialties. Dexterous left hand, personal specialty. Through extensive training, the rogue has developed an exceptionally nimble left hand, permanently enhancing their agility by 1 point, along with an additional 3 points when performing thievery, lockpicking, or trap disarming. Eidetic memory, personal specialty. Years of training have endowed you with the ability to remember everything you see, permanently increasing your intelligence by 1 point, and providing an additional 3 points when making memory-related checks. The former is a rare personal specialty, while the latter can be cultivated but is not easily obtained. Many spellcasters have invested substantial effort to acquire the eidetic memory specialty. A day swiftly passed. Soren picked locks at the docks, stealing various items. If it were previously, he would have been approached for tribute, as there were 1 or 2 level 5 warriors in the gang, against whom Soren stood no chance. A competent warrior typically possesses over 15 points in strength, along with excellent weapon expertise and corresponding combat skills. Warriors above level 5 possess unique combat talents, with strength potentially exceeding 18. In the past, Soren had not undergone professional combat training and was no match for them. Without the gang's exploitation, all these spoils belonged solely to him. Soren's haul amounted to 12 silver thalers, ample to cover over a month's expenses for himself and Vivian, while also accumulating over 200 points of professional experience. Attaining level 3 in the rogue profession required 500 points of experience. At the current rate, he could level up in no more than a day's time. A level 10 commoner level 5 rogue signifies entry into the second-tier profession realm, at which point Soren would acquire the special ability of Shadow Strike. Among second-tier professionals, a rogue specializing in stealth-wielding Shadow Strike is the most perilous, capable of delivering lethal blows to others. In the slums, upon returning to his humble dwelling, Soren immediately heard voices from within. He pushed the door open and entered, only to find a striking young priestess seated on a stool. Upon seeing Soren, Her demeanor grew cold, and with a slight huff, she acknowledged him before smiling at Vivian, saying, "Since he has returned, I shall take my leave. Be careful on your own. If anything arises, seek me at the Dawnlight Temple." Vivian nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Anya." The young woman was an apprentice priestess of the Dawnlight Temple, devoted to the deity Karsaros, a god who fell swiftly after the onset of the Chaos Years. Karsaros was a subordinate of the Lord of Radiance, and during the tumultuous era, over half of the deities within the Radiant Lord's pantheon fell victim to the abyssal demons. It was likely that this young priestess would soon lose some of her divine abilities. Her name was Anya, and she had grown fond of Vivian after their chance encounter, which was part of her motivation to assist Soren. Unfortunately, her low divine level rendered her incapable of healing Soren's injuries. As a priestess of the Dawnlight, Anya held a disdain for Soren's rogue profession, often wearing an unfriendly expression in his presence. Perhaps she believed that the presence of thieves and bandits was the root cause of Amber City's persistent lawlessness. What transpired? Soren inquired after the young priestess departed, crouching down to gently stroke Vivian's head. Vivian glanced at him and whispered, "Today, someone was lurking suspiciously nearby. It seemed to be one of Cole's subordinates. Thankfully, Sister Anya came and scared them away. She even healed the wound on my back." Vivian lifted her small hand to reveal her back, where the dark purple bruise had vanished, rendering the mild healing potion Soren had procured through special means unnecessary. The slums lacked blacksmiths and apothecaries. Acquiring such items necessitated dealings with black market merchants, from whom many weapons circulated. Cole, in Sauron's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered. He had not anticipated such audacity from his opponent. Having just rejected him, they dared to send someone over. Did they truly believe him to be so easily manipulated? "Tomorrow, I shall take you into the city, where we will find an inn to settle down," he stated. Sauron handed Vivian a piece of candy, pilfered with ease, and softly remarked, "The city has guards patrolling, and its safety far surpasses that of this place. You will be safer there." Vivian nodded gently, extending her small hand to accept the candy. After unwrapping it, she popped it into her mouth and smiled radiantly, exclaiming, "Brother, it's so sweet and delicious. You should have a piece too." With her tiny palm, she offered him a piece of candy, her contentment evident even with the cheap, inferior sweets found in the slums. A smile broke on Sauron's face as he accepted a piece himself. It was both tart and sweet, a low-quality maltose that many nobles in the city would disdain. This was all that the impoverished district could provide. Vivian stood up from the bench, dusting off the grime from Sauron's clothing, and softly said, "Sister Anjali is a good person. When you were unconscious, no one else was willing to help us, but she was." Sauron affectionately ruffled her little nose and replied softly, "I know. She is indeed a good person. Given the chance, we shall repay her kindness." Although the young priestess harbored disdain for him, he could not deny the debt he owed her. Sauron was a man who distinguished clearly between gratitude and grievance. As dusk settled, the two busied themselves preparing dinner. Sauron had returned with some smoked meat and a few seasonings. The body found at the Firewood Tavern had already been discovered. The gazes of those nearby were tinged with a hint of reverence, and the occasional waft of meat would cause them to involuntarily swallow. Vivian had eaten her fill, her small belly round and full. Noticing Sauron's mischievous glance, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she playfully waved her tiny fist. It had been quite a while since she had enjoyed meat, and today she felt utterly satisfied. Sauron tenderly stroked her little head, and they chatted casually until the darkness enveloped them, at which point they climbed into bed. As night fell, Sauron, who had been lying with his eyes closed, opened them, carefully extricating his arm from Vivian's embrace. He stealthily slipped out of bed, donned his clothes, and secured a dagger at his waist. Certain matters needed to be resolved sooner rather than later. He glanced back at the peacefully sleeping Vivian, then quietly shut the door behind him as he departed. Now was a time for slaughter. Sauron had no energy to concern himself with trivial matters, especially those that threatened Vivian's safety. Since they dared to target her, they would all descend into hell. In the darkness, Sauron moved silently, merging with the shadows, his figure gradually becoming indistinct, a cold, killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Crossroads Alley remained bustling with activity. It was the most prosperous area within the slums, albeit only in comparison to the other dilapidated locales. Cole had emerged as the new leader, gathering a band of ruffians from the district to seize this prime piece of territory. Here, there were numerous prostitutes, some quite comely, and occasionally, patrons from the docks would come to partake in the revelry. Thus, controlling this area meant commanding a vital source of income within the slums. Following a recent skirmish with another gang, many in Crossroads Alley bore weapons, and patrons were scarce. The prostitutes stood idly by, occasionally being drawn into the low-roofed shanties by Cole's subordinates. In the shadows, a figure appeared silently, inching closer along the wall. The slaughter was only just beginning. Chapter 8. The night of murder, a villain with a hooked nose emerged, cursing under his breath. "Damn, you won't even use your mouth." If it weren't for the possibility of making some money off you, I would have taught you a lesson. He turned around the railing and entered a narrow alley, subsequently pulling out his weapon to relieve himself. The slums lacked proper toilets, and the stench here was more foul than 19th century London. As one walked through the narrow passage between rooftops, it was all too easy to step into the excrement of others, which is why the nobility seldom ventured here. And even the guards were too lazy to patrol. They were left to their own devices in this forsaken area. Damn it, I'll make you pay. Just as the hook-nosed villain finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Before he could draw his weapon, a hand covered his mouth, and a knife glinted in the darkness, swiftly cutting through his throat. Blood sprayed out, gushing forth as the shadowy figure held him until his body ceased to convulse. Only then did Soren's figure emerge from the shadows, his expression as impassive as that of the Grim Reaper. Once in combat, he possessed no semblance of mercy. Otherwise, he would never have survived to enter the realm of legends. Dragging the corpse into the alley, the blood left a gruesome trail on the ground, fortunately obscured by the darkness. "Where's Cabo?" Another villain grumbled as he stepped out, dissatisfied. "Took forever to relieve himself. The boss is looking for him." He glanced around, sensing something was amiss, especially since they had just clashed with another gang the day before. Warily, he drew a dagger, approaching the alley's edge. A whiff of blood reached him, transforming his expression. He opened his mouth to shout for help, but in an instant, the shadow twisted. A dagger pierced through his back, a powerful arm constricting around his neck, stifling his cry before it could escape. The ambush was successful. Backstab executed. The target suffered 16 points of damage. Target eliminated. Absorbing the target's soul energy, Soren gained 30 experience points. Soren dragged the second corpse into the alley. The stench of blood had become overwhelming, and those nearby sensed something was wrong, hastily locking their doors. With a clang, Soren picked up another dagger, wielding weapons in both hands as he stepped out. The scent of blood thick upon him. Remaining hidden was futile now. The enemy would soon grow wary. There were few skilled individuals in the slum gangs. Even fewer possessed the skills of a professional. Having dispatched 2 already was sufficient. Bounding off the wall, Soren leaped onto the roof with a grace that betrayed his extraordinary agility. He tossed a shard of tile down, creating a noise that startled the others within. 3 armed gang members emerged, led by Garrus, who had been seen earlier in the day. He scanned the surroundings cautiously before signaling his companions to move towards a side alley. A piercing scream echoed. Soren descended like an eagle, pouncing on the lagging member, his dagger slicing from the back to the waist. In one fluid motion, he struck again, the blade piercing through the gap in the victim's jaw and into the skull. Without hesitation, he kicked the body aside and threw his dagger, striking the second enemy squarely in the heart. "You," the leader shouted, drawing his long sword and bringing it down with a grim expression. "Are you insane?" Clang, clang, clang. Soren's dagger danced through the air, intercepting the strikes with an eerie grace. "You shouldn't have set your sights on Vivian. Thus, I must send you all to hell. A thief must not engage in prolonged combat with a warrior." Soren was acutely aware of this principle. As Garrus unleashed a 3-strike combination of military swordsmanship, Soren sidestepped and delivered a sliding kick, his other hand flashing with cold light, inflicting a wound to Garrus's unarmored side. Garrus was a cautious man. Since his return from an adventure, he had slept in leather armor, tough enough to resist Soren's dagger. Only the unprotected areas were vulnerable. Blood seeped from the wound as Garrus pressed his hand to his side, his face paling with realization, it's poisoned. He recalled clearly that Soren had no formal training, so how could he be so familiar with military swordplay? In the blink of an eye, Soren had found a flaw in his technique. Indeed, perhaps the former Soren was unaware, but the current Soren found Garrus's swordplay to be all too familiar. He was intimately acquainted with advanced techniques, including the cross-sword technique, white crow tactics, and reverse/swordplay. A legendary thief had participated in countless battles. If he were unfamiliar with the enemy's moves, he would never have survived to reach the legendary realm. Garrus was merely a thug from the slums. And unless he had some extraordinary fortune or the means to afford expensive training, his skills would only include basic military techniques, which increased hit accuracy by 3 points and allowed for the execution of the basic sword move heavy slash. Clang. Sparks flew as Soren executed a peculiar maneuver, suddenly shifting from in front of Garrus to behind him, driving the dagger into his neck and twisting it. Thud. Garrus's body collapsed. Soren paused to catch his breath before murmuring, "To die under the shadow step is a fitting end for one of your profession." This was the ability of a legendary thief. However, Soren currently lacked mastery over the powers of shadow. The true shadow step allowed one to traverse the shadow plane and appear behind an opponent. What he had just done was merely a clever use of technique and the fleeting concealment of shadows to mislead the enemy's gaze. A legendary thief comprehended the essence of shadows, utilizing their power to perform many spell-like abilities in combat. If not for his extraordinary agility, Soren would not have been able to replicate many of his past combat techniques, nor would he have dared to eliminate these thugs. In less than 2 minutes, 3 more corpses lay on the ground. In the darkness of night, all nearby had hidden themselves, trembling in fear behind closed doors. Soren lifted a corpse and crashed through the main door. There were many people in the gang within the slums, but the true core consisted only of these few. The riffraff were of no consequence. With Soren's current skills, he could dispatch those lowlifes effortlessly, as most professionals could easily handle 10 commoners at once. Suddenly, the sound of a crossbow firing rang out. The corpse Soren carried jolted, and he immediately released it, launching himself forward. He kicked off the wall, performing an extraordinary 3-step run before landing and lunging at the enemy before him. This extraordinary technique left the adversaries momentarily stunned. Before they could react, 2 individuals collapsed, clutching their throats as torrents of blood gushed forth. Soren's reflexes were preternaturally swift. He evaded the descending longsword by a hair's breadth, then dispatched a stool into an assailant's face. He swiftly seized the arm of another, his dagger severing the tendons. A cry of agony echoed as the gleaming blade traced a crimson arc across the throat, releasing a flood of blood. With a subtle flick of his foot, Soren retrieved a crossbow, swiftly adjusting it. He kicked open the door and fired. A muffled groan followed, then a shriek of pain. "Soren, don't kill me. I'll make you the boss. You'll be the leader from now on." Cole, a gloomy middle-aged man, clutched his arm. His face contorted with terror as he pleaded, "Spare me. I'll obey you from now on." A flash of cold steel. Soren, his expression impassive, slit his throat. He then frowned at the bloodstains on his person and began to ransack the room for valuables. 11 in total. Nearly the entire core membership of the gang, including 3 who had ascended to become professionals. Alas, all were but first level. Save for Garrus, who initially managed to parry a few blows, the others were scarcely a match. One could not expect paragons of martial prowess to emerge from the slums. The inhabitants lacked sustenance, wealth, and the will to train. Those who attained professional status did so through the crucible of countless street brawls. A properly trained first-level warrior could engage 2 or 3 of them in single combat. Soren tore a bedsheet, bundling the valuables within and hoisting the makeshift pack onto his shoulder. He strode forward, met by furtive glances, but no direct intervention. Such affairs were beyond the concern of the common rabble. Once Soren's silhouette faded into the distance, several men cautiously approached, casting malevolent glares at those nearby. They plundered the corpses of their valuables and pilfered anything of worth from within the dwelling. The gang had fallen. Another would soon supplant them. They seized the opportunity to scavenge what they could, lest the chance be lost forever. This was the nature of the slums. Such occurrences were commonplace. Chapter 9, The Throat Slitter. Sauron the next day, as Vivienne opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed. She rubbed the corners of her eyes and prepared to rise to make breakfast. Before her lay a steaming bowl of fragrant oatmeal. Then, there was Sauron's smiling face, clad in an apron that looked rather comical as he earnestly fried an egg in an iron pan. "Brother, isn't this a bit excessive?" Vivienne inhaled the rich aroma of oil, reaching out to embrace Sauron's neck, and stood on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. She discreetly sniffed him, catching a faint metallic scent of blood. Since she was very young, she had always been unusually sensitive to the smell of blood. It was nearly impossible for her not to notice if Sauron had blood on him. The clever little girl chose not to pry further. Instead, she expressed her regret. "Brother, you've used too much oil. You only need a little to fry an egg. Let me do it next time. Look at all the oil that's gone to waste." With that, she wrinkled her little nose, seemingly satisfied just by inhaling the fragrant steam rising from the pan. "All right, little housekeeper." Sauron placed the not-so-perfectly fried egg in the bowl, ruffled Vivienne's hair, and said helplessly, "Next time, I will let you take over." It was a sumptuous breakfast. The oatmeal was delightful, and upon adding the fried egg, a layer of oil floated atop it, accompanied by a few slices of smoked meat. Just the sight of it was enough to whet anyone's appetite. This was a breakfast only the nobles and wealthy merchants within the city could afford, and Vivienne had not enjoyed such a meal in a long time. After indulging in this lavish breakfast, the little girl began tidying up and cleaning the room, even washing Sauron's clothes. Outside, voices could be faintly heard. It seemed some faces had deliberately passed through this street numerous times. Sauron sat at the entrance, carving something with a dagger, his expression earnest. Sauron, at last, a figure that did not appear to be of good character approached, speaking with a hint of trepidation. "Savi thanks you for helping him resolve a hassle." He gestured to the back, and 2 burly men timidly came forward, presenting a gift box. Sauron looked up at them, then indicated for Vivienne to accept the gift, slowly saying, "I will accept the item. I have no interest in the affairs of the slums. Whether those streets can sustain themselves is Savi's concern, as long as they do not disturb my life again. Is that clear?" His voice grew increasingly cold, and the dagger in Sauron's hand became a blur. The leading ruffian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a chill run down his neck, and stammered, "And no problem. Savi thinks so too." In a single night, the core members of the rival gang had been wiped out. When Savi received this news, he was nearly ecstatic, believing that those foolish individuals had once again provoked a terrifying enemy. However, upon learning that Sauron was the one who had acted, Savi's expression darkened immediately. Boss, a quick-witted thug rushed in, panting, "I've found out. It seems Cole threatened Sauron and even sent people to try to capture his sister as a hostage." Everyone in the East Ditch knew that Sauron valued his sister more than his own life. Cole's decision to target her had provoked Sauron's wrath. He had never seen Sauron act before, but now the tales of his prowess had spread, and he was now known as the throat-slitter in Cross Alley. Even people from the dock area had heard of his infamous reputation. 11 elite members of a gang had their throats cut, blood spilling across the entire room. "Boss, should we take action against him?" A one-eyed man looked at the others, hesitating. Though he is formidable, he is but one person. If we allow him to grow stronger, we may not be able to handle Cross Alley. Clang. Savi picked up an object and hurled it, striking the man and leaving him bloodied and pale. "Are you out of your mind? He can take down so many of Cole's men head-on. If we try to ambush him, we will all be slaughtered. Let's not act rashly." Sindog had to deliver a gift and see what he truly intends. Given Sauron's strength, he will eventually leave the slums. How could someone like him be content to stay in such a wretched place? Also, send someone to keep an eye on Cross Alley and see if Sauron intends to claim it. If not, we must ensure no one else seizes it. The group of subordinates quickly got to work, while Savi, with a troubled expression, hesitated for a moment before calling someone over. "Let Doghead come first. I will prepare the gift myself." Since Sauron could eliminate Cole and his men in the dead of night, he could easily do the same to Savi. Such a person was too dangerous. It was better to find a way to appease him. Savi had risen from a street thug to a gang leader precisely because he knew when to bend and when to be strong, leaving no survivors. Such a method was chilling even for a ruthless gang leader like him. After all, street fights rarely resulted in many deaths, and they would try to avoid losing men. If all their men perished, who would fight for them? Despite the thugs in the slums appearing mindless, if a leader's men kept dying, they would not foolishly flock to join. This was a tranquil morning. Of course, it was only quiet from Sauron's perspective. Upon receiving his response, Savi was overjoyed and ordered his men to gather, preparing to seize the streets near Cross Alley. Since Sauron had expressed disinterest in the slums, the territory around Cross Alley would belong to whoever had the capability to claim it. Savi gathered hundreds of men that day, although most were merely there to fill numbers. There were still over 100 who could wield knives. As for how many of those had received professional combat training or learned true killing techniques, one should not hold high expectations. Gang conflicts in the slums went unregulated, as long as no major disturbances arose. The deaths of a dozen or so people were hardly a concern. Thus, when Savi assembled his forces, they quickly took control of Cross Alley. This area was far inferior to the dock district. The docks dominated nearly half of the wealth circulation in Amber City, and any territorial changes could result in the deaths of hundreds overnight. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features of your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. This is indeed an event that has stirred the entirety of Amber City. The slums? That wretched place, devoid of anything of value, hardly merits attention. Indeed, those with genuine power show little interest in the slums. However, in recent days, they have caught wind of a formidable individual emerging from that very area. He is reputedly known as the throat cutter, Soren. It is said that all his adversaries met their demise with their throats slit, and he commands considerable respect in the slums. Though he has not aligned himself with any faction, every gang leader in that district holds him in high regard. 2 days have quietly slipped by. Even Vivian has keenly sensed something amiss. Those around her exhibit a palpable air of reverence, speaking to her with a hint of trepidation. As for Soren, none dare meet his gaze. Her brother has grown significantly more imposing. Vivian, wielding a broom to sweep away fallen leaves, glanced outside and murmured, "The one who delivered the items that day was Savi's subordinate. Why would he bestow such a lavish gift? Word has it that Cole's men have all perished, slain by someone known as the throat cutter. That must be my brother, right? It sounds quite formidable." Her brother has indeed become much more powerful. Just yesterday, while passing by the corner grocery store, the once rotund shopkeeper who had struck her with a stick turned pale upon seeing her. Upon realizing she was Soren's sister, the plump shopkeeper immediately knelt before her, relentlessly slapping her own face until it swelled, promising not to hold past grievances before rising, filled with gratitude. The shopkeeper even prepared a gift for her, containing over 10 silver dollars, and insisted it was to calm her nerves. They're engulfed in fear, although their fear is directed towards Soren, known as the throat cutter. This sensation of dread brings a modicum of enjoyment to Vivian. La la la. The young girl hummed a discordant tune, cheerfully tidying her room. We are the villains. We are the rogues. They fear us. No one dares bully us anymore. Chapter 10. Extraordinary awakening. 2 days had elapsed, and the bloodshed in Cross Alley had settled. Soren had initially believed that this would stir the guards of Amber City, and he had prepared an escape plan, but to his surprise, they showed no intention of intervening in the plight of the impoverished district. It was only after lingering in the dock area for 2 days, elevating his rogue profession to level 3, that he gleaned some information, realizing why the Amber City Watch had neglected the escalating gang conflicts in the slums. The reason was straightforward. A far graver incident had transpired in Amber City. Although the guards had made every effort to suppress the news of this major event, fragments still managed to escape. Someone had been flayed alive. Whispers circulated throughout the gray areas of the dock district, detailing the gruesome fate of a poor porter. When the guards discovered him, he was merely a bloodied corpse. This was no ordinary flaying. The skin had been removed with such precision that it appeared flawless, placed conspicuously as if to mock the incompetence of the guards. In this world, only 2 types of individuals possess such exquisite flaying skills: the fallen worshippers of infernal deities and the followers of abyssal demons. Those who caught wind of the news were gripped by a wave of panic, particularly the nobles, who exerted immense pressure on the guards, as the porter had been flayed in the noble district while delivering news. This indicated that either cultists of dark gods or demon worshippers had infiltrated Amber City and were operating near the noble quarters. The guards were now in a frenzy, desperately seeking any clues, leaving them little time to concern themselves with the fate of the slums. Following the emergence of this news, numerous factions within and beyond the city began to retreat, especially those wandering the gray areas of the dock district, who noticeably curtailed their violent activities. Given the occurrence of the flaying incident, it was improbable that matters would end here. According to the gray area's understanding of the dark domain, these madmen would not simply cease their actions. More bloody events were likely to escalate. When Soren heard this news, a troubling shiver coursed through him, leading him to a realization. This was a portent of the impending age of chaos, prior to the onset of the War of the Gods. It was the infernal demons that struck first, their followers unleashing bloody massacres, with flaying incidents being among the most common. This was an ancient and malevolent ritual, signifying that new souls had succumbed to the chaotic evil, and it heralded the commencement of an evil sacrificial rite that would reverberate throughout the southern principalities. Had the chain flaying incidents already begun? Soren stood in the corner of the dock district, his expression grave as he murmured, "Amber City. This should be the territory of the southern principalities." Although it felt unfamiliar, he seemed to recall hearing that name before. Something significant must have transpired in Amber City during the tumultuous times. Otherwise, so many cities could not have left such an indelible impression. What exactly had occurred? Frowning in concentration, Soren desperately tried to remember, but the sheer volume of significant events that had transpired made it difficult. The ancient red dragons had even emerged. Many seemed to have gone mad, eager to hunt dragons, leaving little attention for the events occurring in a single city within the southern principalities. At that time, Soren had been occupied in the northern plains, intent on devising a strategy to slay a hill giant. Dragon slaying? He had not been that naive. Yet, as a level 5 rogue with no secondary class or advanced skills, to independently attempt to hunt a hill giant was already a recklessly ambitious and perilous endeavor. It was worth noting that the challenge level of a hill giant was 10, indicating that a party of adventurers with levels exceeding 10 would only have a 50% chance of defeating it. The flaying incidents had commenced. Soren observed the bustling activities in the dock district, foreseeing the approaching turmoil as he muttered, "It seems I should pay a visit to the concealed treasure cave." Power. This was the most vital commodity in the era of chaos. For only power could ensure one's survival, and only power could safeguard all that one cherished. The gods were soon to descend. The era belonging to the saints had begun to unfold. Mortals had no right to interfere with the trajectory of history. Nor could anyone thwart the arrival of this calamity. What millions of players failed to achieve in the past, Soren did not believe he could accomplish alone. His only recourse was to amass greater strength before the true chaos descended, ensuring at the very least that he could protect himself amidst danger. 2 days had sufficed for Soren to ascertain the general location of the concealed treasure cave. Almost every city harbored such a hidden treasure cave, said to be the handiwork of a powerful lich, who had evidently aimed to orchestrate some nefarious scheme, but had perished before its completion. Many had explored these treasure caves in the past, extracting a myriad of chaotic items, including components for creating lich bodies. However, what truly captivated Soren were the extraordinary artifacts within. Such items were exceedingly rare in this world, and the difficulty of obtaining them was far greater than anyone imagined. The treasure cave was the sole place in the early stages where one could acquire extraordinary equipment, with a certain probability of obtaining legendary items. Given that it was a site arranged by a lich, the clues would undoubtedly relate to the undead. By inquiring about haunted locations within the city and conducting a simple process of elimination, one could uncover the whereabouts of the concealed treasure cave. In his past life, such treasure caves had been hastily explored, leaving no competition for Soren now. Yet, due to his inability to find trustworthy companions for the venture, he would have to embark on this exploration alone. He could only hope the challenges within would not exceed level 5, as there had been instances of treasure caves with challenges reaching 8 or above, which had annihilated 6 parties of adventurers, with only the last team managing to succeed. Claiming a Lich's phylactery, albeit in a damaged state. After spending 2 to 3 busy days in the dock district, Soren's profession level had risen to 3, and his attributes had improved as well. Name: Soren. Race: half-elf. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 20, 1, Constitution 15, Intelligence 18, 1, Perception 15, Charisma 16. Alignment: Lawful Evil. Profession: Level 10 Commoner, maxed. Level 3 Rogue, 125,750. First stage. Health points: 30/30. Experience points: 360. Kill experience: 120. Profession experience: unallocated. Skill points: none. Attribute points: none. Status: normal. Professional skills: Stealth 78, Theft 35, Lockpicking 45, Traps 30. Legendary skill: Universal Hand Seal, weakened state. Personal expertise: Dexterous left hand, photographic memory. Professional specialty: Shadow Mastery. From the moment he reached level 3, the professional experience gained from lockpicking would significantly decrease. Only intricate and complex locks would yield professional experience, while even the simplest alarm traps would no longer enhance his rogue skills. Initially, one could acquire several points of professional experience from locks. Now, the maximum obtainable points have diminished significantly. Consequently, Soren finds it unnecessary to squander time on them, particularly since, after reaching level 5, it becomes exceedingly difficult for rogues to gain further professional experience from lockpicking. Each adventurer class experiences a notable enhancement upon reaching level 3. For instance, wizards gain a spellcasting feat and learn to wield second-tier arcane magic at this level. Paladins acquire the ability to judge evil, while druids obtain the animal sense feat, among others. Among the classes, warriors experience the most substantial advancement, gaining the Resilient Awakening feat, which permanently boosts their health by 10 points and grants them a 5% resistance to physical damage. This serves as a prerequisite for legendary warriors to master absolute resilience and unyielding fortitude. In contrast, the first professional feat obtained by rogues is rather unremarkable, being merely the fundamental shadow mastery. In this extraordinary realm, an individual's strength encompasses various facets, including abilities conferred by their profession and personal skills cultivated through training. For example, personal feats represent unique abilities acquired through one's own training, while professional feats are common skills shared among most practitioners of the same class. For instance, nearly all rogues above level 3 possess the Shadow Mastery feat, unless their personal attributes are exceedingly low, preventing them from even grasping the most basic Shadow Mastery. Therefore, while most rogues possess this feat, they may not necessarily have personal feats like Dexterous Left Hand or Photographic Memory. Shadow Mastery, professional feat, through extensive training and conflict. Rogues gradually attune themselves to the power of shadows, a force that seeps into their very essence, enabling them to conceal themselves more adeptly within the shadows. When stealthily moving within the shadows, their skill level increases by 5 points, and upon emerging from the shadows to strike, they can additionally inflict 1 point of shadow damage. Upon reaching level 5, rogues can ascend to become second-tier adventurers, at which point they can master a combat skill known as Shadow Assassination. The current Shadow Mastery serves as a prerequisite for learning Shadow Assassination. During this stage, many professions experience a significant elevation, a phenomenon Soren prefers to term Extraordinary Awakening, as other professional feats are similarly remarkable. Resilient Awakening professional feat. Through prolonged training and combat, the warrior's inner bloodline power gradually transcends that of ordinary individuals, rendering general injuries a minimal threat. Warriors permanently enhance their health by 10 points and gain a 5% resistance to physical damage, alongside an additional advantage of 2 in abnormal condition assessments. Next, we have the Paladin's professional feat Judging Evil professional feat. The steadfast faith of the Paladin withstands numerous trials, allowing them to easily discern malevolent targets and thus evade deception by such foes. When battling adversaries from the evil faction, the Paladin can invoke a fragment of divine order, a force ingrained in their bloodline, enabling them to inflict an additional point of holy damage with each strike against evil opponents. This feat serves as a prerequisite for the evil-breaking strike, and is one of the reasons many Paladins continue to thrive in this world. Their intuition regarding evil is remarkably acute. Otherwise, this group of obstinate individuals would have long since met their demise. The discrepancies among professional feats are minimal. Most arise from the awakening of certain extraordinary abilities due to class-level advancements. These feats gradually strengthen with level progression, with many professional feats being pivotal to mastering top-tier abilities in the realm of legend. For example, for rogues to comprehend the combat skill Shadow Step, they must first attain the Shadow Sovereign Professional Feat Chapter 11, The treasure trove few places in Amber City are genuinely haunted. Soren, with minimal inquiry, pinpointed the approximate location of the hidden treasure trove. Roughly a kilometer north of the Agate River lay a burial ground, where spectral apparitions had been witnessed on numerous occasions. This served as a prominent marker for the treasure trove, as liches often favored concealing such chambers in proximity to death. Ghosts? Perhaps a vial of holy water would be prudent. To ensure Vivian's safety, Soren, confident in his ability to explore the treasure trove but uncertain of the duration required, decided to entrust her to the care of priestess Anjali at the Dawn Temple. Anjali, the same priestess who had once aided Soren but consistently regarded him with disdain, seemed a suitable guardian for Vivian. Naturally, the Dawn Temple could not be expected to accommodate a young girl without recompense. Soren had already prepared a donation for the temple. At the Dawn Temple, Soren bowed slightly before Father Fail, the temple steward. Upon receiving the offered purse and hearing the melodious chime of silver thalers within, Father Fail's countenance immediately brightened. "No problem at all," he declared. "The Lord of the Dawn shelters all who profess their faith. The young lady may reside within the temple for a time. Let her accompany apprentice priestess Anjali." Money, it seemed, made the world turn. Even priests, despite their formidable powers, were not immune to its allure. They sought to expand the faith of their deity and recruit followers from the lower echelons of society, all of which necessitated financial resources. The upkeep of the temple, the dispensation of alms to believers, and the execution of sacred rites all demanded funds. Presently, the majority of temple priests openly bartered divine spells for healing, disease eradication, and injury restoration in exchange for wealth to sustain the temple and propagate their faith. Sheltering a young girl for a few days and selling several gallons of holy water paled in comparison. The Dawn Temple held a modest position, ranking below the second tier in Amber City. Consequently, nobles often sought superior alternatives for their patronage, rendering Soren's contribution particularly valuable. 60 silver thalers, in total, constituted nearly half a month's worth of donations for the Dawn Temple, enabling Father Fail to replace one or two of the sacred ceremonial implements with silver counterparts. After all, these silver coins, minted by the followers of the Goddess of Wealth, weighed a pound for every 20. "Thank you, Father Fail," Soren expressed courteously, then turned to Priestess Anjali with a gentle smile. "Vivian will be in your care for the next few days." The young priestess emitted a soft humph, but did not object. Despite her continued dislike for Soren, she took an immediate liking to the young girl. Anjali was undoubtedly aware that Soren's funds were of dubious provenance, likely obtained through theft or gang disputes in the slums. However, Father Fail had long been preparing for her sacred initiation ceremony to become a full-fledged priestess. With Soren's generous offering, they could finally proceed with the divine rite of passage. 2 fully ordained priestesses could potentially elevate the Dawn Temple to the upper echelons of the second tier in Amber City. "Vivian will stay with Sister Anjali for now," Soren said, gently stroking the girl's head. "I'll come to pick you up in a couple of days." He had already explained the arrangement to the young girl beforehand. Vivian offered no resistance to Soren's plan, obediently nodding in agreement. "Okay, don't worry about me. Vivian will be good and won't wander off." Soren leaned down and kissed her forehead, then retrieved the holy water and exited the Dawn Temple. With the skinning murders underway, he needed to expedite his progress. Before the gods were forced to walk the earth as saints, temples were among the safest places in Amber City. Enshrouded in divine power generated by faith and guarded by temple sentinels, few evils dared to trespass. Even second-rate temples like the Dawn Temple boasted 6 formidable temple guards in addition to a fully ordained priestess. Most of these guards were at least of the second stratum. One temple guard even possessed third stratum strength, conservatively estimated as a level 10 knight errant level 10 knight level 5 temple guardian, or a level 10 knight errant level 10 warrior level 5 temple guardian job template. The first job level indicated the base job before the character was transferred. For example, most Aboriginal wizards have a job level of 10 scholars, because they need to be literate and have a certain knowledge base before learning spells. For example, many advanced fighters have the prefix of 10 militia, which means that they have received militia-level training before becoming formal fighters. As for Soren's level 10 civilians, this represents the lowest level of pre-job. It does not have the weapon proficiency attached to the militia, nor does it have the knowledge bonus value attached to scholars. The only advantage is that you can get 25 skill points and advance to any job line, as long as your talent attributes are sufficient. The pre-base job generally does not increase any attribute points, but there are still some differences depending on the focus. For example, the best pre-job for the melee system is level 10 Knight Attendant, which can additionally obtain a skill point for weapon expertise. But this is for the job template owned by the player. If you put this template on an Aborigine, it means that Soren was born as a civilian and received civilian education since he was a child. The growth of his own attributes in his childhood depends entirely on creation. It is difficult to predict whether he will become a genius or a mediocre person until he advances to become a thief. And the third stratum temple knight received knight attendant training and education since he was a child, and had combat training in his childhood, and had some mastery of most weapons, so some of his attributes would be inherently higher than those of civilians, whether it was strength or physique, etc. And this continued until he became a warrior or knight, and began to continue to improve his strength as a professional. Therefore, in the past, players judged the level of an aborigine's basic attributes by looking at their pre-job. Civilian jobs are generally average, militia jobs are slightly stronger, knight attendants have higher comprehensive attributes. And academic. High scholars have innate knowledge advantages. In summary, that is, the same second stratum professional, the temple guard is much more difficult to deal with than the wild fighter. The wild fighter may have lower attributes than them, and the only abilities they have mastered are basic swordsmanship. But the temple guard will have higher attributes and master more than 3 advanced abilities at the same time. The sword stance, cross slash, after mastering the cross swordsmanship is something Soren remembers deeply. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means that the chapter content loading failed. Please close the browser's reading mode, novel mode, and turn off the ad blocking function, or copy the URL to another browser to read. The burial ground. It was afternoon when Soren arrived. He had spent half the day locating the entrance to the cavern. It was a simple concealment, more akin to a booby trap. As a nearby rock was displaced by 10 centimeters, a dark opening appeared in the nearby hillside. Once Soren had entered, the rock immediately returned to its original position, and the opening vanished without a trace. Truly the work of a lich, Soren thought. Some of these arrangements are remarkably clever, even to a former legendary thief. Utter darkness. Within the cave, damaged torches flanked both sides. For an ordinary person, navigating without igniting a torch would be a daunting task. However, Sauron, possessing an eighth of elven blood as a half-elf, retained a degree of night vision. Thus, he could discern the layout of the cave without the need for illumination. A crucial factor in his solitary exploration of the treasure cave. Stealth and night vision allowed him to traverse silently. The absence of a light source meant that he would not disturb the creatures lurking within the cave, significantly enhancing his safety. Sauron's silhouette gradually melded into the darkness. With the awakening of his shadow mastery specialization, he became attuned to the presence of shadowy power, a sensation unlike any he had previously experienced. In the obscurity, his form became increasingly indistinct, as if dissolving into the shadows. It was only when he moved that subtle shifts within the shadows could be perceived. His breath, heartbeat, and scent were all concealed by the shadows. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed ahead, prompting Sauron to gently unsheath his dagger and conceal himself in a corner of the cave, awaiting whatever might emerge. The treasure cave was expansive. After all, a lich would not simply excavate a pit in the ground. Numerous underground passages sprawled throughout, teeming with guardians and traps laid by the lich itself. Before him appeared a skeleton. Its eyes lacked the flicker of soul fire, indicating it was merely a lowly reanimated skeleton, perhaps drawn to this place by the overwhelming essence of death. Such skeletons were relatively manageable. Most adventurers could handle 1 or 2, but dispatching a horde was an impossibility, for they possessed strength comparable to that of well-trained militia and bore no significant vulnerabilities. After all, skeletons were a form of extraordinary being, even if they were the most rudimentary of undead creatures. Sauron stealthily approached, the mindless skeleton blissfully unaware of his presence. It clutched a rusted iron sword, likely the remains of a long-deceased adventurer who had ventured into this place. The number of indigenous adventurers in the narrative was not lesser than that of players. In fact, many were part of the malevolent factions that ambushed players from the shadows. Underestimating the world of God's War would exact a heavy toll. A glimmer of cold light suddenly pierced the darkness. Sauron's form emerged from the shadows, swiftly thrusting his dagger toward the skeleton's spine. The ambush was successful. The backstab activated, inflicting 18 points of damage on the target, leaving it severely injured. This was Sauron's first successful backstab that did not result in an immediate kill. However, he was not surprised, for he wielded an ordinary dagger devoid of enchantments or extraordinary traits. It proved challenging to deliver a lethal blow to undead creatures, as they also possessed enhancements typical of extraordinary beings. Although the skeleton posed a challenge rated at level 1, it boasted over 30 hit points, rendering it more resilient than an ordinary human due to its lack of flesh. The skeleton's combat instincts remained intact. Its immediate reaction to being attacked was to swing its sword downward, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Sauron parried the strike with his dagger. Feeling the weight of the blow, the skeleton possessed a strength of over 16 points. Sauron narrowly evaded a second strike, then flexed his slightly numbed arm, contemplating that the skeleton must have been an advanced warrior in life. Otherwise, it would not retain such formidable strength after becoming undead. A strength of 10 points was standard for an ordinary person. 12 points indicated a laborer engaged in daily toil in the dock district. 14 points denoted someone among the stronger of ordinary folk. 16 points was roughly equivalent to a weightlifter in his past life. 18 points was quite extraordinary, representing an individual capable of wielding weapons over 100 pounds with ease, striking without losing breath. Typically, only specially trained melee combatants could reach strengths exceeding 16 points. Attribute points were among the most challenging to enhance, requiring 2 levels of a profession to gain a single point of free attributes. Even upon reaching level 20 and entering the realm of legends, one would only acquire a mere 10 free attribute points. In this regard, Soren had a notable deficiency. His strength stood at only 12 points, as his youthful experiences had not fostered any deliberate strength training, and he was not a divine lineage, resulting in a physicality akin to that of a dockworker. As for a strength of 20 points, one could draw a simple comparison: a hill giant, towering at approximately 5 meters and weighing close to half a ton, wielding a weapon as thick as an adult's waist. Indeed, this creature epitomized the standard for extraordinary strength at 20 points. If not for innate divine power, many warriors who ascended to the second tier of their profession might not possess strength exceeding 20 points. Chapter 12. The acid trap. The dagger chipped and cracked under the relentless parries, a consequence of its mundane nature. Before ascending to the second tier of power, Soren habitually carried at least 3 weapons, anticipating battle damage. While ordinary equipment was readily available at the blacksmiths, enchanted, extraordinary arms were scarce. Soren had acquired a suitable weapon only after an expedition to an ancient ruin. It merits mention that Soren's preferred weapon was not the dagger, but the scimitar. Decent scimitars were difficult to procure in southern cities, even unadorned ones, as a well-forged, durable steel blade commanded a price of around 5 gold thalers. Consequently, many players newly arrived in the deities era struggled to obtain a quality, unadorned weapon. The dagger Soren wielded was, in essence, gray-tier equipment. A true unadorned dagger would be crafted from folded, forged steel. I must acquire a scimitar, Soren mused. He sidestepped, twisting his torso 180 degrees, and struck the skeleton's posterior cervical vertebrae with his dagger, instantly shattering the last vestiges of its deathly energy and collapsing the animated frame into a heap of bone fragments. Observing the 45 points of slaughter express gained, he discarded the nearly ruined dagger and muttered, "Scimitars are scarce in southern cities. To acquire a suitable one, I need to venture closer to the grasslands." The scimitar Soren sought was far from ordinary. By his exacting standards, even the northern grasslands might not offer what he desired. Only the most accomplished forging masters of the Underdark could craft the blade he envisioned. The crescent scimitars of the Sage Desert were too light. The flaying scimitars of the northern wilderness too brittle. Only a heavy scimitar, incorporating elements of the Tang blade and capitalizing on its strengths, would satisfy Soren. Such a scimitar would be weighty, its spine alone capable of felling an ogre, maximizing the force of each strike. Soren had once cleaved through a meter of marble with such a blade. A heavy scimitar demanded a minimum strength score of 14. Soren's pair of scimitars had been custom-made in the Underdark, one weighing 18 kilograms, the other 16, requiring a strength score of 18 or higher to wield effectively. His form melted into the shadows. Soren did not initially aspire to acquire extraordinary weaponry. A high-quality military-grade weapon would suffice. Typically, such a weapon could be purchased for about 15 gold thalers. The southern principalities still operated on a silver standard, with the silver thaler as the recognized currency. Gold was considered a precious metal, and even gold thalers minted by followers of the goddess of wealth circulated primarily among the nobility. 1 gold thaler was worth 10 silver thalers, and 20 thalers, whether gold or silver, weighed 1 pound. Copper thalers were often privately minted by the lower classes, and their crude quality and fluctuating exchange rate with silver thalers had caused many to suffer losses. Players had long lamented this state of affairs. The deities era was excessively realistic, lacking even a unified currency. Had the goddess of wealth not established a monetary standard, the currency conversions between various races and regions would have overwhelmed many. Yet, this extreme realism appealed to many, including Soren. To him, the deities era was another world, an indispensable part of his life, an extension of his very being. This explained his ready acceptance of all that transpired. As he delved deeper into the cavern, an increasingly sinister aura enveloped him. Soren encountered the first fork in the path, marked by 3 corpses, reduced to skeletal remains. "A trap," Soren murmured, lifting a skeleton by one arm. "Looks like this fellow was felled by crossbow bolts. There must have been a powerful crossbow trap here." 3 ribs were shattered, and Soren surmised that the victim had taken at least 10 bolts. It was rare for a single trap to deliver so many attacks. Soren shrugged. Extracting some silver thalers, a fragment of unidentifiable, decayed paper, and a copper badge from the corpse, he pocketed the silver thalers, examined the paper with its illegible script, and recognized the copper badge as the emblem of the Adventurers Guild, signifying a formal ear-ink adventurer. "An unfortunate soul," he remarked. "It seems his companions used his corpse to trigger the traps after his demise." Indeed, adventure was the most lucrative path to wealth. Soren had gleaned over a dozen silver thalers and 2 gleaming gold thalers from the corpses felled by the trap, roughly equivalent to his earnings from eliminating a slum gang. 1, 2, 3. Soren cast the skeletal remains aside. Perhaps due to his experiences in the deities era, he felt little when confronted with skeletal remains. He merely mused, counting the initial skeleton. All 4 appear to be warriors clad in studded leather armor. Mages are unlikely to join such low-level adventuring parties. So, where's the rogue? Wizards, clerics, druids, and warlocks were all archetypal high-roller classes. A single magic missile scroll cost 30 gold thalers. How could they possibly join such low-level adventuring parties? Due to their combat prowess, spell-casting classes in the deities era were revered as mages. However, mage was also synonymous with struggle. A standard first-tier arcane spell list comprised over 30 spells, costing around 1,500 gold thalers to learn via arcane scrolls. Learning from a native instructor halved the cost, but still amounted to nearly 700 or 800 gold thalers. And this was only the cost of first-tier arcane spells. Clerics and druids, while capable of using divine magic, required materials costing over 500 gold thalers to prepare for rituals such as divine blessing or natural benediction. Choosing a deity to worship would have some expenses covered by the temple, but still required around 300 gold thalers. Warlocks, while possessing the advantage of bloodline awakening and automatic spell mastery, faced even more exorbitant costs for bloodline advancement rituals. If Sauron recalled correctly, the initial advancement ceremony for enhancing one's bloodline required approximately 1,000 kindlers worth of materials. At that time, he had lent a significant portion of his savings to a fellow sorcerer. In contrast, melee combatants found their path considerably easier, armed with a blade. They could engage in combat. Generally speaking, spellcasters typically hovered around the 5th level, whereas many melee professions had already ascended to levels 8 or even 10. The challenge of earning gold can be perceived through Sauron's current wealth. To amass such a substantial sum, over 90% of spellcasters endured a rather arduous period. A saying once circulated in taverns: it is impossible to entice those spellcasters for an adventure with uncertain returns exceeding 100 kindlers. Low-tier spellcasters exhibited limited combat prowess, requiring at least 5 levels of profession to unleash sufficient power. Thus, most low-level adventurer teams lacked magic users. Consequently, Sauron deduced that there must be a rogue involved. In the absence of spellcasters with a success rate exceeding 90% for trap detection, only a rogue could rely on their professional experience to assess the situation. One should not harbor excessive expectations regarding the chances of low-level rogues detecting traps. At this stage, while rogues might manage to pick locks, their mastery over trap skills remained inadequate. It was not uncommon for them to discover a trap only to fail in disarming it, leading to fatal consequences. High rewards in adventuring inherently come with significant risks. A successful expedition without any casualties necessitated a celebratory drink for the entire team upon returning to the tavern. In truth, Sauron found himself with few opportunities to buy rounds for everyone at the tavern. Soon, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a rogue at the entrance of the cave. He had little interest in piecing together the circumstances surrounding the rogue's demise. Instead, he lifted the corpse and examined the gruesome sight of its missing half-head. His expression darkening. A strong acid trap? It must be a strong acid trap. This was one of the most vexing and lethal traps for all rogues in the early stages. Rarely did other traps possess the capacity to dissolve half of a corpse's head, and the ground bore numerous small pockmarks, remnants of the acid splatter. This seemed troublesome. Sauron retrieved a small wooden hammer and gently tapped the ground to prevent the trap from being triggered by rodents. Many traps were designed with the weight of an adult human in mind, making halflings the most favored rogues among adventurer parties. Strong acid traps could be categorized into magical and physical traps. The former involved the arrangement of a magical circle connected to a triggering device, while the latter entailed the installation of refined strong acid on the triggering mechanism, spraying acid upon activation. Even warriors of profession level 5 or above could be instantly slain by a strong acid trap before awakening their higher-tier bloodlines. Even if one survived, they would be rendered nearly incapacitated. As profession enhancements progressed, numerous bloodline advancement ceremonies emerged, and while some warriors with astonishing physical resilience could endure strong acids, explosions, and lava, still thriving in battle, Sauron at this juncture lacked the confidence to withstand a direct hit from a strong acid trap. Should he fall victim to it, survival was all but guaranteed to be impossible. Chapter 13. The ever-changing card. In a mere span of a few meters, Soren expended over half an hour. The most vexing aspect of traps lies not in their disarmament, but in the uncertainty of their concealment. Particularly with lethal traps, one often ventures forth with trepidation, as even the slightest misstep could culminate in demise. This elucidates why many professionals prefer the security of stable employment over the perils of exploring subterranean ruins. Eureka! With a perception level of 15, Soren possessed a keen awareness of danger. Drawing upon past experiences, he meticulously pried open an irregular stone at the corner with his dagger, revealing a complex launching mechanism within. Beneath the ground, a triggering device lay dormant. Should a weight akin to that of an adult press upon it, the trigger would activate the mechanism, unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts from the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Soren wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful for his caution. This was a multi-shot crossbow trap. Had he been caught unawares, he would have been riddled with bolts. Only someone clad in heavy armor might withstand such formidable projectiles. If memory served, the individual lethality of these bolts hovered around 12 points. A mere 6 bolts could obliterate him in an instant if they struck true. Click. Soren deftly secured the trigger and, crouching low, tapped the iron bar with his dagger. Such traps were crafted from special steel, treated with minimal enchantments, rendering them resistant to rust and failure for decades. Some traps hidden in ancient ruins, having lain dormant for centuries, remained deadly. Thwack! 6 bolts shot forth, embedding themselves into the opposite wall, ignoring the dust coating his face. Soren extricated the launching mechanism and retraced his steps to locate the trap's origins: a trigger, a launching device, and a robust crossbow trap apparatus. What a find! A faint smile graced Soren's lips as he disassembled the components and stowed them away. Setting traps as a rogue required more than mere instinct. Even a legendary thief could not fashion a trap without suitable materials. Such exceptional crossbow trap components, if procured from a shadowy dealer, would cost no less than 30 to 50 gold coins. After all, this device could annihilate any warrior below level 5 in a heartbeat. A line of data appeared: trap disarmed successfully. Your thieving skills have improved, and you have gained 210 points of experience. The expertise required to dismantle traps is substantial, demanding a higher caliber of thieving skills. Soren gathered the remaining items but assembled the crossbow launching device. This was no ordinary contraption. It was a box designed to unleash crossbow bolts. After extracting the 6 bolts and reloading them, he merely needed to pull the trigger within the box to release the 6 bolts in rapid succession. This device could not be fired in singular shots. It required a full load of 6 bolts for operation. After all, this was not a properly crafted crossbow. Having dismantled one trap, Soren pressed on, noting that only a strong acid trap had been set here, already triggered by some unfortunate thief. The price of a strong acid trap was significantly higher, likely around 100 gold coins, due to the potential necessity of magical triggering devices. The cave twisted and turned further ahead, and Soren felt a degree of relief. Setting traps in such an environment posed considerable challenges and was easily triggered by rodents. Thus, he surmised that no traps resided within. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, advancing cautiously until he encountered a hidden stone door. Creak. Confirming the absence of traps, Soren gently pushed it open. A gust of chilly wind swept through, causing an icy shiver to run down his spine. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon behind him, only to witness a shadowy figure materialize. Its grotesque visage contorted into a ghastly grin before it vanished from sight. A ghost. Soren cautiously leaned against the wall, quickly retrieving holy water. Ghosts, being incorporeal entities, could not be harmed by conventional weapons. Even 100 strikes from Soren would prove futile. To combat them necessitated unconventional means. Cackling. The eerie laughter echoed, and the ghostly apparition reappeared, emitting a piercing wail, a manifestation of its innate ability, the low-level, undead wail, akin to a magical fear spell that could stupefy the faint-hearted. Soren winced as pain shot through his eardrums, yet he felt no fear. Swiftly, he hurled the holy water. Clang. The holy water drenched the ghost, eliciting a piercing scream as its form rapidly dissolved, transforming into a shadow before vanishing entirely. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Soren picked up a small black stone from the ground. This was a fragment of the ghost's soul. Purely incorporeal beings might transmute into a material structure upon dissolution, resulting in these soul fragments, which served as common powering materials. Necromancers held a particular fondness for them. Their market value was approximately 15 gold coins. Ghosts posed a challenge level of 5. Without the means to counter them, no number of individuals would suffice. A line of data appeared. Holy water struck the ghost, inflicting 60 points of damage. Target eliminated. Soul energy extracted. You have gained 120 experience points. Soren's experience points were sufficient to elevate him to a higher level as a rogue, yet he refrained from doing so. Gaining experience through kills was exceedingly challenging. Such experience was typically reserved for enhancing advanced classes and secondary skills. It was unnecessary for a rogue below level 5 to squander valuable combat experience. Should he encounter further traps, disarming a couple more would suffice for an upgrade. Should an opportunity for a secondary class arise, combat experience would prove invaluable. Creak. Soren pushed open the stone door to the secret chamber. Dust blanketed numerous items within, and some damaged books lined the walls. Cobwebs adorned every corner, and a mouse hole lay nestled within the wall. This place had long been abandoned. Before him stood a stone table cluttered with various oddities, an unknown skull, fragmented finger bones, desiccated bat corpses, and a black wooden box. No extraordinary weapons, no magical devices. A hint of disappointment flickered across Soren's visage. The chamber seemed bereft of anything of value, save for the enigmatic wooden box. He gently prodded it, ensuring it bore no traps before cautiously lifting it. It appeared to be made of ironwood. Soren surveyed his surroundings, cradling the box in his palms, keeping it at a distance from his head, and then pried it open with his dagger. He remained uncertain whether it concealed any magical traps within. However, it is reasonable to assume that such a low-tier treasure cave would not be laden with numerous traps. Nevertheless, it is prudent to maintain a distance from one's own head. With a decisive snap, Soren pried open the box before him, revealing 3 exquisitely crafted cards. They seemed utterly out of place amidst their surroundings, with delicate mithril borders adorned with fine diamonds. And at the center lay a swirling magical pattern that captivated all who gazed upon it. This creation appeared to transcend the capabilities of contemporary civilization, even surpassing the craftsmanship of divine emblems from the temple. Soren's expression was a mixture of astonishment and concern, for he held in his hands a legendary magical artifact. The Cards of Uncertainty? These treasures, remnants from the era of the Arcane Empire, were said to be the whimsical creations of a legendary arcanist. There exist a total of 108 such cards, each possessing unique magical properties, capable of bestowing unimaginable benefits or delivering catastrophic misfortunes. No one could predict what the Cards of Uncertainty would bring forth. Some individuals, upon unveiling a card, found themselves inundated with 10,000 arcane gold coins, while others were struck down by a bolt of fierce lightning. Item identification. Soren endeavored to activate the data stream within his mind, and soon a line of small text materialized. Cards of Uncertainty, legendary item. 3. A trifling artifact from the Arcane Empire, representing the pinnacle of alchemical achievement from the previous epoch. Upon activation, extraordinary events will unfold. It is said that drawing the trump card can grant you unimaginable power. Should he dare to unveil one? A look of hesitation crossed Soren's face, but ultimately he gritted his teeth and withdrew a card, pricking his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall. Both sides of the Card of Uncertainty were identical. Only blood could unlock its secrets. Until it was opened, no one could ascertain what the card represented. Not even legendary sorcerers could predict its fate. A faint glow began to emanate. After absorbing Soren's blood, the first Card of Uncertainty rippled like a wave, and soon images began to materialize within the central vortex. Initially, a treasure vault appeared, overflowing with countless gold coins, jewels, and equipment. This vision filled Soren with exhilaration, for it signified that he might have drawn a treasure card. However, at that moment, a lecherous figure emerged at the entrance of the vault, clutching a bag and desperately stuffing it with treasures. No. Soren's expression instantly fell. He comprehended what he had drawn. A thief. The open Card of Uncertainty radiated a glow, and a grotesque shadow manifested, grinning sinisterly. An ancient alchemical rune surfaced in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, everything of value on Soren's person was stolen away, leaving him utterly bereft except for the 3 cards in his hand. Even his clothing had vanished. A chill breeze swept through. Soren shivered in place, completely exposed. His weapons, garments, gold, holy water, and tools all had vanished into thin air. Even the ironwood box had disappeared, leaving only the 3 Cards of Uncertainty. The wind blew, and he felt an unsettling chill. Chapter 14. The abyssal demon. Soren could not help but exclaim in frustration, hastily picking up a package that he had set aside and awkwardly draping it over himself. Fortunately, after dismantling the trap, the items had become too cumbersome to carry, and he hastily bundled some parts of the crossbow trap inside the tattered garments of the deceased. In this tangible world, Soren lacked any storage space or dimensional bags. Thus, the items he could carry were limited. Ironically, this situation allowed him to evade a disaster. At least the box for launching the crossbow remained intact, and he could still wear the dead man's clothing. As for the initial gains, they were all lost. Cursed luck. He had drawn a thief card. Soren was familiar with this card, having witnessed someone else draw it in a public setting. The outcome was as predictable as it was disastrous. With a sense of reluctant resignation, Soren donned the moldy and severely damaged attire and promptly activated the second card. The ever-changing card, once revealed, transformed into an ordinary trinket, its magical essence dissipating entirely. In the past, some had collected such curios, yet no one had ever managed to gather a complete set. 3 sets of cards from the Arcane Empire era had garnered immense popularity among players: the ever-changing card, the arcane card, and the fate card. The first set consisted of 108 cards, the second 72, and the last merely 36. The ever-changing card was the most accessible, while the arcane card could only be found in rare underground relics. The fate card, astonishingly, only manifested 3 times after the fall of the gods. A faint luminescence emerged. After absorbing Soren's blood, the The second ever-changing card began to whirl like a vortex, revealing a desolate landscape devoid of life. In the distance lay an endless expanse of barren land, where a hunched figure advanced resolutely through the swirling sands. His form, seemingly chiseled by the elements, stood firm as he gazed into the horizon. A powerful force surged within Soren, followed by a searing pain throughout his body. As if he had traversed thousands of miles and was utterly exhausted, sustained only by sheer will. A series of data appeared: ever-changing card, ascetic, activated. Awakening personal specialization, enduring strength. Constitution raised to 18 points. Magical transformation complete. Despite the overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, a surge of vitality coursed through Soren. It felt as though he had truly journeyed a great distance, enduring countless trials along the way, emerging stronger for it. This endless exhaustion was followed by a newfound strength propelling him forward, as if he would continue to press on until the moment of death, never halting his stride. Enduring strength, personal specialization. Your will has withstood arduous trials, forming a substance-like spiritual fortitude. When confronted with any charm or control spells, you will gain an additional 5 points to your saving throws. A glimmer of joy graced Soren's face, a testament to his fortuitous luck. Cards that could enhance attributes were exceedingly rare. Of the 108 cards, only a handful were capable of such feats, aside from 2 mysterious trump cards. The best card previously encountered was the Champion Knight, which elevated the user's strength to 20 points and constitution to 18 points. Even when drawn by a wizard, it led to the emergence of a renowned brawling sorcerer. This individual had once held great renown on the northern plains, only to perish during the cataclysm of the snowstorm. Due to the limited attribute points gained from leveling up, many sought alternative means to enhance their abilities. Conventional training had become ineffective for players with fixed hero templates. At the outset, during the allocation of 90 total attribute points, many had to make critical decisions. Soren's legend as a dual dagger rogue stemmed from his choice to forsake charisma, instead elevating his other attributes above 15 points. This meant that, apart from his lack of appeal, his other abilities were on par with the finest of individuals. Items that could enhance attributes were exceedingly rare, predominantly legendary artifacts, and obtaining them proved challenging, with the maximum enhancement capped at 20 points. Once one entered the realm of the extraordinary, augmenting attributes through external means became nearly impossible. His constitution increased by 3 points, equivalent to the boost from 6 levels of profession. Soren struck his chest, and despite exerting considerable force, his insides felt no discomfort. This indicated that his constitution was approaching the extraordinary realm. With a mere 10 points of strength, an average person would struggle to inflict injury upon him. Should his constitution reach 20 points, he could awaken the regenerative talent inherent to the extraordinary. This was the most accessible of all talents, while others required a minimum of 25 points for awakening. Achieving 25 points in attributes essentially meant entering the legendary profession tier. As for the awakened personal specialization, enduring strength, it was relatively common, with many awakening it under duress. Soren himself had awakened it in the elemental plane of fire, where he had nearly been incinerated. Surviving a fall into magma, he also awakened the weak fire resistance talent. At that time, he had been left nearly unrecognizable, ultimately requiring the services of a legendary priest to cast greater restoration to salvage him. During that period, his strength, constitution, and agility had all plummeted by 10 points, rendering him nearly incapacitated. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reader mode, browsing mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. One more card remained. After reaping astounding benefits, Soren gazed at the final ever-changing card with a fervent glimmer in his eyes. Should he draw another card capable of enhancing his attributes, his current stats would surpass those of the original hero template. At the very least, his charisma now stood at 16 points, a stark contrast to the loathsome figure he once was. It was a bitter realization that his previous charisma was so low that even goblins shunned him, and any direct appeal to the elven realms would result in rejection. Those insufferable elitist elves. Having already utilized 2 cards, Soren had no intention of allowing the last one to languish unused. With a hint of trepidation, he dripped his blood onto the third ever-changing card. A surge of crimson light erupted. Soren's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively cast the ever-changing card aside, as if it burned his hands. This was a summoning card. The unpredictable nature of the ever-changing card rendered its outcomes uncertain. It could grant power, yield treasures, or even summon monstrous foes, with the potential for personal harm. The crimson light signified the abyss and inferno, while the radiant purity represented the celestial deities. And the multicolored light intimated that the summoned entity hailed from the elemental planes. A creature from the infernal planes of hell and the abyss was summoned by this card. A mysterious vortex manifested at the card's center, the image plummeting swiftly through sulfurous lava and glacial ice, ultimately settling upon a visage of grotesque distortion, a merilith. The card of myriad transformations materialized into a crimson portal. Upon beholding that repulsive, contorted countenance, a cascade of its approximate attributes flooded Soren's mind in an instant, data meticulously gathered and assessed by players themselves. Merilith, Abyssal Fiend, Tier 3. Challenge Rating 6, Personal Level 12. Possessing spell-like abilities. Peak Attribute Score of 21, Nadir Attribute Score of 10, with a total attribute value ranging from 85 to 95. Notable feats: Ambidexterity, Multi-Attack. Challenge Difficulty, A. With each additional pair of arms, a Merilith's power escalates. Each additional pair of arms increases the Merilith's challenge rating by 5 and personal level by 6. Thus, a 4-armed Merilith boasts a challenge rating of 11 and a personal level of approximately 18, while a 6-armed Merilith commands a challenge rating of 16 and a personal level of around 24. As for the formidable 8-armed Merilith, such a being transcends into the realm of legends, its emergence typically heralding the advent of a demon lord. An outright confrontation was untenable. This was the immediate thought that surged through Soren's mind. His current rogue level was 3, while the Merilith's personal level stood at 12, a disparity of 9 levels. A team challenge rating of 6 implied that a minimum of 5 seasoned adventurers, each equipped with superior gear and possessing a class level of 6 or higher, would possess only a moderate probability of vanquishing the Abyssal Merilith before him. Even though the summoned entity was merely the lowest-ranking 2-armed Merilith, it was still not an opponent to be trifled with at his current state. Abyssal Fiends were all transcendent beings. Factoring in the class level disparity, the Merilith's vitality and stamina eclipsed his own by a factor of 3. A direct confrontation offered virtually no prospect of success. A flurry of thoughts raced through Soren's mind in an instant. Yet, his actions betrayed no hesitation, as a crimson portal shimmered into existence. Ushering the 2-armed Merilith into the stone chamber, he swiftly dove to the ground, retrieved the handheld repeating crossbow, and triggered its firing mechanism. The teleportation completed in the ensuing moment. Thwack! 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 Agonized shrieks reverberated within the stone chamber. The Merilith's towering form, exceeding 8 feet in height and weighing over 600 pounds, materialized within the stone chamber, only to be greeted by a volley of 6 potent bolts. They impacted squarely upon its chest, with the majority piercing through its scales and embedding themselves within its flesh. The sudden assault enraged the Merilith, and before it could fully assess its surroundings, it began brandishing its twin blades in a frenzy. Crack! A stone table, 20 centimeters in thickness, was cleaved in twain by a single stroke. Soren, witnessing this display, felt a twitch in his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the crossbow mechanism and bolted towards the exit. 6 rapid-fire crossbow bolts had failed to subdue the fiend. Victory was essentially unattainable. Judging by its raw power, a single blow could likely reduce him to shreds. As Soren fled, the Merilith pursued with relentless fury. Abyssal fiends are predominantly creatures of chaotic evil alignment, with bloodlust, brutality, and carnage ingrained within their very essence. Reasoning with them is a futile endeavor. Once a summoning succeeds, unless one can subjugate the fiend, death at its hands is the inevitable outcome. Chapter 15. A narrow escape. The challenge level was designated as A, signifying that the Snakeman was the most formidable and challenging among level 6 monsters. Its towering height of 2.5 meters granted it a significant height advantage over many adversaries, amplifying the force of its cleaving attacks. Weighing over 600 pounds, its strength far surpassed that of ordinary creatures, estimated to be nearly 20 points, enough to overwhelm Soren. Even if he managed to parry the Snakeman's attack, the resulting impact would be enough to severely injure his internal organs. The Snakeman's innate dual-weapon combat prowess made it an exceptionally dangerous close-quarters combatant with high burst damage. Had its agility and perception been even slightly higher, it could have effortlessly handled multiple opponents simultaneously. Its multi-attack combat expertise allowed it to unleash a barrage of consecutive strikes in a short span. Combined with its formidable strength, it could overwhelm opponents with no chance to parry. Snakemen were considered mid to lower tier demons in the infinite abyss. A defining trait of all demons was their demonic hide, akin to natural enchanted leather armor. When coupled with scales, their protection rivaled ordinary chainmail. For Soren, this meant that his 10 strikes would only inflict the equivalent of 3 on the Snakeman, while a single attack from the demon could disembowel him. A frontal assault was virtually impossible. Soren's exceptional agility granted him unprecedented reaction capabilities. With a twist, he propelled himself off the wall and into the outer passage. The Ascete card bestowed upon him a constitution of 18 points, endowing him with far greater stamina than before. Though mental fatigue lingered, it was sufficient to sustain his desperate flight. The Snakeman roared in pursuit. Its upper body resembled that of a humanoid, with exceptionally thick arms and a face akin to a reptilian serpent, adorned with prominent scales. Its lower body consisted of a serpentine tail, approximately 5 meters in length. This signified that it was a male Snakeman, a mighty warrior among its kind. For Soren, this was the best possible news, as Snakeman society was matriarchal, with females holding higher status, greater combat prowess, and possessing limited spellcasting abilities. The snakeman moved with incredible speed, especially in bursts, capable of executing serpentine lunges. This was a primary reason for its A challenge rating. It could easily breach defenses with its massive size, approaching spellcasters within adventuring parties and, in an instant, utilizing dual-weapon combat and multi-attack to shred those below level 8 into pieces. Its serpentine form rendered it immune to most low-level control spells. Grease had no effect. Web could not restrain its nearly 20 points of strength, and its chaotic evil will grant it immunity to most low-level mind control. This was a monster that had to be slain through brute force. There was no escape. Soren ran with all his might, effortlessly creating distance in the complex passageways. However, he soon realized that escaping required reopening the outer hidden door, a process that would take at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes were more than enough time for the snakeman to overtake him, tear him into more than 30 pieces, and devour the tastiest morsels. A fight was inevitable. As Soren passed the initial discovery site, he swiftly grabbed a longsword. Due to its age, the blade was rusted, rendering it less sharp and unable to withstand heavy blows. However, he had no other choice. Direct combat with the snakeman was virtually impossible. To defeat it, Soren had to gamble on his luck. Without hesitation, Soren dashed into a completely unexplored passage. He had to take a chance. Demonic creatures possessed far greater stamina than mortals. Their hundreds of hit points meant that even in a severely injured state, they remained a significant threat. The only option Soren could conceive was to use the traps in the area to eliminate the snakemen, while accepting the possibility of falling victim to them himself. An agility of 20 points placed him in the realm of superhuman capabilities. It meant that Soren's footsteps were lighter than those of a halfling, his reflexes sharper than those of an elf, and his physical resilience surpassed that of most conventional life forms. He had to gamble. He had to gamble that the uncharted passage contained powerful and deadly traps, and that he would not trigger them himself. Soren was human. His feet were small, and his agility of 20 meant that he had a good chance of avoiding the traps. However, the snakeman was a serpentine demon. Its lower body in extensive contact with the ground. Weighing over 600 pounds, it was certain to trigger most traps. Any trap set according to human standards and triggered by weight would strike the snakeman without fail. Its size would even prevent it from dodging. A wide passage appeared before him. Soren had no time to scrutinize the area for signs of artificial carving or trap placement. He executed a deep leap, using his physical resilience and balance to run sideways along the wall for 3 steps. He then twisted, grabbed an overhanging stalactite, and forcibly moved his body against the wall for 5 meters. Based on his experience, this was the most likely location for traps, as trap devices required ample space to be concealed. Without hesitation, Soren slowed his pace, but continued cautiously. The snakeman appeared behind him, enraged by the initial crossbow barrage. Upon seeing Soren, it charged without hesitation. Its massive size did not impede its speed. Most serpentine life forms possessed a speed boost of more than twice that of a human at full sprint. However, as it neared Soren, the ground suddenly trembled, and the snakeman's slender tail triggered a trap buried in the ground. A volley of crossbow bolts erupted from both sides. A painful howl echoed. 6 crossbow bolts pierced the snakeman's ribs, and blood dripped continuously. Its blood-red eyes were filled with rage and bloodlust. Upon seeing Soren within reach, it unleashed a furious roar. 12 crossbow bolts could inflict over 120 points of damage to a human, enough to instantly kill most warriors below level 10. However, against the snakeman, it was not enough to cause serious injury. This meant that its physical toughness was close to that of a low-level dragon, and its hit points likely exceeded 150. 5 or 6 times Soren's. There had to be another trap. Soren's pupils contracted slightly. Without hesitation, he accelerated, even though it meant he might trigger the trap himself. The layout of the passage felt familiar, as the initial discovery site had a similar terrain. This meant that there was a good chance of another acid trap ahead. This was lethal for Sauron, and equally threatening to the life of the serpent demon. A winding passageway materialized before him. Sauron's expression shifted, and he inhaled deeply, preparing to accelerate his run. The terrain bore some resemblance to the location where he had discovered the corpse of a thief. Most acid traps were buried near the walls, meaning he could not rely on his extraordinary agility to dash through. He could only attempt to leap over it with his own jumping ability. This was a distance exceeding 10 meters. Lacking any magical prowess, all he possessed was agility that had transcended the ordinary realm. This posed an extreme challenge for Sauron. He believed he could conquer it. This trivial matter would not deter him. Once more, Sauron drew in a deep breath. In his past life, the human record for running and jumping had reached 10.6 meters, and with his current physical prowess, he was not far from the capabilities of the finest athletes. Even with a slight deficiency in strength, the coordination brought by agility would enable him to unleash his explosive power perfectly, making it not impossible to clear the distance before him. With a resounding thud, Sauron launched himself forward. He traversed the distance of over 10 meters in an instant, soaring across the area in a rather awkward manner. Sauron dared not hesitate for a moment, uncertain whether strong acid traps lay ahead. He took a deep breath and continued his desperate flight forward. Suddenly, Soren's figure froze. Just as he rounded a corner, a spear shot up from the ground, piercing through the edge of his foot and instantly impaling his thigh. Had he not reflexively shifted his body at the last moment, the spear might have penetrated clean through to his intestines. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Gritting his teeth, Soren bit down on a wad of his clothing, then gripped his thigh with both hands, slowly extracting himself from the spear. Large splatters of blood erupted forth. The barbs tore away chunks of flesh, exacerbating the severity of his wound. Soren trembled, and after the trembling came rigidity. In less than 2 seconds, he was drenched in sweat. When he finally pulled his thigh free from the spear, he felt nearly drained of all strength. He hastily bandaged the wound with tattered cloth, tightly binding the muscle in a desperate knot, then staggered toward the stone wall's edge. He knew he could not escape. Such an injury, if he continued to run, would lead to his demise from blood loss before the serpent demon could even reach him. With each drop of blood lost, his stamina plummeted. The only possibility of survival now rested on the hope that a strong acid trap awaited him around the bend. If it were merely a crossbow trap, it likely would not suffice to vanquish the serpent demon. Time stretched interminably. When the serpent demon finally appeared, Soren felt as though he were confronting his ultimate fate. Fortunately, fortune favored him. His assessment had not been mistaken. Indeed, a trap lay at the entrance of the passage, yet it was not an acid trap. As the serpent demon traversed the area, a violent explosion erupted. A detonating trap. The passage had been rigged with explosives, or perhaps a fireball spell trigger. A soft thud resonated. The faint smile of relief that had graced Soren's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of exasperation as he exclaimed, "How could I survive this?" Clenching his sword tightly, a flicker of fury ignited in his expression. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Chapter 16. A desperate struggle. The shadows concealed Soren's figure, gradually fading into the darkness. Gritting his teeth, he tore a piece of fabric from his tattered clothing and bound it around the wound on his leg, applying pressure to temporarily suppress the bleeding and alleviate the pain during movement. However, this makeshift bandage needed to be removed quickly, otherwise, it could exacerbate his injuries. He allocated all his experience points to his rogue class. Calmly, Soren unsheathed his longsword and began to distribute his hard-earned experience. This killing experience was a form of soul energy, the highest tier of experience, which could enhance any class level, including secondary classes, job changes, and advancements. It could also be used for sacrificial rituals, summoning rites, and equivalent alchemical exchanges. Generally, one would not easily expend killing experience, as its future applications were far too numerous. Yet, for Soren, if he did not lay all his cards on the table now, he might never have another chance. A series of textual data appeared before him. Rogue class upgraded to level 4. Gain 24 skill points, agility 20, intelligence 18 to 10, 0, 5. Health increased by 10 points, class health 6 points, constitution 18 to 10, 0, 5. Gain 1 point of free attribute. A faint flush returned to Soren's pale face. The 10 health points acquired from leveling up lifted his condition from seriously injured to moderately injured. This indicated that his reflexes remained intact, and his stamina consumption had been halved, momentarily preventing any further deterioration of his injuries. He allocated all his skill points to stealth, boosting the skill to 102 points. His figure gradually faded deeper into the shadows. With his stealth skill surpassing 100 points, activating Shadow Veil produced an effect akin to the blur spell. Only those who observed closely could possibly detect his presence. As for that precious single point of free attribute, Soren clenched his jaw and assigned it to Constitution. The difference between 20 points of extraordinary agility and 21 points was negligible, unless he could raise it to 25 points or above, thereby awakening the legendary ability of the Shadow Domain. Otherwise, allocating this single point to Constitution would ensure his maximum survival capacity. An almost superhuman Constitution meant that his wounds would not become infected or worsen, and with just a slight increase, he could gain the regeneration effect, an essential ability for high-level wilderness adventurers. The boost in Constitution made Soren feel a surge of vitality. He cautiously moved forward, beginning to stealthily approach the bend. There could still be traps nearby. Without the trap sense specialty, he could not afford to take any further risks. He had to eliminate the abyssal serpent demon. Only then could he afford the time to heal, for with the demon's regenerative capabilities, his situation could swiftly become dire. There was no scent of gunpowder in the air. Soren advanced cautiously, analyzing the surroundings with his past experiences, gradually nearing the passage where the explosion had occurred. It was likely a detonation trap, potentially set with a fireball magic array. Lacking the spell identification skill, Soren could not sense the elemental forces in the air. Nevertheless, his experience proved invaluable. He spotted the serpent demon not far away. Its massive form was in a state of disarray, the ground littered with exploded flesh and scales, weighing over 600 pounds. The demon had no means to evade within the confines of the passage, and the trap had detonated almost directly beside it. If not for its formidable resilience as a demon, it would have been obliterated on the spot. Yet, its condition was dire, its waist exposed pale bones. A piece of intestine lay on the ground, and its spine was nearly shattered. Without its extraordinary life force, it would not have endured thus far. Hiss. The serpent-like creature's roar pierced the air as it suddenly noticed Soren, fixing its vengeful gaze upon him. Lower-tier serpent demons possessed limited communication skills. Their species dictated that only the females exhibited higher intelligence. The lower-tier demons, such as the four-armed serpent demon, only understood basic demonic language, while only spellcasters of the priestly class comprehended the common tongue and other languages. It sought to eliminate the one who had summoned it to attack and inflicted such grievous harm, driven by its inherent murderous instinct. The abyssal demon disregarded its injuries and aggressively coiled its elongated tail, attempting to close the distance to Soren. Clang. The demon's abilities severely diminished in its injured state, and a pained growl escaped as it moved. As Soren deftly sidestepped the incoming strike of its tail, he swiftly retaliated, thrusting his sword towards the demon's chest, where many scales had already been shattered. Splurt. A jet of scalding blood sprayed forth. Most serpentine creatures are cold-blooded, yet the abyssal serpent demon thrived in molten regions. Hiss. A portion of its blood splattered onto Soren, quickly producing a burning sensation. His expression shifted as he distanced himself, muttering, "Acidic blood?" The areas where the blood had splashed bore slight burns, akin to contact with diluted sulfuric acid, a characteristic of both demonic and draconic blood. This serpent demon must be a descendant of some high-tier demon. With his longsword embedded in the demon's chest, Soren compounded its injuries. The demon, as if experiencing a momentary resurgence, frantically attacked, yet still failed to land a blow on its adversary. The depletion of its energy lessened its strength, and the severity of its wounds hindered its agility, reducing its combat effectiveness to less than a third of its original capacity. It was over. Soren evaded yet another of the demon's desperate strikes, inhaling deeply before unleashing a fierce battle cry as he leaped, thrusting his sword directly into its heart. Death. Soren's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. The demon's skull was exceptionally sturdy. Unless wielding an extraordinary weapon, its head was not its most vulnerable spot. The massive form of the serpent demon stiffened momentarily. As Soren withdrew his sword, the 600-pound body collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing forth and soaking the surrounding ground. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Phew. Soren collapsed onto the ground, the aftermath of the forced battle aggravating his leg injury. The explosive state took a heavy toll on his stamina, before reaching a constitution of 20 in the extraordinary realm. Few creatures could sustain high-intensity combat for more than half an hour. Even giants, demons, and draconic beings could not manage it. Only upon surpassing a constitution of 20 and entering the extraordinary realm could one sustain energy consumption and recovery for prolonged battles. Soren severed the makeshift bandage, then meticulously excised the necrotic flesh from the edges of his wound, a painful process, yet one that would ensure a speedier recovery. A series of data flashed before him. Successfully hit. Additional 12 to 10 points of strength damage added. Inflicted 13 points of piercing damage. Target deceased. Having successfully vanquished the abyssal serpent demon, Sauron absorbed the essence of the slain foe, acquiring 1,800 points of slaughter experience. An indescribable surge of energy flowed into his being, derived from the soul of his victim. It was once posited that the hero archetype possessed by players was imbued with the Child of Slaughter ability, inheriting a fragment of divine power from a deity of carnage, thus allowing for a significantly accelerated growth and strength compared to the native denizens of the narrative. Although this theory remains unproven, Sauron recalled that mastering abilities related to slaughter, souls, and death granted a bonus of 10 to 20 experience upon defeating enemies. After a brief respite, Sauron began to sift through his spoils. The abyssal demon bore little currency, yet he was able to procure some extraordinary equipment, notably 2 long swords wielded by the serpent demon. With haste, he collected them. Upon inspecting the longsword, Sauron noted its impressive length of approximately 1.5 meters, with a blade width of 10 centimeters. The hilt was adorned with serpentine patterns, featuring an unusual rune, and the blade glimmered with a faint crimson hue, emanating a sense of heat upon touch. The blade was exquisitely sharp, crafted from steel of superior quality compared to standard military weapons, although its weight exceeded that of ordinary arms, bestowing a heavy sensation in his grasp. A set of data materialized. Item type: Serpent Demon Longsword. Item level: First tier extraordinary weapon. Item description: A longsword forged from abyssal fire rock, possessing formidable slashing and piercing capabilities, with an additional fire burn damage of 1 point. Equipment requirement: minimum of 14 strength. Special effect: treated as a great sword against medium and small-sized creatures, requiring a strength of 2. Lamentably, Sauron realized his strength fell short of the requisite threshold. Designed for the formidable serpent demon, the sword's dimensions and weight far surpassed the capacity of an ordinary human. Though he could lift the sword, he found its heft impeded his combat effectiveness. It was akin to a common individual lifting a 100-pound object, yet unfeasible to wield such a weight in battle. By the time one managed to lift it, they would have already endured numerous strikes. Should one's strength be insufficient for wielding the weapon, it would result in doubled energy consumption during combat, alongside a marked decline in both attack speed and lethality. While Soren could create afterimages with a dagger in hand, his speed with the long sword was reduced to less than half of his usual prowess. Cursed be the strength penalty. After merely a dozen swings, he felt a dull ache in his arms, his stamina significantly depleted. In the realm of the gods' war, certain aspects demanded rigorous physicality. A typical person could endure a 20-kilometer walk, a 10-kilometer jog, but hardly a sprint of even 2 kilometers. Such elements were flawlessly simulated in the gods' war, leading players to exclaim in frustration when confronted with fatigue and soreness. Thus, Soren quickly deduced that the weapon imposed a strength penalty. While no data explicitly indicated this, he calculated in his mind the formula for the strength penalty: hit -4, damage -4, attack speed -4, energy consumption 200. Originally capable of sustaining 10 minutes of explosive combat, he now estimated he could barely endure 2. With a wry smile, Soren set down the serpent demon longsword, acknowledging that it was a weapon designed for foes weighing over 600 pounds, akin to a great sword for humans. Despite his adequate physique and stamina, his lack of strength meant that wielding this sword was less advantageous than utilizing a standard dagger. A conventional longsword typically weighed around 2 to 3 kilograms, while this blade was no less than 15 kilograms. Together, they amounted to 30 kilograms, comparable to the weight of a young woman. Lacking the former hero archetype that allowed for a strength allocation exceeding 18 points, Soren's current strength of 12 could only accommodate the use of standard human weaponry. Fighting under the constraints of a strength penalty rendered him incapable of utilizing even half of his potential. It appeared he must find a way to sell the weapons. Soren slung the 2 serpent demon longswords over his back, feeling the weight of 30 kilograms pressed down upon him, further emphasizing his inadequacy. Nevertheless, this prize was essential to retain. A first-tier extraordinary weapon typically fetched a market price of at least 100 gold denders, with the serpent demon longswords valued at an additional 20 to 50 due to their classification as great swords. Thus, the 2 first-tier extraordinary longswords represented a worth of approximately 300 gold denders, a sum that could elevate his fortune significantly. Chapter 17. The Thief's Advancement. The corpse of the serpent demon possesses considerable value. For instance, its skin can be peeled to create first-tier enchanted leather armor. Its heart is favored by many spellcasters, and even its blood can serve as a material for alchemy. However, a rather troublesome issue arises. Items associated with demons are notoriously difficult to sell, particularly in the southern cities. In contrast, weapons are much easier to offload. Moreover, Soren cannot carry too many items, as any revelation regarding the serpent demon could potentially attract the church's scrutiny. Summoning demons to the material plane is a matter that invites judgment. To elevate his rogue class level, Soren tended to his wounds with rudimentary care and subsequently advanced his rogue class level once more. Lacking healing potions, he relied on the increase in his class level to restore his health, at least enabling him to reduce his injuries to a light wound state. A series of data materialized. Rogue class elevated to level 5. Acquired 24 skill points, agility 20, intelligence 18 to 10-0. 5. Health increased by 11 points, class health 6 points, constitution 19 to 10-0. 5. Mastered the combat skill Shadow Strike. Rogue class level ascended to tier 2. Gained potential for a bloodline purification ritual. Additionally received an extra class feat. Soren glanced at the details but chose to disregard the rest. The transition from first tier to second tier class is quite pronounced. The former is akin to a petty gang member within the city, while the latter signifies the qualification to venture out into the world for adventures. Tier 2 class holders can earn an additional feat point, albeit restricted to class feats, meaning Soren, as a rogue, can only gain an extra rogue class feat and not others. All skill points were allocated to enhancing his trap detection abilities. The treasure cave remains partially unexplored, and Soren aims to bolster his aptitude for detecting traps. The second-tier rogue has 3 class feats to choose from. 1. Blind Combat Mastery. After prolonged concealment in shadows, the rogue has adapted to combat in darkness. His fighting style transcends visual cues, incorporating hearing, intuition, and scent into his assessments. Even in complete darkness, the rogue maintains formidable combat prowess. Dodge 1. Accuracy 1. 2. Military Weapon Mastery. After extensive training, the practitioner has become proficient in all military weapons, including but not limited to longswords, greatswords, sabers, crossbows, two-handed greatswords, spears, and flails. In combat with military weapons, the practitioner can skillfully wield them, understanding how to maximize damage and ease of striking the enemy. Accuracy 1, Damage 1. 3. Evasion mastery. Through countless battles, the rogue has learned to leverage his agility. He can perform maneuvers that defy the capabilities of ordinary individuals to evade attacks. Dodge 1, Reflex 1. With the invaluable feat points at his disposal, he unreservedly selected the military weapon mastery feat, the first he had ever acquired. This is a crucial class feat, essential for most melee-focused practitioners, as it indicates proficiency with a wide array of weapons to address unforeseen challenges during adventures. Additionally, it serves as a prerequisite for learning many fundamental combat skills, such as the combat skill Sword Technique, Heavy Slash, which necessitates the military weapon mastery prerequisite. This is a warrior's core specialty. Essentially, upon advancement, it can be attained. And Soren lacks the luxury of time for extensive training, resorting instead to leveraging his feat points. In a normal training regimen, acquiring this feat would require 1 to 2 years to fully master all military weapons, a time frame that could be utilized for myriad other pursuits. As for the potential for bloodline purification, that is a luxury only the affluent can afford. In simple terms, it involves purifying one's bloodline potential, recalculating health based on current constitution, and cleansing impurities within the body. For example, if Soren's current health is 52 points, undergoing a bloodline purification ritual would adjust his health to class health 6, 19 to 10, 5, 519, resulting in a base health of 84 points. This equates to an increase of 3 class levels worth of health. It offers considerable bloodline enhancement, yet it is exceedingly costly, with the advancement ritual requiring over 1,000 gold coins. Such a ritual can be performed once per advancement. The most significant enhancement occurs upon reaching legendary class levels, as the bloodline purification ritual bestows the special talent of legendary life. This is pivotal for many melee practitioners, allowing them to confront adult dragons head-on in combat. Soren, however, chose not to dwell on this matter for the time being, as the ritual could be performed at any moment. It merely recalibrates health based on constitution and class level. This ritual demands numerous rare materials and foundational skills, such as spell identification and knowledge, making it challenging to fulfill its requirements early on. It is noteworthy that a former sorcerer ally sought to advance to a dragon-blooded sorcerer, depleting the entire party's savings in the process. The conservative cost of 1,000 gold coins is sufficient for Soren to arm himself thoroughly, significantly enhancing his combat effectiveness. At this moment, upon becoming a second-tier rogue, Soren's attributes transformed into the following. Name, Soren. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 20, 1, Constitution 19, Intelligence 18, 1, Perception 15, Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Class, Level 10 Commoner, Max Level, Level 5 Rogue, 3000, Second Tier. Health, 5252. Experience, 950 Kill Experience, 0 points. Class Experience, Unallocated. Skill Points, none. Attribute Points, none. Status, Normal. Class Skills, Stealth 102, Theft 35, Lockpicking 45, Traps 54. Legendary Skill, Universal Dexterity, Seal, Weakened State. Personal Feats, Dexterous Left Hand, Photographic Memory. Resilient Strength. Class Feats, Shadow Mastery, Military Weapon Mastery. Combat Skill, Shadow Strike. As he entered the realm of second-tier practitioners, the experience required for further advancement surged significantly. Yet, he simultaneously mastered a formidable combat skill, the long-anticipated Shadow Strike ability. Shadow Strike combat skill, the advanced rogue has begun to tap into the powers of the Shadow Realm. When he assails an enemy, he can unleash a quasi-spell attack by harnessing the power of shadows. Shadow Strike can be activated alongside a backstab, inflicting an additional 5 points of shadow damage that bypasses physical defenses. This ability increases by 1 point of damage for each rogue class level and enhances the number of uses. Requires the rogue prerequisite feat Shadow Mastery. This is a formidable ability. With Sauron's current level in the rogue profession, he can utilize Shadow Strike 5 times daily, inflicting 5 points of shadow damage that bypasses defenses, provided the target lacks shadow resistance. This poses a lethal threat to low-tier professions with relatively meager health in the early stages. The second tier serves as a watershed moment. Wizards begin to grasp the intricacies of third-level arcane magic, liberating themselves from their previously diminished combat prowess. Warriors learn the art of breath strike, preparing for future advancements as knights, sword saints, or weapon masters. Monks also approach the mastery of true chi, laying a solid foundation for future evolutions into ascetic practitioners or martial masters. Essentially, all professions experience significant enhancements after reaching the second tier. The rogue also embarks on the path of specialization from this juncture, whether as a master thief with unparalleled pilfering skills, a stealthy infiltrator with remarkable stealth enhancements, or an assassin proficient in the art of assassination. All must make decisions now that will shape their futures. However, Sauron currently harbors no intentions of advancing. Setting aside the stringent requirements for special profession advancement, the mere cost of 5,000 points of kill experience for such an evolution is daunting. The native protagonists require extensive training to advance to special professions. Although Sauron has bypassed this step, he must compensate with kill experience, soul energy. Advancement is not necessarily a boon. The Master Thief's combat effectiveness is lacking, the Infiltrator's burst potential is insufficient, and while the Assassin possesses formidable lethality, their overall capabilities fall short. In terms of survival, the fundamental rogue remains the strongest, at least before amassing more than 10 personal specialties. Any advanced profession pales in comparison to the base profession. Of course, if one masters dozens of specialties, encompassing personal, professional, and talent specialties, any advanced profession can wield great power. For instance, mastering unarmed combat, Grandmaster, Inch Force, Legendary, Blind Fighting, Legendary, Superhuman Sixth Sense, Instinctive Evasion, Legendary, and Conditioned Reflexes, Legendary. One could even, if so inclined, run blindfolded and single-handedly vanquish an entire army. Professional level is merely a fragment of one's prowess. In life and death struggles, what truly matters is your comprehensive strength. It is not solely about professional levels, but also about the power derived from attributes, the capabilities bestowed by specialties, and the limiting factor represented by the shortest plank in a barrel. The shortest plank determines how much water the barrel can hold. This is the crucial element that will determine whether you can stand firm in the legendary realm. Chapter 18. Harvest time passed slowly. Soren's physical condition gradually improved. The wound on his thigh had begun to feel somewhat numb, accompanied by a tingling sensation. This indicated that the effects of the 19-point constitution had commenced, allowing the wound to heal slowly, though it had yet to reach the extraordinary effects of regeneration. If he were to rest quietly, his injuries would heal completely within a day or two, but Soren clearly could not afford to wait that long. Ignoring the risk of reopening his wound, he resumed his exploration of the treasure cave. The Serpentine's sword lay at the entrance. Its considerable weight felt akin to wearing full armor, significantly hindering his speed. He retrieved the card of the ever-changing cosmos, a peculiar item that might prove useful later. One by one, he removed the crossbow bolts from the serpent demon. Reloading them meticulously, should combat arise, the crossbow's firing mechanism would alleviate much of the hassle. The treasure cave branched into two paths. He had only explored one, while the other likely led to a secret chamber. The traps within the passage had been mostly triggered. Yet, Soren remained cautious, advancing meticulously, and indeed discovered another trap concealed behind a stone wall. It was a spike trap. If activated, sharp blades would protrude from the ground, coated with a hint of poison. A chill breeze swept through. This side of the passage likely connected to the surface, with faint light filtering through. The air was thick with the scent of a preservative, reminiscent of formaldehyde but more potent, laced with a subtle hint of blood. Soren's expression grew serious as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and proceeded down the passage, his gaze falling upon several corpses, all wrapped in bandages. Mummies? The scene before him instantly triggered memories of countless past adventures. Mummy, undead, level 2. Challenge level 3, personal level 6, possessing spell-like abilities. Maximum attributes, 18 points. Minimum attributes, 5 points. Total attribute score, 65 to 75 points. Special expertise, undead physique, negative energy corrosion. Challenge difficulty, D. A faint rustling sound confirmed his suspicions as Soren drew nearer. 2 or 3 of the corpses stirred. Their movements were jerky and slow, akin to that of a child, as these were ordinary mummies, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, merely possessing the fundamental talents of undead life. While their agility was low, their strength surpassed that of an adult, given their undead nature. Their constitution was conservatively estimated to be above 15 points, making them formidable low-tier undead, second only to zombies. Whoosh! A volley of crossbow bolts shot forth. The foremost mummy was instantly struck, 6 bolts piercing its body. It swayed briefly before collapsing lifelessly. Undead beings harbor death energy, and disrupting this energy is essential to vanquish them. However, one must exercise caution, as many undead creatures possess negative energy corrosion effects, and being scratched by them could easily lead to disease or additional harm from their death energy. How advantageous it would be to have a priest. A fleeting thought crossed Soren's mind as he unsheathed his sword, closing in on the mummies, whose sluggishness rendered them among the easiest of foes to confront. Clang, clang, clang. Soren danced around the remaining 2 mummies. Despite the inconvenience in his legs, they could not land a blow on him. Low-tier mummies generally possess agility below 10 points, allowing him to dismantle them with relative ease. Of course, encountering an ancient mummy would spell disaster. The challenge level of an ancient mummy is 12, personal level 18, with agility conservatively estimated at over 21 points. In many ancient ruins, ancient mummies are the nightmares of adventurers. After a brief skirmish, Soren swiftly dismantled the mummies before him, earning 300 points of killing experience. He initially intended to retrieve the crossbow bolts, but upon seeing the decayed flesh of the mummies, he abandoned the idea. The repulsion stemmed not only from disgust but also from the undeniable truth that undead creatures are truly revolting. Behind the mummies lay a door. Upon opening it, Soren immediately beheld numerous corpses and various humanoid organs submerged in an unidentifiable liquid. The scent of blood intensified. On a workbench, he observed a jar containing a dark red liquid, within which floated a fist-sized eyeball, an unknown ocular relic. Unable to ascertain its nature, Soren had no intention of taking it. For the chamber was permeated with dense death energy, a remnant of the Lich's past spells. The accumulation of negative energy here posed a significant threat to any living being. Time was of the essence. After ensuring there were no traps, Soren began rummaging through the room for valuable items. He discovered several books, some with peculiar symbols, over a dozen gold coins, and an enigmatic wristband. The books contained records of information, which Soren quickly scanned before stowing them away. He possessed the ability of photographic memory, and reviewing them later could enhance his knowledge skill points. Previously, Soren had not received formal education, thus lacking innate knowledge skills. Only by attaining proficiency in recognizing most common languages could he unlock such skills. Scholars, by contrast, inherently possess 25 points in knowledge skills. The strange symbols appeared to be experimental records, likely documenting processes in a specialized cipher. Lacking the requisite knowledge skills and understanding of spell identification, Soren could not decipher these records. Furthermore, they seemed to pertain to research conducted by undead beings. Thus, they were of little use to him and would be challenging to sell, so he left them behind. Lastly, he examined the peculiar wristband. It was somewhat familiar, and upon attempting to identify the item, its details were immediately revealed. Item type: Ogre Strength Wristband. Item level: Tier 1 Extraordinary Item. Item description: a peculiar artifact crafted from ogre skin. When worn, it enhances one's strength, potentially reaching that of an ogre. Requirements: none. Effect: Strength 2 with a maximum increase of 18 points. Could it truly be this item? A flicker of delight appeared on Soren's face as he donned it upon his wrist. The Ogre Strength Wristband is one of the most sought-after pieces of equipment in the early stages. This set comprises 3 pieces: the Ogre Strength Wristband, the Ogre Strength Gloves, and the Ogre Strength Belt. Each piece augments strength by 2 points, but the maximum enhancement caps at 18 points, meaning that any strength exceeding 18 points renders the equipment ineffective. Previously, this item held no value for him, as players inherit templates of heroic professions, with initial attributes soaring to 90 points. Thus, most melee players begin with an initial strength of 18 points. Such equipment is intended for practitioners of the arcane and those akin to it. However, for Sauron at this moment, the Ogre Power Bracers prove to be remarkably useful, as they enable him to wield the Serpent Demon Longsword, albeit with a lingering penalty of 2 points of strength, should a necromancer arrive. There would undoubtedly be numerous valuable items here. Nevertheless, Sauron harbors no interest in the remains of the corpses. He meticulously gathers the books and gold coins, preparing to depart, leaving the rest behind. A quick calculation of time reveals that he has already spent half a day in this place, and it is likely dark outside. The rations Sauron brought have vanished due to the thieving card, leaving him quite famished after the skirmish. His spoils include 2 Serpent Demon Longswords, more than a dozen Kindlers, 3 tomes, 3 cards of uncertainty, and 1 Ogre Power Bracer. Overall, Sauron feels a sense of satisfaction with the bounty from this venture, despite the unforeseen events that nearly led to his demise. If he can successfully offload these items, it would suffice to grant both himself and Vivian the status of freeman, along with the ability to purchase some essential goods. For instance, a small dimensional bag with a 3-foot space, an essential item for adventurers braving the wilderness, valued at approximately 100 Kindlers. Such bags are readily available in the arcane shops of every city and are capable of holding various mundane necessities. It is impractical to carry everything from an expedition in the wild. A small dimensional bag offers roughly 1 cubic meter of space, sufficient for a portion of the spoils. Otherwise, with 20 Kindlers weighing a pound, sometimes the mere weight of the gathered Kindlers can exceed 100 or 200 pounds. Can one truly walk after bearing such a burden? Creak. The heavy dark door slowly swung open, revealing Sauron, adorned with 2 long swords and a small parcel, hastily wrapped in the garments of the deceased. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings before proceeding in the direction of Amber City. However, just as he stepped beyond the confines of the graveyard, he discerned a faint, haunting moan ahead, undoubtedly that of a woman. The surrounding silence allowed the sound to travel far. Silently, he placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, drawing the blade from his back, his muscles taut. Eye scanning the vicinity, fully prepared for battle. This is the graveyard. Who in their right mind would venture here for a midnight rendezvous? The pursuit of thrills and grotesque experiences must have its limits. It seems he may have encountered something unclean. Chapter 19. Bloodline. Soren beheld a woman, or rather, a woman clad in revealing attire and possessing an alluring visage, her long, pale golden hair cascading down her back. Her skin was unnaturally pale as she leaned against a grand tree, while a youthful man knelt before her, his head lowered as he kissed and caressed her. Much of her alabaster bosom was exposed, and under the cool moonlight, faint blue veins were visible. Soren's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the young man's mouth, which held a crimson grape that he licked and nibbled, while his other hand roughly groped the woman's voluptuous form. Soren's footsteps were nearly silent. Yet the enchanting woman easily detected his presence. She lifted her gaze, revealing her haunting green eyes, and teasingly licked her blood-red lips, remarking, "It appears I am fortunate today." The young man, lost in his pleasures, remained oblivious, fully absorbed in the allure before him. Soren halted, observing the captivating woman from a distance. She remained still, prompting him to do the same. This was a bloodline, a servant cultivated by vampires, possessing greater strength than lowly blood slaves. Although many tales romanticize vampires, adventurers view them as perilous and malevolent beings. The challenge rating for a true vampire is 8, with an individual level of 16, categorizing them as a powerful silver species with formidable spell-like abilities. Bloodlines possess a challenge rating of 6 and an individual level of 12, inheriting some vampiric powers. Vampires are masters of manipulating negative energy, their propagation governed by strict hierarchies. Many creatures deemed vampires in the outside world are actually lesser bloodlines that require extensive time to meet the standards of true vampires. Vampires possess lethal toxins within their fangs. Despite their attempts to romanticize the dark ecstasy of being drained, it ultimately leads to victims being gradually eroded by the poison, transforming them into blood slaves. This toxin turns humans into half-undead beings, erasing their consciousness until they become mere blood-supplying monsters. They are perilous and deadly. Soren had encountered vampires on numerous occasions, as they are among the most active beings in the realm of darkness. Virtually every city bears witness to their presence. High-ranking vampires masquerade as human nobles, while their lesser counterparts dwell in basements, sewers, and graveyards. They resemble predators lurking in the shadows. A brief silence enveloped the scene. The young man before the alluring woman seemed entranced by desire, completely unaware of the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. He had fallen victim to the spell of charming humans, his mind consumed by insatiable lust. Mental spells exploit weaknesses of will, and vampires excel at beguiling their prey with their appearance, igniting their desires to weaken their resolve, allowing them to ensnare their minds in an instant. Willpower is a formidable force. Strong wills can even interfere with elemental energies in the natural world. Soren paid no heed to the unfortunate prey, instead calculating his odds against the bloodline. Her agility likely surpassed his, her strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human, coupled with an extraordinary instinct for evasion. In terms of power, she was no less formidable than the abyssal serpent demon he had previously faced. Considering the injuries to his legs, Soren ultimately concluded that he had no chance of victory. Thus, there was but one recourse. Soren slightly bent forward, intertwining his left hand's fingers upon his collarbone, and intoned, "Shadows cloak the world. The masked emissary of darkness gazes upon us. Glory be to the faceless sovereign." The enchanting woman's teasing smile gradually faded as her brow furrowed, her gaze piercing into Soren. In a low voice, she responded, "The night governs our fate. The will of the progenitor guides our path. Lady of the night, protect your faithful." A glimmer of relief washed over Soren, though his expression remained unchanged. He gently nodded and took a step back, signaling his lack of hostility, while bowing slightly. "Esteemed lady, may the night forever favor you. Please enjoy your repast in peace. No one shall disturb you." With that, he turned and departed in another direction. The enchanting woman continued to watch his retreating figure, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation before ultimately dismissing her thoughts and returning her focus to the young man before her. She parted her lips, revealing sharp fangs, her expression tinged with greed and yearning as she sank them deep into her prey's artery. Blood surged into her mouth, and a look of satisfied ecstasy graced her features, while the young man remained blissfully unaware, lost in pleasure, oblivious to the specter of death that loomed. A hungry bloodline. Prey seldom survives until dawn in their grasp. Throughout, Soren had not cast a single glance at the unfortunate young man. It was only after leaving the cemetery that he exhaled a breath of relief. The words he had just spoken were a coded language of the Shadow Mask, a powerful organization manipulating the Grey Realm, where thieves frequently interacted with dark beings. If the woman had not responded, combat would have been inevitable. Yet, her acknowledgement of his words indicated her awareness of the Shadow Mask, likely averting this confrontation. What Soren had articulated was indeed a form of coded language. The former signified his membership in the Shadow Mask, encompassing gestures and speech, while the latter indicated his allegiance to the Lord of Shadows, a truth known only to core members. The bloodline understood this meaning, which led to her hesitation before acting, ultimately allowing Soren to escape. From her coded signals, Soren discerned that she was a high-ranking vampire bloodline cultivated from a progenitor and a devotee of the Lady of the Night. The Lord of Shadows was an ally of the Lady of the Night, and their followers rarely clashed. Coupled with the caution regarding the Shadow Mask, this was sufficient to dissuade her from pursuing additional prey. More importantly, Soren had explicitly indicated his desire for her to enjoy her meal undisturbed, conveying no intention of interference. His step back signified peace, expressing that having found her meal, she would risk offending the Shadow Mask by attacking a follower of the Lord of Shadows. Of course, Soren was neither a member of the Shadow Mask nor a devotee of the Lord of Shadows. He was, in fact, deceiving her. Yet, this seemed the best course of action. The resolution of problems does not solely lie in combat. Had Soren only known fighting, he would not have survived to reach the realm of legends in this world where saints abound and liches are as common as dogs. There exists an abundance of entities that surpass one's own strength, and the likelihood of encountering deities is indeed quite high. Victory through weakness can sometimes be a necessary strategy, particularly when faced with those chaotic and malevolent demons, whose inherent madness renders negotiation exceedingly challenging. Thus, whenever circumstances permit, one must often learn how to evade conflict. At the very least, shunning battles with no prospect of success until one is assured of their safety. It was only then that Sauron truly sighed in relief, simultaneously noticing what appeared to be a new addition to his attributes page. The first line seemed to have materialized as he departed from the treasure cave, triggered by an eerie voice that had alerted him, causing him to overlook this particular information. It read, "Exploration successful. After a grueling subterranean adventure, your skills have seen a notable enhancement. Stealth 1, Traps 1. This constituted the first line of text. Subsequently, after narrowly escaping from the hands of the Bloodline and avoiding an unwinnable confrontation, another line appeared. It stated, Negotiation successful. You have successfully deceived a formidable Bloodline. You have evaded a battle. Negotiation 1, Deception 3, Performance 1. This data was displayed in a single row. Sauron then observed that his data page, in addition to his original rogue skills, now boasted several new abilities. Basic skills, Stealth 103, Theft 35, Lockpicking 45, Traps 55, Negotiation 1, Deception 3, Performance 1. Is this truly possible? A hint of astonishment flickered across Sauron's visage. Chapter 20, The Son of God. The night in Amber City was eerily quiet. Ever since the skinning incident, no one dared to venture outside after dark, not even those who dwelt on the fringes of the gray area. Even they remained on their own turf, filled with trepidation. The dark domain harbored pure evil and chaos, while the gray area, despite frequent contact, maintained its boundaries. The city's guard had yielded no results. The nobility repeatedly urged them to resolve the situation swiftly, and the church began to exert pressure as well. An atmosphere of panic spread further, leading the church to lose patience with the guards and dispatch their own temple knights and paladins for investigation. Regrettably, these malevolent beings proved exceedingly cunning. Not only did they fail to uncover any clues, but they also lost a comrade. The body of the fallen was discovered hanging at the city gates the following day, accompanied by a complete human skin. Fear brewed in the night. The assault on the temple knights by the cultists of the Dark God ultimately incited the ire of the church. The temples of the three lawful deities in Amber City began to send forth high-ranking temple guards, and even the bishop overseeing the surrounding region joined the fray. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground chamber, the walls were adorned with bizarre carvings depicting bones, lava, demons, altars, and a shadowy figure of a dark deity. Eerie phosphorescent flames flickered, casting an ominous glow around the space. A group of black-robed cultists knelt before the altar, their hands intertwined as they prayed, while an indistinct red-robed priest stood above, holding a crystal orb in his pale hands, reciting ancient demonic incantations. Great High Priest, according to the prophecy left by our master, the first son of fear shall awaken in the depths of despair. Yet we do not sense the presence of the divine child. The skinning ritual has already commenced. The aura of fear is spreading through the city. However, the temple guards are closing in on us, and we have already lost several members. Should we continue the ritual in anticipation of the Son of Fear's awakening? A bizarre purple flame materialized. An indistinguishable voice, devoid of gender or age, echoed throughout the chamber, slowly declaring, the prophecy has been interfered with. The gods seem to have perceived our master's designs. Proceed with the sacred skinning ritual. Spreading the power of fear to the southern duchy, the second son of fear shall awaken beneath a certain sunset. The red-robed priest bowed devoutly, his gaze resolute as he replied, the ritual shall continue. The will of our master shall envelop the abyss. Beneath the altar, the cultists knelt, their prayers resonating, and streams of malevolent energy coalesced within the chamber. Nightfall rendered Amber City off-limits, particularly after the skinning incident, with more guards stationed at the gates and strict scrutiny imposed on any activities. Thus, Soren was compelled to remain outside the city for the night, planning to devise a way to enter the temple district the following day. In the dawn sanctuary, a gentle radiance enveloped the hall, pervaded by an atmosphere of tranquility, serenity, and hope. This was the result of a solidified blessing spell, utilizing the divine power gathered within the temple, allowing worshippers to experience spiritual fulfillment upon entering. A diminutive figure knelt before the towering, majestic idol. Priestess Anya pushed open the large doors and, glancing at the little girl before the temple, softly inquired, Vivian, Are you praying to the Lord of Dawn? The young girl lifted her head slightly, glancing at the young woman behind her, and nodded obediently. Yes. I pray for his protection over my brother. Although Soren had not mentioned it, Vivian understood he was likely engaged in perilous endeavors. The little girl did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she silently prayed for Soren, beseeching the gods to bestow upon him a fragment of luck. The young priestess approached and gently patted the girl's head, saying, "You should pray at dawn. For the Lord of Dawn listens to the prayers of his followers at that time." The girl nodded with a semblance of understanding and replied, "All right. Tomorrow. You can take me to pray." Anya observed the charming girl before her, smiling as she nodded. "Vivian, would you like to embrace the faith of the Lord of Dawn? I sense a unique talent in you, perhaps a potential to become a priestess. If you wish to serve the Lord of Dawn, your family may be granted sanctuary by the temple, and perhaps Soren will find a respectable job in the future, considering his remarkable skills." The little girl fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Her expression hinted at intrigue, yet she quickly responded, "I'd like to consult my brother before making a decision. If he agrees, I would like to try." For some reason, as she mentioned trying, she felt an inexplicable sense of aversion. Since childhood, her perceptions had been keen. Yet she did not know why she harbored a distaste for the gods. Thus, both she and Soren remained non-believers, lacking even a superficial adherence to any deity. The girl could not articulate why, but she felt that if she were to embrace their faith, it would uncomfortably jar her spirit. For example, the brilliance within the temple, while soothing to others, felt off-putting to her. Were it not for her prayers for Soren, she would have been reluctant to enter the grand hall. "Very well." The young priestess expressed a flicker of joy, gently pulling her up. "Perhaps you could start by learning some fundamental divine spells. For instance, this one." Anya uttered a peculiar monosyllable, and a glimmer of light manifested at her fingertips, illuminating the surrounding area like a candle flame. "This is the light spell." She smiled at the wide-eyed little girl. "It's a simple divine spell. If you possess the potential to be a priestess, you should grasp it swiftly. However, you must first undergo a baptism. The sacred ceremony will allow you to sense the power of the gods. The baptism is pivotal in becoming a priestess. It amplifies one's perception, enabling those with priestly potential to detect the divine power of spells. Paladins, temple knights, rangers, and others can gradually master low-tier divine spells after this ritual. Yet, this is merely the initial ceremony. Further along the path, priests will encounter more significant sacred rites. Suddenly, a loud clang resonated from outside the grand hall, interrupting the young priestess. A heavily armored temple guard entered, his armor clanking with every step. A trace of blood stained his stern visage as he approached Anya, gravely announcing, "Matthias has been wounded. We discovered the lair of those fallen beings, and Matthias was pierced through the heart in battle." Socha's expression subtly shifted as she addressed Vivian before her. "You may return to your room by yourself later. Laskov, lead me to the scene." The two departed swiftly. Recently, the followers of the malevolent deities had become exceedingly bold, their wicked skinning rituals alarming numerous temples, including the guards of the Dawn Temple who also joined the fray. Matos, a third-tier temple guard, boasted a profession level exceeding 10. Even he had sustained serious injuries during the battle, indicating the formidable strength of the malevolent cultists this time around. Vivian silently observed the two as they left. Once they were gone, she raised her delicate, pale fingertip and murmured to herself, "Is it true that uttering this syllable grants access to divine arts?" A brilliant light erupted forth. The young girl gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as she beheld the radiance emanating from her fingertip, seemingly in disbelief. A hint of fear flickered across her face, prompting her to shake her fingers in an attempt to extinguish the glow. However, she quickly acclimated, curiously examining her fingertip and murmuring, "Is it truly this simple? Can I really wield divine arts like this?" Chapter 21. Dimensional Bag. Soren's injuries healed remarkably well. By the following day, he exhibited no visible signs of his affliction while walking. Only during intense physical activity did he experience slight discomfort, provided the wounds remained intact. He would fully recover within 2 days. This pursuit of a 20-point extraordinary constitution was paramount for Soren, should he further enhance his physique. His regenerative abilities would allow him to mend such injuries in a single day. The treasure cave was merely a low-level adventure site. Should one wish to delve into deeper subterranean ruins or more advanced adventure locales, the time required could extend beyond a month. This duration encompassed not only the exploration of the ruins but also the wilderness survival events encountered along the way, as well as the potential for human-made accidents. Thus, physical constitution significantly impacts an adventurer's sustained survival capabilities. For instance, Soren once encountered a foolish mage who, in the confines of a narrow underground cavern, unleashed a powerful fireball. The result was a collapse of the cave. Fortunately, his high-level companions suffered no casualties, yet they found themselves trapped underground for an entire week, ultimately digging their way out by hand. Therefore, one must remember to steer clear of those less than bright mages. At times, they are more perilous than the monsters themselves. However, this was not the most egregious incident. That dubious honor belonged to a certain priest who, within the ruins, cast an earthquake spell, leading to a catastrophic collapse. Most of the potential rewards were obliterated, and his comrades were entombed hundreds of meters below ground. Ultimately, only a stout dwarf warrior with a constitution exceeding 25 points emerged alive. This priest earned the notorious title of Pitfall among adventurers, embodying a nightmare for all who dared to venture forth. Nonetheless, such misadventures were typically perpetrated by players. The native story-driven mages were often skilled, capable of turning the tide with an inconspicuous low-level spell. Alas, these narrative mages were the most difficult to recruit as allies. Before meeting Vivian, Soren made a visit to the arcane shop. The city gates were heavily guarded, and the scrutiny of outsiders was intense. The skinning incident had escalated following its initial emergence, revealing signs of worsening chaos. Yet Soren understood this was merely the beginning, for in his recollections, the skinning incident was an insidious chain of sacrificial rituals, ultimately affecting the entire southern region, encompassing 6 kingdoms, 18 duchies, 31 city-states, and over 300 cities. At least 200,000 players engaged with the unfolding narrative, leading to the emergence of more than 20 legendary-class adventurers. This period marked one of the player's most helpless times. Reflecting on the memories, Soren attempted to ascertain the current timeline. The skinning incident had only just begun, and the ancient red dragon had yet to manifest. This indicated that approximately a year remained until the gods were stripped of their powers and compelled to descend as saints. With certain extraordinary events factored in, he likely had another 2 years to amass strength. In 2 years, a grave event would transpire, the fall of the goddess of magic, resulting in the complete collapse of the magical network system, rendering all wizards temporarily powerless. The goddess was a formidable deity, the first to be struck during tumultuous times, overseeing the magical network that facilitated spellcasting for wizards. This was the very magic system utilized by wizards to access their spell slots. Currently, the number of wizards was substantial, and almost every city boasted an arcane shop. It was only after the goddess's fall that their numbers began to dwindle significantly. With the collapse of the magical network system, wizards would lose their spell slots. Those with intelligence below 18 would be entirely stripped of their ability to cast spells, and those below 20 could only perform the most basic cantrips. Only wizards with intelligence above 20 would possess the insight to analyze and comprehend the world's rules, gradually regaining their spell-casting abilities through their personal mana and understanding of the rules. The magical network system was both a convenience and a constraint on spellcasting power. It enabled less gifted wizards, those with intelligence below 18, to cast spells more easily while simultaneously restricting powerful wizards, those with innate intelligence above 18, from evolving into formidable archmages. Henceforth, wizards would find themselves in one of 2 extremes, either utterly inept or extraordinarily transformed. However, these matters lay in the future. At present, the magical network system functioned normally, allowing all wizards to channel their mana through the network, leveraging the goddess's power to access spell slots, albeit with the necessity of frequent spell memorization. Soren meticulously organized his memories, recognizing the significance of the goddess's fall. The resulting upheaval would reverberate across countless realms. During that time, the value of extraordinary items soared, with low-level dimensional bags, once worth about 100 gold denders, skyrocketing to over 500. As the goddess fell, many deities would also perish among mortals, causing numerous priests and druids to lose their ability to cast spells. Only those whose relevant attributes surpassed 20 points, entering the realm of the extraordinary, would be able to utilize their own power to grasp the world's rules and gradually restore their spellcasting abilities. The advent of this period was not far off. If Soren recalled correctly, the goddess of magic was among the first deities to fall, and soon enough, wizards would lose their casting abilities, heralding the dawn of the era of arcane revival. The arcane shop was rather unremarkable. Wizards typically preferred to avoid interacting with ordinary individuals, and even other professions found it challenging to engage with them. Among all spellcasting classes, only priests could be deemed somewhat approachable. Soren gently pushed open a wooden door, revealing a spacious yet sparsely populated arcane shop, with a few counters displaying enchanted equipment. Customers were few and far between, as the merchandise was prohibitively expensive for the average person. "Are you selling or buying?" An elderly man, rather lethargic, glanced at Soren. Donning glasses and holding a tome as thick as a brick, he looked up before stating indifferently, "If you wish to sell enchanted equipment, let me assess its value. If you're seeking to purchase, feel free to browse." The arcane shop was established by the Wizards Alliance, scattered across most cities, staffed by wizards of at least second tier, who rotated periodically. At present, the Wizards Alliance remained relatively powerful and prosperous. It was only after the goddess of magic's fall that their strength began to decline dramatically, leading many to exploit the arcane shop in times of chaos. However, engaging in such actions now would be tantamount to courting death. The old man seemed to perceive Soren's profession and cautioned, "Do not tamper with the items here. They are laced with magical traps. Everyone knows that the hands of rogues are the most untrustworthy." Certainly, Sauron would not seek his own demise. Instead, he drew forth the two serpent demon longswords, placing them directly before the elderly man. This individual was a third-tier wizard, likely of a scholarly level exceeding 10 in both academia and sorcery. To vanquish Sauron would merely take a matter of moments. The old man cast a brief glance at the serpent demon longswords, an expression of astonishment crossing his features as he murmured, "Abyssal fire rock?" He strained to lift one of the longswords, his fingers brushing along the blade. Wizards typically possess limited physical prowess and a constitution inferior to that of other professions. Only upon entering the legendary realm can they undergo special rituals to enhance their being. The old man scrutinized the sword carefully before retracting his fingers, remarking, "Such material is indeed wasted on weapon forging." Casting a glance at Sauron, he refrained from inquiring about the origins of the weapons and simply stated, 80 Gindlers. The arcane shop had its own channels. They accepted all extraordinary equipment without questioning their provenance, regardless of whether they were ill-gotten gains. Sorcerers have never been averse to wealth. Their spending habits are notoriously rapid. 120 Gindlers. Upon hearing the old man's offer, Sauron's brow furrowed. He replied slowly, "This sword is forged from abyssal fire rock. According to the pricing standards for weapons, the price of great swords fluctuates by approximately 50. This sword, whether sold or repurposed as material, ought to be valued above 200 Gindlers. If transported to the northern or prairie regions, its worth could even reach 300 Gindlers. That is a profit exceeding double. 80 Gindlers is simply too paltry. If entrusted to the Thieves' Guild, the price would certainly be higher." The old man regarded Sauron with a hint of surprise before conceding, "You are quite knowledgeable about market trends." "Very well, 120 Gindlers it is." He gently shook a bell, and soon a heavy figure emerged from the back, an imposing stone golem, an alchemical construct of life. The golem grasped the serpent demon long sword and entered through the rear door, returning shortly with an inconspicuous bag. This was a dimensional bag. The old man opened it, pouring its contents onto the counter, revealing a glimmering pile of Gindlers. "More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a chapter load failure. Please disable your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL into another browser for reading." He swept his gaze over the pile, and with a flick of his finger, the Gindlers divided themselves into two heaps. A smaller portion flew into the dimensional bag, while the larger portion was pushed towards Sauron. This was the mage's hand, a remarkably convenient ability. Indeed, sorcerers are lavish in their expenditures. After accepting the two serpent demon longswords, the old man returned his attention to the books, casually stating, "Feel free to browse. Let me know if you wish to purchase anything." 240 Gindlers, a substantial sum, weighing a total of 12 pounds, approximately 5 kilograms, which was somewhat cumbersome to carry and could even impede combat abilities. Sauron extracted a portion, precisely 100 Gindlers, and declared, "I desire a low-grade dimensional bag." The old man nodded, taking the Gindlers and retrieving an unassuming bag from a drawer. "Handle it with care," he cautioned Sauron, perhaps finding him somewhat agreeable. "It possesses only the most rudimentary enchantments for protection. Under normal usage, it should not sustain damage. However, if deliberately harmed, its contents will spill forth." Sauron acknowledged this information, placing 140 Gindlers within. The low-grade dimensional bag provided 3 feet of space, with an opening half a foot wide, suitable for storing smaller items. It was susceptible to destruction during an attack, which could result in catastrophic loss of its contents, potentially even into the void of space. The risk of damage to extraordinary items below the legendary tier was considerable, including Sauron's ogre bracers, which could also fail in battle. Some items might even become irreparable upon damage. With the transaction complete, Sauron swiftly departed the arcane shop, making his way toward the blacksmith near the Grand Plaza. He required a curved blade. Extraordinary-grade curved blades were difficult to procure in the south, necessitating the purchase of a standard military-grade curved blade for the time being. A series of data emerged. Negotiation successful. You have successfully elevated the value of the items sold. Valuation 1, Negotiation 1. Chapter 22, The Adventurers Guild Amber City. A settlement with a history exceeding 6 centuries traces its origins back to the diversion of the Agate River. The severe desertification of the upstream plains and an epic upheaval known as the Rampant Serpent Uprising further strained the relationship between the human realms and the Druids, resulting in a shift of the river's course by nearly 60 kilometers. Even to this day, the Druids impose restrictions on human activities that threaten the natural environment, resorting to armed resistance when deemed necessary. The river's alteration precipitated the decline of one city while simultaneously fostering the prosperity of Amber City. In stark contrast to the squalor of the impoverished districts, the streets within Amber City are notably broad and tidy, with cobblestone pathways capable of accommodating 10 horse-drawn carts side by side. However, this pristine condition is maintained at the expense of driving out vagrants and the destitute. Each entry into Amber City demands a fee of 1 copper durley, a sum that the lower classes and homeless are often unable to muster. Even if they manage to slip in unnoticed, they risk detection by the night patrols, which could lead to their expulsion by the city guards. Such circumstances are commonplace in southern cities, where the divide between the city and its outskirts is starkly pronounced. The noble district is a veritable paradise, adorned with flourishing gardens, majestic edifices, and exquisite sculptures. Even the likes of Soren would find it challenging to gain entry, as it is diligently guarded by elite noble sentinels. The Grand Square serves as Amber City's bustling marketplace, facilitating the trade of goods transported from afar, thus generating substantial tax revenues for the city and securing the financial well-being of the nobility. A single estate's agricultural yield barely exceeds a meager sum of 10 gold durleys annually. For the aristocracy, engaging in the riverine trade routes is the most prudent method of amassing wealth and fortifying their lineage. As Soren traverses the city, he observes numerous heavily armed guards. The recent skinning incidents have cast a shadow over Amber City, prompting merchants to hastily dispose of their wares and depart. For past experiences have taught them that regions plagued by dark forces invariably invite trouble and peril. Directly opposite the square lies the Adventurers Guild, a vast and loosely organized entity with a presence spanning across the globe, yet its administration comprises representatives from various factions. No kingdom, noble house, or church, nor any other organization scattered throughout the world, would permit the Adventurers Guild to form a unified will. Thus, they ensure the preservation of their influence within this sprawling network. The Adventurers Guild consists of councils from diverse regions, each operating independently. For instance, the Guild in Amber City oversees operations within a 500-kilometer radius, encompassing 3 cities, 21 towns, and over 100 villages. The council's members are drawn from the nobility, the church, and local powers, maintaining parity with adventurers' guilds worldwide while upholding a framework of shared interests. Soren finds himself in need of an adventurer's identity. The requirements to become an adventurer are minimal. No proficiency assessments are necessary. Only the ability to pay the application fee of 10 gold durleys, a sum sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for 3 years. Every adventurer's status begins at F level, marked with a mystical seal that can be verified at any adventurer's guild around the world. Of course, if one possesses sufficient strength. Forgery is also an option. The primary utility of an adventurer's identity is as a passport, for many locales are not accessible at will. This world is characterized by a strong sense of regional identity, with population mobility being a slow affair due to the multitude of dangers in the wild. Many ordinary individuals may never venture beyond a few dozen miles from their homeland, while local activities may not necessitate such documentation. Those aspiring to explore distant lands must procure 2 essential items: proof of citizenship as a free individual and an adventurer's identification. These credentials can alleviate significant hostility and complications. Naturally, if one can acquire noble status, the process becomes even simpler. Disguising oneself is permissible as long as one does not draw suspicion. Soren must first secure an adventurer's identity, followed by proof of freedom for himself and Vivian, enabling them to navigate the majority of southern regions with ease. Without these documents, many towns and villages would deny them entry. Even with such identification, in areas characterized by exclusivity and strong regional sentiment, a guard captain may still approach for a conversation, delivering a stern warning against causing disturbances. This is a genuine concern, as many individuals, eager for adventure, find themselves repeatedly questioned upon arrival in new locales, eventually becoming subjects of scrutiny. The Adventurers Guild itself boasts a modest membership, for it is a perilous vocation, one from which many retire prematurely. A single misstep in battle can leave one with lasting injuries, drastically diminishing their prowess. Without the means for expensive magical healing, retirement may become inevitable. Countless F-level adventurers are registered with the guild, yet only a mere 10% ascend to E-level, and fewer than 1% attain D-level status. However, should one possess an E-level adventurer's identity and an unblemished family background, securing a position within a local guard unit becomes relatively straightforward. While the income may not match that of adventurers, it offers a stable source of livelihood sufficient for marriage and raising a family. After all, not everyone possesses the desire for adventure, and the inherent risks are borne at the cost of one's life. The tasks displayed here are quite formal, as many lower-tier assignments are privately commissioned and circumvent the guild's processes. The most basic tasks are rated at F level, with challenges generally exceeding level 5. For instance, Soren observes a notice detailing a recent emergence of goblins and the presence of wergs in a village named Snada, situated within the territory of Lord Tenado. The local militia is ill-equipped to confront these creatures, thus offering a reward of 50 gold durleys for adventurers willing to eliminate the menace. The task is rated F level. This is merely the fundamental record of the assignment. Should one consider accepting the task, it would be prudent to assess their capability against a horde of goblins, exceeding 20, and a handful of wergs, between 1 and 5. This is merely the beginning. Before committing to the mission, one must ascertain the true number of adversaries, ensuring that it aligns with the reported figures. Should the threat prove substantial, preparations for a strategic plan may commence. However, if the enemy's numbers far exceed those recorded, one must be prepared to make a decision, to abandon the mission and demand compensation for travel expenses, or to persist in the task while negotiating for a greater reward. Alternatively, one might simply choose to disregard the situation entirely, opting to resolve the trouble and depart with the money. Soren still vividly recalls his first mission. He had enlisted 2 companions, and the difficulty was comparable to the present challenge. Yet, in the end, a marauding ogre emerged, nearly claiming his life. Had the client not increased the reward by 50%, Soren might have resorted to violence against him. This is no jest. Soren had indeed committed such an act. He once hanged a client who deceived him about the mission's difficulty, leading to the death of a comrade, on a flagpole, mercilessly whipping him to death, and then left the corpse suspended for 3 days and nights. That fallen comrade was his first indigenous ally, a somewhat bashful, broad-shouldered boy from the Kiba tribe, with 2 younger brothers and a sister, before persuading him to leave his home and join the quest. Soren had promised his mother he would earn enough to repair the village ravaged by the mountain flood and return safely. He was the only professional in that remote village. A level 6 exceptional warrior who had once saved Soren's life, shielding him from 3 arrows, ultimately sacrificing himself to cover Soren's escape. By the time Soren found him, the body had been ravaged by gnolls, reduced to little more than a half-eaten shell, with not even a complete corpse to recover. On that day, Soren Chapter 23, Funeral. The Adventurers Guild does not concern itself with mundane tasks. It is a place where fortunes are made and lost on the edge of a blade. Even the most rudimentary quest yields a reward exceeding 10 gold thalers, a sum sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for 3 years. Soren eschewed all available commissions. Upon verifying his identity and obtaining the Adventurers Guild insignia, he proceeded directly to the city hall. He sought to procure certificates of freeman status for himself and Vivian, an endeavor costing approximately 15 gold thalers. This would formally elevate them from the pauper class to that of citizens, affording them relative freedom of movement within the southern kingdoms, provided they were undeterred by the perils of the wilderness. Venturing into quests prematurely was inadvisable. In the Clash of Gods universe, the concept of grinding was non-existent. The population of wild monsters mirrored that of humans. Once an area was purged of gnolls, their presence would remain absent for an extended duration, persisting until gnolls from other regions migrated to fill the void. These creatures would not passively await their demise. They would set traps, ambush, and circle their prey, establish encampments, and flee when circumstances dictated. A common adage echoed within the taverns: an adventurer's journey is incomplete until they have stumbled into a kobold trap, been besieged by goblins, and subjected to a midnight gnoll raid. This notion was steeped in grim reality. Countless novices, emboldened by their newfound second-tier status, eagerly embarked on adventures, only to meet their demise at the hands of these seemingly insignificant monsters. Imagine a horde of monsters unbound by convention, preying upon the isolated and retreating from the multitude. They would exploit their surroundings, construct rudimentary snares within the forests, engage in reconnaissance, launch ambushes, feign surrender, and resort to deception. Ill fortune could even lead one to encounter a dragon-blooded sorcerer among the ostensibly low-level kobolds, whose mere 5 levels of experience could obliterate the unwary. Amidst the unpredictable vicissitudes of the wilderness, even the most vaunted mages dared not presume to be capable of surmounting every contingency. With sufficient wealth, most obstacles could be readily surmounted. Soren secured his certificates of freeman status with nary a hitch, provided one possessed no documented criminal record. The city hall staff could expedite the process within a quarter of an hour, affixing the city lord's arcane seal. They cared not for Soren's past as a petty thief. Their sole concern lay with the glint of gold thalers. Even a prior infraction with the constabulary could be effortlessly expunged. The title of freeman was, in essence, a purchased privilege. With greater affluence, one could even procure the title of honorary citizen, akin to a representative of sorts. Many underworld figures held prominent positions within the city, often bearing the title of honorary citizen in the absence of noble lineage. Possessing the identity of an adventurer greatly facilitated matters. Soren could directly purchase military-grade weaponry from the armory. Such armaments commanded prices several-fold higher than their civilian counterparts, boasting commensurate quality. The open sale of such weapons was lawful, as their exorbitant cost rendered them inaccessible to the common populace. A military-grade scimitar, forged using folded, refined steel, devoid of any supernatural enchantments, weighing approximately 6 pounds, and incorporating a modicum of black steel, commanded a price of 15 gold thalers. A military-grade chainmail shirt, crafted with interlocking rings, weighing approximately 15 pounds, and similarly devoid of supernatural enchantments, was valued at 80 gold thalers, the equivalent of an ordinary citizen's entire estate. A standard residence within Amber City's outer district was priced between 30 and 50 gold thalers. The more advanced plate armor and full plate armor represented the culmination of many warriors' protracted endeavors, exceeding even certain supernatural items in value. A suit of full plate armor commanded a price of 1,500 to 2,000 gold thalers. Currently, only members of the nobility, minor lords, could afford such equipment. Even many high-level adventurers found it beyond their means. Such a suit of armor could be exchanged for a small farmstead of approximately 150 acres. Having concluded his affairs, Soren had expended half a day. Approximately 100 gold thalers remained in his coffers, a considerable sum, sufficient to sustain him and Vivian for over a decade under ordinary circumstances. However, Soren harbored grander ambitions, necessitating the acquisition of sundry provisions and wilderness gear. Indeed, he intended to depart. According to his recollections, the carnage wrought by the skinning murders far exceeded the immediate scope, with the conflagration of war gradually engulfing the entirety of the southern regions. The safest haven lay within the Elven Kingdom. At least until the advent of the ancient Red Dragon, the Saint Cataclysm would prove unstoppable. To avoid being summarily eradicated, the optimal course of action was to evacuate the affected areas, accumulating strength in a relatively secure locale. During that era, approximately 3 million players directly intervened in the tumultuous times of the Saint Cataclysm. The most formidable among them had attained 18 levels of expertise, standing but a step away from legendary status, yet they were effortlessly annihilated by the Saints. The death toll defied calculation. Tens of millions of professionals were slaughtered without ceremony. A cataclysm beyond human intervention. Departure was the most prudent option. Soren vividly recalled the futility of his prior confrontation with a demigod. It was a battle waged on entirely disparate planes. Only upon entering the legendary domain did one truly possess the power to challenge divinity. Journeying from the Dream Forest to the Elven Kingdom, then diverting to the Icewind Dale, would allow them to evade the most chaotic initial 3 years, awaiting the fall of the first deities. The shattered divine sparks would then be seized by mortals, who, possessing divine essence yet lacking in power, would become the most vulnerable prey. This was the greatest opportunity of the year of turmoil, one that Soren had failed to seize in his former life, but one that he could now begin to plan for in advance. Temple District. En route to the Temple of the Morning Dawn to retrieve Vivian, Soren toyed with his newly acquired weapon. He needed to familiarize himself with its length, weight, and feel, ensuring that he could wield it to its full potential in combat. His proficiency with military weaponry was of little consequence if he could not adapt to the unique characteristics of each weapon. Even standard-issue military equipment possessed subtle variations. Such details were paramount, for life and death hung in the balance. A series of data points materialized before his eyes. Item type, military scimitar. Item grade, refined weapon. Item description, a weapon forged using folded steel, far surpassing ordinary weapons in both resilience and strength. Only smiths possessing a forging skill of 150 or higher could craft such equipment. Equipment requirement, 10 strength or higher. Equipment effect, black steel property, 1 sharpness. Strictly speaking, the scimitar possessed a modicum of enchantment, owing to its black steel property, which denoted a degree of strength augmentation. During the fray, the arms were not easily impaired and could withstand substantial cleaving attacks. As for the subsequent 1 sharpness, this attribute, inherent to refined items, could rather effortlessly penetrate certain leather armaments. Upon entering the Temple of the Dawn, Soren discerned an atmosphere of unusual gravity. Reverend Feel was conducting a funeral for a temple guard. 5 heavily armored warriors, clad in full plate, stood solemnly around, their hands resting on swords planted into the ground, their mottled cloaks bearing traces of dried blood. As the Reverend concluded the final prayer, they knelt on one knee, their armor emitting a resounding clang. With gazes fixed forward, they intoned solemnly, "Advance dauntlessly, fearing no foe. Protect the vulnerable, uphold justice. Treat others with humility, be honest and faithful. Be unswervingly loyal to that which we cherish. Be courageous and upright, preferring death to dishonor. In the name of the divine, we pledge our resolve." The resounding oath echoed within the temple. Reverend Field gently closed the eyes of the deceased, a knight of the Lord of the Dawn. His hands clasped the sword hilt upon his chest, and he was adorned in complete armor. Though the bloodstains had been meticulously cleaned, numerous remnants of past battles remained. The coffin was austere, devoid of flowers or adornments, save for the armor and weapons that accompanied him. Armor and weapons are a warrior's second life. These accoutrements, which had accompanied him in his earthly battles, would be interred with him. May his soul ascend swiftly to the domain of the Lord of the Dawn. Reverend Feel raised his hand, scattering holy water. In concert with the priest's supplication, a hallowed radiance emanated from within the temple. This signified that the Lord of the Dawn was aware of the valiant demise of a faithful follower, whose emissary would escort the warrior's soul into the divine realm. There, his soul would undergo rejuvenation, and the purer the soul, the greater the power it would attain in the divine domain. Holy light descends? Verily, His convictions during his mortal existence were steadfast. Upon rebirth in the divine realm, he shall become more than a mere petitioner. Soren surveyed his surroundings and swiftly espied Vivian's diminutive figure. She stood behind the maiden priest, silently observing the simple, yet dignified and solemn funeral. The intrinsic nature of warriors dictates that they perpetually charge into the vanguard. They are among the most vulnerable to death. Therefore, regardless of their prowess, one should retain a modicum of reverence for those warriors who are devoted to their mission and who defend their comrades with their very beings. Soren bowed slightly in homage. This was a valiant warrior, whose battered armor bespoke the glory of a warrior. Chapter 24. Preparing for departure, Soren remained patiently in wait. Only after the funeral rites concluded did he approach Vivian, offering a slight nod of gratitude to the clergyman before him. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. I intend to take her with me. Upon seeing Soren, a glimmer of joy illuminated Vivian's face. She reached out her small hand, grasping one of Soren's fingers, and exclaimed with delight, "Brother, you're back." A trace of melancholy lingered on the clergyman's countenance, a testament to the sorrow she still felt for the departed. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at Soren. Clerics possess a heightened sense of perception, and in her eyes, the Soren of old resembled a mere street urchin. Though possessing a certain dexterity, he lacked the experience of true combat. Yet, the Soren before her now emanated the aura of a warrior, bearing a presence akin to the temple guards, a profound and settled air of lethal experience. Many of the temple guards were veterans of the battlefield or had endured countless skirmishes. How could Soren have undergone such a transformation so swiftly? Could he have experienced something significant in these mere 2 days? Soren inclined his head slightly towards the clergyman, Father Fear, in the distance, before preparing to depart with Vivian. Hold a moment. The young clergyman interjected, swiftly adding, Vivian possesses certain innate gifts. She may have the potential to become a cleric. I believe you should consider leaving her here. If she were to become a cleric, it would greatly benefit her future, at the very least. It would be better than she paused, the unspoken implication clear, better than Soren dragging her into the squalor of the streets. Becoming a cleric of a deity would bestow upon her a noble status, elevating her position considerably, a prospect she deemed far superior to Soren squandering her time within a third-rate gang in the slums. She remained ignorant of Soren's brutal exploits within the slums. Vivian would never reveal such things. In the clergyman's eyes, Soren remained a mere enforcer within some gang. A thief's skills, however refined, will never earn him a place of respectability. Humph. It was Vivian, not Soren, who retorted first. Her expression soured. Her small face contorted with displeasure. She glared fiercely at the clergyman, retorting with indignation, I have no desire to become a cleric. Being with my brother is all that matters. She would brook no disparagement of her brother. What's wrong with being a thief? If not for Soren's perilous acts of thievery, she would not have survived to this day. These lofty, condescending faces. Who could fathom the immense difficulty a teenager faced in raising a mere 3-year-old child? There was a time when her brother toiled as a stevedore at the docks. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, his back bruised and battered. The meager earnings were insufficient to satiate their hunger. In Vivian's heart, her brother sustained her world, and she would never permit anyone to belittle him or speak ill of him, not even the clergyman's sister she held dear. The little girl glared at her, as if the clergyman were her sworn enemy. The clergyman appeared taken aback, never having witnessed such a display of temper from the little girl, especially directed at her. She opened her mouth to offer an apology, yet she remained steadfast in her belief that Soren could not provide her with a better future. A petty thief from the slums, who might, at best, rise to become a gang leader, still living a precarious existence. Vivian deserved a brighter future. The clergyman remained convinced that her intentions were for Vivian's benefit, her expression resolute as she turned her gaze towards Soren, seemingly urging him to recognize that leaving Vivian at the temple would pave the way for a more prosperous future. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Soren merely smiled gently as he stroked Vivian's small head, as if soothing a ruffled kitten. He chuckled as he hoisted Vivian's diminutive form into his arms, then placed her directly upon his shoulders. The little girl immediately giggled, wrapping her arms around Soren's neck, gently rubbing her forehead against his hair. She was always so joyful. Unless deliberately provoked, this quiet little girl could happily busy herself throughout the day, tidying the room, laundering clothes, and arranging belongings. Though the clothes were not always thoroughly cleaned, Soren never paid it much mind. I'm sorry, Soren said, using one hand to steady the little girl's waist, her malnourished frame feeling light as a feather. He slowly shook his head, stating earnestly, Vivian will not become a cleric. Cleric? The year of chaos is on the cusp of beginning. The Lord of Dawn is among the first deities to fall. At that point, the clergyman before him would lose the ability to cast divine spells, unless her perception exceeded 20 points, allowing her to reinterpret divine magic through her own abilities and entrust her faith to the source of order, reinterpreting the world with a pan-faith as its core. Otherwise, she would become an ordinary person, at best possessing some of the combat skills of a cleric. Soren had already resolved to depart. To escape the chaos wrought by the skinning incidents, how could he permit Vivian to remain in the Temple of Dawn? Becoming a cleric of a deity on the verge of demise? Let's go, Soren said, bowing slightly once more to express his gratitude for her care. Then leaving directly with the little girl perched securely upon his shoulders. Regardless, the clergyman had meant well. Yet, for Soren, taking Vivian away to find a safe haven to steadily improve their strength was the optimal course of action. The clergyman watched as the two figures departed. She opened her mouth to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, a mixture of disappointment and envy in her gaze. Living together, relying on each other, she mused. The thought surfacing in her mind. Perhaps, for Vivian, there was truly nothing more joyous than remaining by Soren's side. The clergyman gazed at the little girl's beaming face as she departed, then glanced back at the desolate temple behind her, murmuring, "I hope you take good care of her." She sighed softly, then headed towards the main hall. The nefarious Skinners were growing increasingly brazen, and the three temples in Amber City were planning to join forces to confront them. A major battle might soon erupt. Perhaps it would be better for her to remain with Soren, for she, too, would be participating in the conflict. Leaving Amber City was not as simple as wandering aimlessly outwards. Putting aside the possibility of getting lost, the mere accidents that could occur along the way could prove fatal. To wander alone in the wilderness was either an act of extraordinary skill and courage or a suicidal folly. There was no middle ground. Soren had much to prepare. For instance, he needed to find a merchant caravan and pay a fee to travel with them. He needed to recall his past combat techniques, striving to master basic swordsmanship and then train to grasp, sword stance, heavy cleave. He needed to prepare emergency medicines, ample provisions, camping gear, and even a mount for Vivian. The wilderness was fraught with dangers beyond just monsters, including venomous insects, savage beasts, bandits, and highwaymen. If he were not keenly aware of the magnitude of the chaos that the skinning incidents had unleashed, he would have been loath to embark on this journey with Vivian. However, the time has come to depart, for according to his estimation, within a fortnight, the peeling incident will escalate further. The first Son of God shall soon manifest before the eyes of the world, the fearsome witch, Liliane. The formidable fear demon king, possessing immense divine power, foresaw his own demise. Thus, he bequeathed his progeny to the mortal realm, dispersing his divine essence among them. In the past, certain demonic deities of the abyss have employed a similar tactic, implanting the primordial divinity as seeds within a chosen offspring, intending to consume their souls through this divine essence upon their own downfall, ultimately resurrecting themselves through the power inherited by their descendants. Some have succeeded, while others have faltered. Numerous plans for resurrection have been thwarted, leading to the complete demise of those demons in the mortal realm. Yet, there are those whose resurrection schemes have thrived, reviving in the shattered forms of their offspring, reclaiming their divine power. This is not mere possession, it is the utter annihilation of their progeny, reshaping their bodies anew through divine force. Such is the brutality of the abyssal law. If Soren's memory serves him correctly, at least a dozen sons of God emerged at that time, each offspring of these demonic deities wielding unparalleled strength. The initial chaos was ignited by their actions. The progeny of the fear demon king, embroiled in mutual slaughter, spread terror across the mortal realm, with the peeling incident serving as a catalyst, a nefarious and ancient sacrificial rite. Ultimately, the fearsome witch, Liliane, ascended to become one of the most potent sons of God. Yet, as the tumultuous years commenced, she was vanquished by Lady Silvermoon, the moon goddess, who descended to the mortal realm stripped of her divine power, bearing the semblance of a saint. This is not the conclusion, but rather the inception of a more chaotic era, for the gods shall descend upon the earth in the guise of saints. Chapter 25. A joyous day in the dim glow of candlelight, Soren and Vivian sat across from each other at a small table, where a feast of white bread, smoked meat, fish soup, and lettuce awaited them. In this era, human life remained relatively simple and austere, and indeed, under a historical backdrop characterized by Western traits. The culinary arts were rather uninspired. True culinary mastery resided within the realms of the elven kingdoms and among the diminutive halflings, the latter often possessing almost masterful skills in the kitchen. However, to Vivian, the spread before them seemed rather extravagant. "Brother," the little girl swallowed hard, her eyes blinking as she spoke. "Isn't this a bit wasteful? With meat, soup, and white bread, such delicacies were only enjoyed during the new year in the past." Soren did not respond but affectionately ruffled her hair. Then, with a flick of his finger, a gleaming gold denier appeared on the back of his hand. Under the dim candlelight, the denier shimmered, casting a glint on Vivian's lovely face, which soon transformed into a look of astonishment, followed by a smile that narrowed her eyes like a crescent moon. She whispered, "Brother, have we struck it rich?" She cared not for the origin of the money. Once it landed in their hands, it was theirs. Soren chuckled at her conspiratorial demeanor, pinching her cheek playfully, before producing an embroidered pouch. He lightly shook it, allowing the crisp sound to resonate, and smiled, saying, "This is for you. Vivian's share." The little girl did not quite grasp the meaning behind Soren's words. Yet she understood that it was a gift for her. As she reached out to accept the pouch, stitched from simple patterned fabric, she recognized that only the daughters of nobles in the city would possess such a coin purse, which had a drawstring that could be tightened securely. Vivian opened the pouch and was immediately dazzled by the gleam inside. Several gold deniers and a good number of silver deniers awaited her. "We're wealthy," she exclaimed, her eyes crinkling in delight as she tucked the pouch away with a beaming smile. "Thank you, brother. This is gold denier." She had never held so much money before, enough to buy countless treats and even a new dress. "Let us eat," Soren said, ruffling her hair once more as he placed a slice of meat into her bowl. Initially, he had found it awkward to eat without chopsticks, but as time passed in this world, he grew indifferent to such matters. Adventurers often had little regard for etiquette. Many a time, he simply grabbed his food with his hands. The little girl took a joyful bite, her face alight with satisfaction. She then ladled some fish soup into a spoon, blowing on it gently before offering it to Soren, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, open wide." With a resigned smile. Soren complied and opened his mouth. Vivian giggled, but then unexpectedly drank the soup herself, smacking her lips in exaggerated delight. "So delicious." Soren's expression was a mix of exasperation and amusement, yet deep down, he felt an unexplainable joy. It had been a long time since he had felt this happy. This was a tranquil day. The tumultuous waves within Amber City did not dampen their spirits. Soren had risen early to practice his swordsmanship. The fundamentals of swordplay could be seamlessly applied to any weapon, as its essence lay in the techniques of slashing, cutting, and thrusting. Memories of past battles lingered vividly in his mind, and he recalled them with clarity. He practiced the remembered forms, familiarizing himself with the weapon in hand and his own body. Sword technique, heavy slash. This was a highly practical combat skill, its essence being the concentration of all bodily strength into a single, explosive slashing attack. For instance, when throwing a punch, if one relies solely on the strength of their arm, the result is inadequate. The force exerted would barely exceed a third of one's potential, failing to deliver a fatal blow. However, if one could harness the power of their waist, congratulations, one had grasped the basic combat technique, capable of inflicting serious injury with a punch. Yet, if one could unleash the full strength of their entire body in a single punch, only then would they truly master a lethal combat skill. Sword technique, heavy slash, embodies this principle. One must concentrate their entire strength into a single line during a slashing attack, aspiring to achieve maximum speed and lethality. This is the mark of true mastery. The sword technique, heavy slash, can be applied with all weapons, allowing the wielder to unleash their full potential. Even an ordinary person with a strength of 10 could, upon mastering this skill, cleave through it up to 20 centimeters thick with a single stroke. By channeling their entire strength into one line, their combat power could multiply severalfold. In quantitative terms, utilizing this skill would unleash one's maximum destructive potential. It bears resemblance to the breath strike skill acquired by warriors upon advancement. However, sword technique, heavy slash, is a one-time attack, whereas breath strike can sustain the body's energy for approximately 30 seconds through special means. Should one achieve the rank of sword saint, they could even exert double the usual lethality at the cost of physical strain. This was what had once instilled fear in many, a deadly attack that need not strike a vital point. However, ascending to the rank of sword saint requires specific conditions. Their explosive power mandates that no armor be worn, as any additional physical burden would significantly reduce both speed and lethality, just as Soren refrained from wearing armor beyond leather, for it would diminish his agility and evasive capabilities, traits upon which a rogue relies. As time flowed steadily onward, Soren dedicated half the day to training before turning to his books. Indeed, these were the tomes unearthed from the treasure cave. Though he recognized the characters, he needed to commit them to memory anew. Perhaps due to his photographic memory talent, Soren assimilated the information rapidly. As he meticulously transcribed a book on basic spell knowledge and relevant wizarding lore, a line of data materialized. Reading complete. You have successfully read and memorized a book. Knowledge 1, Spell Identification 1. Lacking the foundation of a scholarly profession, Soren could only enhance his knowledge through the laborious method of reading. Since these texts contain the spells of wizards, he consequently improved his spell identification skill. In simple terms, this skill pertains to one's familiarity with various spells. For example, when an adversary casts a spell, one could discern it through their incantations and gestures, thereby preparing to evade in advance. Furthermore, through the knowledge of spell recognition, one can identify specialized magical devices and enchanted extraordinary items. In combat, where adversaries rarely announce their attacks, the ability to foresee an enemy's magical assault hinges on one's skill and spell recognition. While this skill may be less effective against warriors, it isn't indispensable. life-saving ability when facing mages. On several occasions, Soren has successfully anticipated a wizard's spell casting, allowing him to evade the area of effect. For instance, knowing an opponent is casting Fireball allows for a preemptive roll, mitigating the damage by half. Without this knowledge, being caught in the spell's blast radius would be devastating. With a sufficiently high skill in spell recognition, one can even discern subtle fluctuations in the surrounding arcane energies, thus predicting both silent and instantaneous spells. To evade instantaneous spells, mastering spell recognition is imperative. At midday, Soren and Vivian entered Amber City, intending to purchase essential supplies from the commercial district, including camping gear and other necessities. The dear girl also needed new attire. Given their impending journey into the wild, the impractical yet elegant dresses would have to be forsaken. Soren's primary criteria were durability, practicality, and a degree of protection. At a minimum, the clothing should resist snags from thorns and branches. Thus, dresses were out of the question, replaced by sturdy trousers and shirts. Footwear, crucial for wilderness adventures, demanded durability, thickness, and warmth. Soren spared no expense, purchasing a pair of superior deerskin boots for 3 gold kindlers, prompting a minor complaint from Vivian, despite her protestations about the extravagance, suggesting that simple cloth shoes would suffice. The little girl's eyes sparkled with joy upon receiving the new boots. She beamed throughout the day. Indeed, they were exquisite and beautiful, likely only affordable by noble ladies in the city, albeit slightly large, even in the smallest size. But that's all right, she mused. I'll grow into them soon enough. And they'll fit perfectly. For now, I can just pad them a bit. Lost in these trivial thoughts, a smile played on the little girl's lips, her beautiful eyes crinkling with delight. I have new clothes and new boots, she thought, and a new pink ribbon, so pretty. Today is wonderful. And so, Vivian's joyful day unfolded. She paid little heed to their impending departure from Amber City, as her concept of home was rather vague. Moreover, in her mind, wherever her brother was, that was her home. Thus, her home was simple. Wherever he went, she went. Chapter 26. The Art of Illumination as Dusk Descended. Soren returned to their modest abode in the slums, accompanied by Vivian. He had procured numerous items, for their journey would likely extend over a month. They needed to traverse from Amber City to White Horse City, then navigate around the territory of the Wolf Men to reach Autumn Leaf City, a haven for half-elves. However, this destination lay nearly 5 days' travel from the Enchanted Forest. In this era, traveling posed considerable challenges. Soren had spent half a day seeking a merchant caravan bound for White Horse City, eventually agreeing to accompany them for a fee of 5 gold dollars. The Agate River coursed through the land from north to south, providing the basis for Amber City's development. Yet, waterway transport merely served as one channel. A multitude of goods required the caravans to distribute them to various locales. It was quite common to seek out a caravan for companionship during wilderness travels, as most caravans employed their own guards, either hired by a wealthy merchant or by a collective of traders pooling their resources. Should others wish to join their ranks, they would need to pay a certain fee based on the distance traveled, in exchange for protection and assistance along the way. The guards of these caravans were predominantly reputable warriors, some forming organized teams affiliated with adventurers' guilds. This arrangement resembled a protective escort service, heavily reliant on reputation. After all, the risks involved in wilderness travel were substantial, and one's life and fortunes were at stake. Any unforeseen incident could lead to total loss. Thus, not every adventurer was suited to serve as a caravan guard. Trust was of paramount importance, extremely vital. In the dim glow of candlelight, Vivian busied herself organizing her small pouch, filled with various trinkets, including needles and threads. In the absence of extraordinary equipment, one would inevitably find such items useful at some point. Soren too was sorting through his belongings. His 3-foot dimensional bag appeared spacious, nearing 1 cubic meter, yet it barely accommodated their clothing, provisions, and camping gear, consuming nearly half of its capacity. At this stage, the idea of a 10-foot dimensional bag was beyond Soren's imagination, although it offered 3 times more space. Its price soared over 30 times. Such bags were utilized as miniature warehouses. The young girl diligently arranged her possessions, her exquisitely crafted doeskin boots placed beside her bed, eliciting a flicker of joy with each glance. Though Soren urged her to wear them immediately, Vivian insisted on saving them for the day of their departure, citing the unsatisfactory conditions of the slum streets. One misstep could lead to stepping in filth or mud, with the wilds beyond being comparatively better. Vivian's belongings were few, and she quickly finished organizing them, tilting her head to observe Soren's efforts with a sweet smile. The dimensional bag still held an air of novelty. There were so many things in this world she had yet to discover. Her brother had promised to take her to the realm of the elves, and she wondered if the elves truly were as beautiful as the legends depicted. How she longed to see them soon. The young girl remained blissfully unaware of the fatigue and dangers of their journey, content to indulge in her curiosity and imagination. After all, she was merely 8 years old, and in a sense, still a child. Soren secured a garter and waist buckle, testing their fit before retrieving a series of sharp, throwing knives, carefully inserting them into small pouches. Adequate preparation was essential for wilderness adventures. Carrying a curved blade made it impractical to bear a bow and crossbow. Thus having a few throwing knives was imperative. The effectiveness of a 1d3 attack could indeed prove life-saving. As a rogue, Soren thrived on precision. He modified the crossbow mechanism by removing its casing and automatic firing mechanism, transforming it into a single-shot wrist crossbow. This made it compact enough to conceal within his clothing. While its lethality would be significantly reduced, its stealth capabilities made it suitable for ambushes. In the realm of honesty, such tools were not destined for a rogue's use. With a flick of his wrist, Soren hurled a throwing knife, which struck the doorframe with precision. He assessed his aim and strength, muttering to himself, with his current power. His effective range was limited to 10 meters, barely sufficient for wilderness skirmishes. The two travelers had much to carry. In addition to the full-dimensional bag, Soren prepared a separate pack. The caravan was set to depart the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow he must take Vivian to procure a mount. A warhorse was out of the question, far too costly to maintain. A pack horse could be arranged for approximately 10 gold dollars. Many naively believed horses fed exclusively on grass, when in fact, most required grain. Even a low-grade pack horse needed a diet of beans, wheat, and chaff mixed with hay to sustain its strength. Premium warhorses relied on grains and regularly received eggs and other foods in their diet. Soren removed the throwing knife from the doorframe and began to shed his gear, softly stating, "Tomorrow we shall buy a few more supplies. The day after, we embark. The journey may prove arduous. You ought to rest well now." Vivian obediently nodded, curling into herself and whispering, "Brother, there's something I haven't told you." Soren smiled, ruffling her hair as he reclined on the bed to organize his thoughts, casually inquiring, "What is it?" Vivian climbed up, her cherubic face adopting a serious expression as she earnestly declared, "Look." With a peculiar sound escaping her lips, a brilliant light erupted from her fingertips. In an instant, Soren was taken aback. Time rewound a second. Upon hearing Vivian's words, he turned to her, only to be blinded by the sudden burst of light, rendering his vision a blinding white. It was akin to being struck by a flashbang. Illumination? Soren closed his eyes, massaging his temples, slowly regaining his composure. Disbelief etched across his face. "How did you suddenly learn magic?" "Wait." He corrected himself. "This must be the art of illumination. The flash spell is merely an enhanced version of it, requiring an additional syllable to cast." Though his memories remained intact, Soren possessed considerable knowledge of low-tier spells and quickly dismissed his earlier assumption. Yet, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was why Vivian could suddenly wield magic. Even the simplest cantrips seemed to require extensive memorization and understanding. How could she have mastered a spell after merely 2 days apart? Vivian's expression mirrored his confusion as she replied, "I'm not quite sure either. I saw Sister Anya use it once, and out of curiosity, I tried it myself, and to my surprise, it worked." Divine magic? Extraordinary perception? A look of astonishment crossed Soren's face. Suddenly, his expression grew exceedingly serious as he asked earnestly, "Did you truly only see it once?" Vivian nodded gently, her brow furrowed with confusion. "Is this spell particularly difficult to master?" Difficult is an understatement. Without sufficient innate talent, many may never learn the art of spellcasting in their entire lives. Does Vivian possess a natural perception of 20? How else could she have effortlessly grasped a level 0 divine spell? Keep in mind, she has yet to undergo the baptismal rite and has never even worshipped any deity. Please sit properly. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Soren, with a grave demeanor, straightened himself and urged Vivian to sit upright as well. He extended a hand, waving it before the young girl, then flicked his fingers to produce a golden coin, which vanished with a mere twist of his fingers. His dexterity was astonishing. The coin would appear and disappear in the blink of an eye. Sometimes he revealed 1 coin, sometimes 2, until he clenched his fist and placed it before Vivian. His voice low and serious, "How many golden coins do I have in my hand?" With 20 points of extraordinary agility, Soren's reflexes surpassed those of an ordinary person, and the nimbleness and speed of his fingers transcended the limits of the naked eye. While one could guess his sleight of hand, it was nearly impossible to discern the details. A regular person could create afterimages merely by waving their fingers, and any bit movement would be nearly imperceptible to the eye. Let alone someone like Soren, a master thief endowed with 20 points of extraordinary agility. Vivian's expression reflected a hint of difficulty as she pouted, saying, "Brother, I couldn't see clearly. Could you perhaps give me a hint?" Soren's expression stiffened as he shot her an exasperated glare, insisting earnestly, "Just make a guess. Trust your intuition." The little girl, seemingly understanding yet puzzled, tilted her head in thought for a moment, then declared, "All right, I guess there are 2 coins." Soren frowned slightly, then slowly opened his palm to reveal 3 golden coins. Ah, Vivian's face fell in disappointment. I guessed wrong. It's not perception. If one possessed an innate perception of 20, they would automatically acquire a talent specialty akin to a sixth sense, a remarkably potent ability. In certain respects, it could even be considered a top-tier talent. Not only would they easily guess a simple trick involving coins, but they could also sense an impending ambush from an enemy purely by intuition. Thus, if it were not extraordinary perception, the answer could only be 1. Chapter 27. Affinity. The latest chapter of Abyssal Overlord is updated first on Xingjianpan. Calm. Extraordinary charisma. Sauron gazed intently at the little girl before him, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Could it be that Vivian is a natural-born sorcerer? Sorcerers, the aristocrats among mages, they require no formal instruction, spontaneously mastering arcane abilities over time. Eschewing the need for spell slots or the weave, their innate talent is the source of their power. Casting spells is as natural as breathing. Those with the potential simply awaken to their abilities, instinctively wielding magic without comprehending its intricate structure. Wizards, clerics, and sorcerers represent the archetypal spellcasters. Intelligence governs a wizard's spellcasting, wisdom influences a cleric's divine magic, and charisma dictates a sorcerer's capacity for magical insight. These attributes defy simple explanations. Allow me to elucidate them further with more accessible analogies. Firstly, intelligence embodies memory and comprehension. Spellcasting necessitates memorizing complex constructs, akin to intricate circuit boards with numerous semiconductors, spell nodes, and circuits, spell loops. Successful spellcasting demands a calculator-like capacity for memorization and understanding. In modern terms, wizards must train their minds into rudimentary organic computers, capable of instantaneously processing vast arrays of spell model configurations. This necessitates the cultivation of the right hemisphere of the brain. Consequently, wizards often possess remarkable memory and formidable comprehension, though not necessarily emotional intelligence, akin to prodigious scholars capable of mentally designing atomic weaponry. However, such individuals may not necessarily excel in interpersonal skills or other domains. This encapsulates the essence of intelligence in determining a wizard's capabilities. Next, wisdom is more readily grasped, representing will, judgment, perception, and intuition. Those with keen wisdom often possess a latent sixth sense, capable of precognitive glimpses. Their heightened awareness of their surroundings allows them to detect subtle alterations and perceive hidden entities and forces. This underlies Sauron's testing of Vivian's sixth sense. Finally, charisma is the most elusive attribute, encompassing physical appearance, personal magnetism, and affinity. Here, a pause is warranted. Due to the complexity, a more nuanced explanation is required. Firstly, those of striking countenance often possess considerable charisma 12 or higher, as beauty holds universal appeal among sentient beings. Secondly, personal magnetism constitutes an individual's intrinsic allure. Many who lack conventional good looks nonetheless exude potent charisma, exemplified by charismatic leaders, 18 or higher. The following passage illustrates the tangible effects of personal magnetism. On February 26, 1815, Napoleon returned from exile on Elba, prompting the Bourbon monarchy to dispatch troops. Napoleon, unarmed and alone, strode forth, waved, and declared, "I have returned." Whereupon the soldiers proclaimed, "Hail, Emperor," and promptly defected. Lastly, affinity is the most pivotal aspect of charisma. Individuals with high charisma often possess a remarkable ability to engender goodwill. Barring conscious resistance, they readily elicit positive emotions in others. This affinity manifests in various forms, directed toward different entities, such as affinity for people, bards, affinity for animals, druids, and, most importantly, affinity for elemental energies, sorcerers. It can even extend to an affinity for the very laws of the cosmos, celestial sorcerers, favored soul sorcerers. Thus, mages can be broadly categorized using these analogies, with elemental energy of the evocation school serving as the unifying point of reference. Wizards rely on intelligence to seek out elemental energies, meticulously analyzing them to discern their nature. Periods of activity and dormancy, interactions between different elements, and transformations resulting from elemental combinations. They determine which spell loops, circuits, are required to control them and the number of spell nodes, conductors, necessary to unleash potent bursts of energy. This encapsulates the wizard's reliance on intelligence in spellcasting. Clerics and druids employ wisdom to perceive elemental energies, then harness faith, spiritual energy, to influence them. Ultimately, they invoke the power of deities, nature, or cosmic laws to manipulate them and execute spells. Clerics entrust their faith to deities, druids to nature, and certain specialized practitioners to the laws of the world. Elemental energy constitutes only a portion of a cleric's spell structure. Divine power remains central. Hence the term divine magic. For sorcerers, the process is more straightforward. They need only await the convergence of elemental energies, which spontaneously awaken their spellcasting abilities. If wizards seize and control elemental energies, and clerics perceive and influence them, sorcerers, conversely, passively await the elemental energies to gravitate toward them. Hence the adage, sorcerers are the aristocrats among mages. However, talent alone is insufficient for achieving the pinnacle of magical prowess. Consequently, sorcerers typically master fewer spells than wizards and learn new spells at a slower pace, owing to their often lower intelligence scores. Their memory and comprehension are typically inferior. A low-level spell that a wizard might master in a few months could take a sorcerer decades to learn. A prime example is kobold sorcerers, who possess a natural charisma of 16 or higher but an intelligence of only 10. They generally master only the spells they spontaneously learn upon leveling up. Only sorcerers with an intelligence of 18 or higher, possessing the potential to become wizards, can expand their repertoire through study. If the goddess of magic has fallen, the requirement increases to 20 intelligence or higher. Insufficient intelligence dictates reliance on innate talent for spellcasting. The intricate spell loops and nodes remain beyond comprehension, precluding the subjective construction of new spell models. This limitation becomes increasingly pronounced with higher-level spells. A true sorcerer? The more Sauron pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The little girl possessed a natural affinity and undeniable charm. Her charisma was undoubtedly no less than 16. If Vivienne were indeed a natural-born sorcerer, she would require no understanding of spells, relying solely on intuition and talent to cast them. This would explain the incident where she seemingly learned light simply by observing a cleric casting it, as the level 0 spells are universally applicable. Sauron closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before earnestly instructing, Vivienne, repeat after me. Ua is GF. Relying on his formidable memory, Sauron articulated some peculiar half-syllables that would be challenging for an ordinary individual to vocalize, yet he managed to pronounce them successfully. Of course, nothing extraordinary occurred initially. However, as Vivienne echoed Sauron's strange half-syllables, a faint arc of electricity suddenly manifested in her palm. Sauron's body tensed momentarily, and a shiver ran through him. Lightning shock, level 0 spell. The hair on Sauron's forehead stood on end, prompting him to urgently admonish Vivienne, rein in your sensations. Attempt to harness the energy you perceive with your will. There is no need to comprehend it. Simply learn to command it. With a crackle, Vivienne nodded, half understanding, and earnestly attempted once more. Soon, a feeble arc reappeared in her palm, flickering several times before gradually dissipating. Success. A glimmer of joy illuminated Sauron's face as he joyfully lifted the little girl into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, Vivienne, you truly are a sorceress. You will undoubtedly become the belle of the sorcerers. The little girl, oblivious to Sauron's words, was nonetheless undeterred from displaying her beaming smile, for she had finally acquired the ability to assist her brother with the awakening of her innate abilities. Casting level 0 spells required merely a key, the incantation of the spell itself. In time, they would naturally grasp higher-level spells as their professional ranks ascended, depending on their affinities. Sorcerers would intuitively comprehend related spells and automatically master their incantations without the need to analyze the structural models of those spells. Their inherent ability to cast spells was, in essence, a gift. Ultimately, the biological brain possesses genetic memory and inherited talents, a capacity once believed by many players to be the wellspring of a sorcerer's power. Alongside their extraordinary affinity, the energies of nature would awaken their genetic memories, automatically bringing forth relevant spell knowledge as their abilities advanced. Thus, many believe sorcerers to be descendants of formidable beings from a mythic age, with the dragon-blooded sorcerers standing as a notable representation. Chapter 28, Awakening the Dragon Blood Sorcerer epitomizes the essence of sorcery. Over time, they automatically awaken their innate draconic abilities and numerous related spells, ultimately enhancing their draconic lineage to supplant their original human heritage, thereby transforming into potent half-dragons. Consequently, dragons are often regarded as the origin of sorceress lineage. As they do not need to learn, from birth, a wealth of knowledge resides within their minds, gradually unfurling as they grow stronger, beginning from their juvenile dragon stage. This phenomenon is indeed formidable. The genetic characteristics of dragons have long been a subject of fascination for many wizards, for if they succeed in unraveling these mysteries, they could cultivate their descendants to awaken similar inherited memories over time, akin to dragons. In fact, Soren had once received a mission in the northern lands targeting an adult white dragon. Now that it has been established that Vivienne possesses sorceress talent, a new question arises. What is the extent of her innate charisma? Generally, the earlier a sorcerer awakens their abilities, the stronger they are. Typically, this awakening occurs around puberty, approximately 13 years old, at which point a sorcerer would normally possess around 16 points of charisma, with few exhibiting less than 15 points. The awakening of a sorcerer's abilities signifies that their innate affinity has begun to influence the surrounding energies. Should certain extraordinary events occur, Significant fluctuations in their emotions may prompt the awakening of their first level 0 spell. Simultaneously, they gain the ability to manipulate external energies. This process is rather intricate, much like a newly hatched dragon, which must wait until it matures into a juvenile dragon, between 30 and 50 years of age, to awaken its abilities and master its first draconic spell. Sorcerers, too, can only awaken their first level 0 spell in their adolescent years. Therefore, each year that this awakening occurs earlier signifies a slightly higher level of innate talent. The rough conversion suggests that for each year advanced, the base charisma increases by 1 point. Hence, if we use the standard of awakening at 13 years with 16 points of charisma, a sorcerer awakening at 12 years would possess 17 points, and one at 11 years would have 18 points. Given that Vivian is currently 8 years old, her innate charisma should be around 20 to 21 points. How is that possible? A look of utter astonishment crossed Soren's face as he murmured, "Does that not equate to a naturally divine sorcerer template?" The potential for her to advance into a fate-bound sorcerer in the future is conceivable, but just how high could it be? A hint of frustration flickered across Soren's features, seemingly vexed by his inability to ascertain Vivian's attributes. Attributes are crucial to an individual's strength. Only with sufficiently high attributes can one wield greater power upon advancing in their profession. Thus, the starting point often influences the endpoint. Prior to obtaining demigod status or mastering divinity, all attributes at 1. A professional's strength upon entering the legendary realm largely hinges on their foundational attributes. At that juncture, one must have at least one attribute reach 25 points, and if possible, elevate a second attribute to 25 points as well. Damn it, why has my previous scouting ability vanished? Soren lamented as he rubbed his temples. Previously, players possessed scouting abilities that allowed them to discern others' attribute strengths, albeit with a degree of vagueness, depending on skill levels. However, it seems that in this world, apart from himself, no one possesses attributes, rendering scouting impossible. Yet, at that moment, a series of data suddenly materialized, scouting ability activated. Would you like to perform data calculation on the target organism? Pay 300 points of soul energy, kill experience. This will enable data conversion and calculation of the target's base attributes. More extensive data calculations will consume additional soul energy. 300 points of kill experience? That price seems exorbitant. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the bewildered expression of Vivian, Soren gritted his teeth and opted to pay. After all, 300 points of kill experience is merely a matter of slaying a few wolfmen to recoup. However, it is imperative to clarify Vivian's innate attributes, for she may possess talents even more astonishing than Soren's. Soren has an innate agility of 18 points, trained specialty 1, and innate intelligence of 17 points. Trained specialty 1. Commencing data calculation. Soren suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, a wave of pain coursing through his mind, followed by a flurry of zeros and ones leaping through his consciousness. It felt akin to lying in bed for over half a month, awakening to a torrent of data streams, utterly immobilized, with even the slightest movement triggering a surge of electricity throughout his body. A series of data emerged. Data calculation successful. 300 points of soul energy consumed. Target data as follows. Name, Vivian. Race, human. Age, 8 years. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please close reading modes, such as reader mode, skim mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for access. Attributes, strength 5 points, agility 9 points, constitution 6 points, intelligence 16 points, perception 18 points, charisma 21 points. Other, unknown. The target organism is in an underage state. Main attributes, strength, constitution. Agility will significantly increase over time, while secondary attributes, intelligence, perception, charisma, will see modest growth. Upon reaching adulthood, base attributes will cease to grow. A charisma of 21 points, even surpassing Soren's initial expectation of 20 points of extraordinary charisma. Additionally, Vivian possesses an astonishing perception of 18 points. It is no wonder that the young priestess of the Dawn Master remarked upon her exceptional talent, suggesting she could become a priestess. This is hardly surprising. With an innate perception of 18 points, becoming a priestess is as effortless as eating or drinking. Brother? The young girl seemed to sense a hint of distress on Soren's face and immediately grasped his hand in concern, asking anxiously, "Are you feeling unwell again?" As the data streams before him gradually dissipated, Soren, having grown accustomed to the barrage of zeros and ones, smiled gently as he patted Vivian's small head, replying softly, "I am fine. However, my dear Vivian will undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary legendary figure, perhaps even a breathtaking beauty. With her innate charisma of 21 points, 18 points of perception, and 16 points of intelligence, these attributes merely reflect her pre-adult state. Based on Soren's past experiences, Her main attributes are likely to increase by over 5 points upon adulthood, while secondary attributes may rise by 1 to 3 points. This indicates that even without any effort, Vivian can seamlessly pursue any spellcasting profession in the future, enjoying a talent growth that far exceeds that of the average person, regardless of the spellcasting profession she desires. Whether sorcerer, priest, druid, or shaman, she can effortlessly engage in any of them. This talent is leagues beyond Soren's own. The young girl, though still somewhat perplexed by Soren's words, could not help but beam with joy, blinking her eyes and asking, "Brother, are you complimenting my beauty?" Meanwhile, in a concealed underground chamber of Amber City, the altar was suddenly illuminated by a flickering azure flame. Amidst the explosive blaze, a shadowy figure emerged at the center of the altar. This figure seemed to devour the very light around it, despite the flames casting illumination upon its form. All that was visible was an expanse of pure, inky darkness. Your Excellency, the High Priest, knelt a fallen follower near the altar, while the leading crimson-robed priest bowed and inquired, "What brings you here in person? Has our Lord delivered a new oracle?" The dark figure upon the altar was not a physical entity but appeared more as a projection of some form of energy. It cast a cold glance downward and intoned solemnly, "The first divine sun has awakened. The prophecy has encountered an unforeseen event. Our Lord's will has not descended upon the divine sun. The first divine sun has awakened his own divine powers. Relay my command. Spare no effort to locate him. Awaken the slumbering dread knights. Dispatch them. Crush all the insects that obstruct our path. I demand the first divine sun return to his original course." To awaken completely in despair and dread, as the shadowy figure gradually faded, a hint of madness crept onto the face of the crimson-robed priest. He licked his lips, casting his gaze toward the 8 marble coffins surrounding the altar, each adorned with countless intricate patterns, resembling formidable seals. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he surveyed the area beneath the altar and sneered, "Now, go seek ample sacrifices. The ritual to awaken the dread knights shall be held at midnight tomorrow. This city shall be obliterated before dawn. Fear shall reign supreme." Chapter 29. Departure. The passage of night was swift. As Soren awoke, poised to procure a steed for Vivian, he immediately discerned a heightened presence of guards within Amber City. Even the 9th Legion, typically stationed near the Blackboar Forest, had been recalled. This elite cohort, comprising 126 individuals, predominantly warriors of level 8 and above, along with a smattering of rangers, clerics, and barbarians, represented the city's apex of martial prowess. Each member, a mid-tier professional, possessed the capacity to dismantle entire gangs single-handedly. Within Amber City's standing force of 1,200, they were an unparalleled entity. "What transpires?" Soren murmured, lifting Vivian into his arms. Observing the palpable unease among the populace, he furrowed his brow. "Has some new calamity befallen us?" At that moment, a swarthy youth in the distance gesticulated wildly, exclaiming, "Hey!" He then darted through the throng, arriving breathless before Soren. "I've finally found you. Fortunately, I overheard your intention to acquire a mount yesterday, and I've been stationed near the mule market since dawn. Otherwise, you would have undoubtedly missed this opportunity." "Spare the inquiries for now," the youth urged. "Follow me, and I shall elucidate along the way." Soren recognized the lad as one he had encountered amongst a caravan bound for Whitehorse City, seemingly a servant of the caravan's master. "Why does he await me here? Were they not due to depart on the morrow? Has their resolve shifted? What is amiss?" Soren inquired. "Why do you await us here?" "The master departs," the youth declared, pushing through the crowd. "This morn, the master decreed an immediate departure, dispatching the steward to liquidate their wares. Remembering the accord to convey you, they dispatched me to summon you, informing you of the caravan's noon departure. Hasten, it lies yonder." The youth guided Soren through a labyrinthine route to the northern gate of Amber City, where a multitude had congregated amidst dozens of wagons. A contingent of heavily armed guards stood dispersed, veterans of the caravan's 3-month journey, hailing from the merchants' homelands. It was a quintessential northern caravan, save for its leader, a woman from Tanara, a scion of witches. Soren overheard murmurs of discontent amongst the northern merchants, lamenting the hasty liquidation of goods, forfeiting potential profits, and even incurring losses. Yet, despite their grievances, they ordered their subordinates to unload the merchandise. Northern witches commanded immense prestige, revered as noble and possessing both power and prescience. "Here we are," the youth announced, pausing to catch his breath. "The caravan departs at noon. I brought you to familiarize yourselves with the locale. With a fraction of the day remaining, gather your belongings if you intend to join. Should you prefer to depart independently on the morrow, the master directs you to Steward Fodder, who shall reimburse your deposit." "Depart now?" Soren's brow furrowed, pondering, has the witch foreseen an escalation of the skinning affair? But why such haste? A mere day. Could such a significant alteration occur within a day? Regardless, caution prevails. A day sooner is preferable. Soren nodded, hoisting Vivian onto his back. "I shall retrieve my possessions and rendezvous at noon." "Very well," the youth affirmed. "It is best to arrive promptly." The master is unwavering. Should you tarry, the caravan shall not await you. Soren assented, bearing Vivian towards the slums. With time until noon, retrieving his belongings remained feasible. However, acquiring a mount was now constrained. Soren resolved to elevate his offer to 20 gold thalers, acquiring a sturdy traveling horse from other mule merchants. Meanwhile, within a grand carriage at the caravan center, a quintessential northern merchant with a copious beard entered deferentially, prostrating himself. Master, the goods have been liquidated. Yet, due to the time constraint, our profits amount to less than 30% of the original. Furthermore, the lack of time to acquire new goods will diminish our earnings at the next stop. The merchants below voiced discontent. Within the carriage, a gauze curtain veiled the interior, revealing a spacious chamber with a table. Exquisite carpets and fabrics adorned the walls, embellished with curious patterns. Opposite, the silhouette of a lithe woman reclined languidly upon a couch, her face concealed by a thin veil. Her azure eyes fixed upon a card held between her fingers, its back adorned with enigmatic, vortex-like magical sigils. I sense the miasma of death, the enigmatic woman intoned, discarding the card and drawing a tarot card. The card depicted a fearsome skeletal knight. Should any desire to remain, they may depart the caravan. Otherwise, they shall hold their tongues. The bearded merchant nodded, rising from the floor. I shall convey your decree. A weary sigh escaped the woman as she reclined upon the long table, propping her head with a hand, lost in contemplation. She waved dismissively. Begone. Instruct them not to tarry. After departure, journey until the moon reaches its zenith, then seek a watering place for camp. A respectful response echoed from without as the bearded merchant relayed the directive to the caravan's guard captain, who nodded solemnly and began instructing the other guards to prepare. Uninterrupted travel demanded that all carry rations, a rare occurrence, as the caravan typically made frequent stops. Continuous travel would exhaust the draft animals, potentially leading to their collapse and even death, a command reserved for the most exceptional circumstances. 12 hours of uninterrupted travel from noon to midnight was no simple undertaking. Soren swiftly returned to the slums. After gathering his belongings, he and Vivian proceeded to the mule market, intending to purchase a traveling horse at a 30% premium. He had initially intended to bid farewell to the cleric maiden at the Dawn Temple that afternoon, but the sudden turn of events precluded such niceties. He could only hope that fate would reunite them in the future. From the meticulous organization of supplies to the acquisition of travel mounts, Soren's schedule was exceedingly tight, arriving precisely before the merchant caravan's midday departure. A burly merchant overseer exchanged a few words with him before issuing commands for the others to set forth. His instructions were succinct. The caravan would endeavor to travel relentlessly until the moon reached its zenith, and should anyone lag behind, arrangements would be made for them to ride in a large cart, as many items had been sold off at a bargain. Upon their departure, a disgruntled northern trader lamented that he had only received 2/3 of the payment for his discounted goods. With such a hasty exit, he feared that the remaining third would be lost. However, his complaints fell on deaf ears. As the appointed hour arrived, the entire caravan sprang into action. The crew ascended the large carts, urging the oxen and horses onward. The caravan's guards had already mounted their steeds, scouting ahead. Their duties extended far beyond merely trailing the caravan. Only those seasoned in the ways of adventure could fulfill the role of caravan guard. As they assumed the responsibilities of scouts during wilderness travels, they were tasked with monitoring for any nearby monstrous activities, assessing potential dangers, determining whether a detour was necessary, and evaluating road conditions to ensure the passage of large carts. This included preemptively organizing laborers to clear any obstacles that might impede progress, such as filling in potholes that could hinder the cart's journey. These were the essential duties expected of caravan guards. Merely following the caravan and drawing swords when enemies attacked was a trope reserved for third-rate tales. Such portrayals served only to highlight the prowess of the main characters, rendering caravan guards as mere caricatures. Those who traversed the perilous wilderness year after year became adept at survival. Even a fool could emerge as a skilled individual given enough time. The professional ranks of these caravan guards were far from insignificant. Chapter 30. The Wilderness Amber City. Guard Team. A heavily armored warrior hurried into the room, addressing the two individuals engaged in heated discussion. This is dire news, Sir Karis. Over a dozen people have gone missing last night, seemingly at the hands of those wretched fallen ones. The argument within the room came to an abrupt halt. Sir Karis, a man in his 40s representing the noble faction, with a thick beard and a history of participation in the Northern Wars, lifted his head, bloodshot eyes revealing his fury. What? More missing? You incompetent fools. It has been 5 days, and you have yet to uncover the lair of those vermin. What do you think the council pays you for? Opposite him stood a solemn knight, who immediately intervened, stating in a low voice, this is not the time for blame. The noble council must delegate authority. The gravity of this situation transcends mundane matters and must be handled by the church within the city. I will contact the Just Hand and request them to dispatch paladins for a thorough investigation. Must we truly mobilize the paladins? Sir Karis hesitated. a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Paladins are rigid dogmatists and tolerant of any wrongdoing. Their deployment would mean a large-scale detect evil operation. Few nobles in Amber City are untainted, and many gray areas are controlled by them. A mass mobilization of paladins would inevitably lead to a cleansing of the city, exposing not only the vile fallen but also the gray interests held by numerous powerful nobles. Such a scenario would drastically diminish noble influence while significantly enhancing the church's power in the city. Nobles typically strive to suppress the church's influence whenever possible. Smuggling, debauchery, slavery, black markets. Behind those who control these gray interests, which noble does not offer support? No. Sir Kara's gritted his teeth in defiance. The 9th Legion has been recalled. Our strength is still ample. I shall seek an audience with the Lord of the city and secure the highest level of search authority. I will ensure we uncover those loathsome rats today. The highest level of search authority would permit them to search noble residences. The prolonged lack of leads had aroused his suspicions about the possible corruption of a noble in the Dark Realms. Very well, the solemn knight nodded. His voice steady. You may proceed with the application. If we do not secure it before nightfall, I shall unite with the church to handle this matter ourselves. With so many missing, I suspect they are preparing for some sinister sacrificial rite. Outside Amber City, 3 hours had passed since Soren departed. The merchant caravan moved swiftly, leaving no time for delay. He rode behind the caravan on a travel horse, with Vivian seated in front of him. The petite girl's light weight made it easy for the horse to carry both of them. Initially, the area was dominated by vast cultivated fields, with numerous villages and towns surrounding Amber City, supplying the city with essential goods. Along the road, one could often see donkey carts, ox carts, and wheelbarrows transporting goods, as local farmers and merchants delivered supplies for the following day. However, as they ventured further from Amber City, the farmlands became sparse, and expanses of wild fields and forest appeared. Occasionally, they passed by small, sparsely populated villages. The further they strayed from the city, the greater the dangers they encountered. These villages relied on self-organized militias for protection, and it was rare for the guards from Amber City to cleanse nearby monsters unless called upon or persuaded by their lord. The road upon leaving Amber City had been over 10 meters wide, but it had now narrowed to 5 or 6 meters. The surface was uneven, made muddy from recent rain, and at times, large carts required assistance to pass through. The caravan's guards had begun to mobilize fully. Some were mounted, patrolling the surroundings, while others assessed the road ahead and scouted the nearby environment. After traveling 30 kilometers from Amber City, they had officially entered the realm of wild creatures. Throughout the journey, Soren remained quiet. Vivian was particularly well-behaved today, making no noise and curiously observing her surroundings. Should she have any questions, she would turn to Soren for answers. The caravan paid little attention to their young companion, as the merchants busied themselves with their affairs. The mysterious caravan leader did not make an appearance. Instead, her 3 managers handled the operations. This was a large merchant caravan, with over 30 guards alone, including the accompanying workers, servants, and slaves. The total number exceeded 100, a common sight in the north. A sudden sound of hooves echoed as the caravan's captain galloped alongside Soren. The visibility had diminished considerably due to thick wild grass and trees, and there were hardly any signs of civilization nearby. Wanderers? The captain scrutinized Soren and said gravely, "There seems to be an issue ahead. Come with me to investigate." Vivian tensed and grasped Soren's sleeve, but he reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder, saying, "I must look after my sister. You see, she is still very young and cannot ride alone." Just as Soren finished speaking, a curtain on the central wagon was suddenly lifted, and a veiled, graceful woman peeked out. She glanced at Vivian from a distance, a smile gracing her lips as she said warmly, "This little girl can come with me. The wagon is quite comfortable and safe." Soren hesitated momentarily before looking down at Vivian. The little girl tilted her head in thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I like that big sister. She is not a bad person." With a perception score of 18, Vivian's intuition was quite sharp. After a moment of contemplation, Soren gently nodded. "Very well. You may stay in the wagon for now while I check the situation ahead." Wanderers, the official term for thieves, are the skilled practitioners capable of navigating nearly all domains. In outdoor adventures, their reconnaissance abilities are second only to the ranger's survival skills. Expeditiously, the duo galloped forth on horseback, directing their course towards the locus of the disturbance. The caravan's pace abated somewhat, resuming its velocity only upon the guard's confirmation of the route's security. "Chief, you've arrived at last." Negotiating a winding mountain path, Soren observed an increasingly verdant forest. 3 seasoned, melee-oriented caravan guards stood nearby. One, bearing distinct Nordic features, gestured towards the ground, addressing the pair. "Observe. Goblin tracks." Judging by the quantity, their numbers approached several dozen, possibly including innate sorcerers. These vexing creatures prove impossible to eradicate. Eradicated this year, they proliferate anew the next. Goblins mature rapidly and exhibit remarkable resilience, subsisting even on mere grassroots. They're akin to wild weeds, perpetually regenerating. Indeed, goblins, Soren affirmed. Scrutinizing the residual imprints near the path, some effaced by the rain yet still indicative of the approximate count. However, such a meager contingent would scarcely dare to assail a caravan. Based on Soren's understanding of goblins, these timorous beings only initiate attacks when outnumbering their adversaries fivefold to tenfold. Even a modest adventuring party of 5 could readily dispatch them. Perceiving Soren's perplexity, another caravan guard parted the adjacent foliage, stating gravely, "The crux lies elsewhere. Behold, an area of noticeably disturbed earth, seemingly recently upturned, spanned approximately 5 feet in width. Within a 5-meter radius, residual bloodstains persisted despite the rain's ablutions. Evidently, the goblins had encountered something formidable." The caravan guard captain, inhaling the scent of the soil, declared solemnly, "The entity is of considerable size and poses a grave threat." The goblins stood no chance of harming it. Soren's countenance grew somber. He advanced past the others, unsheathing his scimitar and probing the loose soil. Furrowing his brow as he surmised, a carrion crawler? If such creatures are indeed present, complications ensue, for they are gregarious. Chapter 31. The burrowing worm. The burrowing worm is a monstrous insect native to the southern regions. It can reach a width of approximately 5 feet, 5 meters, and a length of up to 30 feet, 10 meters. Endowed with chemosensitivity, it can detect subtle vibrations within a 60-foot radius. The burrowing worm possesses a pair of formidable mandibles capable of severing trees, which it uses to deliver devastating bite attacks. Furthermore, its internal organs produce a potent acid that inflicts corrosive damage upon its foes. Its appearance resembles that of a colossal insect, with 6 to 12 slender legs terminating in sharp claws. It can also unleash a deadly acid spray attack, which can prove fatal to those who fail to resist its corrosive effects. Even those who survive the initial assault will suffer severe corrosive injuries. Adding to its danger, the burrowing worm is a gregarious creature, typically found in packs of 2 to 5 individuals. While they favor fresh meat, they are also carrion eaters. These creatures tend towards neutrality, rarely initiating attacks unless provoked or perceiving a potential meal. However, if it deems you as prey, your situation becomes perilous. The burrowing worm population is not particularly large. They primarily inhabit the southern regions and are confined to specific geographical environments. Generally, unless an unusual event transpires, they seldom venture beyond their established territories. Furthermore, they are virtually non-existent in the north, as they prefer moist, yielding soil, while the frigid northern lands are too hardened for their survival. "Let's leave this place," Soren said, surveying the area. "These monsters can lurk underground, making it difficult to detect them proactively. Everyone, stay close. Burrowing worms can sense our footsteps, and they prefer to prey on solitary targets." A fragment of information surfaced in Soren's mind, pertaining to the burrowing worm's challenge profile. Burrowing worm, gregarious, tier 3. Challenge rating, 8. Creature level, 10. Acid spray ability. Highest attribute, 20. Lowest attribute, 10. Total attribute value, 80 to 90. Specialized skills, acid spray, corrosive damage, tearing bite. Challenge difficulty, B. The burrowing worm's challenge rating surpasses that of a pit fiend, primarily due to its elusive nature, subterranean mobility, and propensity to appear in groups. It has been the bane of many adventurers. Small adventuring parties are particularly vulnerable, as the initial volley of acid spray can easily result in casualties. Successfully confronting these creatures requires keen detection and listening skills. Alternatively, one could employ wilderness survival skills to discern their location and thus avoid being ambushed. Soren retreated cautiously, followed by the others, who, having grasped the gravity of the situation, drew their weapons and began to withdraw. Burrowing worms, aren't they rare? Soren mused, carefully observing his surroundings and focusing his attention on any subterranean movement. Could the burrowing worm outbreak event have been triggered? He cursed inwardly, damn it. Although I've slain these creatures before, I never paid attention to when they became rampant, or who completed the task. Around the same time, numerous significant events were unfolding across the world, including the skinning murders, the divine child rebellion, the ancient red dragon, and the giant migration. Consequently, Soren had little time to focus on minor occurrences like the burrowing worm outbreak. If one were to assign a level of importance to these events, the skinning murders would be classified as B level, the divine child rebellion as A level, and the emergence of the ancient red dragon as a special A level event. The burrowing worm outbreak, on the other hand, would not even reach a level in the event hierarchy, unless such an event transpired in close proximity, facilitating direct involvement and task completion. Few would bother to take notice. However, despite their rarity, burrowing worms possess considerable value. Their shells are remarkably durable yet lightweight, making them highly sought after by skilled blacksmiths forging 300. A masterfully crafted suit of armor made from a burrowing worm shell can rival the protection of full-plate armor while weighing only a third as much. In many regions, Such a suit of armor can fetch up to 3,000 gold thalers. Even as raw materials, the shell can be sold for 600 to 800 gold thalers. However, only highly skilled blacksmiths are interested in acquiring them, as others would find them useless. Burrowing worm shells can only be worked using specialized enchanting techniques, and the resulting armor is always custom-made. Therefore, if a suitable blacksmith cannot be found, the only alternative is to salvage the head carapace, which serves as a natural shield, providing considerable defense and acid resistance. Slaying a burrowing worm can potentially yield greater rewards than defeating a pit fiend. Hiss! A peculiar sound emanated from the ground. As Soren and his companions retreated, they noticed a large bulge forming in the grassy verge. Moments later, a grotesque, colossal insect erupted from the earth, its jaws snapping shut on a horse, severing its head in an instant. A torrent of blood gushed forth, leaving behind a headless equine corpse. What formidable bite strength! Soren exclaimed inwardly, quickly taking cover behind a large tree. The burrowing worm possesses the ability to unleash a single acid spray attack each day, a potentially lethal move for low-level adventurers, equivalent to a magic acid arrow spell. The surrounding caravan guards scattered for cover, drawing their crossbows and firing at the creature. "Cover me!" the guard captain roared, drawing his longsword. His physique seemed to swell, and bulging veins appeared on his arms as his skin flushed crimson. Another guard rolled to the ground, raising a small round shield and loading a specialized bolt into his crossbow. "Berserk?" Soren murmured, "A Northlander barbarian?" Boom! The crossbow bolt struck the burrowing worm, triggering an explosion. The creature turned its head towards the guard, as bolts clanged harmlessly off its carapace, save for a few that found purchase in the unarmored areas. As previously mentioned, the burrowing worm shell is comparable to full-plate armor, rendering it impervious to conventional weaponry unless a vital point is struck. Acid spray. A viscous stream of greenish-black liquid erupted from the burrowing worm, forcing the guard to scramble aside. However, some of the acid landed on him, corroding his shield and splattering onto his arm, where it quickly dissolved his leather armor and began to eat away at his flesh, causing wisps of smoke to rise. The caravan guard emitted a painful cry, gritting his teeth as he drew his weapon and sliced a piece of flesh from his shoulder. With a powerful swing, the captain of the guards felt his eyes gradually redden. His entire skeletal structure crackled ominously as he gripped his longsword, leaping into the air to strike the head of the burrowing worm from a height of 5 meters. The clash echoed with a metallic sound. The burrowing worm let out a hissing wail, shaking its head violently as it charged forward. The captain skillfully evaded its fangs, pivoting to thrust his sword backward, penetrating the worm's vulnerable skin and releasing a dark green fluid. A third-tier warrior, a northern barbarian. Soren was taken aback by the captain's concealed prowess. His professional level exceeded 10. Grasping his curved blade, Soren spun around and rolled out from behind a large tree, evading the worm's line of sight and sprinting past it. The worm had unleashed a spray of corrosive acid, significantly diminishing the threat to Soren, as long as he avoided its lethal teeth. Enduring 1 or 2 strikes wouldn't be fatal. How could he miss the opportunity to gain experience in slaughter? "Give me a crossbow," Soren bellowed. And the nearby caravan guards swiftly responded, tossing a powerful crossbow his way. With a swift motion, Soren's fingers blurred, loading the weapon in an instant and firing an arrow at the worm's gaping mouth, targeting its jaw. He discarded the used crossbow and, gripping his curved blade with one hand, dove forward. As he passed the burrowing worm, he abruptly bent his knees and slid, carving a 2-foot-long gash into the worm's tough hide. Clang! The captain still held the burrowing worm's attention, and its sharp claws grazed his chest. Fortunately, his leather armor only left a shallow wound. A wild roar reverberated as the captain swung his longsword down fiercely, severing one of the creature's limbs. Soren, after skimming past the worm, executed a roll, springing back to his feet without hesitation. He used the worm's back as leverage to propel himself upward. The worm's height was nearly 5 meters, towering like a story of a building, with half its body buried in the earth. With a powerful leap, Soren grasped his curved blade and plunged it downward towards the worm's head. Death. A spray of dark green blood erupted, and Soren felt a burning pain in his arm. The massive body of the burrowing worm began to thrash wildly, churning the surrounding soil into chaos. Yet, Soren showed no signs of retreat. He clamped his feet firmly on its head to maintain balance and exert force, twisting the hilt of his curved blade violently. His expression turned somewhat ferocious as blood splattered onto him, causing some of his clothing to corrode slightly. Boom! The sound of the creature collapsing resounded. In its final moments, the burrowing worm thrashed desperately before its colossal body fell to the ground. Soren released his grip on the blade, lying on the ground as he gasped for breath, his arm marked with speckles of blood and patches of flesh already corroded. Finally, it was dead. After catching his breath, he stood up, only to realize that while seated atop the worm's head, a sharp edge of its shell had sliced a half-foot-long wound into his thigh, blood oozing profusely. The battle was brief, for a life-and-death struggle must not be prolonged until exhaustion sets in. A caravan guard approached, steadying the swaying Soren, and quickly applied ointment to his wounds, hastily saying, "Are you all right? Strip down. That liquid is highly corrosive. Your master will treat you shortly." One serious injury, two minor ones. Soren regained his composure, tearing off his clothing to bandage his thigh, then declared, "We must leave immediately. Burrowing worms are social creatures. Others must be nearby. And our battle has likely alerted them." Chapter 32. The cleanup indeed. As Soren's words echoed, peculiar sounds emerged from nearby, prompting them to forsake their spoils and swiftly mount their horses in a desperate bid for escape. In less than 2 minutes, a large mound erupted from the grass by the roadside, followed by the emergence of a burrowing worm from the earth. This was not the end of it. Soon, another worm surfaced, and then a third, forming a small group of 4 burrowing worms. Those who glanced back were drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Soren's timely warning to flee, 1 or 2 of them might have already met their doom. One burrowing worm was formidable enough. Now 3 had appeared. Even with the formidable strength of the northern barbarian captain, their chances of survival were slim. A single blast of their corrosive acid could decimate half their ranks, and those who remained would likely not endure even a single round of combat. This is precisely why the challenge level of burrowing worms surpasses that of abyssal serpents. Upon discovering their fallen kin, these creatures, guided by their primal instincts, let out piercing shrieks in the direction of Soren and his companions, burrowing into the earth in pursuit. However, their speed could not match that of the horses, and they soon emerged not far behind, fixated on the direction of their fleeing quarry. Even wolf packs possess a sense of vengeance. One can only imagine the tenacity of these supernatural burrowing worms. "Thanks to you," the captain of the guard said, patting Soren on the shoulder before cradling his injured comrade and urging his horse towards the merchant caravan. Soren's injuries were less severe, merely the result of acidic blood corrosion. In stark contrast, the merchant guard who had shielded against the acid was in dire straits, despite his shield mitigating some damage. The splattered acid had burned and decayed large swathes of his skin. This exemplifies the terrifying potency of the burrowing worm's acid, which not only inflicts corrosive burns but also harbors a significant toxicity. Fortunately, these were but burrowing worms. Had they encountered a challenge level 15 bipedal dragon, the acid they spewed could dissolve even the most robust armor. That would be a true menace. The corrosive and toxic abilities of the bipedal dragon's attacks rank among the most formidable beneath the legendary tier. Bipedal dragons are also social creatures. Soon, the merchant caravan came into view. The guards reacted with remarkable swiftness, and nearly a third of them drew their weapons, forming a protective perimeter around their comrades. The merchants directed their assistants to herd and rally the wagons, creating a makeshift barricade. This strategy, employed by seasoned traders, serves to fend off bandit attacks. "Take me to the master," the captain of the guard panted, lowering his comrade from his horse. In the brief interval, the merchant guard's complexion had turned ashen, not solely from the corrosive acid but also due to the toxin seeping into his body and severe blood loss. In the wilderness, the perils that claim lives extend beyond foes. They encompass the deteriorating nature of injuries, even for those whose bodies are far more resilient than those of former earthlings. The merchant guards quickly gathered. Crossbowmen stationed themselves atop the wagons, and warriors donned in leather armor brandished their shields, presenting an air of military discipline. Northern merchants are renowned for their combat prowess, as many of the guards they employ are retired warriors. Former players who turned to banditry often referred to them as tough adversaries. The large wagon, sheltered at the center of the caravan, lifted its curtain, revealing a graceful woman veiled in mystery. She surveyed the injured guard and commanded, "Cleanse his wounds immediately and bring him inside the wagon." Having spoken, she turned her gaze to Soren, instructing, "You too. I possess a special ointment. Let them apply it to your injuries." As others attended to the wounded warrior, the captain informed her of the preceding events, everything unfolding with remarkable order, devoid of any panic. At the heart of this orchestrated calm stood the enigmatic woman, the descendant of a northern witch. Under her authoritative direction, all complied without question. Even the initially flustered merchants regained their composure, retrieving pre-prepared healing potions. Northern witches are enigmatic and powerful beings, often deemed more perilous than their southern counterparts, for they wield not only arcane spells but also inherit portions of shamanic healing abilities. This was among the most challenging special professions to advance in. Advancement requirements: Level 3. Spell-lasting Level 5, Prophetic ability. The gravely injured were soon brought forth, and the captain personally administered ointment before administering a vial of healing potion. Soren's injuries were not grave. Nonetheless, Vivian treated him with utmost seriousness, meticulously bandaging his thigh, showing no concern for wasting the precious salve. She even personally fed Soren another vial of healing potion. The young girl seldom cried as she matured. Often, when witnessing Soren's injuries, she would quietly tend to his wounds, never exhibiting the weeping demeanor typical of other girls. The bond forged in their childhood, when they relied on one another, had long since cultivated a tacit understanding. She was the one Soren could count on to ignite flames when he needed to take a life, despite her inherently gentle nature. Burrowing worms? The mysterious woman frowned slightly. Casting a glance at Soren before addressing the captain, "What shall we do now? Shall we proceed?" The captain's face displayed a hint of perplexity as he replied, "I'm uncertain of the habits of such creatures. Perhaps he knows more." All eyes turned to Soren, who was amusing the young girl with clumsy jokes, coaxing a smile from her reddened eyes. Once she tugged at his sleeve, he realized the collective gaze upon him and quickly stated, "Burrowing worms are notoriously stubborn creatures, rarely straying from their territory. Their presence here must have a reason. However, since they have come this far, they are unlikely to leave anytime soon. Thus, we have but two options. We can eliminate them, or we can circumvent them through another route. These creatures will not pursue us." Diverting, the mysterious woman frowned, promptly commanding, "Norod, take a group and eliminate them." Her tone allowed no room for dissent, and Norod, the captain of the guard, showed no hesitation as he solemnly replied, "As you wish, my lady. I shall gather a team to address this nuisance immediately." With that, he began assembling personnel, instructing some to fetch shields while half remained to protect the caravan, the other half accompanying him to confront the burrowing worms. Most in the caravan regarded the mysterious woman as their master, indicating her noble status. Those who were not her slaves were, at the very least, her loyal subordinates. A spark of curiosity ignited within Soren regarding the enigmatic woman's identity. The northern witches, these women commanded their own domain within the realm of the ice and snow goddess. Undoubtedly not mere figures. Moreover, they were a coven of perilous sorceresses. After a moment of contemplation, Soren rose to his feet and declared, "I shall accompany you. I possess some experience in dealing with such entities. It should expedite their dispatch." He reassured Vivian, affirming his safety, then mounted his steed and followed. Given his role as an escort, the caravan's matriarch refrained from mandating Soren's participation, a gesture of fundamental respect. Nevertheless, the captain of the guard cast a glance in Soren's direction while assembling the company, implicitly seeking his involvement. With a subtle nod, the mysterious woman acknowledged. The captain of the guard approached Soren on horseback, his voice grave as he instructed, "Refrain from engaging directly. Simply apprise us of the vermin's vulnerabilities." Soren caressed the hilt of his scimitar, limbering his body to gauge the impact of his injuries. "Understood," he responded. "Procure additional shields. These insects can unleash a lethal spray of potent acid, rendering ordinary leather armor ineffectual. I shall endeavor to lure them out." Having dispatched the burrowing insect with a single stroke, Soren accrued over 900 points of carnage experience. Upon ascending to the second tier, Soren now requires 3,000 points of experience to advance to the 6th level of Rogue. The acquisition of experience can no longer solely rely on lockpicking and trap disarming. Direct engagement in monster slaying is imperative. With such a substantial contingent, this venture presents a relatively secure and reliable avenue for accumulating experience. Ideally, he aspires to amass another 900 points of carnage experience. Opportunities to encounter such creatures are infrequent, and he possesses limited confidence in his ability to vanquish them independently. In typical ventures, even the solo eradication of a diminutive 15 to 30 individuals, Kobold tribe, inclusive of an awakened Kobold warlock, yields a mere 800 points of carnage experience. He would not squander this chance to augment his capabilities. Chapter 33, Battle in the Wilderness Adventure. The principle of even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit comes into play. Not everyone can face the death of a comrade in arms with composure. Thus, the captain of the guard quickly assembled the elite personnel. Soren cast a hasty glance. Nearly all were warriors of the second tier or above, the most easily cultivated of professions. Other classes require substantial resources for training, particularly various spellcasters. While warriors can be trained simply with adequate nutrition and the mastery of relevant techniques. However, the advancement to higher-tier warriors necessitates exceptional aptitude. As reaching the third tier is no simple feat. Disperse. Raise your shields. Soren took command, his voice steady. Before the burrowing worm launches its attack, the ground beneath you will tremble. Be vigilant to those peculiar sounds. Maintain a distance of at least 5 steps from one another. It is best not to directly confront the worm's corrosive acid. Evade it whenever possible and ensure there is space for dodging among yourselves. Do not use bows or crossbows. They are of little effect unless one among you is an exceptional marksman. Avoid attacking its back. The worm's underbelly is its weakest point. But be cautious of its formidable claws. Remember to engage in evasive maneuvers. Unless absolutely necessary, do not withstand its assaults head-on. The worm can rear up to a height of 5 meters, capable of launching a devastating dive. Protect your heads. Its bite can sever trees. So if it attempts to gnaw at you, roll forward immediately. This is its blind spot, where its serrated jaws cannot reach within 1.5 meters in front of it. Commands rang out. The expressions of the other caravan guards shifted from astonishment to a gradual respect. This was reverence for strength. Power is not merely defined by sheer might. Wisdom and experience are equally integral to strength. Oftentimes, experience and sagacity prove more beneficial than brute force alone. Soren felt a resurgence of the sensations he once experienced during wilderness adventures, for the legendary creatures that once posed a threat to him had become scarce. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such combat. The two critical points in confronting the burrowing worm are to avoid its corrosive spittle and biting attacks. The lethality of its bite is evident, capable of severing trees. Yet, as an arthropod-like creature, it too possesses blind spots when it attacks, unable to bend its body to reach approximately a meter in front of it. With its massive body, nearly half of which is underground, movement is cumbersome for the worm. Simply be cautious of its 6 to 12 legs. Indeed, there exists a simpler method to deal with the burrowing worm, one that involves the intervention of the mysterious northern witch's descendant. The potency of her spells can yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. However, spellcasters are often reluctant to engage readily. They reserve their magic for the most critical moments. Thus, the primary members of wilderness adventures remain warriors. The number of spells they can cast is limited. Generally, spellcasters utilize light crossbows, short bows, or slings as auxiliary weapons, or wield staffs to assist, provided they do not harm their comrades. Only when confronted with numerous foes or boss-level creatures do they unleash their spells without reservation. A second-tier wizard can typically cast only a handful of spells in a day. While their lethality is sufficient, their endurance leaves much to be desired. Dismount, Soren commanded before nearing the vicinity, instructing everyone to proceed on foot. He then crouched to listen intently for a moment before addressing the others. Stamp your feet. Maintain a synchronized rhythm. Use your utmost strength to stomp, and be aware of your surroundings. The burrowing worm possesses a keen sensitivity to vibrations, thus, creating tremors on the ground is the easiest way to provoke it. Indeed, a subtle rumble emanated from beneath, and the ground began to swell slightly. They were just below. Soren shouted, initiating a retreat, for he bore wounds that rendered him unfit for direct confrontation. Disperse, the captain of the guard bellowed, his muscles swelling as the unique fury of the northern barbarian surged within him, strengthened by the rigors of the cold and specialized training. Free from the weakness that typically follows a berserker's rage. The only drawback is the brevity of this fury, unlike the Orcish berserkers and barbarians, who can sustain their rage for 15 minutes to half an hour. The northern barbarian can maintain his for only a few minutes. They belong to an advanced warrior class, distinct from the barbarian ranks. Creak. An eerie sound emerged from the depths, and suddenly, a burrowing worm erupted from the ground, unleashing a torrent of acid at the nearest warrior. With a desperate roll, the warrior evaded half the onslaught, managing to shield himself with his shield at a critical moment. He successfully avoided harm, as most of the corrosive liquid splattered onto the shield. Take it down. The captain of the guard brandished his longsword and charged forth, while the nearby caravan guards began their assault. 5 warriors maneuvered around the burrowing worm, while others remained scattered, vigilant for any signs of movement from beneath. As these creatures did not swarm indiscriminately, they lay in wait, seeking to ambush those who strayed too close. Damn it! Soren's expression suddenly shifted, and he sprinted forward, grasping a shield. The burrowing worm had targeted him. Having distanced himself from the battle, he had unwittingly become the isolated target in the worm's eyes. Hiss! A burrowing worm emerged from behind Soren, spewing a spray of acid. With a roll to evade, his agility of 20 saved him at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the corrosive attack, and he raised his shield to deflect the splattering acid. The final burrowing worm also appeared. However, due to the unexpected situation on Soren's side, the others became momentarily distracted. One caravan guard was struck on the arm, his flesh and skin almost entirely corroded away. That individual proved to be remarkably resilient, swiftly severing his own arm and staunching the wound with determination. The severed limb lay on the ground, quickly eroded until only stark bones remained visible. Kosadu. Another caravan guard shouted, seemingly intent on rushing to assist. Do not be distracted. The wounded guard raised a hand to halt him, retreating himself as he firmly stated, I am fine. Focus on taking them down. Warriors are accustomed to injury, possessing a high tolerance for pain. However, the guard's ability to endure the agony of amputation while maintaining his composure earned Soren's profound respect. The willpower of this individual is undeniably formidable. However, it seems that the inhabitants of the northern lands are inherently endowed with greater resolve, perhaps forged by the harsh, frigid environment from a young age. He appears to be a seasoned soldier. Only those who have become accustomed to the dance of life and death can exhibit such unwavering courage and decisiveness. Target their lower limbs. Now that he has been marked as a target, Soren can no longer afford to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he unsheathed his curved blade and began to maneuver around the burrowing worm, seizing opportunities to strike at its vulnerable spots, leaving a series of wounds in his wake. Attacking the creature's head was no longer a feasible option, as his leg injury severely hampered his agility. Such perilous actions demand one to be in peak condition, otherwise it would be tantamount to courting death. The air was filled with a deep, resonant roar. Seizing a fleeting moment, the captain of the guard leaped forth, emulating Soren's previous maneuver, plunging his long sword through the chinks in the creature's armor and into its brain. The first burrowing worm collapsed with a thunderous thud. The pressure on the others eased as Soren seized the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, seeking a chance for a decisive strike. That opportunity arrived swiftly. When another burrowing worm prepared to lunge at its target, Soren inhaled deeply and launched himself forward, leaping high and delivering a horizontal slash with his curved blade to the side of the creature's head. A spray of dark green liquid erupted. The burrowing worm stiffened momentarily before slumping down lifelessly. Only one remained, as the others prepared to eliminate the final burrowing worm. The severely wounded creature let out a piercing shriek and frantically flailed its limbs, attempting to burrow into the earth. It sought to escape, without a moment's hesitation. Soren steadied his breath and called out to another warrior, "Give me a spear." A long spear was tossed to him. Soren caught it deftly, turned it around, and with the spearhead pointed downward, he leaped high into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters. With a mighty shout, he gripped the spear's shaft and plunged it downwards into the ground. With a splatter, dark green blood erupted forth. A shrill cry resonated from below, and the earth trembled as Soren exerted every ounce of strength to drive the spear deeper into the ground. Finally, the surface grew still, signaling the end of the battle. Professional profile, Norse barbarians. They possess unique berserker techniques, often immersing their entire bodies in icy water during training. The cold tempers their frenzied strength, preventing them from enhancing their power to the same extent as true barbarians, yet it mitigates the toll that rage takes on their physical potential, allowing them to retain their sanity and maintain formidable combat prowess even in a berserker state. Berserk 2 Strength, 1 Constitution. Chapter 34. Medicine. The wound had split open. When Soren released his spear, blood was oozing out in patches from his leg. The initial skirmishes had been somewhat manageable, but the last 2 jumping attacks had exacerbated his injuries, causing the scabbed wound to rupture once more, seemingly worse than before. As a result, Soren limped, requiring the other caravan guards to assist him onto his horse. Nevertheless, the sacrifice bore fruit. Soren had acquired 800 points of kill experience and could, if he so wished, elevate himself to a level 6 rogue. Bring the caravan over, Soren instructed the captain of the guard, who was also watching him. He spoke in a low tone. The value of these creatures is substantial. However, we cannot unearth them alone. We need others to assist. Moreover, I believe you could use some funds as well. He glanced at the other warriors, 1 severely injured and 6 lightly wounded. The lightly wounded could recover with a day or 2 of rest, having only sustained minor cuts from the burrowing worms. However, the severely injured warrior had lost an arm, marking the end of his professional career. An ordinary person could never afford the exorbitant costs of limb regeneration, as the materials and expenses for high-level divine spells typically exceeded 3,000 gold denaro. Furthermore, one must pay the corresponding price, the priest's vitality. Otherwise, Soren would not have had to wait 2 weeks after his own injuries to find someone capable of casting high restoration. According to the customs of this profession, if the caravan guards encountered monsters or bandits on their journey, the spoils of battle belonged to the guards. The resulting funds were to be allocated for the care of the injured. In this instance, the lack of fatalities was already a stroke of luck, considering the risks involved in challenging the burrowing worms, creatures of level 10, while the average guard's profession level ranged from 6 to 7. Mark. The captain of the guard nodded and instructed one of his men, "Go summon them. We shall work together to extract these worms. Be cautious of their blood. It is acidic, so wrap your hands with cloth to avoid direct contact." This time, Soren refrained from aiding in the extraction. He merely sat atop his horse and observed. The most valuable part of the burrowing worm is the shell on its head, which can be crafted into armor and is the hardest part of its body. Do you see the shell near its mouth? That can serve as a component for arm armor and is relatively easy to remove. Pry off the frontal shell. This is a natural enchanted shield. With some crafting, it can be used and sold in the city for around 150 gold denaro. The shells at the tail can be peeled off. They are suitable for crafting half armor, while the shells on the back are largely useless unless one can find a skilled artisan to create a tower shield. The flesh of these creatures is worthless. Their blood can be sold in the marshlands, but there is little demand here. Have someone extract the heart. Some sorcerers require such robust hearts, and it could fetch around 10 gold denaro. As Soren spoke, he directed them in dismembering the burrowing worms, extracting materials that could be sold for gold. The respect on the faces of the others grew increasingly evident, not merely because Soren had felled 2 burrowing worms, but more importantly due to his extensive knowledge. Such seasoned companions, rich in experience, are the most valued, as they can uncover wealth unknown to others and maximize the spoils of battle. They indeed needed funds, for the severely injured comrade required a retirement settlement, enough to purchase a piece of land and secure a source of income for the remainder of his life. The caravan soon arrived, with merchants directing their assistants to help drag the burrowing worms from the earth, loading the valuable items onto large carts. A small team of caravan guards stood vigilant while the others busied themselves. After the tense battle, the guards wore rare smiles, for according to Soren's calculations, the 3 burrowing worms would yield nearly 500 gold denarii, almost equivalent to their entire hiring fee for this journey. Even after deducting the retirement compensation for their injured comrade, each of them could still receive 10 gold denarii. Before they began handling the corpses, the captain had already discussed the distribution of the spoils with them. He would take 10%. The severely injured Kosadou would receive 1.5% as retirement pay. The other injured members would share 2%, 6 individuals. Those who participated in the battle would receive 1.5%, 9 individuals, and those who did not partake would receive 1%, 18 individuals. Soren was to receive the remaining 30%. This equitable distribution principle was vital for maintaining team cohesion. In fact, it was more significant than the camaraderie forged in battle. With approximately 200 gold denarii in wealth, combined with previous savings, it was sufficient for the wounded comrade to return home and purchase around 100 acres of land, allowing him to hire farmers and elevate himself to the status of a wealthy landowner. This would ensure a stable source of income for the rest of his life, preventing him from falling into dire poverty due to his lost arm. In truth, many adventurers held this concern dearly. Engaging in such precarious professions, no one could foresee when they might be unable to wield a weapon again. The caravan promptly resumed its journey. Due to the respect the guards held for Soren, the other merchant assistants regarded him with a newfound awe, their faces tinged with curiosity. Wanderers. These individuals were either infamous thieves or legendary figures of the wild. Those who roamed the wilderness alone were often deemed worthy of becoming the protagonists in the songs of bards, such as Aragorn, the hero of the Lord of the Rings. Within the large cart, a mysterious woman glanced at the carcasses of the burrowing worms, seemingly recalling the fierce battle that had ensued, and commanded, "Have the merchants prepare a sum for compensation. I shall take only 20% of this bounty." The steward quickly withdrew, engaging in discussions with the merchants. Clearly, she had not recognized that Soren had maximized the battle as profits. After speaking, the mysterious woman turned to Soren, noticing the bloodstains on his thigh, and frowned slightly. "Come into the cart. Your wound requires stitching, otherwise, it will be difficult to heal properly." Soren assessed the injury on his thigh, then dismounted his horse, stumbling slightly as he entered the cart. Inside, the spacious cart was adorned with soft woolen fabrics, exuding comfort at a mere glance. In the center lay a low table, upon which rested an unknown metallic copper furnace and a set of tarot cards carelessly tossed aside, rumored to be used by northern witches to predict fortunes and misfortunes. A subtle fragrance permeates the air, elusive in its essence yet invigorating to the mind, reminiscent of the aromatic aids employed by sorcerers during the incantation of memory spells. The enigmatic woman leans down to rummage through her belongings, her voluptuous and rounded form resembling a full moon, inadvertently capturing Sauron's gaze. It is considered impolite to fixate on a woman's posterior, especially while she tends to one's wounds. Thus, Sauron swiftly averted his eyes, placing his garment beneath his thigh to prevent any bloodstains from tarnishing the luxurious furs. "Shall you handle it yourself, or would you prefer my assistance?" she inquired, producing a curved silver needle and a translucent thread crafted from special materials that would not exacerbate the risk of infection. Sauron glanced at the items and replied gravely, "I shall tend to it myself." "Very well," she acquiesced. The mysterious woman ignited a candle, warming the silver needle above the flame before handing it to Sauron along with the delicate thread. With a sharp intake of breath, Sauron unwrapped the bandage from his wound, piercing the flesh with the silver needle and threading it through to suture the laceration. The pain elicited a gasp, yet he gritted his teeth and painstakingly stitched the wound. Such an injury necessitated suturing for swift healing. Otherwise, even the most potent healing potions would prove ineffective, and any vigorous movement might cause the wound to reopen. Although the healing elixirs bore some magical properties, they were not infallible. By the time Sauron had deftly closed the nearly half-foot-long gash, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow. The enigmatic woman observed him silently before remarking, "It appears you have acquired some skill in medical bandaging. It is a vital ability for survival in the wilderness." Sauron replied casually, applying ointment to the bandage and carefully wrapping it around the wound. Concurrently, a series of notifications manifested. "Suturing successful. You have successfully stitched the wound. You have alleviated your injury. Medical skill level 2. At that moment, Sauron seized the opportunity to examine his status page, noting an array of newfound skills that had inexplicably appeared. They comprised various fundamental abilities. Name, Sauron. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 14-2, Agility 20-1, Constitution 19, Intelligence 18-1, Perception 15. Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Class, Level 10 Commoner, Max Level, Level 5 Rogue, 0-3000, second tier. Health points, 5252. Experience points, 3650, combat experience. 100 class experience, unallocated. Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Status, normal. Basic skills, Stealth 103, Theft 35, Lockpicking 45, Traps 55, Negotiation 3, Appraisal 1, Deception 3, Performance 1. Knowledge 1, Evasion, Rolling 5, Listening 3, Medical 2, Spell Identification 1. Legendary skill, Universal Craftsmanship, Sealed, Weakened state. Personal traits, Dexterous left hand, Photographic memory, Resilient strength. Class traits, Shadow mastery, Military weapon proficiency. Combat skill, Shadow assassination. In addition to the foundational skills initially acquired, Sauron had gained 3 additional points in listening against burrowing worms, 5 points in evasion against burrowing worms, 1 point in negotiation, and the recently enhanced 2 points in medical skills. It appeared that his basic skills could indeed be augmented through practice. Chapter 35, The Wolf Pack. After a brief tidying of the battlefield, the caravan continued its journey. Soren, hindered by his injuries, was unable to ride and could only sit atop a large cart laden with goods. The enigmatic woman did not extend an invitation for him to join her in the grand carriage. Their relationship had yet to reach such familiarity. However, she did invite Vivian, who, much to her dismay, declined and chose to sit beside Soren on the cart. The group advanced in silence, while the caravan's guards diligently scouted the vicinity, occasionally calling out to fill the potholes that had formed from recent heavy rains, rendering the roads into muddy trails riddled with puddles. Soren, covered in grime, was being dusted off by Vivian, who diligently brushed the dirt from his clothes. During the skirmish, appearances were of little concern. Rolling upon the ground to evade attacks had left him caked in mud, which, upon drying, clung to him in hardened patches. The little girl focused intently on cleaning him up, occasionally puffing her cheeks to blow away the dust. The others were preoccupied with their own tasks. But whenever they caught sight of the two atop the cart, smiles crept onto their faces, their fondness for the pair subtly growing. Particularly, the mysterious woman in the grand carriage would occasionally lift the curtain to observe them, her gaze lingering more on the adorable girl, as if she possessed an irresistible charm. This moment painted a scene of tranquility. Soren sat cross-legged on the cart, meticulously cleaning his curved blade, aware that the acidic blood of the earthworm could corrode his weapon if not properly tended to. Vivian, seated beside him, continued to remove the mud from his attire, occasionally pouting in concentration as she blew away the remnants. The coarse fabric of his clothing allowed dirt to seep into its seams, and even after her efforts, gray patches remained, which left the girl feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Use this. The captain of the guards chuckled as he rode past, tossing Soren a pouch of refined oil. It will help maintain your weapon. A reliable weapon was essential for those who lived by the sword. It signified the assurance of life itself. Soren smiled, accepting the pouch and carefully applying the oil to his blade. This refined oil would prevent rust, and it was wise to have some on hand until he acquired a weapon of extraordinary caliber. Even enchanted weapons required regular maintenance, a testament to one's respect for combat. After cleaning the blade, Soren sheathed it. Perhaps due to the toll of battle or the blood lost from his injuries, he appeared somewhat weary and fatigued. Unconsciously, he leaned back against the cart and dozed lightly. Vivian watched him quietly, and feeling tired herself, she nestled her small head against his chest, careful not to disturb his wounds. The caravan continued on its path. Occasionally, a guard on horseback would pass by the cart, making an effort to minimize noise, a gesture of respect for a formidable ally. Although Soren might not have triumphed in a one-on-one confrontation against them, he had earned their respect through his valor in battling the earthworm. In truth, Soren was not truly asleep. In the wilderness, he seldom fell into a deep slumber. More often, he existed in a state of half-consciousness, alert to any unusual sounds that might rouse him. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the wild and knew he must remain vigilant at all times. As evening descended, the caravan showed no signs of halting. Upon awakening, Soren found that Vivian had dozed off against him. He carefully withdrew his arm, attempting not to disturb her slumber. Alas, she stirred, rubbing her eyes before looking up at him. "Brother, you're awake?" Soren smiled and nodded, gently stroking her hair. A guard from the caravan passed by, tossing him a wrapped loaf of bread and some dried meat. In the wild, there was little fuss over food. The bread was pre-prepared and somewhat hard, while the meat, having been cured, was still warm from being tucked close to the body, easier to consume that way. Those who traveled frequently often kept their rations close to their hearts to prevent them from becoming too cold to eat. Soren broke off a piece of bread and handed it to Vivian before tearing off a slice of meat. Without the luxury of a fire, they had no broth. So Soren ate directly with water, whispering to her, "Once we set up camp, I will prepare something delicious for you." In this wilderness, he could easily catch a couple of rabbits with his skills, as the area teemed with wildlife free from human disturbances. The only concern was that making a fire might attract the attention of lurking monsters. However, with so many people present, he felt reassured. Vivian was not a picky eater. She quietly gulped down the bread with water. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, looking towards the nearby forest and tugging at Soren's clothing. Brother, it seems something is watching us. Upon hearing this, Soren instinctively gripped his curved blade and stood atop the cart, scanning the surroundings. Unfortunately, he could see nothing amiss. But based on his past experiences, he deduced what might be observing them. Fear not, he softly reassured Vivian, gently ruffling her hair. Those are likely the lycanthropes that roam these parts. They must have noticed our passage. However, they would not dare attack a large caravan like ours. Soon we shall be out of their territory. Lycanthropes were a common sight in the wild, more dangerous than goblins or kobolds, possessing sharp fangs, claws, and impressive agility, along with a notable degree of intelligence. They thrived on ambushing solitary travelers, but against a sizable caravan, they rarely attacked unless they felt entirely confident in their strength. Typically, their packs comprised 15 to 30 individuals, often organized into smaller family units of 5 to 8. Rather than targeting a heavily guarded caravan, they preferred hunting lesser prey such as beasts or goblins, for the latter posed minimal risk. Attacking humans in the wild could lead to casualties among their ranks. Generally, if they did decide to strike, they would opt for a stealthy approach under the cover of night. Initially, they would follow their quarry unnoticed. As the nearby woods thickened, the guards adjusted their formation, increasing the number of scouts at the front to 5 to ensure immediate support in case of an emergency. Some merchants began to voice their complaints, as traveling in the dark proved troublesome. Insufficient light slowed the pace of their oxen and horses. Fortunately, a bright moon soon emerged in the sky. Its cool, silvery light illuminated the surroundings, facilitating their progress. The caravan guards lit torches, ready to proceed. The torchbearers affixed their prepared torches to the wagons. From within the central carriage, the enigmatic woman emerged with quiet grace. She paused at the carriage's edge, surveying the surroundings before gesturing towards the roof of the carriage. Uttering a series of peculiar monosyllabic sounds, a radiant luminescence materialized above the vehicle. 'Tis a spell of illumination. The mystical woman's aptitude as a sorceress must be considerable, as the light she conjured bathed an area spanning hundreds of feet in its glow. The caravan erupted in cheers. The potency of the enchantment invigorated many, and a semblance of tranquility graced the visages of the merchants. That lady's spell is quite formidable. The young girl sidled closer to Soren, whispering, "The light I conjure is but a scintilla, whereas hers illuminates such a vast expanse." A professional of at least level 15. Soren cast a profound gaze upon the grand carriage, surprised that the mysterious woman was, in fact, a high-ranking sorceress. While the source of light facilitated the caravan's progress, it simultaneously betrayed their location. Within the inky depths of the adjacent forest, pairs of phosphorescent emerald eyes materialized, the denizens of the local wolf packs and wild beasts. A resounding howl echoed across the wilderness, and upon a distant knoll, the silhouette of a wolf king, the size of a calf, emerged. It was a wild direwolf. It fixed its gaze upon the distant caravan, its pupils locking onto the grand carriage. As if sensing the mysterious woman's scrutiny, its robust frame quivered, and it emitted a series of subdued howls. The chorus of howls spread, and the wolf pack, concealed within the shadows, began to emerge. Pairs of phosphorescent emerald eyes vanished as they followed their king, departing in unison toward other regions. Direwolves possess a modicum of intelligence, perhaps even surpassing that of warhorses. The wilderness offers a plethora of quarry, thus, there was no imperative to provoke this caravan, particularly with the presence of a formidable sorceress. The terror inspired by mages has permeated their very essence for millennia. Countless harrowing lessons have imparted upon these beasts the wisdom of never rashly provoking those who wield arcane power. So long as they are not incensed, these beasts will refrain from assailing enemies capable of casting spells. Chapter 36, The Legendary Battle, Part 1. The night deepened. After 12 consecutive hours of arduous travel, fatigue began to weigh heavily on many, even on the warriors whose physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, their expressions bearing the unmistakable mark of exhaustion. The task of the caravan guards was not merely to follow the merchant train. The constant vigilance and reconnaissance demanded a great deal of mental fortitude. Under normal circumstances, they would travel less than 6 hours a day. However, the enigmatic mistress had not commanded a halt, and the others could only press onward, despite numerous complaints among them. Soren appeared remarkably subdued in the night. His figure seemed somewhat ethereal, as if the darkness itself had enveloped him. The road ahead had deteriorated significantly, as they had strayed far from Amber City, and this path had long been abandoned. Only when they approached the next city, approximately 50 kilometers away, would the condition of the roads begin to improve, marked by signs of human activity. The mysterious woman maintained a cautious demeanor. She did not return to the large carriage but stood atop it, gazing intently ahead, occasionally casting furtive glances back toward Amber City. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed. and she peered into the distance, a cold snort escaping her lips. How dare they employ divination against me? A glimmer of cold light appeared as a dark golden card materialized at her fingertips, its reverse displaying a 9-pointed star formation, while the front revealed the faint outline of a crown. Soren's vision was not sharp enough to discern the details clearly. In an instant, it seemed as though the very stars in the sky dimmed. The mysterious woman's expression was one of provoked ire as she uttered a series of peculiar syllables, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. The guards instinctively gathered around her, even neglecting the nearby merchants and their goods, for in their hearts, the safety of this enigmatic woman took precedence. Wizards are most vulnerable while casting spells. It was imperative that no one approach her at this moment. The incantation consisted of strange monosyllabic and polysyllabic sounds, a language unlike that used in ordinary human communication. Without specialized training, it was nearly impossible to articulate these notes. A brilliant light manifested. The corners of the mysterious woman's mouth curled into a cold smile as she slowly retracted the card, wearily gesturing, "It is safe now. Ahead lies a lake where we shall make camp." In Amber City, within a shadowy underground chamber, a red-robed priest atop an altar suddenly trembled, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his countenance turning ashen as he muttered, "The prophecy has failed. Someone has interfered with my divination spell. The opponent may be a near-legendary wizard. The aura of the divine child has been concealed." He commanded, "Awaken the terrifying knights. The divine child shall awaken amidst despair and fear, and at that moment, our lords shall descend upon him. Commence the sacrificial ritual now." The dimly lit chamber echoed with the sound of corrupted prayers as cloaked followers severed the throats of their offerings with daggers, blood flowing into the sinister formation, gradually seeping into the surrounding marble sarcophagi. The waves of necromantic energy began to surge, a destructive aura enveloping the area. As the marble coffins disintegrated in the raging tempest of energy, accompanied by the heavy sound of clanking armor, 8 terrifying knights, clad in pitch-black heavy armor, rose. Their crimson eyes appeared to blaze with an internal fire, and from the very moment of their awakening, merciless slaughter descended upon the underground chamber. The terrifying knights unsheathed their massive executioner swords, commencing the massacre of the cultists within the chamber. Blood and limbs flew in all directions. The red-robed priest seemed taken aback by the unfolding chaos, collapsing limply upon the altar. A resounding screech reverberated through the air. Blood gathered amidst the blasphemous invocations. As the terrifying knights knelt upon one knee, plunging their dark executioner swords into the formation, igniting a fierce blaze as nightmarish entities erupted from the profound blood-red void. Without uttering a single word, the terrifying knights mounted their steeds, their tattered black capes revealing the spectral forms of vengeful souls. The hooves of the nightmares ignited in searing flames, and they raised their executioner swords, charging directly toward the walls of the underground chamber, which were over 2 meters thick. With a thunderous roar, the silence shattered as the walls crumbled. The nightmares trod upon the very air itself, accompanied by trails of fire, bursting through the walls and surging toward the surface. Terrifying Knights, Legendary, Tier 5. Challenge level, 16. Creature level, 24. Advanced Undead. Maximum attribute, 25. Minimum attribute, 15. Total attribute value, 95 to 110. Special traits, Executioner Sword, Legendary, Advanced Charge, Nightmare Mount, Raise Undead, Blasphemous Words, Aura of Fear, Breath of Death, Abyssal Knight, Destructive Attack, Annihilation Slash. Sword Intent, Execution, Sword Intent, Decapitation, Sword Intent, Fallen Cross Slash. Challenge difficulty, A. Nightmares, Demon, Tier 4. Challenge level, 12. Creature level, 18. Large, otherworldly life form. Maximum attribute, 21. Minimum attribute, 12. Total attribute value, 90 to 100. Special traits, Flame Hooves, Advanced Charge, Dark Vision, Flight Running, Powerful Charge, Demon Resistance, Otherworldly Life. Challenge difficulty, A-. The night was eerily quiet. After an entire day of strenuous travel, upon reaching the camping site, a cheer erupted from the group. Finally, they could rest. Although it was nearing dawn, the attendants hurriedly fetched water and kindled a fire, preparing to boil some food. Having subsisted on dry rations all day, they yearned for a warm bowl of soup and a good night's sleep. The caravan guards remained vigilant, organizing the night watch and establishing a simple perimeter. The water source was a gathering place for beasts, making it an unsuitable camping location under normal circumstances, yet they had no choice but to comply with the mistress's orders. Among the group, only 2 individuals exhibited signs of unease. One was Soren, who had not anticipated that the mysterious woman was a witch of a profession level exceeding 16. Verging on the legendary realm. Such witches were scarce in the northern lands, most being members of the Witch Council, holding positions akin to minor lords in the southern principalities. There was no justification for such a distinguished sorceress to accompany a merchant caravan unless she bore some special mission. If that were the case, Soren and Vivian trailing behind the caravan might not bode well, for they could easily become embroiled in perilous events. The other individual displaying unease was the enigmatic mistress of the caravan. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon, towards Amber City, as if anticipating some dreadful occurrence. A hint of worry danced across her features. Time passed slowly. The company was prepared for a midnight repast, and the caravan guards began to partake in their meals in shifts. Soren, too, received a portion of fragrant, savory soup, perhaps due to the day's exhaustive trials. The young maiden consumed her share with haste, a delicate hint of drowsiness gracing her features. Soren abstained from eating. He commenced by erecting the encampment's tents, subsequently scattering powders to ward off venomous insects around the perimeter, and finally, he carried the slumbering Vivian into the shelter. However, as Soren was about to partake in his own repast, a sudden premonition seized him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the direction of Amber City, an instinctive dread washing over him. In a swift motion, he unsheathed his scimitar and dashed towards the distant hillside. Preceding him was the enigmatic matriarch of the caravan. In the distance, the horizon was ablaze with crimson. It appeared as though a vast conflagration had erupted in the dead of night. At present, they were situated over 100 miles from Amber City, rendering the scope of the fiery cloud indiscernible. Yet, both individuals were cognizant that the cataclysm was likely occurring in the vicinity of Amber City. A ninth circle spell. Meteoric burst, legendary. Caster level requirement. 20. This was not Sauron's inaugural encounter with the spell's manifestation, yet a sense of awe still resonated within him upon witnessing it once more. Esteemed as one of the most accessible legendary spells, ninth circle, it necessitates a wizard's class level to reach 20. Experts have calculated its destructive potential to be equivalent to the concentrated bombardment of 8 Tomahawk missiles across a 5-kilometer radius. A legendary warrior had jested that withstanding the spell's assault would be akin to withstanding an air-to-surface missile barrage in reality. Among all professions, only warriors and barbarians in the legendary domain would dare to claim they could withstand a ninth circle spell. The first warrior to ascend to the legendary echelon once recorded a video of himself bathing in molten lava, creating a seismic impact on public perception. This ushered in a period of unprecedented prosperity for the warrior class, once deemed the most arduous of professions. Alas, few warriors survived to reach the legendary domain. Chapter 37, The Battle of Legends, Part 2, the once thriving city of Amber, now a desolate ruin, was consumed by roaring infernos. Amidst the cacophony of collapsing structures, faint cries for help pierced the air, yet no one remained to offer solace to the forsaken. Obscure shadows danced within the fire-ravaged remains, as azure flames ignited in the hollow eyes of pallid skeletons. Corpses stirred to life, animated by blasphemous incantations and, brandishing weapons, lurched towards the sole bastion of resilience in Amber, the Temple District. The Temple District stood as the last vestige of order. The deity shrines emitted a faint luminescence, their statues enveloped in a divine aura. Temple guardians, clad in full armor, stood resolute at the forefront, with the surviving members of the Amber City Guard arrayed behind them. Even the once gentle clerics, known for their propensity for homilies, had shed their robes for heavy armor, their martial prowess now essential. The young cleric who had once aided Soren was also among them. Adorned in gleaming silver half-plate, she gripped a knight's shield, her weapon of choice a formidable flail. Despite the weapon's inherent difficulty, no other armament felt as natural in her grasp. The sight of a slender cleric in silver armor, wielding a shield and a weighty flail, was a stark testament to the dire circumstances. Even unofficial clerics were compelled to fight, for behind them huddled the few survivors of Amber, trembling within the temple's halls, awaiting their inevitable fate. Blasphemous chants reverberated through the air. Among the corrupted, even more sinister blasphemous priests sought to weaken the temple's divine defenses with their sacrilegious utterances. 8 dread knights encircled the temple district, their nightmares spewing sulphurous flames. Countless undead roamed the perimeter, resurrected by profane words and necromantic power, destined to dissipate by the coming dawn. However, they might not endure until then. The temple's power waned, and the dread knights urged their nightmares closer, despite the steed's palpable unease. These formidable beings were beyond the city's ability to resist. 8 legendary dread knights represented an insurmountable force, even if the entirety of Amber's strength were mustered. Despair permeated the doomed city. Fear was omnipresent. Just as all hope seemed lost and the final reckoning imminent, a peculiar commotion arose in the distance. The clerics had begun to console the others, assuring them that even in death, their souls would return to the divine realm, finding eternal peace and tranquility. The temple's guardian knights knelt in supplication, imploring the gods for blessings and vowing to fight to the bitter end. As long as the temple's power remained uncorrupted, their souls would remain untainted. Suddenly, an Amber City guard, his face etched with incredulity, pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming, "Look over there." A nondescript figure emerged from the darkness. Bald and clad in tattered homespun garb, with simple leggings and no apparent weapon, he was surrounded by a throng of undead. The ghoulish horde assailed him relentlessly, spectral claws reaching, skeletal blades slashing. Yet, He remained unfazed. Their attack seemed to have no effect, not even ruffling a hair on his head. He glanced calmly ahead. And upon spotting the temple survivors, a hint of relief flickered across his face. "I'm still in time," he murmured, before stomping his foot with sudden force. An invisible shockwave erupted, sending hundreds of skeletons and specters flying. The ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern, and within a 100-meter radius, the stone pavement shattered into dust. "Transcendent!" exclaimed a bewildered Friar Farrell. He stared ahead and cried, "Form a defensive line. Divine blessings. If we can endure until dawn, we shall be saved." A legendary monk. The unassuming figure was none other than a martial ascetic of legendary caliber, a rare sight indeed, unburdened by armor or weapons. Focused power, legendary. The unassuming monk leapt forward, traversing the distance in a single bound. With a clenched fist, he struck a skeletal knight, which shuddered. Its undead armor remained intact, but its bones crumbled to dust. Blazing inferno stance. Facing the approaching undead from all directions, the monk clapped his hands together. A sphere of scorching light erupted from his palms. As he unleashed the strike, the air cracked in a wave of heat and force cascaded outwards, scattering the nearby undead. Low-level skeletons collapsed en masse. The blasphemous priest finally noticed the monk's presence. 3 of them stepped forward, casting spells. Bolts of dark energy streaked towards the monk. Moonshadow stance. The monk remained impassive. He clapped his hands together, and his skin shimmered with a golden light as a silvery aura enveloped him, deflecting the incoming spells. He then leapt forward, vanishing from sight. Ethereal body. Shadowless steps. The monk materialized before the blasphemous priests, unleashing a thunderous roar as he struck. Mage armor, mastery. Stone skin. An invisible energy field enveloped the priests, deflecting the monk's attack. Their skin turned to stone. Nearby priests began to cast spells, layering additional deflection fields upon them. Adamantine palm. The monk withdrew his hand and struck again. His palm now a solid gold. The energy shield shattered with a resounding crack. The priest's stone skin crumbled. With a single blow, a priest's chest caved in, and his bones turned to mush as he collapsed. "Foolish spellcasters," he mused. "Did you truly believe that a layer of stone and a shield of energy could withstand our might?" In the darkness, a figure of immense stature emerged. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. He stood approximately 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall. A formidable man whose arms were as thick as the waist of others. He effortlessly wielded a heavy battle axe, its weight likely exceeding 600 pounds, appearing as substantial as a door. Casually, he stepped into the encirclement of the undead. "Leave this to me," the colossal man declared, and with a mighty strike, he pounded his chest. His already formidable physique began to swell, revealing terrifying muscles and bulging veins, accompanied by a series of explosive cracks as his bones audibly elongated, transforming him into a towering figure over 3 meters high. Fury surged within him. But that was not the end. With a primal roar, he struck the ground fiercely. His already exaggerated form erupted once more. The earth cracked beneath the force of his might, and the once mighty figure ascended to over 5 meters in height. The battle axe, previously somewhat unwieldy, now fit perfectly in his grasp, as terrifying muscles rippled across his frame, and sinewy veins surfaced on his resilient skin, rendering him a veritable ancient engine of destruction. A wild roar echoed through the heavens. At the center of this terrifying figure, the skeletal remains within a 50-meter radius shattered into fragments, while the nearby desecrators howled in anguish, blood seeping from their ears, eyes, and nostrils. They lay on the ground in a dazed stupor, wearing foolish grins. War roar, legendary. Sonic attack. The towering giant hoisted the heavy battle axe onto his shoulder. Glancing at the now idiotic desecrators, taunting, "What a pitiful group of spellcasters." Fortitude save failed. Earth splitter. The colossal giant stomped his foot, causing the ground to fissure, and the location of the desecrators collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying the fragile spellcasters beneath the rubble. The sound of heavy hoofbeats echoed through the ruins. Upon witnessing the terrifying night that appeared before him, the legendary barbarian's expression turned serious. He slowly lowered the weighty battle axe, licking his lips and murmuring, "At last, a worthy opponent has emerged." Undying fury. A blood-red aura enveloped his skin as the barbarian let out a roar, brandishing the massive battle axe towards the fearsome knight. Clang. A heavy executioner's sword met the axe's strike, the nightmare emitting a pained shriek as its hooves sank deep into the earth. The terrifying knight dismounted slowly, crimson eyes fixated on the barbarian. It tore away its blood-stained tattered cloak, gripping its sword with both hands, the heavy blade held horizontally against its chest. The true battle was only just beginning. Class skill, legendary fury, strength 10, constitution 10, immune to any mind-affecting spells, immune to maze spells, immune to confinement spells, infinite stamina during the duration. Class skill, transcendent perfection. Through long-term training, the monk has gradually perfected his body, rendering him a supernatural being. Any non-supernatural physical attacks cannot harm the monk. The monk is immune to all ordinary weapon attacks. Only weapons of 1 enchantment or higher can inflict damage upon them. Chapter 38. Saber-toothed tiger. The night swiftly passed. When Soren awoke the following day, the caravan appeared unchanged. Yet he understood that some things had irrevocably altered. For instance, the city of Amber. Perhaps it would no longer exist. For he had finally recalled where he had first heard its name. That was a battle from the realm of legends. Legendary practitioners would begin to grace the annals of history from this night onward, their conflicts with the divine offspring merely commencing. At that moment, Soren wished to distance himself from them as much as possible. As a former legendary thief, he was acutely aware of the chasm separating the realm of legends from that of the mundane. When he was merely a level 19 thief, he still resided within the bounds of mortals, experiencing little change. However, upon attaining the status of a level 20 legendary thief, he had gained the ability to traverse both the material and shadow planes, capable of space warping through formidable quasi-magical prowess. Dimensional anchors could not restrain him. Were it not for the limitation of traversing between the shadow and material planes merely once per day, he could roam freely across the world. Abilities such as the Monk's Transcendent Enlightenment, the Barbarian's Legendary Frenzy, and the Cleric's Summoned Divine Envoy had brought legendary capabilities perilously close to the divine. Even the typically beleaguered warriors had emerged victorious, with legendary resilience allowing them to bathe in magma and emerge unscathed. While legendary strength enabled them to engage in direct combat with dragons, the sword saints of the legendary realm were even more exaggerated. A blade storm, a major whirlwind advancement, could render them immune to all spell attacks of 6th circle or lower, and their lethality was enough to instill fear in other practitioners. Naturally, it was best not to provoke the legendary wizards, as many possessed the ability to stop time. At least until one had acquired demigod status, immunizing against time-based legendary spells. Soren needed to maintain his distance from them, at the very least, until his strength was sufficient. He should strive to stay clear of such perilous beings to avoid an untimely demise. He did not ponder for long, as a commotion outside roused everyone. A formidable creature had approached their camp. It was an adult saber-toothed tiger, the king of beasts in the wilderness. It would even consider ground drakes, challenge level 10, as part of its diet when food was scarce. One of the most dangerous felines in the world. Upon Soren's appearance, the others were clearly terrified, with some members of the caravan collapsing in fear. Before them stood a male adult saber-toothed tiger, measuring approximately 4.5 meters in length, with a tail extending to 7 meters, a shoulder height of around 2 meters, and weighing between 800 to 1,000 kilograms. Its appearance was not markedly different from that of other tiger species, save for the pair of elongated canines, each about 15 centimeters long, akin to natural extraordinary daggers. With minimal sharpening, these fangs possessed formidable piercing capabilities, once coveted by many thieves. The wilderness monarch approached the lake, its extraordinary intelligence allowing it to gaze thoughtfully at the humans before it. After a brief assessment, it lost interest and lowered its head to drink from the lake. Initially, the caravan's guards were somewhat petrified, yet soon some grew eager to take action, with a few cautiously retrieving their crossbows. Perhaps they believed that having dispatched several burrowing worms, they could also deal with this saber-toothed tiger. Do not act rashly. Soren swiftly restrained those eager individuals, then glanced at the captain of the guard. Speaking in a grave tone, this is a saber-toothed tiger. Its diet even includes ground drakes. Are you truly considering letting these impulsive fools attack it? A 1-ton saber-toothed tiger was evidently nearing the threshold of supernatural beings. Should it undergo elemental mutation, it could directly transcend dimensions into outer realms. Attacking it would be tantamount to courting death. Ordinary saber-toothed tigers are level 12 creatures. The one before them was at least level 16. Unless that mysterious mistress intervened. The combined strength of everyone present would not suffice to even challenge it. Do you see those glimmering claws? Soren pointed, his voice steady. Those can shred chainmail with a single swipe. Even the hides of ground drakes cannot withstand more than a few strikes. He cautioned, do not disturb it. Such a wilderness king will not lack for food. As long as we do not provoke it, it will leave after quenching its thirst. Soren's assessment proved astute. After drinking, the saber-toothed tiger quietly departed, casting a final glance at the large central wagon. The captain of the guards, visibly irritated, pulled aside those impulsive individuals for a reprimand. Soren's expression grew serious. It seemed he recalled something, silently gazing toward a particular direction in the forest before stating, this is the south. You are not familiar with this area. It is best not to act recklessly. Saber-toothed tigers are on par with winter wolves. An adult male saber-toothed tiger capable of directly challenging a small pack of winter wolves. The narrative continues to unfold. Please hold on, this site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser. Were it not for the overwhelming numbers of winter wolves that would likely dominate the northern territories. Winter wolves, large supernatural beasts, possess linguistic capabilities. Able to speak common and giant tongues, and can unleash frost breath attacks. They exhibit exceptional sensory tracking abilities, with intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. Yet their nature is exceedingly cunning and cruel. Winter wolves are among the most perilous creatures of the icy plains. Their pelts fetching around 2,000 gold denders in the north and soaring above 3,000 in the south. They were among Soren's favored prey. Without winter wolves, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to amass the vast fortune required to ascend to legendary thief status in such a short time. As for the saber-toothed tiger just encountered, it could be regarded as half a legendary warrior. However, saber-toothed tigers, as wilderness kings, are exceedingly rare. Logically, they should not inhabit such areas, as they prefer to follow herds of bison in the plains. Was there something compelling it to migrate? Creatures like the saber-toothed tiger rarely abandon their territories. They would fight fiercely even against draconic subtypes unless faced with an insurmountable force. Could it be? Soren calculated his position, and suddenly his expression darkened, for he realized he was not far from where an ancient red dragon would soon appear. The emergence of the ancient red dragon was months away, yet that did not imply it had not arrived nearby months prior, merely waiting to be discovered at that later time. It seemed that many significant events were already brewing in advance. The moments known to the world would merely erupt at that specific time frame, brother. The little girl had climbed up, her gaze following the direction of the saber-toothed tiger's departure, her face devoid of fear. Instead, she grasped Soren's hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. That big cat is so beautiful and majestic. Vivian wants to keep one too. Soren, whose demeanor was somewhat tense, could not help but smile at her words. He gently ruffled her hair, jokingly replying, when Vivian advances to sorceress, she may summon a magical pet. Perhaps she may indeed manage to bind such a regal and impressive feline. The little girl remained blissfully unaware, her innocence intact. She had scarcely encountered a tiger before, and it was unlikely for one to appear near Amber City. Having never left the confines of Amber City, this was her first sighting of a tiger. And to her astonishment, she perceived it as merely a large cat. However, she was not entirely mistaken. The saber-toothed tiger, too, belonged to the feline family. The innocent young girl remained blissfully unaware that Soren was merely jesting. Instead, she earnestly daydreamed, her eyes alight with excitement. Really? Then it could carry me around to play. If anyone dares to bully me, I would let it bite them. It's so big. It must be incredibly fierce in a fight. Soren did not interrupt the girl's whimsical fantasies. He simply lifted her and placed her on a nearby cart, casually remarking, "Then Vivian must work hard. Such a large cat is not easily obedient." With that, he began to pack their belongings. Aware that the journey to White Horse City would take 4 or 5 days and that the road ahead might not be tranquil. As Soren busied himself with preparing breakfast and organizing the tent, the adorable girl sat with her head tilted at the edge of the cart, resting her chin on one hand, pondering aloud. How can I make that big cat obey me? It's so large, and I'm so small. I could never overpower it. What should I do? The little girl anxiously rubbed her head, seeming to realize that she truly had no solution. Oh, if only I could raise such a large cat. Its fur looked so warm. While she remained lost in thought, unbeknownst to her, the enigmatic mistress of the merchant caravan had approached her side. Chapter 39, The Master of Fist Techniques. As Soren finished packing his belongings, the enigmatic mistress of the merchant caravan had already departed. Casting a glance at the receding figure of the mysterious woman, he crouched down and whispered, "Vivian, what did she say to you?" The little girl, with an innocent tilt of her head, replied, "Not much, really. She just asked me how old I am this year and whether I can read." With a reassuring smile, she added, "Don't worry. I didn't mention anything about my magical abilities." Soren nodded in relief. It was best to keep Vivian's innate sorceress talents a secret, given her tender age. While he harbored no ill feelings towards the merchant's mistress, he remained cautious, for wizards are often peculiar individuals. The rivalry between thieves and magic users was not new. The wizards among the native inhabitants were anything but simple characters. The caravan soon resumed its journey, perhaps influenced by the mysterious woman's conversation. Vivian suddenly developed an interest in literacy. Soren believed it wise for her to learn more words, as sorcerers do not automatically awaken all their abilities. Unlike dragons, who instinctively acquire knowledge, sorcerers must actively master languages and scripts. Although Vivian had learned a few characters from him, her vocabulary was limited to a few hundred words. Remarkably bright, she often grasped concepts more swiftly than Soren, yet she preferred to engage in activities she loved. At times, she would grow drowsy when faced with lengthy texts, her little face betraying yawns. The caravan slowed its pace that day. Vivian, still disinclined towards verbose materials, managed to learn a few dozen new words alongside Soren, but soon appeared to drift into a sleepy haze. With a soft murmur, she cheerfully proposed to learn more next time and began to fiddle with the trinkets others had given her. In just a day, she had endeared herself to the caravan, receiving various small gifts, some from the caravan crew and others from the mysterious woman, including a beautifully crafted tarot deck. Vivian had a penchant for items adorned with illustrations. The day passed by, and they encountered some roaming gnolls and goblins, yet none dared to attack such a sizable caravan. It wasn't until a commotion arose ahead that the caravan paused momentarily. Eager to gain more combat experience, Soren followed, though this time he found no opportunity to intervene. The caravan had encountered a solitary adventurer traversing the wilderness. This man, a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged figure with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes, donned simple gray clothes. With bandages wrapped around his arms and leggings tied around his legs. His short hair and notably thick neck hinted at a potential background in specialized combat techniques, such as the warrior's roar, a unique ability akin to the lion's roar. As Soren observed, the caravan's guards were conversing with him from a distance. And nearby lay the lifeless bodies of 3 gnolls, all dispatched with bare hands. A master of fist techniques? Soren was taken aback by the sight of the middle-aged man, then dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting, asking, "Are you traveling alone, master?" The man responded with a composed bow, his demeanor exuding humility. Noticing Soren's gesture, the guards relaxed their expression slightly, and the captain approached on horseback, whispering, "Who is he?" It had just been reported that he had swiftly dispatched 3 gnolls with his bare hands, causing the others to flee. Soren nodded, explaining, "He is likely a master of fist techniques, a practitioner of the monk's path. They often wander the wilderness alone, seeking opportunities to hone their will and strength. This man appears to be an ascetic." "Monk? Ascetic?" The captain's expression softened a bit, for most ascetics are not malevolent beings. The master of fist techniques is an advanced class of monk, entirely forsaking weapons to become adept in unarmed combat, possessing the formidable Fist of Fury specialty, which only masters of fist techniques and holy guardians can wield. Monks are among the most solitary travelers, as they seek to cultivate their will in the wild, experiencing the transcendent, the void, and the primal energies. Should one choose the path of an ascetic, they partake in a sacred ritual, donating all their wealth to the impoverished. Ascetics typically relinquish the majority of their riches, retaining only minimal material possessions to strengthen their resolve. They are among the highest in willpower among practitioners, almost immune to most charm and mental spells. Their renunciation of material indulgence fortifies their convictions. The number of those who advance to ascetics is scarce, as they must vow special oaths. Breaking such oaths can lead to spiritual vulnerabilities, known as self-deception. A powerful practitioner, should they fall into such a state, would exhibit significant flaws in their mental resilience, adversely affecting their abilities. Out of 10 monks, only 1 becomes an ascetic, and out of 10 ascetics, merely 1 may ascend to become a true ascetic monk, the most challenging class to achieve. True ascetic monks do not retain overnight wealth. Many abandon weapons and extraordinary gear, attaining the pinnacle of mastery in fist techniques, legendary Fist of Fury. They rely solely on their formidable instincts and bare hands for combat. These individuals possess remarkable spell resistance and unique abilities, cultivated through prolonged training, often derived from their indomitable will, forged in harsh conditions, ultimately allowing them to manipulate elemental energies that directly influence the material realm. Many ascetics eventually give up, for not everyone can resist the allure of material comforts. Once training is abandoned, an ascetic reverts to being an ordinary monk, perhaps never mustering the courage to attempt again. The caravan soon welcomed another companion. The master of fist techniques remained notably taciturn, seldom initiating conversation. This was not particularly surprising, as some ascetics might feign silence for years. Around midday, he would solicit water and simple food from the caravan's members, refusing most meats and subsisting on coarse black bread. Ascetics do not abstain from meat entirely. However, when embarking on a period of training or travel, they typically consume only the most basic sustenance, a regimen that can last for years, often yielding significant enhancements to their abilities. Many have embarked on this journey of self-discovery. Regrettably, all endeavors ultimately met with failure. Players could scarcely endure such a life. They preferred to confront formidable monsters, enhancing their levels through the experience of slaughter. Monks are not uncommon in this world. Their training methods have gained acceptance among an increasing number of individuals, even incorporating elements from the techniques of sword masters, which eventually gave rise to the modern profession of weapon masters. The distinction lies merely in the transition from unarmed combat to specialization in a particular weapon. This group possesses formidable willpower. Some priests even attempt to strengthen their faith through similar training methods. The martial arts master exhibited a remarkable lack of presence. Until the evening, he had not uttered a single word, silently following the caravan. He did not ride a horse, even declining offers of mounts from kind-hearted individuals, and traversed the journey on foot. Nevertheless, his pace was swift, and his endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to keep up effortlessly. When the evening camp was established, he required no tent for rest, nor did he draw near the campfire. He merely found a stone and sat cross-legged upon it. There he remained utterly still. The following day's journey was exceptionally tranquil. Aside from the presence of the martial arts master, they encountered virtually no troubles along the way. Upon awakening on the 3rd day, Soren found the martial arts master still seated upon the stone, while nearby, caravan guards pointed and whispered, their faces betraying evident astonishment and shock. Clearly, the warrior training they had undergone, though arduous, did not reach such extreme levels. Only the captain of the guard wore a pensive expression, for his training among the northern barbarians was also quite severe, requiring immersion in icy waters below freezing to subdue one's rage, a practice that had nearly cost him his life. Having remained motionless throughout the night, the martial arts master was now adorned with dew, and the cold had left a faint frost upon his eyebrows. At this moment, others began to comprehend the reason for Soren's respect towards him. Such a training regimen was indeed beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. The normal training of monks is not vastly different from that of warriors, but the ascetic path is particularly unique, as they employ extreme methods to unearth their potential. Within the abyss resides a succubus queen whose charm spells even the gods cannot resist, yet, legendary monks can disregard her allure. One can only imagine the extraordinary willpower possessed by these individuals. The martial arts master departed in the afternoon of the third day. As Soren and his companions approached a small town, nearing the boundaries of Whitehorse City, with only 2 days' journey remaining, ascetics tend to avoid populous areas during their training, preferring desolate regions to hone their skills. He intended to journey to a great waterfall in the northwest, where he would engage in a year-long period of meditation, seeking enlightenment on the ethereal body and aspiring to become a legendary monk, ultimately mastering the fabled transcendence to sanctity. Until his departure, none knew his name. He seemed merely a transient traveler. Yet, for reasons unknown, he gifted Vivian a scroll. It was not a manual of martial arts. Such texts do not exist in this world. It was simply a treatise on mastery of unarmed techniques and the control of striking force, akin to the warrior's advanced slashing techniques and the pursuit of enemy weaknesses, the wizard's enhancement of energy manipulation spells and their flexible use, the priest's the influence of faith intensity on divine arts, and the paladin's divine power conferred by faith, among others. These were reflections penned by many individuals, offering insights that, if followed, could bestow additional skills. For instance, the rogue's special techniques for lockpicking and opening locks could enhance one's lockpicking abilities. And with luck, one might even develop the expertise of a lockpicking specialist. The book given by the martial arts master, if practiced per its instructions and the requisite achievements attained, could grant the specialty of unarmed attack mastery, thus fulfilling the requirements to become a monk and ultimately allow for training in the mastery of striking force. However, Soren would never permit Vivian to pursue the arduous path of a monk. The training was far too grueling. Therefore, he tucked the scroll away into his dimensional pouch, believing it best for Vivian to remain a wealthy and beautiful sorceress amidst her scholarly pursuits. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of letting the young girl endure hardships alone in the wilderness. Chapter 40. The town the merchant caravan arrived at a new stopping point in the afternoon. It was a small town named Jinxic, which once thrived due to a river where gold could be panned, but unfortunately, as the gold mines were fully exploited, it gradually fell into decline. As the caravan approached the town, alarm bells rang out, and soon riders came to investigate. This area, being on the fringes of the wilderness, made its inhabitants particularly vigilant. Upon confirming the caravan's identity, the townsfolk permitted entry and inquired about the goods. In more remote areas, some individuals would sell goods at a lower price to caravans, which would then transport them to the cities for sale. They would also purchase items from merchants to sell in nearby towns, unless a caravan had a substantial escort. Like this northern merchant group, ordinary traders would refrain from long-distance commerce due to the inherent dangers and complications involved. The young girl was in high spirits today, perhaps due to the calmness of the journey. Upon their arrival in the town, she eagerly jumped down and began to explore with curiosity. The captain of the guards informed Soren that they would be staying in the town for the night and that he could freely wander about, only needing to head to the inn at the east gate in the evening. The entire town was surrounded by a wall, constructed of sturdy, double-layered logs, each about 20 centimeters in diameter, with sharpened ends driven into the ground. Every 100 meters or so, there stood a watchtower accessible by a ladder. The town boasted 2 formidable gates on the east and west, giving it the appearance of a fortified stronghold. This was a precaution against potential attacks from werewolves and bandits. Such towns invariably had guards keeping watch at night, for werewolves might attempt to infiltrate. "Look, brother," the young girl exclaimed, tugging at Soren's hand as she spotted 2 individuals training nearby. One was a middle-aged man, and the other appeared younger and somewhat resembling him. They were likely related, either as father and son or uncle and nephew. "Attention to the right," the middle-aged man commanded, holding a shield and wooden sword. "When the enemy attacks from this direction, you must learn to utilize your shield effectively. Pay close attention. When blocking, ensure your arms maintain distance to allow for movement. When executing a shield strike, do not take too large a step. The true lethal weapon is your sword, not the shield. What you need is the momentum from the shield to unbalance your opponent, allowing you to thrust your weapon." The 2 were engaged in earnest training. The middle-aged man did not glance back, but the younger one momentarily lost focus and was swiftly knocked to the ground by a blow from the shield. This brings me to my second point. Never let your attention waver in battle. Continue training. The young man gritted his teeth and rose, his demeanor now considerably more serious, launching a more fervent attack. Perhaps it was the presence of an audience that ignited his competitive spirit. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, parrying while instructing. Observe closely. In the face of a slashing attack, the shield is not your only means of defense. You must also learn to deflect with your weapon. A slash follows a linear trajectory. If you cannot dodge, you must find a way to intercept the enemy strike. Like this. The middle-aged man demonstrated by deflecting a sword thrust and then lunging forward to knock the young man down with his shoulder. It is not solely your sword that can defeat the enemy. Your body is also a weapon. Get up. Such a realistic and unyielding training method. Soren watched as blood trickled from the young man's nose, his expression turning serious as he observed closely. Only then did the middle-aged man cast a glance their way, though he seemed indifferent. After twirling his wooden sword, he continued. If an enemy thrusts at you, it is best not to attempt to block. You should learn to evade with your body. A thrust targets a single point, making it challenging to defend against. However, a slight movement can easily help you avoid the attack. Remember, when an enemy strikes, it is often just the beginning of their assault. You must learn to judge instantly. Observe their shoulders. Every attack follows a trajectory. And when they prepare to unleash their strength, their body will inevitably signal it. For instance, like this. The middle-aged man sidestepped a thrust and swiftly swung his sword, striking the young man's wrist, causing the wooden sword to clatter to the ground. After being defeated repeatedly, the young man finally appeared somewhat disheartened, panting as he lay on the ground, neglecting even to retrieve his sword. The middle-aged man glanced at the sky and slowly said, "We will conclude today's training here. There is much for you to learn if you wish to become a competent warrior. Relying solely on brute strength in battle is nothing short of courting death." Wiping his sweat with a piece of cloth, the middle-aged man then looked at Soren, his gaze sweeping over the curved blade at Soren's side, and said sternly, "Outsider, I am the captain of the militia here. While we do not exclude outsiders, we certainly do not extend a warm welcome. It would be wise for you not to stir up trouble." His tone was serious, devoid of provocation, yet it conveyed an undeniable pressure. "I have never been one to instigate trouble," Soren replied with a calm smile, "but if someone were to provoke me, they would surely come to regret it. We are merely passing through." The middle-aged man nodded. That would be for the best. This was a third-tier warrior, likely a former renowned adventurer. Soren noticed a slight limp in his leg, possibly a severe injury that had resulted in a bone misalignment. Such adventurers were not uncommon. Many were forced into retirement after injuries, returning to their hometowns to live ordinary lives. This world is filled with those who have stories to tell. "Brother," the young girl said, picking up a twig and demonstrating her moves with a grin. That person seemed quite formidable. However, the one he was teaching is rather foolish, unable to remember such simple things. "Look." Soren glanced at the girl, who was struggling to imitate the movements, her small stature and limited strength resulting in awkward postures. Yet, he refrained from discouraging her, instead ruffling her hair affectionately. "It is indeed simple, but very practical techniques. Surely, he is not as clever as my Vivian. Come, let me take you to buy some treats." As he watched the training, a message appeared before Soren. "Skill improvement. You have gained insights while observing others train. Mastered certain combat techniques. Parry 1, block 1, dodge, evade 1. Loading additional content. Please wait." It did not occur to Soren that he would trigger 2 new fundamental skills so readily. He had anticipated that he would need to engage in parrying and blocking exercises to unlock these skills. A mere 1 or 2 points in a basic skill are inconsequential. A substantial improvement necessitates at least 10 points. Typically, a noticeable enhancement in ability occurs around 50 points in a basic skill, such as a shield warrior's 100 points in blocking, which signifies professional-grade shield proficiency, akin to Soren's aptitude in stealth. Basic skills are typically honed in a specialized direction. Subsequent triggered basic skills improve organically with time and training. Skill points earned from leveling up are seldom invested in these, as specialization is key. Most profession-related basic skills advance more rapidly. For instance, Soren's evasion skill is already at 6 points, despite the absence of formal training. With dedicated evasion, rolling, and dodging, shifting exercises, his evasion skill points could swiftly escalate to over 20. Generally, around 50 points in a basic evasion skill passively augment one's innate evasion by 1 point. This innate evasion is a subconscious reaction to attacks, enhanced only by certain feats such as intuitive evasion, master evasion, and superior evasion, all challenging combat feats to acquire with pronounced effects. Basic skills represent commonplace abilities, whereas feats significantly amplify one's capabilities, albeit with greater mastery demands. Certain feats have prerequisite basic skill requirements, such as the combat feat, offense from defense, 100 points in parrying and blocking, and the combat skill, Mighty Shield Bash, 150 points in blocking, both predicated on a certain level of proficiency in the underlying basic skills. Basic skills are relatively easy to master up to 50 points. Further advancement necessitates professional-level expertise. such as a professional merchant's negotiation and appraisal skills, or a barbarian's taunting prowess. Occasionally, one encounters simple-minded, muscle-bound individuals whose words can infuriate. These taunt specialists. A favorite pastime of player barbarians is to flex their muscles dismissively at foes, taunting, "You're all weaklings." Similarly, venomous witches possess formidable taunting abilities. Some players, despite a low profession level, around level 6, have honed their taunt skill to over 200 points, master level, due to their acerbic tongues, instantly becoming the focus of all animosity when unleashing a verbal barrage. Exceptional taunting can generate an aura, creating animosity based solely on expressions, even if the words are incomprehensible. Chapter 41. The Sword Saint. The two soon returned to the vicinity of the inn. Soren purchased a ceramic pot, over a pound of pork, and about a pound of beans. Initially, he had promised to prepare something delicious for Vivian, but regrettably, it was inconvenient in the wilderness. He now intended to make amends by cooking for the young girl in the evening. Outside the inn, a considerable crowd had gathered. Some were townsfolk hoping to find inexpensive goods, while others were local hunters looking to sell their pelts at a bargain, avoiding the trip to the city. Additionally, there were onlookers drawn by the sight of the burrowing worms on the carts. Indeed, they were burrowing worms. It appeared they had dispatched at least 3 of them. These individuals were formidable indeed. Among the spectators were militia members and children. For those living on the fringes of society, the legendary creatures remained elusive. Yet the burrowing worms were one of the most dangerous beings they could comprehend. "Let us head inside," Soren remarked, glancing at the others, ready to take a rest. However, when a somewhat lean yet robust figure appeared, he found himself halting. The captain of the guard mirrored his action, setting aside his task to observe the man who had just arrived. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, with a strikingly handsome countenance and sharp, defined features. His eyes shone with a piercing intensity, and his eyebrows arched like swords, leaving a strong impression, especially with his understated yet formidable aura. "A sword saint?" Soren mused, eyeing the man's weapon with an amused expression. "I never expected this little town to harbor such hidden talents. A sword saint residing here is indeed surprising." The term sword saint is not merely a designation of power, but rather a professional extension of a warrior's path. The term saint signifies a pursuit of ideals and beliefs, much like the holy paladin, the sacred guardian, or the cleric. The sword saint represents an elite advanced class of warriors with stringent requirements, often foregoing armor in favor of agility. Unless exceptionally gifted, one must achieve the 3rd-tier strength to even have a chance at advancing successfully. A sword saint does not adhere to a specific weapon but commonly wields a straight-edged sword, which many refer to as a blade. They excel at identifying their enemy's critical weaknesses and maximizing their own potential, with the ability breath strike being a technique gradually taught from sword saints to ordinary warriors. Many sword saints have undergone training from weapon masters and even practiced the meditative techniques of monks. After surveying the caravan, the sword saint displayed a flicker of disappointment on his face. He swiftly departed from the crowd, heading towards the rear of the town. Sword saints often seek opponents to hone their skills, preferring to challenge powerful outsiders when operating on orc territory. "Vivian, you go inside first. I will return shortly," Soren said. His curiosity piqued as he discreetly followed the sword saint, though he kept a safe distance. The twilight deepened. The chosen sword saint did not return home, but instead approached a large tree. He embedded his straight sword into the ground, then sat cross-legged behind the blade. His arms, not overly muscular, yet sharply defined, grasped the sword's hilt as he gradually closed his eyes to breathe. He remained in this position for half the day. In the shadows, Soren's silhouette was faint, his gaze fixed on the distant sword saint, his expression somber. The man did not sit on the ground. Rather, he maintained a distance of about an inch above the surface, his entire weight supported by his arms, with his hands gripping the sword hilt from the start. His breathing remained steady, with only a slight rise and fall of his chest, as if he had entered a deep meditative state. However, Soren was certain of one thing. Should he come within 20 meters of the sword saint, he would be detected in an instant. Most sword saints operate above the 3rd tier, implying that his class level likely surpassed the 10th. In a conflict, Soren felt he had less than a 30% chance of victory against such an individual. Thus, he quietly retreated, careful not to disturb the training warrior. The sword saint represents the pinnacle of warrior advancement, followed closely by specialized weapon masters and then high-strength berserkers. Due to their lack of armor, sword saints are particularly susceptible to falling in battle, especially in the forthcoming turbulent times. During large-scale conflicts, they may become prime targets, which is why Soren had yet to encounter many legendary-level sword saints. Their ability to perceive weakness is said to even locate the most vulnerable points in the protective energy fields cast by mages. Professionals do not constantly venture into perilous situations. When they feel fatigued or reach a threshold for advancement, they seek a tranquil place for training. Some specialized classes even return to their initial training grounds. "It seems I must also find time to commence my training," Soren reflected. feeling the weight of pressure as he noted the array of professionals present in this seemingly inconspicuous town. He had never felt such intensity before. Now, he realized that these original inhabitants of the narrative were anything but ordinary. Even with the mysterious data stream in his mind, if he did not exert effort and sweat, he might not surpass these locals in the inevitable cataclysm to come, facing the deities descending upon the mortal realm. Sighing, Soren pressed his hand against his curved blade and murmured, "No wonder the gods slain by players number less than 1/10 of these narrative natives. Such a gap cannot be bridged by mere data. The fall of the gods, once fewer than 10 players attained divinity. Yet the narrative inhabitants number in the hundreds who have achieved such status. This disparity transcends mere class levels." Upon returning to the inn, Soren began preparing dinner. The caravan guards busied themselves with their tasks, and the enigmatic innkeeper had been conspicuously absent in recent days. Wizards seldom interact with ordinary folk, so no one found it peculiar. Vivian, being the well-behaved child she was, sat in their room, diligently learning to read, having nearly completed her mastery of the common tongue. She did not inquire about Soren's whereabouts. When he returned, she promptly fetched a small stool to sit beside him. Soren was in the process of cutting the pork into pieces and pouring the beans into the ceramic pot. He then carried the pot to the inn's kitchen, carefully sealed it, and covered it with ashes from the charcoal fire, patting his hands together as he announced, "Let us have a bite to eat. It should be ready by the time night falls." This was a simple dish to prepare, with a pleasant flavor, something Soren used to make during his leisure time. The only requirement was patience, as it needed to simmer for about 3 hours. Night descended. The caravan guards were gathered in front of the inn, engaged in jovial conversation over drinks, occasionally spurred into spirited displays of skill. A group of merchants huddled together, calculating their purchases of furs acquired in the town, which they anticipated would yield a profit when transported to the next city. Soren sat at the back, idly toying with a curved dagger, not with his dominant right hand, but with his left. Mastering the art of dual wielding is a challenging skill that requires considerable time and dedication, either through specialized training or relentless practice. However, Soren had already honed his dexterity with his left hand, making the acquisition of dual wielding techniques significantly easier. It was uncertain who encouraged Soren to join in the playful sparring, but he was indeed inclined to participate, wielding the dagger with his left hand. His opponent was a young man from the north, the captain of the guard. Initially eager to test Soren's abilities, reconsidered upon observing his unconventional left-handed grip, deciding against it. Nevertheless, his expression reflected curiosity, for practitioners of dual wielding were a rarity, demanding a high level of skill. The most adept users of this technique were elves, whose prolonged lifespans afforded them ample time to refine such abilities. Vivian stood atop a table, as she was quite diminutive in stature. In the cleared space, Soren moved with a serious demeanor, the reverse grip of his dagger somewhat hindering his performance, yet concurrently enhancing the agility of his left hand. Even while fighting left-handed, he maintained an edge over his opponent, subtly adopting a stance that suggested he was merely testing the waters. The young girl observed intently, her small, pale hands gripping a butter knife, mimicking the movements of the duel with earnest concentration, occasionally furrowing her brow in thought. Though her attempts appeared somewhat awkward, her seriousness was palpable. Gradually, her gestures bore a faint resemblance to the actual combat. Unbeknownst to anyone else, the little girl had captured the attention of the mysterious mistress of the caravan, who had appeared on the second floor of the inn. Her gaze swept over Soren engaged in combat, but soon her interest waned. However, upon noticing Vivian in the corner, her expression transformed into one of surprise and amusement. Vivian, after mimicking the duel for a while, eventually grew bored, setting down her butter knife and muttering to herself, "It doesn't seem that difficult. My brother isn't even trying. If he used that move that darts along the wall, he could defeat that fellow in a single stroke. It's just a few back and forth motions. The person sparring with my brother isn't nearly as skilled as that other guy from earlier." The little girl pouted, glancing surreptitiously at the others before quietly pouring herself a mug of ale from the jug. Despite her diminutive strength, she took a sip, smacking her lips, and remarked, "It tastes strange. Why do they enjoy this?" With a hint of curiosity, she took a few more gulps, a rosy blush soon adorning her delicate features. "Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" Vivian wobbled slightly as she stood. By the time Soren concluded his bout and returned, the little girl appeared quite tipsy, her face flushed, hastily concealing her drink behind her back. It was impossible for Soren not to notice her clandestine indulgence. Thus, when he beheld the sight of a drunken Vivian swaying adorably, his expression darkened instantly. With a swift motion, he delivered a light smack to her backside. Soren then scooped her up under his arm and carried her to their room on the second floor for a much-needed rest. The night air was cool. Soren checked on the clay pot in the kitchen, covered it with ashes from the charcoal fire, and lit an oil lamp before retreating to their room. He retrieved a book from his dimensional bag and began to read quietly, occasionally glancing at the peacefully sleeping Vivian, whose face still bore the flush of inebriation, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. Such audacity! He pinched her tiny nose gently. She stirred slightly, swatting at his hand before rolling over and drifting back into a deep slumber. Indeed, she had truly intoxicated herself, despite having only consumed a small cup of ale. As the night deepened, Soren put away his book, extinguished the lamp, and prepared for sleep. Vivian, in a haze of drowsiness, naturally nestled closer, wrapping her small arms around his, murmuring indistinctly in her sleep. And thus, the night passed peacefully. Chapter 42. The city of White Horse. The merchant caravan had begun its preparations for departure early. By the time Vivian awoke and got out of bed, Soren had already packed everything and was holding a warm ceramic jar in his hands. "Brother," Vivian timidly approached, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothing as she whispered, "I was wrong. I won't sneak drinks anymore." This audacious little girl, so young, had dared to steal sips of alcohol. Soren had intended to scold her, but upon seeing her pitiful expression, his heart softened. With a stern face, he replied, "This is your last warning. If I catch you again, I shall administer a sound spanking." The little girl sighed in relief at his words and, taking advantage of Soren's momentary distraction, playfully stuck out her tongue before obediently following him downstairs. Yesterday, her curiosity had gotten the better of her. She wondered why so many people enjoyed drinking. She had merely intended to sample it, not expecting to feel dizzy after just a few sips. Fortunately, her brother did not scold her. Vivian reached back to touch her little bottom, recalling the slap she received while in a haze yesterday. It still stung a bit this morning. It seemed her brother had truly been angry. From now on, she promised herself she would never touch alcohol again. As she followed Soren into the hall, it was clear he abstained from drinking. In fact, he could be described as a teetotaler. Alcohol was the most perilous vice for a thief. It dulled their senses, willpower, and agility, rendering them vulnerable. While some warriors might find their combat prowess slightly enhanced after a drink, a thief would lose all their advantages. Soren had witnessed a semi-legendary colleague being slaughtered by two novice fighters simply because he had intoxicated himself. Those who rely on skill must ensure their minds remain sharp at all times. If Soren needed to unwind, he would resort to halfling tobacco. For a time, he carried a fragrant wooden pipe with him. The distillation methods invented by wizards had been in use for quite a while. Alchemical techniques for purifying potions had long been applied to alcohol, with some spirits being too potent even for legendary practitioners to handle. Soren opened the ceramic jar. After simmering it over a low flame all night, an enticing aroma wafted forth, drawing the attention of others nearby. He smiled as he poured a large bowl, first serving Vivian, and then offering some to the caravan's guards. The food had been provided by the caravan, so it was only right they sample it as well. Soren instructed the inn to prepare fried eggs and brought 2 large bowls of thick porridge, knowing the journey had been arduous and that Vivian needed to eat well. At that moment, the mysterious matron of the caravan descended, drawn by the delightful scent. She naturally took a seat across from Soren and helped herself to some food, her casual demeanor leaving him little room to refuse. Shouldn't one remove their veil while eating? Soren lowered his gaze as he ate, seemingly casual, but queried, "Doesn't this feel rather inconvenient?" The matron elegantly lifted her spoon, gently blowing on the contents, causing her veil to flutter slightly, revealing a subtly defined chin. With calm assurance, she replied, "I have grown accustomed to it. The flavor is delightful. I did not expect you to possess such talent." She ate sparingly, merely tasting a few bites before setting her bowl down. Her gaze then turned from Soren to the little girl beside him, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal. Vivian devoured her food with gusto, not being particularly picky. Anything with a hint of flavor felt like a delicacy to her. Strangely, the mysterious woman seemed more chatty than before, attempting to engage Soren in conversation while eating. This stirred in him a sense of discomfort, akin to the notion that her intentions were less than pure. Food should not be wasted. Soren finished his meal promptly, glanced at the matron, and casually reached for her bowl, pouring the remnants of what she had sampled into his own. This was a rather rude and frivolous act, bordering on mockery, particularly towards a woman of her stature. A flicker of indignation and anger crossed the matron's eyes. Her chest rose slightly in surprise before she regained her composure. There was something amiss. Soren continued to eat silently, presenting himself as a miserly and frugal individual, even casting a furtive glance at her prominent features, a poor disguise indeed. Yet, his wariness towards the matron grew significantly. Her demeanor still carried an air of superiority, having maintained a cool distance from him throughout their journey. It was unlikely she would suddenly become more approachable now. From her earlier actions, it was evident that his behavior had displeased her, yet she chose to endure it. Wizards were known for their rationality, and she surely had ulterior motives, though these motives likely did not concern him. They could very well involve Vivian. As the caravan set off, Soren's suspicions were confirmed. The mysterious matron began feigning casual inquiries about their pasts. Such conversational tactics were trivial for a thief to see through. Soren easily discerned her intentions, but was unable to ascertain whether they were benevolent or malevolent. The best-case scenario would be that she recognized Vivian's extraordinary talent and sought to take her on as an apprentice, which, thus her attempts at camaraderie to glean more about them. However, he could not dismiss the possibility of her harboring ulterior motives, and the likelihood of that was non-negligible. Soren found it difficult to trust a stranger, especially a witch. Should he depart? This thought lingered in his mind after the caravan's departure. Northern witches were not known for their adherence to lawful goodness. If he were to refuse her entreaties, it might provoke her ire. One cannot judge a wizard by ordinary standards. Within their ranks were many mad scientists who often eschewed reason until one possessed sufficient strength to engage them in discourse. Wizards, particularly those of high status, often carried an air of superiority, and this was even more pronounced for female witches. After all, they were women. Yet, they were nearing the city of White Horse, where their paths would diverge. The caravan would navigate south before returning north, while Soren would divert to Leaf City and then proceed to the Dreaming Forest, entering the realm of the elves. To leave abruptly now could very well backfire, making it appear as though they were hiding something. The journey remained tranquil. Within human-inhabited regions, the number of monsters was significantly reduced. Along the way, the caravan encountered a group of bearded dwarfs. To the north lay the Iron Spine Mountains, once the territory of ogres, but now home to a dwarf clan that had established a city there. The Ironback dwarves engage and trade with neighboring races, primarily humans and half-elves, exchanging their finely crafted weapons for fine spirits and provisions. Dwarves possess little fondness for tilling the land. They prefer to confront the unyielding stone rather than toil in the muck of the fields. Among all the races, it appears that only humans exhibit a true inclination towards agriculture, relishing in the art of meticulous cultivation. Orcs, you jest. For they merely scatter seeds across the ground and await fortune's favor for the season. Rather than invest time in delicate farming, they would rather hunt wild beasts, at least ensuring a meal of meat. As for the elves, who would believe that these aesthetically obsessed beings would stoop to tilling muddy soil? Even if such muck signifies fertile ground, travel can sometimes seem monotonous, especially in the absence of noteworthy events. Yet, not every moment is filled with happenings, thus, during such times, one must simply forge ahead toward their destination. The absence of incidents is, in fact, a blessing, for unforeseen troubles in the wilderness often herald danger, even death. Hence, when the caravan finally approached the vicinity of White Horse City, both merchants and guards exhaled with relief, having reached a significant waypoint in their journey. The caravan would remain in White Horse City for nearly a month, during which the merchants would disperse to peddle their assorted wares and procure items they deemed profitable. Some merchants would even organize small parties to visit the nearby half-elven villages, carrying goods distinctly marked by elven artistry, occasionally passing them off at inflated prices to the nouveau riche. Counterfeits abound everywhere. Once the merchants completed their business, they would regroup and take an alternate route back to the Northlands. Their journey would lead them along the coastline, where northern merchants would sell a portion of their goods, bringing new varieties of seafood to the north. This segment of the journey was destined to conclude in such a manner. Soren, having received his share of the profits from the sale of the burrowing worms, departed, while the others continued their pursuit of wealth. Unless Soren happened to hear a disconcerting piece of news. Chapter 43. The Fate Card in the City of White Horse. This city is far more prosperous than Amber City, and although it lacks convenient transportation, its rich historical heritage is among the most esteemed in the entire southern region. Many notable events need not be recounted. At the very heart of the city still hangs the skull of a red dragon, a remnant of its once mighty presence. The adventurers who founded White Horse City famously vanquished a malevolent red dragon here, and the wealth they acquired from the dragon's hoard enabled them to expand the influence of White Horse City, ultimately establishing it as a trade center in the southwest. To the north of the town hall stands an opulent old mansion. The former owner was said to be a baron, but tragically succumbed to a peculiar illness, passing away shortly thereafter. The mansion changed hands several times before it found a new mistress, a widowed noblewoman who once caused quite a stir in White Horse City, not only for her beauty but also for her considerable wealth. Unfortunately, this widow became increasingly reclusive, showing little interest in noble gatherings and seldom interacting with her peers. Gradually, she found herself ostracized from the aristocratic circle, with only her servants occasionally seen escorting her to her estate outside the city. This widow was extraordinarily affluent. She not only acquired several of the busiest shops in White Horse City, but also owned a vast estate beyond its borders. Rumor has it that she had formidable backing. Otherwise, it would be improbable for a mere widow to maintain such a substantial fortune. The enigmatic mistress of the merchant convoy arrived, where her waiting servants greeted her with the utmost respect. A maid removed her shawl and escorted her into a grand chamber. The floor was adorned with a soft, downy carpet, a luxurious alchemical textile that many lower-tier nobles coveted, yet it now seemed to cover the room like an inexpensive fabric. A stunning woman reclined in a spacious ebony rocking chair, engrossed in a book. Her long black hair cascaded carelessly behind her, and she wore a pure white nightgown, the neckline slightly ajar, revealing a generous décolletage. Mother, the mistress of the convoy, leaned slightly forward and said, I have brought what you requested. I fail to comprehend why a mere card of impermanence necessitates my personal delivery. You must know I am engaged in crucial research. The enchanting woman stood up casually, her nightgown slipping a little, though she showed no interest in adjusting it. Instead, she smiled lightly, teasingly saying, Gloria, have you not yet discerned its uniqueness? It is not merely a card of impermanence. It is the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, the fate card from a bygone era. Before her stood a northern witch. One cannot judge the age of a witch by her appearance. She approached the mistress of the convoy, extending her hand to receive a black metallic box, and slowly remarked, The fools of the Witch Council have possessed it for so long yet remain oblivious. It should have been entrusted to me long ago. Her pale fingers opened the box, and the enchanting woman gently caressed the mysterious card within, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. The card vanished from her palm, a feat accomplished through a high-level sorceress's storage spell, creating a small, independent pocket dimension. My dear daughter, the enchanting woman languidly reclined on the soft bed, idly toying with her long hair, and casually asked, Did you encounter anything interesting on your journey? Ever since I was confined within this prison, I have not encountered anything that piqued my interest. I truly wish to escape. The mistress of the convoy furrowed her brow, studying the woman before her intently, and replied, Mother, please do not forget you are still under the council's exile punishment, because of your forbidden experiments at the root of Deadwood. The area within a 50-kilometer radius has become a wasteland. Had the council not made concessions, the northern druids would have long since pursued you, and your fate would be nothing less than nature's judgment. The enchanting woman giggled, a playful glint in her eyes. Gloria, it was merely a minor mishap during an interesting experiment. Those obstinate druids are truly inflexible. The mistress of the convoy's expression grew serious as she replied earnestly, Mother, the unleashed elemental energy from the root of Deadwood has wrought devastating destruction. The geological structure has been irrevocably altered, with radiation levels reaching an A-class intensity. The elemental plane's energy infiltration is severe, and for the next 5 centuries, it may remain barren. Is this truly just a minor mishap in your eyes? Had it not been for the intervention of his northern eye, that legendary shapeshifter hidden within the icy mountains would have surely dealt with you personally. The enchanting woman's smile faded, her expression faltering as she retorted, He is merely a creature that can transform into a dragon but cannot breathe fire. I am not afraid. Not afraid of him. The mistress of the convoy, for once, displayed a hint of amusement, seemingly relishing her mother's discomfort. She replied softly, Mother, a 50-year exile is not particularly severe. Moreover, you are not truly imprisoned. His northern eye still favors your talents. However, should you leave without the druid's knowledge, they would have the right to enact nature's judgment upon you. At that point, even his northern eye would be powerless to save you. The druidic order continues to grapple with restoring balance to the root of Deadwood's energy, and the Witch Council has dispatched 12 high-level witches to assist. Their ire has been simmering for far too long. Internally, the council is also quite displeased with the mess you have left behind. The enchanting woman's composure finally cracked, her long brows furrowing as she chastised, Enough. Those antiquated individuals cannot possibly grasp the significance of my experiments. If successful, I could usher in a new era. The mistress of the convoy met her gaze unflinchingly, retorting, Mother, your experiment has failed. Therefore, you must bear the consequences. Like a powder keg igniting. The enchanting woman furiously tossed the book she held onto the floor, exclaiming, Enough. Is this how you speak to your mother? The mistress of the convoy's expression softened at last. She bent down to retrieve the book, gently stating, Mother, I respect and cherish you. However, this does not alter my stance as a witch. You once told me that when our power cannot resolve an issue, belief becomes our final trump card. The enchanting woman sighed wearily, waving her hand dismissively, You may leave now. The mistress of the convoy hesitated before slowly saying, On my way here, I did encounter some intriguing occurrences. If you wish to listen, I can share a tale with you. The enchanting woman cast a glance at her, immediately adopting a demeanor of rapt attention. Although she was ostensibly confined to the vicinity of White Horse City, she was under constant covert surveillance. Her movements limited to her residence and the surrounding estate, with visits to the estate permitted solely for the Witch Council's affairs. Any deviation from the norm would elicit irksome warnings and could potentially lead to a more severe form of exile or imprisonment. The Northern Druidic Circle had marked her as a most perilous target, and her name was known amongst nearly all Druid organizations across the world. Since her banishment to White Horse City, several elven druids had been discreetly observing her every action. The caravan mistress composed her thoughts and spoke slowly. On my journey here, I encountered 2 intriguing individuals, a man and a young girl, a brother and sister. The man appeared rather ordinary, merely a rather skilled wanderer. However, I soon discerned that he possessed some unusual qualities, for his soul was remarkably frail, even more so than that of an average person. If he had not made a pact with a demon, then it could be concluded that he had suffered a grave soul injury. The alluring woman, intrigued, interjected, My dear daughter, why did you not eliminate him? If you were to imprison his soul, surely you could uncover the truth. The caravan mistress's expression soured. She inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, "Mother, this is merely a matter of curiosity, and one should not take a life for such reasons." The captivating woman dismissed her concerns with a flick of her lips. "Perhaps that man's soul is of great worth? Very well, please continue." The caravan mistress sighed internally, seemingly resigned to her mother's disposition, and continued, "What truly astonished me was the young girl. She is remarkably unique, although I find it challenging to articulate her distinctiveness. Her talent is undeniably extraordinary. Were it not for the absence of any divine power within her, I might have believed her to be a child of the gods. Regrettably, they are filled with suspicion, wary of all, making it difficult for me to glean further information from them." The enchanting woman, unimpressed, briefly narrowed her eyes and remarked enigmatically, "How quaint. In such circumstances, a charm to bewitch humans would suffice. If their will is particularly strong, one might consider employing a more fervent enchantment. Why complicate matters?" The caravan mistress furrowed her brow once more and replied, "The power of spells should not be misused. Moreover, they are not malevolent beings. I can sense the profound bond between them. At times, I find myself envious of their connection. Upholding one's principles is essential to avoid losing one's way in the pursuit of power." The alluring woman, with a slight smirk, adjusted her fallen nightgown to cover her ample bosom and teasingly remarked, "My dear daughter, your stance seems to have strayed from the neutrality that witches uphold. Were I unaware, I might mistake you for one of those obstinate paladins." The caravan mistress, seemingly disinterested in further discourse, turned to leave, stating, "Mother, I merely adhere to my principles. Perhaps it is you who should reflect on your tendency to act with such abandon regarding many matters." Chapter 44. The ancient red dragon. The inn in Whitehorse City was bustling with activity. Soren had barely arrived when he received troubling news. The nearby wilderness monsters seemed to have suddenly gone mad, resulting in a mass migration that blocked all roads in the southeast direction of Whitehorse City. Various creatures from the plains and hills had flocked to areas of human activity, escalating the combat situation around Whitehorse City. Even the station troops had been dispatched for external patrols. The Adventurers Guild had issued a B-rank investigation quest, offering a reward of 12,000 Genler for uncovering the cause of this phenomenon. There was no requirement to resolve the issue. Merely determining the reason for such a massive migration would suffice to claim the reward. Unfortunately, the results brought back were disheartening. The initial groups of adventurers had not even managed to enter the Black Fog Marsh, being driven back by a horde of ogres. Those brave enough to accept a B-rank task were not ordinary. The entire team consisted of high-level professionals above Tier 3, including native wizards. Yet, this powerful team returned in a pitiful state, with 2 dead and 3 injured. They had encountered a group of ogres, which was not particularly alarming, as the challenge level of ogres was not high. The real issue lay in the presence of a 2-headed ogre and ogre mage. Its mastery of multiple spells swiftly decimated the wizard among the adventurers and commanded the ogres to besiege the team. Ultimately, they barely escaped with the aid of some items. During their retreat, they also spotted enormous footprints, leading to suspicions that something had driven the mountain giants from the southwest to this area. And another adventurer team might have been entirely annihilated. Over 100 merchant caravans were stranded within Whitehorse City. Some better-armed caravans attempted to navigate through alternative routes but were met with large packs of wolf men, 150 to 300. The survivors numbered less than 1 in 10. Now, half of the roads in Whitehorse City were sealed off, apart from the route Soren had taken. Paths leading to Leaf City and toward the sea were all occupied by various monsters: goblins, kobolds, wolfmen, ogres, lizardmen, and others. It was as if some terrifying entity had driven all creatures near the Tamer Mountains into a frenzy. Rumors circulated about the emergence of a dragon in the region. Unfortunately, no one had returned with concrete information, nor had anyone truly seen the dragon. The muddy, filthy streets bore witness to Soren carrying Vivian as he traversed the unclean thoroughfare, having left his traveling horse at the mule market. With the overwhelming influx of merchant caravans, all the inns in the city were fully booked. Even offering double the price made it difficult to find accommodation. This era was particularly unwelcoming to outsiders. Reluctantly, Soren had to bring Vivian to the old district, the slums. Increasingly, merchant caravans were being halted in Whitehorse City. Unless they were willing to turn back, they would have to wait for the trade routes to reopen. This was dire news for Soren, as his planned route was also obstructed by the migrating monsters. Although traversing alone would be manageable, the presence of Vivian complicated matters, as Soren could not guarantee her safety during potential conflicts. The ancient red dragon was the first thought that crossed Soren's mind. The only entity capable of commanding such a multitude of monsters, aside from an adult dragon, could be nothing else. Moreover, the epicenter of the monster migration aligned closely with the location of the ancient red dragon from Soren's memories. Given the slow dissemination of information in this world, If White Horse City were to lazily investigate the cause of the monster rampage, the timing would coincide with the resurgence of the ancient red dragon. This dragon had wreaked havoc across the southern lands for over 2 years, with countless victims falling beneath its wrath. It had cunningly disguised itself as an ordinary red dragon until players deduced its true power level, realizing it was a challenge level 25 ancient red dragon. Had it not ultimately provoked a divine being during a time of turmoil, it might have remained unchallenged in the southern region. Ancient red dragon, dragon type, tier 7. Challenge level 25, creature level 34, unparalleled breath weapon. Estimated attributes: strength 42, agility 10, constitution 35, intelligence 25, perception 24, charisma 24. Special traits: ancient dragon type, legendary spells. Huge creature, supreme breath weapon. Challenge difficulty, S. This was part of the ancient red dragon's attributes etched in Soren's memory. Its challenge difficulty paralleled that of lesser deities, with the sole distinction being its lack of divine rank or essence, relying solely on the power of its ancient lineage. There were those who foolishly believed they could defeat it through sheer numbers, only to be decimated by a single swipe of its wing, which claimed dozens of lives, or a single breath that incinerated hundreds, quelling any thoughts of using mass tactics against it. Nevertheless, some sought to sneak into its lair. Tempted by the promise of the dragon's vast hoard, over 5 million jinler, a plethora of extraordinary items, and at least a dozen legendary artifacts. As for artifacts of divine nature, they were rarely found unless the deity that crafted them had perished. Thus, even an ancient red dragon might not possess such treasures. Therefore, the existence of any artifacts within its lair remained uncertain. It is confirmed that some had indeed infiltrated the dragon's lair through harassment tactics, securing 1 or 2 legendary items. This later proved crucial to their success in slaying a god. At present, Soren's professional level stood at a mere 5, lacking spells to resist fear. He could hardly stand before such a formidable creature. He would not foolishly entertain notions of confronting the ancient red dragon. But the obstruction caused by the monsters left him no option to escort Vivian to Leaf City. The dragon had occupied its territory for a considerable time, suggesting that the blockade would persist unless others managed to eliminate the forced migration of monsters. Otherwise, Soren would have to rely on his own strength to traverse the White Horse Plain. Inside the inn, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Soren entered, cradling Vivian, surrounded by adventurers donned with swords and a few small merchant caravans. Those damned wolfmen. A burly man slammed his cup onto the table and growled. They devoured my Ada. When I finally found his corpse, I couldn't even piece his head back onto his neck. Almost every adventurer was lamenting. This sudden onslaught had caught everyone off guard, with human settlements near the Black Fog Marsh being forced to relocate as the resident lizard men began to launch frequent attacks. A terrifying presence compelled them to abandon the swamp, necessitating a search for new territory, thereby transforming the nearby human inhabitants into adversaries. A figure, seemingly intoxicated, staggered towards Soren. "I beg your pardon." As if pushed by an unseen force, the figure collided with Soren, a hand deftly reaching for his coin pouch. However, before the hand could make contact, Soren furrowed his brow, swiftly seizing the assailant's wrist, and with a deft twist, sent the individual sprawling to the ground. He then pressed a foot upon the miscreant's knee, pinning him firmly to the earth. The entire tavern fell into a hushed silence, save for the thief's anguished cries as Soren mercilessly dislocated his arm. "Open your eyes." Soren gently set Vivian down, drawing forth a curved dagger with his other hand, his expression impassive as he traced it along the thief's arm. Several nearby patrons rested their hands on their waists, uncertain if they were accomplices of the thief, yet they began to approach Soren. Enough. A man seated at the bar rose, initially regarding Soren with a furrowed brow before pointing at the fallen thief. "Break one of his arms and throw him out. How dare he steal in my establishment? It is sheer folly." With a crack, the gathered patrons acknowledged Soren with a nod, then seized the thief's arm, twisting it with a sharp motion, eliciting a piercing scream. The 2 men then hoisted the thief and unceremoniously tossed him into the foul gutter outside the tavern. These were the enforcers of the inn, indicating that the establishment's reputation was far from pristine. Yet, it was evident that no tavern in the old district could boast a clean background. "Youth," the burly man at the bar remarked, scrutinizing Soren with keen interest. Upon noticing Vivian, his expression brightened, and he spoke in a low tone. 2 silver thalers for a night's stay. If that does not suffice, feel free to seek accommodations elsewhere." Soren surveyed his surroundings, producing 2 silver thalers which he tossed onto the table before lifting Vivian once more. The man gestured, swiftly collecting the coins. Before long, a heavily made-up serving girl approached, leading Soren toward the 2nd floor of the tavern. These women were part-time attendants, serving both as waitresses and offering special services to patrons who could afford the price. Chapter 45. The first blood. In a dim corner of the inn, a corpulent man, seated in the shadows, whispered a few words to his attendant, who nodded and approached the bar. "Morod wishes to speak with you." The burly man at the bar furrowed his brow and glanced over before nodding in acknowledgement. I will be there shortly. He gestured for one of his subordinates to occupy his place at the bar and then made his way into the shadows, plopping down beside Morod. You cunning old fox. I trust you do not harbor intentions towards that young lady from earlier? The rotund Morod poured himself a glass of liquor and glanced up. His face a canvas of flesh, yet his movements were surprisingly nimble. Kefin, that young lady possesses quite the allure. Many nobles have taken a liking to such charms of late. If you were to procure her, I could assure you a lucrative sale. Morod extended 5 fingers, slowly declaring, 500 goldenlers. Such a lovely young woman. I am certain many nobles with peculiar tastes would be willing to pay that price. Kefin's brow furrowed at the suggestion. He scrutinized Morod, his voice low and serious. Are you aware that this infringes upon my principles? I will not conduct such business within my establishment. Morod chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders, and leaned closer. You have sold me over 100 women. Do not pretend your cellar is pristine. Whether you choose to partake in this venture is up to you. I guarantee that young lady will find a buyer swiftly. The aristocracy has a penchant for such maidens. Kefin appeared torn, lowering his voice further. That fellow is not to be underestimated. He appears to be a wanderer, exceedingly vigilant. My establishment cannot afford a fatality. The watchman would undoubtedly descend upon me. Morod's expression twisted into a sly grin as he whispered back, Fear not the loss of life. We are merely merchants, not assassins. Are we? I possess a potion acquired from a sorcerer. A mere cloth pressed against the mouth and nose will render a person incapable of resistance. Once that fellow departs, we can send someone to collect the girl discreetly. He is an outsider. He poses no significant threat here. If necessary, we can. The corpulent Morod mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, his voice grave. 500 goldenlers is no trifling sum. I suspected you would consider withdrawing. After this transaction, you could acquire a quaint little estate. Kefin mulled it over, gritting his teeth. Very well, but your people must execute the plan. The price must rise to 600 goldenlers. In my experience, that young lady is undoubtedly a prime specimen. Once she matures, she will be an unparalleled beauty. Morod hesitated but then extended his palm. You are indeed a greedy old dog. It is a deal. Once the merchandise is transferred, I will ensure you receive your payment. Rest assured, such fine goods are favored among the noble class. Kefin extended his hand, his tone resolute. Agreed. The burly man rose from the table, signaling to a nearby enforcer before heading into the back kitchen. A tall, lean man turned to Morod, leaning in closely. Boss, is it truly worth the trouble for such a young girl? The watchmen in White Horse City are particularly vigilant, and 600 goldenlers seems exorbitant. In my estimation, she is worth no more than 200. What do you know? Morod shot him a reproachful glance. That girl is anything but ordinary. It would be unwise to sell her to those decrepit nobles. I know there are buyers willing to pay a premium for such unique goods. The lean man shuddered at Morod's words, recalling unsettling memories. The women and children abducted from the slums outside the old district are not solely sold to the nobles of White Horse City or as slaves. There are other beings willing to pay handsomely for them, particularly pure maidens and those with special lineage. The underbelly of society is inextricably linked to the dark realms. Certain entities concealed within human society have long been the principal patrons of human trafficking. The long-standing tacit rule among the denizens of darkness is to refrain from targeting the innocent, as many peculiar beings have clandestinely established connections within the human trafficking trade. Once a transaction is complete, complications are seldom encountered. Should any of the merchandise perish unexpectedly, buyers will handle the disposal. Morod scowled at the lean man beside him. With such timidness, how can you expect to earn substantial profits? Once this deal is concluded, we will depart from here. The situation grows increasingly volatile. Seize the opportunity when it arises. Meanwhile, on the second floor, within a room, Soren gently laid Vivian down, surveying the surroundings. He retrieved several items from his dimensional pouch and crouched before Vivian, speaking earnestly. This place is rife with unsavory characters. You must exercise caution when I step out. Soren produced a dagger and presented it to the young girl, his voice steady. Do you recall what I taught you? Vivian nodded slightly, accepting the dagger with care. I remember. Do not worry, brother. Soren hesitated, yet unease lingered in his heart. Vivian's innate charm, exceeding 20 points, often drew attention. And while an adult might manage to defend themselves, she was merely 8 years old, making her an easy target for predators, especially those involved in human trafficking. Each city's population trade is a crucial revenue stream for the gray market. Nobles, scoundrels, the slave trade, even vampires. As a thief, Soren was well aware of the dark dealings within this realm, which is why he remained vigilant in keeping Vivian within his sight. His wariness stemmed from past encounters with the malevolent. He often felt that everyone he met belonged to the ranks of evil. This is a time of darkness and chaos, where laws often serve as mere fey aids, with adherence to one's beliefs and morals acting as the true restraints on behavior. Yet, These two elements are the most elusive to define. Soren intended to visit the Adventurers Guild to gather information and seek companions for his journey. He possessed a modest amount of goldenlers, which he might need to procure certain illicit weapons from specialized sources. The journey to Leaf City was fraught with peril. It was inconvenient to bring Vivian along, yet leaving her behind filled Soren with trepidation. "Brother." Vivian reached out, grasping Soren's hand, sensing his unease. She whispered, "When you go out, I will stay here. Promise not to wander." Soren pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I will investigate the situation and seek alternative means of escape. Remain here quietly, do not stray. I shall return within half a day. And tomorrow I will find us a more suitable place to stay." As Sauron's figure receded, the two individuals below the inn exchanged a furtive glance. The rotund Morad discreetly signaled to the slender man beside him and promptly handed over a vial of potion. "Act swiftly," he murmured to the tall, lean man. "I will provide cover from the back. Once you secure it, head straight to the usual place. I will find a way to contact the buyer." "Will Kofan be angry?" the tall man inquired. Morad shot him a glare and replied tersely that old dog would sell his own sister for money, as long as the payment is secured. Who cares about the rest? Inside the room, Vivian idly toyed with a dagger. If Sauron were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For the young girl could twirl the dagger with such finesse, reminiscent of the exercises he once practiced to enhance his finger dexterity during moments of boredom. "I wish I could grow up quickly," she mused, tilting her head as she spun the dagger in her palm, given her small hands. The challenge was even greater than what Sauron had faced. Although her speed did not match his, she executed each movement flawlessly, aware that a single mistake could lead to injury. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. The girl stood alert, concealing the dagger behind her, and called out, "Who is there?" A male voice responded from beyond the door. "The owner sent me to deliver food." "Food?" A hint of confusion crossed her face as she murmured, "Do they still offer free meals here?" Most inns only provided lodging, requiring guests to purchase food from the front desk. Gripping the dagger tightly, Vivian furrowed her brow and cautiously opened the door to peek outside. Indeed, a tall, gaunt man stood there, holding a tray of food with a towel beside it. A wave of relief washed over her as she slightly shifted to conceal the dagger and softly said, "Please, place it on the table." The tall man glanced around the room, a smile spreading across his face, before swiftly entering and shutting the door behind him. Without hesitation, he seized the towel and lunged toward Vivian. In an instant, she bent down to evade him, but as he rushed in to close the door, she sensed something amiss. When the tall man attempted to cover her mouth and nose with the towel, Vivian swiftly drew her dagger, raising a finger to her lips, producing a peculiar sound. And a blinding light erupted within the room. Blood splattered everywhere. The tall man, momentarily blinded, lunged toward her. Only to have Chapter 46, Sorcerer of the Adventurers Guild. When Soren entered, the place was bustling with activity. Numerous merchants had gathered, eager to unite their efforts and rally support from those of high repute to forge a path forward. The prolonged blockage of the roads meant that their goods would languish here, spoiling with time, and some items, if missed, could lead to significant financial ruin. Should the roads remain obstructed for a month or two, they would be unable to return to their homes before winter, when many regions would be blanketed in snow, rendering passage impossible. The roads in this world were still quite primitive. Even where human activity existed, paths were rudimentary. Yet, the winter's icy grip could ensnare many. In his previous life, global warming had kept snow disasters at bay, but in this relatively undeveloped world, winter was a time of scarce human presence, with even the southern regions experiencing snowfall exceeding 20 centimeters. Such depths could easily reach knee-high with a single step, making it impossible for large carts or horses to traverse. The notice board still displayed the B-grade task notice, although Soren yearned to undertake the mission and share the reasons with them. He understood that he lacked the capability to claim such a reward. Setting aside the challenge of proving his knowledge of the dragon's existence, an ancient red dragon at that, the mere suspicion that would arise from their belief in him could invite unnecessary complications. The members of the Adventurers Guild would scarcely trust a mere second-tier thief with such crucial information. His current prowess was insufficient even to confront the monsters outside. Tasks of this nature required a recorded account of the journey, and Soren was far from familiar with the terrain, making it impossible to fabricate a flawless lie. The merchants continued their heated discussions, seeking to pool resources to hire help and solicit assistance from the more prominent merchants in Whitehorse City, hoping to enlist military support to clear the area of monsters. Many territories had been overrun by creatures expelled from their original haunts, severing trade routes and cutting off supplies to Whitehorse City. Useless bureaucrats and nobles, Soren muttered, glancing at a nearby young merchant who was lamenting loudly, before making his way outside the guild. In the short term, these individuals were unlikely to devise a viable plan. It now rested upon Whitehorse City to take action. In every city, there exist shadowy corners hidden from plain sight. These places bore inconspicuous markers, and unless one was familiar with the gray areas of society, It was challenging to navigate the dark alleys. Soren wound his way through a filthy backstreet, where the air was thick with the stench of urine. Even in a place like Whitehorse City, filth and odor were unavoidable, with many residents carelessly discarding their night pots out of windows. Thus, one had to be cautious in the early morning, lest they be doused unexpectedly. Soon, Soren arrived at an iron door, marked with a crossgut and an engraving of a venomous snake. He rapped on the door, and it creaked open slightly. A guard peered out, regarding him coldly and inquiring. "Who goes there?" "Shadows abound," Soren replied calmly. The heavy door swung open, and the guard glanced behind him before inviting Soren inside. The interior was spacious, filled with an array of weapons, though most were common fare, including contraband crossbows. Many of the lethal items were forbidden goods and military weaponry, unattainable in conventional weapon shops. Soren sought items that were even more restricted, necessitating access through dubious channels. "What do you desire?" A man with a cold demeanor emerged. Soren assessed him briefly and then scanned his surroundings. Venom from a wyvern, and a crossbow. The bolts must be poisoned as well. The man's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he settled into a chair, crossing his legs. "These items do not come cheaply. Do you possess sufficient funds?" Soren produced a heavy pouch, weighing it in his hand before responding, 120 gold denders. "I want undiluted venom. Do not attempt to deceive me with inferior products." This was a lesson learned from experience. He had previously encountered diluted poisons. "Agreed." The man pondered briefly before opening a drawer, retrieving a thumb-sized vial, and tossing it into Soren's hands. "Test it if you dare." Soren caught the vial, uncorked it to inhale its contents, then swiftly recapped it and tossed the pouch back. The venom from the wyvern was among the most potent available through conventional means. Favored by assassins, poisoning was not merely a matter of application. Many toxins dissipated quickly upon exposure to air. The wyvern's venom was notably stable, capable of maintaining its potency for a day or two when applied to weapons. Against particularly troublesome foes, a rogue must employ varied strategies. "Follow me." The cold man counted the coins in the pouch before gesturing discreetly. "The weapon you seek is in the back." He soon produced a crossbow, accompanied by 30 dark green bolts, each having been soaked in venom during production, rendering them lethal to the untrained and effectively dangerous to professionals. Such items could not be procured through regular weapon shops. 30 gold denders. The man tossed the crossbow for inspection, then inquired, "Is there anything else you require?" "My shop has many fine wares." Soren assembled the crossbow and tucked it away. "Do you have any alchemical products?" The man's expression stiffened, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Those items, if leaked, would cause significant turmoil. Before the church intervenes, the city guards would conduct a widespread search. The regulation of alchemical weapons is exceedingly strict." Soren was not surprised. After settling the payment for the crossbow, he stated, "That will suffice." Upon leaving, the guard cast a glance at him and approached. "Boss, what was that fellow's background?" "We're merely conducting business. His origins are irrelevant," the cold man mused, fingering a gold dender. "He might be affiliated with the Shadow Masks or the Night Brotherhood. None of those drifters are ever at peace." After acquiring his desired items, Soren hurried towards the inn. However, as he approached, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Numerous guards from Whitehorse City were present. Concealing his weapons beneath his clothing, he hastened towards his lodging. A crowd had gathered, and several unfriendly faces loomed. Something had gone awry. Soren's expression darkened, his hand instinctively resting on his curved dagger. A surge of lethal intent coursing through him. Suddenly, someone seized his arm. A familiar face appeared. It was one of the merchant caravan's guards. He urgently informed Soren. "Vivian is safe. The young lady is clever. After the incident, she found us. She is currently at the caravan's encampment. My master sent me to fetch you." Relief washed over Soren, but he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, frowning as he glanced at the innkeeper, who was explaining the situation to the guards. He then turned and followed the caravan guard away. "This matter will be addressed upon our return. For now, the foremost priority is to ensure Vivian's safety." Soren moved swiftly, prompting the caravan guard to jog in order to keep pace. They soon arrived at the caravan's quarters within Whitehorse City, where the Northern Witch wielded considerable power, necessitating a dedicated courtyard and shops situated near the bustling district. The captain of the guards nodded upon seeing Soren. Their relationship had grown considerably closer after the sale of the digging worm shells. Had Soren not been in a hurry to depart, he would have extended an invitation for a drink, as the profit of 500 kindlers had been quite lucrative for them. "The master is inside." The captain indicated towards a room behind him and remarked, "The young girl is quite clever. After the incident at the inn, she immediately retraced her steps to find us. It's surprising that an 8-year-old girl possesses such a remarkable memory. I sometimes struggle to navigate this area myself. She is in the master's room, and we cannot enter. Tread carefully with your words. The master seems to be in a rather foul mood today." Soren nodded in gratitude, inhaled deeply, and pushed the door open. "Brother." Vivian, lost in thought while seated, leapt towards Soren the moment she spotted him. He enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back and assuring her, "It's all right. I have returned. Now, tell me what has transpired." The young girl had changed into a clean outfit, her white dress resembling that of a little princess. The mysterious mistress of the caravan lounged in the room's armchair, her expression grave as she furrowed her brows and addressed Soren. "Vivian possesses magical abilities. Why did you not inform me during our journey? Do you comprehend the multitude of challenges that a natural sorceress may face? Their uniqueness inevitably draws trouble before they mature. If they encounter those with malicious intent, Vivian could easily become their target." Soren was momentarily taken aback, although the mistress's tone was harsh, bordering on reprimand. Her words struck him profoundly, revealing her genuine concern for Vivian's safety. They had known each other for less than 5 days, their conversations limited during their travels. Yet her display of concern indicated a deep fondness for Vivian, or perhaps her acting skills were so refined that she could deceive even herself. The young girl seemed to effortlessly attract the affections of others, provided there was no ill intent, such as with the priestess or the northern witch before him. "I apologize," Soren uttered, uncertain as to why he felt compelled to apologize. He then set Vivian down and bowed slightly. "We wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Hence the concealment of Vivian's magical talents. After all, we cannot ascertain whom we can trust. This time, I owe you a favor." Sorcerer, professional profile. Sorcerers possess innate magical abilities, which begin to manifest during adolescence. Their initial spells may be cast inadvertently, often beyond their control, sometimes resulting in perilous situations. The residences of young sorcerers are frequently filled with strange noises and lights, resembling haunted places. However, one day, sorcerers come to comprehend their unique powers and begin to practice and refine their magical techniques. A fortunate few young sorcerers may receive guidance from elder sorcerers, learning to harness their innate strength. However, it is more common for young sorcerers to lead isolated lives due to the fear of friends and misunderstanding from family. Due to their inherent charisma, sorcerers often leave a strong impression, aiding their interactions with others. Yet, sometimes their appearance can attract unwarranted troubles. Female sorcerers. Before reaching maturity, sorcerers will invariably encounter a plethora of challenges due to their distinctive nature. Chapter 47. The talented spellcaster. The merchant caravan leader's expression softened slightly. She gestured to Vivian, appearing more affectionate due to the assistance rendered. The young girl obediently approached. "Please head to the hall first," the merchant caravan leader said, gently stroking Vivian's small head. "I have some matters to discuss with your brother." Vivian glanced back at Soren, and upon seeing him nod, she departed. "Soren." The merchant caravan leader watched Vivian leave and then turned serious. "I wish to understand your past. Has anything unusual occurred?" Vivian's talent is remarkable, awakening her magical abilities at such a young age. Her future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Soren met her gaze and shook his head gently. "I'm afraid there is nothing special to share. Vivian and I have been orphans since childhood, living in circumstances no different from the impoverished you've encountered." "Orphans?" The merchant caravan leader's expression softened further. "It is impossible that nothing significant happened. The first awakening of a spellcaster's magic is often accompanied by intense emotional upheaval. Something must have triggered Vivian's power." Soren paused at her words, then replied, "Something special? I once encountered a wizard during a mission and was gravely injured, lying in bed for over half a month. Perhaps it was not my time to die that allowed me to recover." The merchant caravan leader regarded him thoughtfully. "Is that so? She cares deeply for you. If your injuries were severe and life-threatening, it could indeed have awakened her latent powers. Vivian is still so young. As she grows, her power will only strengthen. If she does not learn to control it, she could inadvertently harm others or cause significant destruction. You may not grasp her potential as a non-spellcaster, but she is truly a prodigy, no less gifted than my own mother." "A prodigy?" Soren felt a sudden jolt at those words, contemplating if Vivian possessed the spellcasting prodigy talent. This is the most formidable talent a spellcaster can possess. If Soren recalled correctly, anyone with the spellcasting prodigy talent gains a 2-point bonus to spell strength and can cast any spell 1 second faster. This means that any spell with a casting time of less than 1 second can be cast instantaneously by someone possessing this talent. It seems that even 0-level spells have a casting time of over a second. Soren recalled something, images flashing through his mind, but Vivian appeared to cast her spells the moment she finished reciting the incantation. Could it truly be instantaneous? The incantations for 0-level spells are brief, consisting of only 1 or 2 syllables, completed in under a second. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Without a special spellcasting talent, one typically needs to gather elemental energy. Due to his limited knowledge of spells, Soren could not discern whether it was instantaneous casting. However, the northern witch before him would certainly be able to assess it. This implies that Vivian as the spellcasting prodigy she is referred to might genuinely possess the spellcasting prodigy talent. Such a talent cannot be acquired through training. Spellcasters of any class gain 1 point of spell strength per class level, with a standard of 10 points in their primary attribute. Every 2 additional points in that attribute grant 1 extra point of spell strength. Thus, a level 5 wizard with 16 intelligence would have a spell strength increase of 5, 16, 10, 28. Spell strength is essentially a quantitative measure, a unit of calculation passed down from the arcane era. For example, a 0-level spell like Shocking Grasp generates only 3 points of electrical energy. But if cast by that level 5 wizard, it could unleash an arcane energy of up to 11 points. Such intensity could be fatal to an ordinary person, whose life points are around 10. However, if directed at a professional, it would be mitigated by their constitution, resulting in only 5 to 8 points of damage. Adding to this, the inherent vitality of a professional could further reduce the effect, akin to an ordinary person experiencing a mild electric shock. Now, consider Vivienne's abilities. If she indeed possesses the spellcasting prodigy talent, her casting of the 0-level Shocking Grasp would yield an energy strength of 12, 21, 10, 28, 5, slightly surpassing that of a level 5 wizard. And she is still only at level 1 as a sorceress. As her class level increases in the future, the disparity will only widen, particularly upon mastering spells like Finger of Death, which rely on the target's resilience to determine if it results in instant demise. Many spells cast by wizards do not directly inflict damage, such as Web, Charm Person, or Control. The success of these spells hinges on the wizard's spell strength and the target's own fortitude. Under normal circumstances, a legendary wizard's spell strength hovers around 30 points, 20 points from class levels, approximately 8 points from intelligence, plus additional spell strength from various special talents. If equipped with legendary gear, this could enhance spell strength by 1 to 3 points. Hence, the spellcasting prodigy talent astonishes Soren, especially considering that if Vivienne were to later acquire the enhanced casting talent, she could again reduce her casting time by another second. At that point, all spells with a casting time of under 2 seconds would be cast instantaneously. A brief silence ensued. The merchant caravan leader glanced at Soren and continued, "Before your arrival, I conducted a divination ritual for Vivienne and saw some troubling omens." Divination? A branch of prophetic spells? It seemed a core ability of the Northern Witch, reputed to foresee vague phenomena about an individual's future. However, the clarity of such visions is inherently limited, as even the legendary divination can only glimpse fleeting fragments. These visions are often very brief and begin to deviate the moment the prophecy is completed. The further away the predicted time frame, the greater the deviation. The primary purpose of prophetic spells is to foresee imminent fortunes or dangers, enabling one to avoid certain perils or hazardous locations. This explains why the Northern Witch left Amber City abruptly. She sensed impending danger during her divination, a circumstance likely beyond her capacity to alter. Soren took a deep breath and slowly inquired, "What did you see?" "Blood and fire," the merchant caravan leader replied solemnly. She gazed intently at Soren before her, her expression grave as she spoke. Prophecies can only be gleaned through fragments and visions of the future. Blood signifies slaughter and death, indicating that death will perpetually accompany Vivienne. Fire symbolizes war and destruction, foretelling that she will endure numerous calamities. I cannot discern what is so remarkable about her. Yet the course of fate has decreed that her future shall be anything but ordinary. In the divinations of the Northern Witches, only a select few are granted such visions. Some ascend to become founding monarchs, others transform into tyrannical villains, while a few attain legendary status, regardless of their moral alignment. The journey of these individuals is invariably fraught with bloodshed and demise. The matron of the merchant caravan inhaled deeply and continued, "Vivienne's path is destined to be tumultuous, and your abilities cannot shield her indefinitely. Forgive my candor, but it seems you are perpetually gripped by fear. Although I am unaware of the source of your trepidation, I sense your avoidance of any potential danger, including myself. Perhaps this is why you have been unable to place your trust in me." Silence ensued. Soren fell into contemplation. Fear? Perhaps that was indeed the case. His profound affection for her rendered him terrified of losing her. Avoidance? Was he truly evading reality? He was acutely aware of the horrors that awaited in the impending years of upheaval. The gods and demons tore through the heavens and the earth alike. During this unprecedented calamity, even legendary adventurers could be extinguished like mere insects. Was it not prudent for a mere second-tier rogue like him to seek refuge from such chaos? It was a war among deities. Even those of legendary caliber merely had the privilege to participate. Saints were as common as dirt, and liches roamed freely. Did he possess the right to stand idly by and await the inevitable destruction? Even when death loomed, one might not even know the location of their enemy. If he did not flee, would he not be obliterated beneath the meteoric blast that would annihilate Amber City, reduced to insignificance like ants? The woman before him remained blissfully ignorant of the impending calamities, unaware of the magnitude of the disasters that were about to unfold. For even a legendary which could not foresee the tumultuous era on the horizon. Before the gods, mortals were rendered powerless. Could a solitary individual alter the course of events that millions had once failed to prevent? What more could he do besides distancing himself from it all? Biding his time to accumulate strength? Yes. Soren slowly lifted his gaze to meet that of the merchant matron, his voice low and resolute. I am indeed afraid in attempting to evade certain truths, for some matters are beyond human alteration. I harbor distrust towards you, although you appear fond of Vivian. Your demeanor is one of condescension. I may be weak now, but I shall not remain so forever. I comprehend your intentions. I will not allow Vivian to depart from my side, for I would protect her with my very life, something you are incapable of. Your concern lies primarily with her talents. Should she lack them, she would merely be an ordinary girl to you. However, to me, she is irreplaceable. My only family in this world. You assert that I cannot trust you. Indeed, for you have yet to disclose your name, perhaps deeming me unworthy of such knowledge. Your interest in keeping her close stemming solely from curiosity. I am grateful for your guidance to White Horse City and for your assistance today. I will find a way to repay you in the future. You are a kind and benevolent witch. Otherwise, with your power, you needn't engage in such lengthy discourse. Simple enchantments could suffice to resolve matters. I am sincerely appreciative. Soren bowed deeply and turned to leave. Wait. The merchant matron rose, her gaze fixed upon Soren. Upon meeting his unwavering stare, she sighed softly, knowing that this man would truly defend certain matters with his life. This was the very quality that had initially drawn her attention to Vivian's potential, an earnest and distant emotion. She approached Soren, looking at the seemingly weak yet resolute man, feeling for the first time that he deserved to converse with her as an equal. This equality was not born of strength, but from his deep concern for the young girl. With a wistful sigh, the merchant matron remarked, magic cannot resolve all issues. The excessive misuse of power will only lead to disorientation. My name is Galia. Perhaps you might allow her to remain by my side for a time to learn some practical magical knowledge, which would greatly benefit her future. A pale hand extended toward him, as the merchant matron spoke to him with an unprecedented sense of equality. She was Galia, a formidable northern witch, and the man she could easily obliterate had earned her respect through his unwavering conviction and genuine emotion. Chapter 48. The Great Fire as Dusk Settled. Soren departed alone from the merchant caravan's encampment. Gloria was indeed correct. He currently lacked the ability to guide Vivian on her path. Unless he intended to take on the role of a sorcerer, Vivian would need to grasp any spells on her own. This would inevitably lead her down many winding roads. And at times, it could even result in destruction and peril. In some respects, this was a challenge that a gifted warlock must confront. Thus, Soren resolved to keep Vivian by his side for a time. He would not allow Gloria to take her away, especially since they were trapped in White Horse City. Rather than letting Vivian stay in an inn, it would be wiser for her to accompany him for the time being. Moreover, Soren intended to seize this opportunity to venture forth and seek adventure. Upon exiting his room, he noticed the little girl with tear-streaked eyes, perhaps having overheard their conversation. She reached out, clutching the hem of his garment with a desperate grip. Her pitiable appearance tugged at Soren's heartstrings and solidified his determination to brave the challenges ahead. Time was of the essence. If he continued to slowly enhance his strength as before, it would become exceedingly difficult to attain a level of self-defense before the onset of tumultuous times. Hence, Soren must embark on an adventure, for an opportunity lay before him. Though the ancient red dragon had yet to manifest, the ripple effects of its impending arrival had already begun to unfold. In the past, hunting monsters required venturing into the wilderness, but now, the creatures surrounding the Black Mist Marsh had been driven away by the dragon's might. This meant that Soren would not need to wander for days in search of foes. He could encounter numerous monsters in a much shorter span. If fortune smiled upon him, and he avoided any lethal encounters, he could amass nearly 1,000 points of slaughter experience in a single day. The trade route through White Horse City would take at least another week to clear, as long as Soren did not meet his demise at the hands of a monster. This week would suffice for him to elevate his professional level to Tier 3. Soren busied himself in the trading area, gathering provisions, weapons, bandages, potions, insect repellent, and antidotes. His savings were rapidly depleted until there was no space left in his dimensional bag, prompting him to cease his frenzied purchases. As night descended, Soren's figure reappeared near the inn where it all began. Having learned the circumstances from Vivian, he had no intention of letting those responsible evade consequences. Some actions, once taken, demanded recompense. In the dim alley, with the recent deterioration of law and order in White Horse City, the patrolling guards had significantly increased, and there were murmurs of imposing a curfew, though it had yet to be enacted. The inn felt somewhat desolate, as the death of a man during the day had driven most guests to check out. A single lamp flickered on the bar counter, and the innkeeper, Kofan, sat with a sullen expression, addressing a corpulent man before him. Morode, is this the limit of your intellect? Sending a subordinate incapable of even handling an 8-year-old girl to do your bidding? Have you lost your senses? Morode's expression stiffened at the remark, and he retorted with a low growl, impossible. Rascal's skills are on par with those guards. How could he fail to subdue a mere child? This matter reeks of foul play. Someone else must have intervened, stealing our business and killing my subordinate. Yet deep within, he harbored another suspicion that his underling had indeed failed. Not only in abducting the girl, but had been slain by her instead. However, such a notion seemed absurd. How could a child, appearing no older than 7 or 8, possibly kill an adult man trained for combat and possessing advanced skills? A faint sound broke the tension. Morod instinctively raised his head, signaling to his henchman beside him. As a trafficker accustomed to the shadows of the slums, his vigilance was always heightened. Boss, trouble. The warehouse is on fire. A subordinate rushed in, panic evident in his voice. The fire had erupted at the back of the inn, rapidly spreading towards the kitchen. Kofan, infuriated, leapt to his feet and bellowed at those around him. You fools. Hurry and extinguish the flames. The dozen or so individuals in the inn sprang into action. Such establishments often had dedicated wells and water barrels. Others scurried to fetch water to combat the blaze. Meanwhile, Morod's complexion shifted as he furtively scanned his surroundings. His rotund form moved with an agility uncharacteristic of his size, as he sensed that the fire's sudden onset might indicate malicious intent against them. Furthermore, the young man who had left during the day had not returned. It was plausible that he had set the fire. Silently, Morod slipped out through a side door, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife as he surveyed the area with caution, then darted into the street. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whizzed from the shadows. Morod's hefty body shuddered, releasing a cry of anguish. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from afar as barrels in the warehouse ignited, setting off a chain reaction of blasts that echoed through the vicinity, drawing the attention of patrolling guards nearby. Another crossbow bolt shot forth from above, narrowly grazing Morod's cheek. It was only then that he discerned the enemy's position on the rooftop adjacent to the street. The earlier explosion had masked his cries. Realizing his adversary wielded a powerful crossbow, Morod rolled towards the cover of a building, drawing his weapon in haste. Though the bolts flew slowly, the intervals between the two shots were less than a couple of seconds, indicating that his assailant was a seasoned marksman skilled with the crossbow. Without armor to protect him, it was impossible to withstand the bolts with mere flesh. Morod opened his mouth to call for help, but a creeping numbness emanated from his wound, spreading throughout his body. He became increasingly rigid, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Poison. The venom of a wyvern. His long experience within the gray realms allowed him to recognize his fate, and despair washed over his features. A shadow leapt from the second floor, a glint of steel flashing as a curved blade severed his neck, decapitating him instantaneously. Soren, clad in a mask, appeared, casting a cold glance at the fallen body before propelling himself from the wall to the second floor. The guards of White Horse City would arrive within 10 minutes at most. He needed to eliminate these foes swiftly, within 5 minutes, to ensure a smooth escape. The fire was already spreading, and it was possible that the wizard or priest might be alerted, given that many structures in this era were wooden. A raging inferno could become catastrophic, often consuming an entire street. Before Soren, data materialized, target eliminated, extracting target's soul energy, gaining 180 points of slaughter experience. In the shadows of the night, a lithe figure vaulted across the rooftops, swiftly approaching the location of the inn, while he readied his crossbow for the impending strike. His window of opportunity was but a few fleeting seconds. In other words, he must effectively eliminate the enemy before others react to the sound of screams and seek refuge behind nearby objects. Even under the cover of night, these seasoned gang members can respond within seconds to an attack from a ranged weapon. Once they take cover, the effectiveness of Soren's crossbow is significantly diminished. Each bolt is coated with venom, and Soren crawls across the rooftop, the blaze illuminating the surroundings, yet no one notices him. Many residents nearby have been alarmed, and some have begun to dress and assist in extinguishing the fire, not due to the innkeeper's amiable nature, but simply because the fire threatens their own homes. Soren quickly identifies his target, a tall man, indistinct in the distance and firelight, but his loud shouts suggest he is the innkeeper from earlier. With a swift motion, a crossbow bolt is released. The innkeeper lets out a pained scream and hastily retreats behind some wooden boards. His reaction is quick, indicating he has endured considerable combat experience. He immediately calls out to his subordinates while grabbing a wooden barrel to shield himself. Although Soren lacks expertise with the crossbow, hitting a target is not particularly challenging for him. However, striking a vital point proves more elusive. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, as the venom on the bolts will take effect swiftly. Even if it is not lethal, the paralyzing properties of the double-headed dragon venom will incapacitate the enemy. 3 bolts whiz through the darkness in rapid succession. Soren hastily reloads and fires into the vicinity of the targets without aiming precisely. 1 bolt strikes a wooden door, while the other 2 hit their intended victims, though neither delivers a fatal blow. With a clang, Soren draws his curved dagger and, with a glint of determination in his eyes, leaps from the rooftop, rolling to dissipate the impact as he lunges toward the innkeeper, who is still hiding behind the door. With a deadly grace, the dagger arcs through the air, slicing through the innkeeper's abdomen and exposing entrails in a gruesome display. In a swift motion, Soren thrust the dagger into the innkeeper's chest, piercing the heart. The double-headed dragon venom will take effect within 2 minutes, its potent toxicity spreading through the bloodstream. Initially, the victim may experience numbness, but soon the wound will lose sensation entirely, ultimately leading to a drastic decline in reaction speed. This is the finest venom available for purchase, an essential item for thieves confronting boss-level adversaries. A small vial, no larger than a thumb, costs around 120 kinder, equivalent to a remarkable weapon. There is no time to linger on the battlefield. Soren quickly rises and charges toward another enemy struck by a bolt. The paralysis does not last long in this world. Human antibodies are robust. As long as one does not succumb to the venom, recovery will occur gradually. The paralyzing effects of the double-headed dragon venom can last between 5 to 10 minutes, unless one's constitution is extraordinarily high, such as a score of 18 or even 20. It is quite difficult to resist the paralysis, though it may shorten its duration. In the distance, the shouts of the guards from White Horse City can be heard. The commotion of battle has drawn the attention of many, and the screams have frightened nearby residents away. Soren casts a resentful glance at the other henchmen in hiding, swiftly slashing the throat of one with his dagger before disappearing into the night. He cannot allow the guards to discover him. For now, he must let the remaining stragglers escape, but thankfully it seems he has already dispatched the leader. The flames continue to grow. As the guards arrive, several wizards in gray robes soon appear, frowning at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground before beginning to work together to extinguish the fire. In the face of this brutal murder, controlling the spread of the flames is of utmost importance. Chapter 49, Pursued in the shadowed corner of the city wall. Soren's somewhat hazy figure was concealed. He calmly stowed away his crossbow and wiped the blood from his curved blade with a tattered cloth. He had dispatched 6 foes, all seasoned veterans of the underworld in the decrepit district. Each kill had granted him over 100 points of combat experience, with the innkeeper surprisingly yielding more than 300 points. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, he had no opportunity to search the bodies or collect spoils. He had swiftly retreated after eliminating his enemies. It seemed that those treasures would ultimately benefit the guards of White Horse City, who would undoubtedly see something during their examination of the corpses. Taking lives was a trivial matter. However, setting fires was a grave offense. White Horse City was indifferent to the demise of a few shady figures, but it was relentless in its pursuit of anyone daring enough to ignite flames within its borders. The consequences of a raging inferno could be catastrophic, with casualties and property damage far exceeding the loss of a handful of gangsters. Soren estimated that by tomorrow, an investigation would be underway. If the Watch regarded the incident seriously, it was likely they would engage special individuals to track down the perpetrator, making it entirely possible for Soren's identity to be uncovered. He had to leave immediately, casting a glance at the chaotic scene in the distance. Soren continued along the shadow of the city wall until he reached a spot devoid of light and guards. There he paused. From his dimensional pouch, he retrieved a length of rope and affixed an iron hook to one end. After spinning it a few times, he launched the hook over a crevice in the wall. Testing the rope's tautness, he then propelled himself upward along the wall. Thanks to his extraordinary agility, he ascended over 20 meters in less than a minute. Once he ensured the area was clear, he secured the hook and slid down the rope. With a swift flick of his wrist, he released the hook, which fell back into his hand. The wilderness stretched dark and vast before him, yet the half-elf's night vision allowed him to navigate with ease. He returned his belongings to the dimensional pouch and bent low to enter the distant woods. This time, the task was far from over. Soren intended to traverse the road from White Horse City toward Leafall City, aiming to hunt monsters for experience points and to seek opportunities for career advancement. Additionally, he aimed to familiarize himself with the terrain and the distribution of nearby creatures, ensuring he would be better prepared to guide Vivian through this path in the future. At the very least, after traversing this route, he would not forget the geography or direction. Surrounding the city were villages. Due to their proximity to the city, these villages lacked fences. The guards of White Horse City patrolled regularly, and any beasts or monsters encroaching would be dealt with. Soren walked several kilometers in the night before entering a modest village, notable for its many haystacks, which served both as fuel for fires and bedding. The impoverished inhabitants could not afford blankets, relying instead on the soft straw for warmth during winter nights. Earthen cangs were rare in the south, more commonly found in the north. Soren lay upon a haystack. Initially, it felt itchy, but he soon adapted. Years of outdoor adventures had accustomed him to many discomforts. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. The next day, he was awakened by the barking of a dog. A local mutt had discovered him, barking furiously beneath the haystack. He unsheathed his curved blade, initially intending to silence the creature, but upon seeing the nearby earthen hut, he sheathed his weapon instead. For these humble farmers, a dog was a vital asset, often fierce and capable of fending off monsters. Soren had witnessed a dog bravely confront a warg to protect its master, despite ultimately succumbing. The dog's courage was commendable. Perhaps this reminded him of Hiss, that loyal and valiant old dog. Soren retrieved a piece of jerky from his belongings, tossing it to the ground for the dog. The sudden arrival of food eased the dog's wariness. It cautiously approached and eventually snatched the jerky. Soren brushed off the straw from his clothes and rolled off the haystack, surveying his surroundings before heading toward the open fields. The dawn light was dim. Farmers were already busy in the fields, for as humans, they lacked the innate talents of other races. Thus, their primary skill was agriculture. Children would accompany their parents to the fields from a young age, gradually learning the intricacies of farming, when to sow, when to harvest, and how to care for the crops, as well as how to combat pests. They represented the most ordinary segment of this world. The paths through the fields were muddy. Soren soon found the main road to Leaf Fall City and proceeded toward the Whitehorse Plains. This route would take an entire week, first passing near the Black Mist Marsh, then traversing the edge of the plains before finally reaching the vicinity of Leaf Fall City. The first day was relatively calm, as this area still belonged to human activities. With militia stationed nearby and a small regular army present, Soren pressed on without pause, resting only when fatigue set in before continuing his journey. It wasn't until the second day, as he gradually moved beyond the realm of human habitation, that encounters began to increase. The villages here were scattered, with settlements only established in locations convenient for irrigation. These were more akin to fortified enclaves, surrounded by walls with watchtowers and archery platforms. Within, they trained militia, laboring during harvest time and conducting drills in their leisure. Among these enclaves, there were always restless youths yearning for adventure. Some ventured forth never to return, while others returned home after abandoning their quests. They formed the backbone of the militia. Many of these individuals boasted impressive levels, though the majority were around the second tier of adventurers, often bearing wounds from their exploits. If fate allowed, they would marry, raise families, and live out their lives, reminiscing over drinks at dusk about their past adventures. This was the essence of their existence, a return to the mundane after the thrill of yesteryears, occasionally reflecting on fallen comrades. Goblins. Soren pushed aside the underbrush and examined the footprints on the ground, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his curved blade as he followed the tracks deeper into the wilderness. The ability to track in the wild was a crucial skill for adventurers, with rangers and druids being the foremost experts, followed by wanderers like Soren. They learned to decipher targets through footprints and signs, a skill rooted in the fundamentals of survival in the wild. Currently, Soren relied on past experiences to gauge his quarry. It appeared there were quite a few. As the terrain ahead grew increasingly firm, the footprints began to fade, and Sauron surveyed his surroundings, pondering the presence of perhaps 30 to 40 goblins. Could a larger horde be approaching? In the absence of a goblin settlement, these creatures typically roamed in smaller packs, akin to hyenas on the African savanna. Individual goblins within these smaller groups tended to exhibit greater strength, as survival in the wilderness is dictated by the principle of natural selection. Conversely, larger hordes could number in the hundreds, especially those that have claimed dominion over caves, potentially exceeding 300 in count. Within such a multitude, there exists the likelihood of encountering naturally gifted spellcasters among the goblins. It would be prudent to engage them first, to test the remnants of his past experiences in group combat. Wilderness adventures are rarely characterized by one-on-one confrontations. Skirmishes and chaotic battles are the norm. One must learn to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously. Should evasion and parrying fail, one must strive to minimize the damage inflicted. In the throes of chaos, even an extraordinary agility of 20 would not suffice to evade every strike. Thus, armor becomes essential. Sauron donned a piece of ordinary leather armor, swiftly wrapping strips of cloth around his arms and securing his leg bindings. Goblins are known to employ weapons and traps. While their rudimentary traps posed little threat to Sauron, their makeshift shortbows could prove perilous. Goblins wield clubs, daggers, short swords, and shortbows in combat. Sauron's silhouette gradually faded beneath the shadows of the trees. Without keen observation, one could easily overlook him. He unsheathed his curved blade and, guided by the mottled shadows, ventured deeper into the thicket. This encounter promised to be more perilous than those of the past, for he was to face a horde of no fewer than 30 goblins. Chapter 50, Chaos. The light grew increasingly dim as Soren ventured deeper into the dense forest, surrounded by a cacophony of animal calls. A small elk, vigilant and cautious, grazed nearby, occasionally lowering its head to nibble on grass. Upon noticing Soren's shadow, it swiftly bolted away. Untouched by human interference, the wilderness teemed with wildlife, and the lush vegetation significantly bolstered their numbers, with rabbits often found even in the fields. Soren paused by a puddle, scooping a pinch of dark red soil and inhaling its metallic scent, an unmistakable hint of blood. He must be nearing the goblin den. Goblins, diminutive and cowardly yet prone to brutality, were reptilian creatures adorned with scaly skin that varied from rusty hues to deep black, affording them a measure of natural protection. Their red eyes granted them decent night vision, and they possessed rigid tails, Most goblins were ragged, favoring red and orange, often donning the tattered garments of the deceased. They stood roughly 3 feet tall and weighed about 50 pounds. Goblins could speak in Draconic, though their voices resembled yapping puppies. They were oviparous, hatching in clutches, which made encounters in the wild quite common. One should not underestimate these small beings. Even the average goblin possessed greater combat prowess than a commoner. While their strength was modest, their agility was notable, with dexterity scores reaching between 13 and 15. Furthermore, they possessed innate skills in trap making and mining, commonly crafting simple snares and pitfalls. Due to their inherent timidity, goblins rarely acted alone, typically appearing in groups of 3 to 5. They would launch an attack only when outnumbering their foes 2 to 1. If the numbers were equal, they would either rally more allies or retreat. In the face of adversity, goblins would flee rapidly, a behavior reminiscent of gremlins. Indeed, they were known to be cannibalistic. Continuing along the trail of footprints, Soren readied his crossbow. It was not worth employing poison bolts against these minor creatures. The spoils would scarcely outweigh the cost of his ammunition. Standard bolts sufficed for these little adversaries, and he retained a half bottle of wyvern venom, ensuring he still carried 3 poison bolts for potential goblin spellcasters. Goblins were the most likely to harbor sorcerers, albeit most of their practitioners were of low rank. Nonetheless, their frequency was somewhat alarming. They were staunch adherents of Draconic magical theory, possessing a trace of Draconic blood, communicating in Draconic, and occasionally revealing 1 or 2 goblin sorcerers. As the bloodstains grew more pronounced, Soren halted before a conspicuously disturbed patch of grass. He unsheathed his curved dagger, revealing a hidden snare. A careless misstep could result in a heavy object falling or becoming ensnared, a fate that had befallen many who had underestimated these small fiends. Initially, many, including Soren, had rushed out with enthusiasm to hunt monsters, only to nearly fall victim to these petty foes. Goblins possess a natural trap skill of 20, equivalent to the trapping proficiency of an ordinary hunter. A commotion of chattering and barking reached his ears. Soren stealthily approached, aware that goblins had a keen sense of smell, albeit inferior to that of wolves. Soon, a throng of goblins came into view, over 30 in number, half of them ordinary goblins, the other half wielding weapons. Among them stood a dark red goblin, brandishing a wooden staff, possibly a goblin sorcerer, beside a large cauldron. In this world, a spellcaster could easily disguise themselves. Without distinctive gear, one might remain oblivious until they unleashed a spell. Observational skills often dictated one's understanding of such encounters. The cauldron, propped on wooden supports, was surrounded by goblins tossing in firewood. The contents remained obscured, but Soren surmised it might be a concoction of goblin, beast, mushrooms, and weeds. Goblins were omnivorous, consuming both meat and plant matter. When prey was scarce, they would resort to foraging mushrooms and roots from the forest floor, and in desperate times, they might engage in skirmishes with nearby goblins. The outcomes were often indecisive, but both sides typically ended up with something simmering in their pots. A modest supply could sustain them for 10 to 15 days. A gaggle of goblins Darrow Sauron began to shift his steps, stealthily maneuvering towards the location of the campfire. It was imperative to eliminate the dark red knoll first, to ensure that this battle would be significantly easier. The challenge level was 3, indicating that approximately 5 level 3 practitioners would be required to handle it with relative ease. Thus, Sauron's solitary endeavor was not without its difficulties. The foremost concern was to avoid being surrounded. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt flew forth. The dark red knoll by the campfire let out a piercing cry, which instantly roused the entire den. The cacophony of yapping akin to that of puppies echoed through the air. After an initial moment of panic, the gnolls began to scramble for their weapons in search of the enemy. Their keen night vision soon led them to Sauron, and a pack of gnoll warriors let out a low growl as they charged towards him. When they discovered that their numbers far exceeded his, the gnolls exhibited a surprising ferocity. Sauron did not rush to meet them. As he loosed an arrow, he swiftly rolled to evade, and his previous position was instantly filled with arrows. The short bows wielded by the gnolls posed a significant threat. The glint of his curved blade flashed through the air. In a mere exchange, 2 gnolls fell victim to Sauron's lethal strikes. However, this brief pause allowed one gnoll to lunge for his leg, jaws poised to bite with its sharp teeth. Thud! Sauron twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick, sending the gnoll flying 5 meters away. He narrowly evaded a short sword thrust and retaliated by kicking another gnoll that attempted to pounce on him. In a span of 30 seconds, Sauron dispatched 6 gnolls. Yet the throng of 30 or so gnolls surged towards him. A short sword grazed his leg, fortunately only nicking the skin. An arrow shot from a short bow struck him, though it did not penetrate his leather armor. Instead, it fatally struck a nearby gnoll. The level 1 gnoll warriors surrounded him. These creatures, standing merely 3 feet tall, were quite troublesome. Their attacks consistently targeted the bend of Sauron's legs, forcing him to stoop to retaliate. The gnolls adeptly utilized their agility to roll and evade. Moon arc slash. The onslaught of attacks left little room for evasion. Gritting his teeth, Sauron withstood 2 strikes thanks to his armor, then seized his curved blade and spun with ferocity. 3 gnolls collapsed, all gutted in his wake. Yet, at that moment, the initially struck dark red gnoll, which Sauron had pierced with a poisoned bolt, staggered back to its feet. It uttered strange syllables, extending its palm forward in a thrust, unleashing a fan-shaped flame at a 60-degree angle. The brunt of the attack struck Sauron, igniting his clothing, followed closely by a nearby gnoll that was engulfed in flames. Shrieking in agony, burning hands. Chapter 51. The outbreak. After the initial chaos, the ordinary goblins gradually regained their composure. They picked up some stones from the ground and hurled them at Sauron. Although these stones possessed minimal lethality, they still inflicted pain when striking the body, especially when a dozen or more were simultaneously thrown from all directions. Despite Sauron's extraordinary agility rating of 20, he found himself unable to evade entirely, as the confined space allowed little room for movement, resulting in a few painful hits. Though the damage amounted to a mere point, it accumulated to become quite painful. Burning hands. Utilizing his keen discernment of spells, Sauron swiftly rolled aside, recalling much of the Dark Elf's ground-slicing technique. In an instant, he severed the legs of 3 nearby goblins. This technique, humorously referred to as the ground cutter, was not widely learned due to its unappealing form. Yet it was essential for melee experts, serving as a crucial skill for survival in chaotic battles. The ground blade practitioners, an elite class evolved from rangers, warriors, and rogues, excelled in close combat. The mastery of this combat skill demanded high levels of coordination, agility, flexibility, speed, and internal fortitude. Sauron had witnessed adept practitioners of the Dark Elf dual daggers slice through multiple enemies' thighs in an instant, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs. While not a single enemy had even grazed him, true masters of combat did not flit about in the air, as they lacked leverage and the ability to dissipate force. They would merely become living targets before landing. Their preferred maneuvers were simple dives and leaps. Even if they could leap heights of 5 to 10 meters, they would never expose themselves to the vulnerability of floating helplessly. As Sauron rolled, the flames enveloping him were extinguished. However, as the goblin sorcerer moved, the flames reignited, adhering to him like a persistent bane. Gritting his teeth, Sauron seized the goblin's corpse, weighing around 50 pounds, and hurled it at the sorcerer, disrupting its spellcasting. Surrounded by leaping, rolling goblins, Sauron was momentarily struck by a sword. Twisting his body, Sauron swiftly grabbed a goblin's ankle, eliciting a cry of terror from it. He swung the goblin around, forcing back the surrounding enemies, then crouched and leapt 5 meters away, successfully breaking free from the goblin's encirclement. In the chaos of battle, being surrounded is a grave mistake. Even the highest evasion and reflexes become futile when space is limited, ultimately leading to a confrontation. With a swift motion, Sauron drew his crossbow and shot an arrow at the goblin sorcerer. As he created distance, some goblins retaliated with short bows. Yet their clumsy archery failed to hit the swiftly moving Sauron, instead striking their allies behind him. Clang! Sauron spun and drew his curved dagger, astonishingly deflecting an arrow. And perhaps due to his sudden surge of confidence, he managed to block 3 arrows in succession with his blade. Die! Sauron charged towards the distant goblin sorcerer. Knowing that spellcasters were physically weak and far inferior in constitution to warriors, he was confident that a single strike could cleave the sorcerer in 2. Frost palm. The goblin sorcerer suddenly thrust out a palm, a ghostly blue light shimmering in its center. As Sauron advanced, he was enveloped by a wave of frigid air, ice creeping from his blade to his arm and even to his brow, encasing him in a thin layer of frost that chilled him to his core, rendering his movements stiff. Shadow strike. Gritting his teeth against the frost palm spell, Sauron charged directly towards the sorcerer, unleashing his dagger in a swift arc. An invisible shadow energy coalesced, severing the sorcerer's head in an instant. The frost coating Sauron shattered and rapidly melted away. This magical frost, composed of arcane energy, would not linger for long, dissipating within moments. Spellcasters were always perilous. Fortunately, with the sorcerer slain, Sauron wasted no time glancing back and sprinted towards the distant goblin archers. Once the leader fell, the goblins were likely to panic, and if they sensed defeat, they would flee. After expending so much effort, Sauron was determined not to let them escape. He needed to eliminate as many goblins as possible before their morale shattered. Once they began to flee, the complex forest terrain would make it nearly impossible for Sauron to pursue them, resulting in a significant loss of potential experience. This was precisely why goblins in the wilderness were never entirely eradicated. When faced with defeat, they could outrun hyenas. To subdue them, one must either disperse and encircle them or employ area attacks. Otherwise, one would be forced to chase them down individually, and they had the cunning to scatter. The death of their leader caused a momentary disarray among the goblins. Some timid ones contemplated retreat, while braver ones hesitated, realizing they were outnumbered by a single adversary, who appeared wounded. Yet, more goblin warriors advanced to surround Sauron. In their eyes, their numbers vastly outnumbered the enemy, and they would not flee easily until suffering substantial losses. The battle had raged for several minutes. Sauron had exerted considerable stamina, his movement slower than at the beginning. Though he had evaded most attacks, he bore wounds that, while not fatal, were nonetheless troublesome. Injuries were inevitable in the wild, especially when faced with numerous foes. His leather armor had absorbed arrows, but he had sustained cuts and bruises from stones thrown at him. While arrows had not struck him often, the barrage of stones had landed numerous hits, causing cries of pain among the goblins as they inadvertently struck their own. The most significant injuries were inflicted by the first-tier spells Burning Hands and Frost Palm, the former dealing 8 points of burn damage and the latter 6 points of freezing damage. Were it not for his profession leveling up to 5, these 2 strikes would have likely rendered him incapacitated. However, as his injuries mounted and stamina waned, Sauron felt fatigue creeping in. He was not a warrior. Had a level 5 warrior taken his place, clad in chainmail, they would have effortlessly carved through the enemies. With a shield, the battle would have been even simpler. The only concern would be stamina. Should one falter, goblins would exploit the opportunity to keep their distance. Armor significantly impacts mobility and reaction time. Enhance rogue level. Faced with the remaining 20 or so goblins, Sauron made the decisive choice to level up. A series of data materialized before him. Rogue level increased to 6. Gain 24 skill points, agility 20, intelligence 18 to 10, 0. 5. Health increased by 11 points, class health 6, constitution 19 to 10, 0. 5. Acquired 1 free attribute point, gained 1 feat point, and an additional weapon point. Without the luxury of distributing additional attributes, Sauron immediately allocated 1 point of free attribute to his constitution, elevating it from 19 to an extraordinary 20. A surge of vitality erupted from within Sauron's being. The fatigue that had begun to set in vanished instantaneously, and the remarkable constitution of 20 even caused a slight itch at the sight of his wounds. The stones hurled at him by the goblins felt as if they had lost their sting. Extraordinary domain. The resilience bestowed by a constitution of 20 transformed his physical capabilities, restoring him to peak condition. The sluggishness that had previously hindered him gave way to an explosive resurgence. The curved blade in his hand glimmered coldly as he cleaved a goblin in 2. Taking a deep breath, he leaped and dove, executing a swift, spinning strike upon landing that dispatched 2 goblin archers on the spot. Even the shortbow crafted from hardwood splintered under the force of his assault. Spinning dance. Although he had not mastered the art of combat specialization, Sauron adeptly employed the techniques of a wandering swordsman, fueled by his abundant stamina and extraordinary agility. He spun a full 360 degrees, his blade tracing a graceful arc as it sliced through 3 goblins from shoulder to waist. In a swift motion, he plunged the blade downward, pinning a goblin attempting to sneak attack him to the ground. The morale of the goblins finally shattered. Ordinary goblins began discarding their weapons and fleeing, while even the goblin warriors displayed hesitation and fear, for their adversary seemed to have suddenly grown formidable. Sauron showed no signs of halting. Wherever his blade passed, severed limbs and broken bodies followed. Seizing the opportunity before this band of goblins could vanish into the forest, he methodically dispatched the warriors and began to clear out the remaining goblins. Alas, he was but one man, and a dozen goblins managed to escape. They swiftly burrowed into the underbrush and thickets, disappearing from sight, making pursuit a troublesome endeavor. With a clang, Sauron sheathed his blade and exhaled a long breath of exhaustion before commencing to bandage his wounds. The arrow wound was somewhat manageable, thanks to his leather armor. However, the laceration on his leg inflicted by a goblin required immediate attention. A series of notifications appeared before him. Combat concluded. After a challenging battle, your skills have improved. Evasion, sidestep. 1. Evasion, roll. 2. Parry 1. Listening, wind detection. 1. Chapter 52. Part-time. The power of the goblin is formidable. Although they stand at a mere 3 feet tall, the advanced warriors possess considerable strength, perhaps due to a trace of draconic blood in their lineage. An advanced goblin warrior's strength can reach between 13 to 15 points. Had Soren not been clad in armor, a single blow would have likely fractured his bones. There was no urgency to collect the spoils. First, Soren tended to his wounded leg. He still had some healing potions left, but he refrained from using them. A low-level healing potion cost 60 silver duriers, restoring only about 8 to 10 points of health, which seemed unnecessary at this juncture. He had recently acquired a regeneration talent from his extraordinary physique, granting him 20 points of regenerative capability. After a simple bandaging, he began to heal gradually, and by tomorrow, he should be nearly recovered, especially since his injuries were not severe. Regeneration basic, talent specialty. Your resilient constitution has transcended the bounds of mortality. What would have been a fatal injury is now merely a serious wound for you. Your formidable vitality allows you to regenerate akin to a troll. Any injury classified as serious or less can gradually mend over time. Although you cannot regrow lost limbs like a troll as your constitution improves, there will come a day when you may achieve such feats. Regeneration rate, 1 life point per hour. This is the most rudimentary form of regeneration. The restoration of health is calculated hourly, meaning Soren can recover 1 life point each hour. Currently, as a level 6 rogue with 63 life points, he can fully heal within 3 days, even if he were to suffer significant blood loss or tearing injuries. One should not underestimate such an ability. While it may not influence recovery during combat, it certainly dictates how swiftly one can recuperate post-battle. Many melee practitioners rely on this regenerative ability, which has saved countless lives as they ascend to the realm of legends. As for trolls, their constitution begins at 25 points. If their regenerative capabilities are not curtailed, even decapitation will not hinder them. Such creatures exist at the level of biochemical beasts. In this world, consuming a potion to instantly revive to full health is impossible. Not even the divine spells of clerics can achieve such a feat. Many divine spells deplete energy and leave the caster in a weakened state for a period. As for resurrection, that is a 9th-tier divine spell, and one would do well to consult the god of the river Styx before expecting such a miracle. It is no wonder that many have perished on the path to legendary ascension. If one could simply bring a cleric along to resurrect the fallen, it would be far too simple. Soren took a moment to tally his gains. This battle had netted him approximately 900 points of kill experience, with each ordinary goblin yielding around 15 points and goblin warriors about 50 points. The dark red goblin warlock, however, bestowed nearly 300 points of kill experience upon him. It became evident that the heads of spellcasters are particularly valuable. After a brief rest, he began to allocate his skill points. He first spent 7 skill points to elevate his stealth to 110 points, then distributed the remaining potential points into knowledge. His reading endeavors had raised his knowledge to 8 points, bringing his total to 25 points, thus meeting the minimum requirement to become a part-time wizard. Soren's options for part-time professions were limited. His strength was slightly insufficient for a part-time warrior, while his perception fell short for a part-time cleric. Once the years of turmoil commenced, he would be rendered entirely ineffective, incapable of casting divine spells. As for a part-time warlock, his charisma of 16 points was somewhat lacking. The only feasible and potent part-time career available to him was that of a wizard. Advancing or taking on a part-time role was not a matter of mere whim. Each profession had its requirements. Warriors demanded strength, clerics required faith and perception, and wizards necessitated 25 points of knowledge and over 15 points of intelligence. Had he possessed a foundational scholar profession, progressing to a wizard would have posed no issue. Yet, as a commoner, he needed to enhance his knowledge skills. A part-time wizard was indeed a viable direction. Yet, Soren felt a flicker of uncertainty. For the lower profession level associated with part-time wizards required an additional 50 of kill experience. If he had a surplus of kill experience, such concerns would be trivial. However, the arduous nature of acquiring kill experience was pressing. He had slayed a significant number of goblins merely to amass 900 points, insufficient for the soul energy required for part-time advancement. Advancing to a special profession demanded approximately 5,000 points of soul energy kill experience, enough to elevate him directly to a level 7 rogue. While part-time advancement required 2,500 points of soul energy, roughly equivalent to half the experience needed for a level increase. Had he not been acutely aware of the potency of spells, he might have considered part-time wizardry for the rapid enhancement of his abilities. Yet, he was reluctant to pursue such a path. Engaging in a haphazard assortment of professions would ultimately yield mediocrity. For instance, Soren's previous profession levels included level 10 commoner, max, level 10 rogue, level 10 stealth specialist, with the stealth specialization being a progression of the rogue class, not a separate part-time role. Achieving this level of prowess required an accumulation of around 2 million kill experience, culminating in the awakening of the legendary ability Shadow Domain upon entering the legendary realm. However, had he pursued other professions, it is conceivable that those 2 million points of kill experience would only suffice to elevate 2 professions to an average of level 14. A level 14 warrior would falter against his strikes, while a level 14 wizard might not even have the time to cast a spell before being vanquished by his shadow step. The debate between specializing and diversifying remains complex. Part-time capabilities allow one to adapt to various unforeseen circumstances, navigating diverse environments with ease while enabling complementary abilities and yielding additional free attribute points. Alas, the pace of mastering legendary abilities is comparatively sluggish. While some can be acquired through the fusion of professional abilities, they ultimately fall short of the advantages conferred by specialization. Historically, many have pursued part-time roles solely for the additional attribute points, often relinquishing potent legendary specialties in the process. For instance, the legendary rogue Shadow Domain is an immensely powerful stealth specialty, coupled with the ability to traverse dimensions into the Shadow Realm, which requires numerous prerequisites. Should one opt for part-time roles, acquiring such capabilities in a short time frame would prove challenging, unless one were to vanquish a deity and amass vast amounts of soul energy. Specialization mandates reliance on teammates. As certain battles cannot be managed alone, Yet it affords the advantage of attaining legendary abilities more swiftly, as one need not divert attention to learning skills from other professions. Professional level represents merely a fraction of strength. Many professions require mastery of numerous unique specialties. The ultimate evaluation of success is difficult, for few survive to the legendary realm, let alone elevate both paths to their zenith. Part-time legendary figures can adapt to a myriad of complex environments. The legendary figure of a singular profession who develops a particular aspect to its utmost limit, for instance, a sorcerer at approximately level 40, capable of wielding spells potent enough to obliterate a continental shelf. Consequently, most individuals who opt for dual classing merely utilize the abilities of other professions to supplement their primary vocation. For example, many rogues adopt the warrior class to enhance their melee capabilities. However, dual classing is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Should Sauron successfully pursue a dual class as a sorcerer, he would be compelled to invest a substantial amount of his accumulated combat experience into this endeavor while simultaneously training to master various sorcerer's specialties. A task that demands extraordinary dedication. He must cultivate at least 3 casting specialties to achieve parity with other sorcerers of equivalent level, during which his rogue abilities would hardly progress. Relying solely on a sorcerer's level without supportive specialties would render his combat efficacy severely diminished. The casting of a low-level spell might prove less effective than a mere strike with a blade. The greatest advantage of dual classing lies in adaptability and the synergistic application of diverse abilities, such as combining greater invisibility with backstab, which justifies the choice of a dual class. Without such complementary professions, the outcome is often a loss, squandering precious time while limiting one's potential, as the number of individuals who ascend to divinity is exceedingly rare. The energy that a divine soul can sustain is finite, not to mention the arduous nature of acquiring combat experience. Sauron, in his quest to amass approximately 2 million points of combat experience, had to vanquish more than half a dozen dragons and liches combined. Of course, at that time, the experience was distributed among the entire team, whereas now he alone claims all the experience. Indeed, were it not for the formidable difficulty in obtaining combat experience, many would not have perished on the path to legendary status. It can be said that in Sauron's recollections, aside from a handful of fortunate souls who managed to slay fallen deities or directly acquire fragments of divinity, most others who traversed the road to legendary realms endured countless tribulations, a journey fraught with blood and tears. Perhaps it is precisely due to their myriad hardships that those who reach the legendary domain are invariably masters in their own right. Their challenge levels on par with the native sorcerers of the narrative. To defeat them would be akin to besieging a legendary sorcerer's towering fortress. With a swift kick, Sauron extinguished the nearby campfire. He then proceeded to allocate his specialty points and weapon points. A warrior gains an additional weapon point before advancing, whereas a rogue must wait until reaching level 6 to acquire the first, with the next weapon point available only at level 12. The function of weapon points is akin to that of specialties, yet they are exclusively applicable to weapon specialties, thus requiring a degree of finesse in their distribution. Sauron was already well-versed in the enhancement of a rogue's capabilities. However, he harbored another notion, for he possessed the legendary specialty of universal craftsman. Although this specialty remained sealed, its essence as a passive skill remained unchanged. The universal craftsman is an innate ability honed by legendary rogues, allowing them to attain proficiency in any weapon used in combat. The weapon specialties mastered by melee professions are acquired progressively. The foundational specialties include simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery, which enable proficient utilization of various weapon categories. To further enhance one's skills, one may advance to simple weapon proficiency, military weapon proficiency, and exotic weapon proficiency. Other melee and spellcasting classes can only achieve proficiency in a single weapon type, such as the priest's mastery of hammers, flails, or the druid's expertise in staves, rods, or sickles. This encapsulates the concept of weapon mastery. However, to pursue further advancement, one must not attempt to master every weapon indiscriminately. Rather, one must select a singular weapon with which they excel and elevate it to a higher level of specialization. Among all professions, only pure warriors can directly attain military weapon specialization upon advancement. Other melee practitioners must choose a specific weapon for rigorous specialization training. For instance, Sauron selected the curved blade for his specialization. Curved blade specialization. As your battles with the curved blade increase, your proficiency in its use becomes more adept. Among 100 combatants wielding curved blades, your abilities will shine prominently. You become a master of the curved blade, surpassing many of the subterranean drow elves in this weapon's application, fully understanding how to inflict maximum damage and strike your foes with precision. Hit 2, damage 2. The next level of specialization is mastery. Pure warriors, not dual-classed, may continue to master military weapon mastery, subsequently advancing to sword saint weapon master. ultimately achieving the Grandmaster level in a singular weapon specialty. However, other practitioners cannot replicate this feat, as they do not train with a variety of weapons year-round. They must focus on a singular category for enhancement, such as Soren's later progression to curved blade mastery. The apex of multiple weapon specialties is the master level, and only pure warriors can attain military weapon master. Other practitioners lack the time and energy to master such specialties. They must gradually elevate every military weapon type to master level and ultimately merge them into the military weapon master specialty. In normal circumstances, few will be so misguided as to squander excessive time on this endeavor, as that time could be better spent honing other skills. Typically, some pure warriors acquire military weapon mastery at level 1, attain military weapon proficiency at level 3, secure military weapon specialization at level 6, and finally achieve military weapon master by level 9. Ultimately, around level 12, they may enhance other abilities, relying on advancement to Sword Saint and Weapon Master to obtain Grandmaster level proficiency in a single weapon. Nevertheless, this path entails a complete abandonment of training in shield blocking, weapon parrying, and armor mastery, which can hinder a warrior's combat capabilities when clad in full armor. Should they not advance to Sword Saint, they would at best engage in battle while wearing medium armor. The moment they don heavy or full plate armor, their combat effectiveness would diminish significantly, a common trait among those who favor the brutal warrior archetype. Upon achieving Grandmaster status, one attains the legendary level of weapon mastery. If one aspires to become a Sword Saint or Weapon Master, they typically acquire their first legendary weapon specialty around level 15. However, the cost of specializing in such singular abilities means that a Sword Saint would generally be unable to don armor for combat, while a Weapon Master would lack the shield-blocking training of other warriors. Soren possesses the specialty of Universal Craftsman. Although this ability remains sealed, he retains its essence, albeit without the means to actively employ it. In other words, Soren should exhibit the effects of simple weapon proficiency, military weapon proficiency, and exotic weapon proficiency. Yet this capability cannot be actively utilized. The inability to employ it actively does not negate its existence, nor does it preclude its potential as a prerequisite for weapon specialization. Thus, as Soren held his breath and examined the advancement specialties for weapon specialization, his heartbeat quickened. He discovered it within his digitized records. He found the weapon specialty of curved blade specialization. Although Universal Craftsman remains sealed, it nonetheless satisfies the prerequisites for advancing to weapon specialization. Advance to curved blade specialization. Soren, filled with exuberance, chose the specialty of curved blade expert. Subsequently, the specialties of other weapons began to fade away, giving rise to the advanced specialty of curved blade master. The progression from a singular weapon to the master level is considerably less cumbersome than advancing multiple weapon types to the master level, as it does not demand additional prerequisites. As long as one possesses the foundational specialties of weapon mastery, weapon proficiency, and weapon specialization, one can directly attain the master level in a singular weapon type. Thus, Soren's acquisition of the curved blade master specialty was even swifter than that of a warrior mastering the master of military weapons. Curved blade master. You are a master wielder of the curved blade, as agile with it as your own arm. Among 1,000 combatants wielding curved blades, your skill stands at the pinnacle. You are a connoisseur of curved blade combat. Should you desire, many would seek your tutelage. And you could even establish a dojo in the city to train others in the art of blade work. Hit 3, damage 3, attack speed 1. Indeed, he had truly attained the master level in curved blade expertise. A glimmer of excitement danced across Soren's face as he slowly grasped the curved blade, marveling at having acquired his first master-level professional specialty at the mere level of 6. With a resounding clang, Soren kicked a piece of wood, and in an instant, drew his blade. The curved blade sliced through the air with a speed surpassing that of before, allowing him to feel the blade cleave through the atmosphere, effortlessly severing the wood with a precise strike. The weapon seemed to meld with his body, and he understood exactly how to unleash its power in a singular moment of impact. With a thud, the wood fell to the ground as Soren executed 2 rapid slashes, cleaving the wood into 4 segments with both horizontal and vertical cuts. Truly, the mastery of a specialty is extraordinary. Soren slowly sheathed his blade. Despite the instantaneous nature of his 2 strikes, only those who have wielded a weapon can truly comprehend the immense force, speed, and precision required. To illustrate with a simple example, a professional boxer typically possesses the ability to deliver 7 to 10 punches per second. It is said that the legendary Tyson, in a state of explosive readiness, can achieve 12 punches in a second. However, to maintain the force of his punches, he can only realistically manage 3 per second, not accounting for accuracy. This implies that Tyson's prowess is comparable to that of a level 6 monk, with both sharing similar strength and attributes, and their unarmed attack speeds being nearly indistinguishable. However, the monk's perception is slightly higher, whereas Tyson's strength excels. Many masters of external martial arts can reach such levels. Clearly, using a weapon is inherently faster than throwing punches. There exists a fundamental disparity in attack speed. If Soren were to switch to a master-level unarmed combat specialty, ensuring the same level of strength, he could exceed 4 punches per second. Thus, aside from not quite matching Tyson's strength, Soren's attributes surpass him in every regard. Historically, numerous individuals have enjoyed creating character cards based on historical figures, particularly those with comprehensive data. One of the most notable is Bruce Lee, whose character card was ultimately calculated to be equivalent to a level 7 monk level 1 martial arts master. If one were to convert the power of his inch punch into the specialty of inch force, without considering the chi energy cultivated by monks, their attack speeds and attributes would be quite comparable, suggesting similar explosive power in combat. Bruce Lee, human, 2nd tier. Challenge level 5. Level 7 monk level 1 martial arts master, a dangerous target. Attribute estimations: strength 17, agility 18, constitution 16, electric shock, intelligence 11, perception 16, charisma 15. Special specialties: unarmed combat, master, inch force, master, nunchaku, master, powerful whip kick, powerful side kick, spinning kick, instinctive evasion, agile movement. Challenge difficulty, B-. Challenge difficulty A when using nunchaku. This character, calculated from data, is one of the few approaching the 3rd tier, as humans on Earth face inherent limitations and potential, resulting in significantly reduced attributes, with life points capping around 20. This pales in comparison to the vitality and regenerative capabilities of many creatures in this world. Essentially, a level 5 warrior could easily dominate among ordinary humans, considering that among billions on Earth, there exists only one Bruce Lee. And world-class boxers are a rarity of 1 in 100 million. As for those above the 3rd tier, they truly transcend human limitations, rendering any comparison moot. When a 3rd tier barbarian enters a state of rage, their strength is nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 54. The sorcerer having allocated all his points. Soren began to scour the battlefield. The goblins yielded little of value. After a cursory search, he turned his attention to finding chests. These creatures had a penchant for hiding their treasures, typically in proximity to their lairs, as their diminutive stature, measuring around 1 meter, rendered them incapable of carrying substantial spoils. He first rummaged through the body of a goblin sorcerer, uncovering only a few trifles, all of which were utterly worthless. Next, Soren surveyed the surrounding environment and soon discovered a peculiar stone. The ground nearby had been disturbed. Drawing his curved dagger, he began to excavate, unearthing the stone to reveal a rudimentary wooden box buried beneath. To his surprise, it felt weighty when he lifted it. He struck it open with the hilt of his dagger and peered inside, finding it brimming with gold dust. Unexpectedly, this band of goblins possessed considerable wealth. Gold dust is an unrefined golden-hued, or essentially low-purity gold. It can be exchanged for kindler at the temple of the goddess of wealth, where most priests engage in such transactions, and they are generally fair in their dealings. Soren reached into the gold dust and retrieved a piece of agate, a small shard of obsidian, and 3 opals, alongside a couple of stones that he could not identify. Goblins have an innate talent for mining and favor dwelling in caves. Even those in the wilderness occasionally uncover valuable items from nature's caverns. If they defeat a creature, their lowly draconic heritage compels them to collect shiny objects. The haul was quite satisfactory. Soren carefully poured the gold dust into his dimensional bag, followed by the stones, muttering to himself, "This should be worth around 100 kindler." 20 kindler weighs 1 pound, and he estimated that the gold dust alone could fetch 60 or 70 kindler. The world is rich in ores, and these stones are roughly valued at 30 kindler, although selling them would require finding a jeweler who might offer a lesser price. It is unlikely that an ordinary goblin tribe would have accumulated such wealth. The key factor here was the presence of that goblin sorcerer, as spoils tend to be more abundant wherever a spellcaster resides. If he were to eliminate the sorcerer, stripping them bare would be a matter of course. The goblin sorcerer was likely only around level 2, possessing nothing of worth beyond a blackwood staff. This was the least valuable of extraordinary equipment, crafted from a special type of wood that was remarkably sturdy, resembling ironwood. It bore no additional effects but had a high hardness, suitable for deflecting weapons, and was worth about 10 kindler. This was comparable to the price of Soren's curved dagger, though it found few buyers. Low-tier druids often favored this weapon, as it did not impede their spellcasting and could serve as a material component in critical moments due to its wooden nature. Soren gathered the valuable items and departed swiftly. The scent of blood might attract nearby beasts, including potential wolf packs, ogres, and works. Remaining here could lead to a perilous encounter. He had suffered such misfortune before, nearly becoming a meal for a pack of wargs drawn by the scent of blood. These corpses were unlikely to remain for more than 2 days. It was probable that other creatures would be lured here by nightfall, and if they were formidable enough, one could lie in wait for an ambush. Unfortunately, Soren bore injuries. Drawing wolves would be preferable, while attracting wargs would spell disaster. Wargs possess a creature level of 3, and if they had advanced classes, their level would be the sum of their creature and class levels, making a warg warrior equivalent to a level 5 fighter. A few would be manageable, but wargs typically travel in packs of 3 or more. If he were to pursue sorcery, he was merely a spellbook away. Soren retraced his steps, seeking a nearby human village where he might find shelter for the night. Sleeping alone in the wilderness was fraught with danger, and a midnight ambush could prove fatal. Moreover, it was exceedingly difficult to rest. He could scarcely manage even a light doze in the wild. Spellbooks are not inexpensive. A dedicated sorcerer would naturally possess one, while an aspiring sorcerer must purchase their own, costing approximately 150 kindler. A dull gunshot suddenly echoed across the wilderness. At the sound, Soren felt a fleeting disorientation before swiftly slipping into the shadows, heading towards the source of the noise. Was it a gnome or a dwarf? Primitive firearms were rarely seen among humans. The regulation of alchemical products was stringent, and acquiring them on the black market proved challenging. The power of firearms was not as formidable as many imagined. They were effective against common folk, but less so against professionals. Even those crafted through alchemical means, such as sniper rifles, were not particularly effective against advanced practitioners, and were even more inadequate against spellcasters. There was a saying that without the creation of nuclear warheads, legendary spellcasters were hardly threatened. Naturally, this was an exaggeration. The deities' church imposed strict limitations on alchemical items, second only to the taboo of life creation studies, purportedly to avert a recurrence of the devastation wrought during the Arcane Empire era. Historical records indicate that during that time, floating fortresses shattered continents into 8 pieces. The most powerful nuclear weapons cannot rival such might. Even a nuclear strike would nearly annihilate humanity and its creatures, leaving the planet itself relatively unscathed. However, certain spells and alchemical weapons in this world possess the capacity to obliterate entire planes, even sinking a continent to the ocean's depths. Yet, that was a matter of the past, several epochs ago, when arcane practitioners wielded unparalleled power, overshadowing contemporary sorcerers. The constructs created by today's sorcerers evolved from the arcane-powered constructs of that bygone era. Soren had encountered such entities while exploring underwater ruins. One could easily believe they were advanced infantry armor researched by interstellar humans, nearly leading to their annihilation. Initially, he found these constructs fascinating, but he grew accustomed to them over time. If memory served, the gnomish alchemist of Tordray had begun researching rocket technology, ultimately meeting a catastrophic fate due to a misfire that struck a black dragon. Alchemical products were still tightly regulated at this time, as the deities had yet to descend. The church wielded unprecedented power, and few dared to misuse alchemical weapons. A gray dwarf. Soren's pupils contracted sharply as he melded into the shadows. In the distance, several hundred meters away, a group of gray dwarves surrounded a sorcerer, attacking furiously. Among them was a gray dwarf wielding a primitive firearm, the very reason Soren had approached. The sorcerer was encircled, with a multitude of gray dwarf warriors, perhaps over a dozen, closing in. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in succession, the bullets aimed at the wizard. However, as they approached within a meter of him, the stone projectiles veered off course, flying in another direction, or perhaps expending all their kinetic energy, falling directly at the wizard's feet. Arcane armor. Soren stealthily advanced, his expression grave. It was the first time he had witnessed a high-level wizard in combat. A third-tier wizard, with a professional rank likely exceeding level 10, appeared not to be a human mage. A group of gray dwarf warriors surrounded him, launching their attacks. Yet regardless of the swords, axes, or bullets, every assault was deflected within a 1-meter radius. This was the protective force field of the wizard. The magical force field consists of 2 types, armor and deflection. Armor blocks attacks directly, while deflection redirects them. The first-tier spell mage armor provides a protective strength of 20 points, which cannot withstand Soren's single strike. However, depending on the wizard's level and prowess, this protective strength can increase significantly. If a high-tier wizard casts mage armor, it could at least endure more than 3 of Soren's blows. Lacking extraordinary weapons, his strike could, at most, deliver around 20 points of damage. Many melee-focused practitioners humorously referred to this phenomenon as the A.T. field, jesting that wizards truly seem to possess otherworldly advantages. Chapter 55. Spell Abyssal Overlord. Under the relentless assault of a band of gray dwarf warriors, the wizard's protective barrier finally shattered. After all, its capacity to withstand attacks was limited. However, when one of the gray dwarves struck the wizard with an axe, it seemed to rebound as if striking marble. Stone Skin. Sauron realized the outcome of the battle at that moment. The stone skin could withstand approximately 150 points of damage, meaning it would take a concerted effort from the dwarves to breach it. This group of gray dwarves appeared to lack any high-tier warriors. A mere assembly of second-tier fighters could hardly slay a high-tier wizard. Indeed, One of the Grey Dwarf warriors hesitated for a moment before unexpectedly decapitating his comrade with a sudden swing of his axe. Enraged charm. The charmed Grey Dwarf then went on a rampage, slaying 3 nearby allies before being cut down by others. Where were their spellcasters? Sauron surveyed the scene and scoffed, remarking on their folly in not having a priest accompanying them. Was this not a surefire path to destruction? It was time for a widespread attack. No sooner had he voiced this thought than a gust of wind swept through the battlefield, and the wizard's speed became astonishing. In an instant, he created a distance of nearly 50 meters, rapidly casting a spell that unleashed a web, ensnaring many of the Grey Dwarves within. The web spell is determined by strength and agility, allowing some to evade its grasp or break free through sheer force. However, for lower-tier warriors to escape the high-tier wizard's web was quite the challenge. The wizard swiftly conjured a fireball the size of a basketball, sending it hurtling forward with a mere gesture. It exploded amidst the Grey Dwarf warriors. Fireball. Many, influenced by the gaming fads of the 21st century, mistakenly believed that casting fireball was a casual endeavor. In reality, it is a potent third-tier evocation spell, requiring a wizard of at least 6th level to wield. The explosion reverberated like the blast of a grenade, obliterating one Grey Dwarf entirely. The searing flames wreaked havoc, and the shockwave sent nearby Grey Dwarfs flying. Those fortunate enough to survive were left spitting blood, their hair and clothing aflame. Sauron estimated the wizard's level to be around 12, based on the fireball's power. A more advanced wizard could unleash even greater devastation. It was likely that half of these Grey Dwarves would perish from the magical assault. Fireball was one of Sauron's most familiar spells, having once witnessed a phenomenon known as the 5 Fireball Cult, where 5 second-tier wizards unleashed fireballs simultaneously, erasing enemies within a 60-foot radius and leaving a crater 3 meters in diameter. The wizard must have exhausted many of his spell slots by now. Sauron frowned, feeling a surge of eagerness. While wizards seemed almost invincible, they became vulnerable once their spells were expended. It appeared the wizard had been in combat for some time, with at least 20 to 30 Grey Dwarves lying dead nearby, indicating he had used numerous spells. The wizard cast another spell, and something landed on a Grey Dwarf's corpse. 2 spider eggs materialized, rapidly expanding until 2 large venomous spiders emerged from the bursting green liquid. The spiders screeched and, under the wizard's command, swiftly lunged at the remaining Grey Dwarfs, swiftly dispatching 2 or 3 warriors. Sauron felt a chill run down his spine. Dark Elves? The Spider Spawn spell was a rare 4th-tier spell, capable of summoning 1 to 3 spiders depending on the caster's level and materials. These venomous spiders were likely level 6 to 8, potentially even special breeds with spell-like abilities. This was a rare spell, primarily known to underground wizards, particularly Dark Elf wizards and priests, who worshipped the malevolent goddess Lolth. The wizard's protective barrier remained unbroken, and he had sustained not a single injury. The Grey Dwarves, now filled with despair, began to flee, only to be slain by the swift-moving spiders. Others attempted a desperate confrontation, but their skulls were shattered by incoming magic missiles. A high-tier wizard can penetrate a steel plate 3 millimeters thick with a single magic missile, equivalent to the impact of a handgun at 100 meters. Even a non-critical hit can create a hole, sometimes even penetrating armor. Sauron abandoned any reckless notions of confrontation, well aware of the cunning nature of Dark Elves. He was certain the wizard had yet to unveil some lethal spells. From beginning to end, this was a slaughter. A high-tier wizard had systematically and mercilessly exterminated 30 low-tier Grey Dwarf warriors, except for the initial threat when the protective barrier was nearly breached. The wizard faced no further challenges. Among all professions, only a sword saint could breach a wizard's protective barrier in one strike. Others needed multiple attempts, and the disparity in levels made it even more difficult. If Sauron possessed a true extraordinary weapon, he might have the capability to breach the protective barrier in an instant. Alas, he lacked the means to deliver a killing blow to the wizard. The robe worn by the wizard appeared to be an extraordinary item, undoubtedly imbued with protective spells. Buttons, brooches, rings, gemstones, headpieces, necklaces, amulets. Many seemingly decorative items could very well be extraordinary equipment carried by the wizard. These wizards were exceedingly wealthy. A second-tier wizard could easily be valued at 5,000 to 6,000 gold pieces, and a third-tier wizard even more, often exceeding 10,000. Would he stand a chance against such a foe? Sauron gazed at the departing wizard, flanked by the 2 large venomous spiders that would soon age and die. The wizard remained ever vigilant, the spiders guarding him as they ventured toward the distant plains, leaving Sauron to ponder the wizard's ultimate intentions. Knowing that Dark Elves were ill-suited to the sunlit surface, if he could breach the protective barrier, the venom of a wyvern could paralyze the wizard. For most wizards possessed low physical resilience. Unless preemptively enhanced by spells, their fortitude would fail against toxic effects. The efficacy of the poison would render the wizard's spell casting nearly impossible, with a failure rate of at least 50%. However, How many layers of protective barriers did the wizard possess? Did Sauron have confidence in successfully striking before the wizard could cast again? Sauron slowly sheathed his curved blade, realizing he had less than a 10% chance of overcoming this high-tier wizard, even after the latter had expended numerous spells. To confront a wizard, one must strike with explosive force. If one could not breach their protective barriers in a single breath, they would inevitably succumb to the wizard's myriad spells. When Sauron ascended to the rank of a legendary thief, he had already vanquished over 100 wizards. Fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue if they were afforded the opportunity to cast their spells. Regrettably, he had not mastered the art of Shadow Step. Had he done so, he could have dispatched his foe in a mere stroke. Thieves of level 12 and above, specializing in shadow capabilities, can acquire Shadow Step, allowing them to temporarily transport themselves into the Shadow Realm and then return directly to the material plane. Although this transitory phase lasts but a second, it suffices for Sauron to traverse the protective barrier and launch a direct assault on the wizard himself. This mastery is pivotal for later acquiring the legendary skill Shadow Domain. As the most elite rogue assassins revel in interplanar assassinations, Shadow Step also facilitates emergence from the shadowy depths directly behind an adversary. As the silhouette of the wizard recedes further into the distance, Sauron muses that dark elves rarely reveal themselves in the surface world, indicating that something significant is afoot. Though the nature of that occurrence remains uncertain, a level 12 wizard holds a considerable status, and the reasons for his solitary presence in the wilderness are few. Chapter 56. The Wizard's Ring. Sauron had been waiting patiently for a considerable time, biding his moment until he was certain the wizard had completely departed. Only then did he approach the corpses of the gray dwarfs, hoping to find something of value upon their lifeless forms. Although the high-ranking mage had dismissed them, Sauron, as a mere thief with a sister to support, naturally sought to amass as much wealth as possible. The little girl would have many expenses in the future, and it was prudent to prepare a financial cushion. Moreover, should she ever indulge in extravagant spending, even a set of the most rudimentary extraordinary equipment would require over 3,000 Kinder coins. The ground was smeared with blood, indicating a sudden and fierce battle. Sauron examined the nearby footprints, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself. It seems they were initially traveling together. I wonder what caused the sudden outbreak of violence. The outer footprints were orderly, suggesting a group was escorting something forward. However, the subsequent tracks grew chaotic, indicative of a frantic dash as individuals sprinted for their lives. Sauron attempted to reconstruct the scene in his mind, concluding vaguely that the Grey Dwarves had launched a surprise attack. Evidence of second-tier warriors charging was apparent on the ground, having stimulated their potential for an explosive burst of speed, reaching levels akin to Olympic champions. What is this? Sauron mused, as he picked up a fragment and proceeded to examine 3 corpses, ultimately discovering a Grey Dwarf with a gaping wound in his chest, the injury marred by corrosive traces. Acid arrows? He speculated, cautiously removing a ring from the corpse's finger. A glimmer of delight crossed his face as he murmured, so they too possessed a wizard. It's just that he was swiftly eliminated. Among the Grey Dwarves' ranks was a wizard, albeit one of only second-tier strength, approximately at level 5. It was likely that the suddenness of the situation left him no time to react before being obliterated by a high-ranking mage's acid arrow. Sauron caressed the ring, which shimmered faintly with magical luminescence, his grin widening as he realized it was a low-tier wizard's ring, capable of storing memories of spells from levels 1 to 2, valued at no less than 1,200 Kinder coins. He thought, stowing the ring away and continuing to sift through the Grey Dwarf wizard's remains. He pondered. How could he neglect to loot even the bodies of his comrades? Either he was exceedingly wealthy and indifferent, or there was an urgent matter he could not delay. What significant events have transpired during this time? He cursed himself for not paying closer attention to the shifting tides of the situation. Soon, he unearthed a dimensional bag, also of low-grade quality. While the second-tier wizard's worth was not insignificant, it had yet to reach the level of affluence. The contents were varied and seemingly lacking in value. Yet one item caught Sauron's eye, a spell book. The Grey Dwarf wizard's spell book was a thick, black tome embossed with enigmatic runes, impervious to natural decay and capable of enduring for a considerable duration. As Sauron opened a page, he was met with a plethora of intricate symbols, many of which he recognized. Lacking the foundational expertise in secret script deciphering, he could only rely on his experience to discern the spells inscribed within. The first spell was enlarge, allowing a creature's size to double, thereby augmenting its strength by 2 points while decreasing agility by the same margin. With the super magic specialization, this spell could be localized to enlarge specific objects. This effect was not the product of any native genius, but rather the result of some morally ambiguous individual who spent considerable time crafting this ability through a combination of advanced specializations, which could also be synergized with reduce. The second spell, Magic Missile, required no further explanation as it was one of the most commonly employed spells by wizards, due to its casting time of merely 1 second. The subsequent entries included a few spells unfamiliar to Sauron, though most were recognizable: Charm Person, Burning Hands, Color Spray, Mage Armor, Shield, Web, Might, and Firebolt. Each spell was meticulously documented across numerous pages, not merely as incantations but with accompanying diagrams. Some even rendered in three-dimensional form. This was the legendary spell model. After transcribing spells into their spellbooks, wizards would dedicate time to dissecting and understanding their structure. It was not enough to simply copy them. Based on their innate gifts and intellect, wizards required substantial time to comprehend and construct a spell model in their minds, ultimately connecting it to the magical web to record a spell slot. The memory of this spell model would reside in their minds, consuming energy drawn from the magical web upon casting, necessitating the wizard to memorize the spell model once more. A simple analogy suffices. The spell models crafted by wizards are akin to bullets that must be loaded into the spell slots produced by the magical web. Should this bullet be discharged, the spell model dissipates, requiring the wizard to revisit the spellbook to memorize it anew. Unless their aptitude was exceptional enough to recall complex constructs without notes, akin to reconstructing a highly intricate circuit board. This process of recollecting and reconstituting a spell model must be executed flawlessly. Any error could result in a backlash, with the severity escalating with the spell's level, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. In Sauron's memory, few, aside from advanced arcanists, could manage to recall spells without the aid of a spellbook. Arcanists often boasted an intellect of 25 points, akin to a biological computer. The average person's memory, even that of a relatively adept wizard, seldom reached such heights, necessitating the continuous possession of a spellbook. Mastery of spells was a slow endeavor. A wizard with an intelligence of around 18 points would require nearly half a month to learn their first-tier spell. However, once learned, retention became significantly easier. They simply needed to meditate for a time following casting to reconstruct the spell model. Consequently, the number of spells a wizard could master remained limited, with high-tier wizards possessing a vast repertoire, while low-tier wizards had considerably fewer. Only those legendary wizards, possessing ample time and energy, could amass a broader collection of spells. What is this? Sauron extracted a roll of special parchment, glancing at it before swiftly tucking it away. It bore the emblem of 3 tendrils. If his memory served him correctly, it represented Shadow Black Tendril, a 4th-tier spell capable of summoning 3 energy tendrils to ensnare and bind foes. The fact that the Grey Dwarf wizard had not transcribed it into his spellbook suggested he was likely below level 7. The value of a wizard was indeed substantial. Sauron calculated that the items he had scavenged from the bodies could amount to over 2,000 Kinder coins. Just as Sauron reveled in his fortunate discoveries, a distant howl of wolves pierced the air. He quickened his pace, hastily stuffing his findings into the recently discovered dimensional bag before approaching the corpses of the Grey Dwarves wielding primitive firearms. It turned out to be stoneball muskets. He hefted one alchemical weapon, assessing its weight before stowing it into the dimensional bag. The musket was as thick as an adult's arm and utilized smoothly polished stone projectiles, marking it as a relatively low-grade alchemical firearm, often equipped by some dwarves. Due to the primitive craftsmanship, both the range and accuracy of the weaponry are rather mundane, and the speed of discharge is unremarkable. At times, its potency pales in comparison to that of a strong crossbow or longbow. Particularly, certain humanoid races wield longbows that boast an effective range exceeding 300 meters, capable of penetrating steel plates half a centimeter thick, akin to the precision of a sniper rifle. The craftsmanship of this primitive firearm is reminiscent of the 18th century, in the hands of the gnomes of Tordry. Even superior firearms exist, as these diminutive beings, hindered by their physical stature, devote themselves ardently to the study of alchemy. Alas, such weaponry is insufficient to contend with a creature of biological level 24, such as a black dragon, and ultimately, the entire city succumbs to the devastation wrought by the dragon's breath. This catastrophe is likely to unfold within a year's time. The howls of wolves grow ever closer as Sauron hastily tidies the battlefield, moving toward the roadway. He has no desire to confront a pack of wild wolves. As twilight deepens, many creatures of the wilderness begin to stir. The scent of blood in the air could attract numerous carnivorous beings. Just as Sauron departs, he catches sight of a pair of eerie green eyes glimmering in the woods. It is a scout of the gnolls. They possess the ability to detect the scent of blood from a kilometer away, dispersing during hunts, and upon locating their prey, they summon their companions through distinctive calls. It is quite possible that this pack of wild wolves may soon clash with the gnolls. Tonight promises to be a night of revelry. It would be wise to keep a safe distance from them. Chapter 57. The Whipping Girl in the Vast Expanse of the Grassland. The wolf pack began to stir under the cover of night, accompanied by other nocturnal creatures emerging from the shadows. Eerie will-o'-the-wisps flickered in the distance, the souls awakened by necromantic energies. Surrounding a valley, more than a dozen ghostly lights hovered in the air, remnants of a brutal battle that had once taken place. To this day, weathered bones and shattered swords can still be seen scattered about. These ghostly flames meandered aimlessly, marking this land as a forbidden zone for the living. Even the fiercest ogres would steer clear of it. A hooded sorceress approached, her black cloak trailing behind her, while two venomous spiders had already decayed into putrid flesh. These conjured spiders, sustained by magical energy, could only survive for half a day, aging at an alarming rate. When the spell's power waned, their demise would follow. The sorceress bent down to collect the spider's venom sacs, sprinkling some powder over them, which soon transformed into a pool of blood-like liquid. She then retrieved a dark red stone and stepped into the valley enveloped by ghostly lights. The wandering spirits disregarded her presence, allowing her to enter unchallenged. Inside the valley, wild grasses thrived amidst the ruins of crumbling structures, now severely weathered. Yet, remnants of its former grandeur could still be discerned. Marble columns, each nearly a meter in diameter, lay scattered, supporting what had once been a magnificent palace, now reduced to rubble. Shadows began to coalesce, transforming into formless specters that encircled the audacious sorceress who dared to intrude. Chanting peculiar syllables, the sorceress spoke not in any known tongue, but rather in a unique dialect of her own creation. Such languages, crafted by powerful and learned beings, often remain inscrutable to others unless imparted. Understanding them requires immense effort. The shadowy beings gradually retreated, merging with the stone columns, revealing faint cracks that hinted at some humanoid form once bound and burned upon them, leaving behind traces of ash. At the center of the valley stood an altar, several meters in diameter. Its circular surface was cracked, with strange plants defiantly sprouting from the fissures. 6 interwoven markings adorned the altar, while nearby columns lay shattered, remnants of violent explosions littering the surroundings. The only relatively intact feature was a severely weathered statue. Its features obscured, yet it was discernibly feminine. One arm had broken off, but feminine traits remained, long hair cascading to her waist, a fragmented yet recognizable form. Long straight legs, and marks resembling serpents entwined around her. The sorceress slowly removed her cloak, revealing pointed ears, dark skin, and a slender figure as she knelt before the altar. Without her cloak, her true identity emerged, a female dark elf. She uttered an ancient prayer, her hands clasped before her. As an eerie echo resonated around her, and a faint, otherworldly light began to materialize in the air. Her crimson eyes shimmered with an inner glow as she rose to her feet, gently shedding her robes to reveal a delicate form clad in a sheer garment, barely concealing her nudity, with a slight protrusion at her chest. But this was merely the beginning. She conjured a dark red serpent-headed whip, brandishing it with a swift motion that cracked through the air, striking her own back with a sharp snap. A muffled cry escaped her lips. Instantly, her garments tore apart. Clear blood Sauron discerned the creature that suddenly instilled a sense of danger within him. It resembled a feline akin to a cheetah, poised gracefully atop a stone, its gaze seemingly imbued with a touch of humanity as it regarded him. No, this was not right. Sauron tightened his grip on the curved blade, casting a vigilant glance around, quietly contemplating. A bobcat? This was not a black panther. Rather, it was a pitch-black bobcat, a creature equally perilous in the wild, capable of hunting wild boars even in its adulthood. However, a typical bobcat would not reach the size of a black panther. And this specimen before him was evidently no ordinary beast. It might not even be a beast at all. A live figure landed across the brook, adorned in peculiar attire, her face painted in hues that obscured her features in the twilight. Only the slightly pointed ears were discernible, suggesting she was a half-elf. This abruptly appearing half-elf woman cupped her hands to drink from the stream, then frowned as she glanced at Sauron. She waved toward the bobcat above the water. And then with a sudden leap, she ascended to a tree over 10 meters away. The bobcat, agile and graceful, followed suit, casting one final glance at Sauron before departing. A high-ranking druid, Sauron continued to observe their exit, noting the absence of any exchange between them, only deducing that their trajectory aligned perfectly with the one he had traversed. Chapter 58. The stranger. Any advanced practitioner may be understood as a superhuman. Those above profession level 10 typically possess 1 or 2 supernatural abilities. For instance, the druid we just encountered had imbued herself with a certain spell, enabling her to leap gracefully between the towering trees. Soren's curiosity did not compel him to pursue her. Encountering strangers in the wilderness is a commonplace occurrence. While some may engage in brief exchanges, the majority merely pass by each other, acknowledging with a nod as long as no malice is present. Druids tend to avoid communication with ordinary people, and even among practitioners, they are often reticent. Their reclusive nature is driven by personal pursuits and steadfast beliefs, leaning towards neutrality. Yet at times, they may launch attacks indiscriminately. To them, balance outweighs the concepts of good and evil, as they perceive the world's morality as relative. They bear a resemblance to the Taoist ideal of Wu Wei, yet their aggression is palpable. Many who recklessly damage the forest face their ruthless wrath. There was a period when humanity delved into alchemical studies, triggered by the discovery of a relic from the arcane empire. Numerous wizards unearthed advanced alchemical knowledge there, even managing to establish mechanical manufacturing plants. However, the pollution spawned by magical alchemy tainted the water sources, poisoned the soil, decimated wildlife, and obliterated forests. This calamity ultimately incited the fury of the global druid community, unleashing terrifying storms and lightning upon the burgeoning alchemical city, reducing everything to ashes. Records of that battle are scarce. It is known that the druids vanquished the Iron Golem Legion, with over 10 legendary druids, including the immensely powerful Stormlord, joining forces. The wizards suffered grave losses, resulting in the death of one legendary sorcerer and the forced transformation of 2 others into liches. The study of magical alchemy henceforth became a forbidden pursuit. To pacify the enraged druids, the human world's church increased restrictions on magical alchemy. For the river near the original site of the alchemical city remains choked with black pollutants, rendering the land inhospitable to humans and causing metal poisoning upon consumption of its waters. The druids stubbornly believe that this nefarious alchemical research will ultimately annihilate nature, wreaking irreparable havoc on the environment and bringing catastrophe to the entire world. Thus, even dwarves and gnomes continue to conduct clandestine alchemical studies. The majority of wizards find themselves at odds with the druids, as many of their academic pursuits are vehemently opposed by the latter. Even now, hidden druids surveil the wizards, wary of their potentially disastrous experiments that could result in widespread natural calamities. At times, they intervene against the plagues and diseases spread by the fallen. Soren retraced his steps along the road, soon spotting the village he had first encountered. Torches flickered around the settlement, and he could make out the watchtower's sentinels. "Who goes there?" A robust man bellowed from below. Emerging from the shadows, Soren raised his hands to indicate he bore no weapon and replied, "I am but a traveler, an adventurer. I recently faced a horde of goblins and sustained minor injuries. I hope to rest here for the night." Upon recognizing Soren's appearance, the guard atop the tower relaxed slightly and called down to the others. Soon, a man clad in leather armor appeared, evidently the captain of the militia. He bore a scruffy beard and appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Frowning, he scrutinized Soren and inquired, "Are you alone?" "It is ill-advised to wander the wilderness alone." "I am indeed solitary," Soren responded, lowering his hands. "I seek to hone my abilities and explore further possibilities. Hence my solitary ventures into the wild." The militia captain hesitated momentarily, then gestured for his men to open the village gate. "You may rest here for the night, but I trust you will not bring us trouble." "No trouble shall arise," Soren reassured him with a smile. "I shall depart at dawn to hunt the nearby monsters. Should it be possible, I would appreciate information regarding the distribution of local monsters. The creatures of the wild seldom remain in one place, and only the indigenous inhabitants are aware of their movements. Gathering such intelligence is crucial, as it can mitigate many troubles." The heavy gate creaked open, revealing 5 or 6 armed men who remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on Soren. Once inside, they relaxed slightly upon observing no immediate threat from him. The militia captain descended from the watchtower, scrutinizing Soren once more, his gaze lingering on the bandaged wounds. "It is rare to find an adventurer traveling alone. I did not expect wanderers to train in solitude like monks," he remarked. Soren chuckled, opting not to respond. The captain beckoned to a companion, gesturing towards a nearby storage shed. "Stranger, we cannot fully trust you yet. No one shall offer you shelter for the night. However, there is a straw storage shed. If you are amenable, you may rest there. I shall have someone bring you warm soup and food." Soren nodded appreciatively, bowing slightly. "Thank you immensely. I merely seek a place to sleep soundly, as the wilderness is rife with dangers." The captain nodded and signaled a young man to guide Soren to the shed. Once Soren departed, a nearby adult male voiced, "Captain, do you trust him? After all, he is a stranger." "I believe he poses no threat," the captain replied, glancing over his shoulder. "I shall investigate further and ascertain whether he truly dispatched a horde of goblins. The area has become increasingly perilous. If someone can eliminate a few monsters, it will alleviate our burden significantly. The wilderness is fraught with peril. While they have evaded numerous taxes by establishing their village here, they must still confront many challenges." Before long, the militia captain returned with 2 companions. Soren reclined upon the soft straw, redressing his leg wound, which had nearly healed. By the morrow, he would be fit for battle. The village's armed forces appeared formidable. Soren had spotted several warriors of around level 2, suggesting they had birth-experienced adventurers. They presented him with warm soup, somewhat stale bread, and a touch of pickled vegetables. A plump girl delivered the meal, her freckled face curiously observing Soren. Upon noticing his handsome visage, she blushed slightly, embodying the essence of a simple country girl. She seemed eager to linger and eavesdrop on their conversation. But a stern glance from the militia captain sent her back to her slumber, casting one last glance at Soren. Adventurers always seem to pique the curiosity of young folk. Soren quietly expressed his gratitude, sipping the warm soup imbued with mushrooms and vegetables, contemplating the necessity of soaking the bread to ease the discomfort of eating dry rations. As he consumed his meal, he responded to the obviously probing inquiries of his interlocutor, which came as no surprise considering he was a stranger. "Are you claiming to have dispatched a multitude of goblins?" A young man beside him displayed a skeptical expression, seemingly doubting Soren's capabilities. He had no desire to elaborate. Instead, he unsheathed his curved blade, and with a swift motion, cleaved a nearby piece of wood into 4 equally sized segments. At that moment, the young man fell silent, his gaze now tinged with a hint of respect. Having expended considerable energy, Soren finished his hearty stew and bread, gnawing on some jerky before rising and inquiring. "I would like to know about the distribution of monsters in the vicinity. Could you possibly provide me with some information?" The militia captain, having set aside his suspicions, nodded affirmatively, saying, "Certainly. There are indeed numerous monsters roaming about, and we have long hoped for someone capable of dealing with them. You are welcome to return here for rest at any time. I shall ensure provisions and a place to sleep are prepared for you. It's quite late today. If you don't mind, you could stay at my home for the night. In a couple of days, I can arrange a room for you." Soren smiled and shook his head in refusal, patting the pile of grass beside him. "No need for that. This spot is quite satisfactory. I have grown accustomed to it. Now, please tell me about the distribution of the monsters." Chapter 59. The Wolver. As dawn broke, a solitary figure traversed the dense expanse of the primordial forest, where no trace of a path could be discerned. Had it not been for the resilience of Soren's attire, it would have been torn to shreds within moments. The woods teemed with a myriad of small creatures. The most numerous were squirrels and wild hares, followed closely by various bird species. It is undeniable that places untouched by human activity brim with vitality, which explains the druid's vehement opposition to any encroachment that threatens the sanctity of the forest. A stance that has led to numerous conflicts and the loss of many lives. Guided by the militia captain's directions, Soren soon reached the forest's edge around midday. Evident signs of logging surrounded him, and intelligent beings in the wild often establish their own settlements. Some packs of wolvers even erect their own encampments. Soren dared not approach too closely, as his current stealth capabilities fell short of true invisibility. He merely became indistinct in the shadows, easily overlooked unless one scrutinized closely. Silently maneuvering behind the enemy was a task that required both skill and favorable circumstances, particularly when contending with hostile creatures. True invisibility does not equate to complete disappearance. Astute foes can still perceive an approaching presence. The greatest advantage of stealth lies in the ability to slip into the shadows at will. Once outside the enemy's line of sight, detection becomes significantly more challenging. Though a rogue's backstab ability is formidable, it necessitates numerous conditions to be met. Circling the area under the cover of shadows, Soren spotted 3 wolver sentinels. Within a large pack of wolvers, there would also be the elderly, women, and children, left behind to guard while the able-bodied ventured forth to hunt. The wolver encampment lacked actual structures, merely encircled by logs. They possessed the knowledge to kindle fire and craft rudimentary equipment, primarily leather armor. Female wolvers would skin their prey and, using primitive methods, stitch the hides into protective gear. Some wolvers wielded weapons in combat, while those who had not advanced in skill relied on their claws. 3 sentinels indicated a considerable number within the pack. Soren retrieved his crossbow, loading a poison bolt. It was impossible to stealthily approach in broad daylight due to the clear visibility. The wolvers would easily spot him. A stealth level of 150 was required to achieve effects akin to invisibility, and he was still several points short, although the effects of invisibility render him unseen. The slightest sound of movement and disturbances in the air still betray his presence. Thus, to contend with foes skilled in blind fighting and possessing acute awareness, a high skill level in stealth is imperative. Soren's objective was to accrue experience through combat rather than to eradicate the entire pack of wolvers. Hence, he circled around and concealed himself in nearby underbrush before crawling forward inch by inch. To boldly stride into the fray, even with invisibility, would be futile. Footprints and disturbances would unveil his location, especially on saturated ground. When a wizard casts an invisibility spell, it is often accompanied by spells to lighten their steps and mask their presence. The Shadow Realm harbors creatures capable of permanent invisibility. Soren had previously encountered such tenacious adversaries. The wolvers were clad in leather armor. Frowning, Soren crept closer. Without striking a vital spot, the penetrating power of his crossbow would diminish against the leather. And even if he did not intend to rely solely on the crossbow to eliminate his foes, he needed to ensure the poison would infiltrate their bloodstream. Suddenly, a wolver let out a scream of agony, causing the nearby sentinels to stir, with commotion erupting from within the encampment. Soren swiftly loaded another bolt and aimed at the approaching wolver. The venom from the drake's fangs would take effect swiftly. He unsheathed his curved dagger and charged forward. Aware that these wolvers were level 3 creatures, often possessing warrior capabilities ranging from levels 1 to 3, making them formidable opponents. In response to Soren's assault, The wolvers did not converge to encircle him, but instead howled, summoning their brethren. Wolvers do not remain idle in their encampments. During the day, they seek prey, attempting to hunt beasts and stealthily tracking humanoid creatures, launching ambushes at dusk. As carnivorous beings, their appetites are insatiable, capable of consuming any amount of prey. In desperate hunger, they might resort to foraging for roots and mushrooms. The majority of their existence is spent hunting or preparing for the hunt. A single wolver can consume a quantity of food equivalent to that of an adult tiger, making them among the most gluttonous predators in the wild. Among the 3 adult wolvers, one wielded claws, another a bone-crushing mace, and the third a crude spiked club. Soren's advantages were not particularly pronounced. These creatures stood over 7 feet tall, weighing approximately 300 pounds, with heads resembling those of coyotes. Their skin was predominantly gray, and their fur, a chaotic medley of colors, leaned towards darker hues. Their strength and agility surpassed those of humans, often exceeding 15 points, but their intelligence was relatively low. Occasionally, one might encounter a wolver priest devoted to their god, yet sorcerers and wizards among them were exceedingly rare. From afar, a chorus of howls resonated in response. Soren raised his dagger and cleaved downward, the blade slicing through the wolver's arm and severing half a paw. A heavy rush of wind surged behind him. Leaving no time for evasive maneuvers, he rolled forward and swiftly slashed at the wolver's ankle. The drake's venom, now reduced to a third of its potency, had already been applied to his dagger. The bone-crushing mace struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a crater. A blow to the head would surely result. A hyena lunged, its sanguinary maw aimed at his jugular. In a trice, Soren retaliated with a pommel strike, impacting the hyena's snout. Though the injury wasn't fatal, the excruciating pain compelled the beast to retreat with a howl. The distant chorus of wolf howls signaled the impending return of the gnoll hunting party. Soren darted towards the last gnoll warrior, the wyvern venom taking effect, perceptibly slowing his adversary's reflexes. Death. As their figures intertwined, Soren slid forward on his knees, evading the bludgeon, and countered with a sweeping cut at his opponent's leg. The onrushing gnoll lost his footing as a torrent of blood gushed forth, one leg severed. Clang. A smaller she-wolf pounced, knocking Soren to the ground. Her fangs snapped at his throat, but in a split-second maneuver, Soren twisted his head, the bite landing on his shoulder's leather armor. The sharp teeth pierced the armor, grazing his skin. Splat. With a spurt of blood, Soren kicked out with all his might, sending the she-wolf flying. Simultaneously, he brought his scimitar down, decapitating the beast. Thwack. Coolly, he reloaded his crossbow, dispatching the last crawling gnoll guard. A hyena whimpered as it fled, an arrow piercing its flank. The gnolls were returning, their voices approximately 500 meters away. He gripped his scimitar and entered the camp, encircled by a litter of wolf cubs, their gazes malevolent, emitting menacing growls. Blood splattered. Soren slew the 5 cubs, each less than 2 years old, and vanished into the forest, melting into the shadows. The battle had only just begun. He intended to drive the gnolls into a frenzy, maximizing his chances of eliminating more targets. Chapter 60. The cliff. A solitary, a pair, a trio. The returning lycanthropes, having ventured forth in search of prey, were met with the gruesome sight of corpses upon their return to camp. The robust leader, bearing a scarred visage, unleashed a furious howl towards the heavens. This leader had previously battled adventurers, and the cunning of these humanoid beings led it to comprehend that their camp had been besieged. These adventurers had ruthlessly slaughtered the progeny of their kin, akin to how they mercilessly devoured the unfortunate humans. The number of foes was minimal, and upon realizing their return, the assailants had fled in haste. Gradually, a dozen lycanthropes congregated. This was a moderately sized pack, comprising over half adult members, a third being warriors, and a smattering of fledglings. Utilizing their innate talents, they had tamed 3 coyotes, which served as aids during hunts and as reserves in times of famine. For the lycanthropes, hunger eclipsed all else. Even the weakest among them could be transformed into sustenance when necessity dictated. They were born warriors and scouts, adept at tracking the scent of blood. The leader approached the carcass of a female wolf, where the distinction between male and female was minimal, primarily characterized by physical size. Males tended to be a tad more robust, while females displayed notable features only during lactation. The leader bent down to sniff the sharp fangs of the deceased, stained with Soren's blood, before hoisting the 200 to 300 pound carcass aloft, allowing all the lycanthropes a whiff of the scent. The memory of blood remained vivid for half a day, enabling them to track this scent within a kilometer radius. Revenge. It was an instinct inherent to sentient beings. Just as humans avenged their fallen comrades, so too would they seek retribution for their slain wolf pups. A chorus of howls erupted. The lycanthropes began their pursuit. Following the scent of blood, they were not the mightiest creatures of the wilderness, but they were undoubtedly among the most savage and bothersome. Their innate instincts as wolves compelled them to form packs, obeying the command of their stronger kin. Their primal nature endowed them with the prowess to hunt prey effectively. Upon reaching maturity, the lycanthropes attained a biological level of 3, Should they successfully advance, they would approach the ranks of second-tier warriors. When driven by hunger, they would even hunt more formidable beings. The survival of the lycanthrope pack hinged upon the availability of food, with ample sustenance. A female wolf could bear over 10 pups within a year. In times of scarcity, only the leader retained mating privileges, ensuring that the strongest offspring would be born, while other pack members were precluded from reproducing and were required to assist in nurturing the young. This mirrored the behaviors of numerous wolf packs. In the dense forest, Soren moved with great swiftness. Only a ranger could effortlessly elude the lycanthropes in the wild, as their ability to track blood would eventually lead them to his trail. These were merely the lycanthropes of the material plane. In the outer planes, there existed a variant known as bloodseekers, capable of tracking blood scents over distances of 10 kilometers. These creatures were perilous predators and assassins, with a diet that included lesser draconic species. A pack of lycanthropes surged into the thicket, following the lingering scent of blood. Soren needed to find more advantageous terrain. He could confront over a dozen goblins at once, yet facing a similar number of lycanthropes posed a different challenge. His stamina dwindled with each stride. Soren's extraordinary constitution of 20 points ensured his endurance, yet after fleeing for a kilometer or two, the lycanthropes began to lag. The dense forest significantly hampered speed. Even the lycanthropes could not sprint at full pace. Soren was similarly affected, but he possessed exceptional agility and reflexes, enabling him to navigate obstacles with grace. When confronted by thickets, he could leap onto tree trunks, using them to vault forward, akin to someone enhanced by levitation, while others were bound to the ground. As the terrain ahead gradually opened, a peak emerged, featuring a steep cliff with sheer verticality and narrow ledges. Soren sprang upward, seizing the rocks to commence his ascent. Like a climber challenging human limits, he scaled the cliff with remarkable alacrity, reaching a height of approximately 20 meters. The area here was confined, allowing him to traverse sideways to the summit, where bare rocks awaited. Applying ointment to his shoulder wound, Soren proceeded to load his crossbow. Stowing a handful of bolts into a small pocket at his waist, which had previously contained throwing knives. To combat the lycanthropes, he needed to avoid wide-open spaces, lest he be encircled and ambushed. A cluster of lycanthropes approached. Even high-ranking warriors would endure blows, let alone a mere second-tier rogue like himself. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, and robust lycanthropes emerged, led by a scarred individual whose injury ran from the brow to the side of its face, narrowly missing its eye. At last, they had arrived. Soren secured his crossbow to his waist and retrieved a bloodied wolf head from his dimensional pouch, a trophy from a slain lycanthrope pup he had collected before departing. A cacophony of howls erupted, and the pursuing lycanthropes instantly turned crimson-eyed, howling as they attempted to scale the cliff to rend him to pieces. Not successful. A bolt was loosed, striking the foremost lycanthrope, causing it to stumble and crash against the cliffside. Remaining calm, Soren reloaded his crossbow and concealed himself behind the rocks, then took aim at the injured lycanthrope, sending another bolt toward its head. The bolt struck true, embedding itself within its skull. A series of notifications appeared. Lycanthrope warrior slain. Inflicted 36 points of lethal damage. Target eliminated. Gained 320 points of kill experience. Within a 20-meter range, the crossbow's base attack strength surpassed 20 points, capable of dispatching foes with a well-placed shot. The lycanthropes climbed with remarkable speed, yet the vertical cliff posed a formidable challenge. Before several could reach him, Soren had already reloaded and shot downwards, striking one lycanthrope in the neck, instantly incapacitating it, while another was shot through the forehead, dying on the spot. The leader's howl resounded, and the remaining lycanthropes finally recognized the unfavorable terrain. Some took cover in the blind spots of Soren's range, while others flanked him, scaling the sides of the mountain in preparation for a coordinated ambush. Damn, they are quick to react. Soren stowed his crossbow, discarded the lycanthrope pup's head, and began to ascend the cliff. While the lycanthropes possessed limited intelligence, they were far from foolish enough to wait below, one by one, to be shot down. Should the adversary launch a fierce assault, he could potentially eliminate 5 or 6 foes initially. However, if they encircle him from the side, Sauron would be compelled to shift his position. Possessing a leaping ability surpassing even that of the elves, Sauron suddenly sprang upwards, grasping onto a stone, and executed a flawless 360-degree rotation before landing atop the elevation. Swiftly he retrieved a crossbow bolt, loading it with precision, and aimed at the warg that was scaling from the side. The creature, ever vigilant, deftly evaded, causing the bolt to strike the rock with a resounding clang. Sauron was not taken aback. He deftly drew his curved blade and surveyed the encroaching wargs, charging towards the one closest to him. The terrain here was advantageous. Should the wargs cluster together, he could methodically eliminate them one by one, and if they dispersed, he could defeat them individually, at the very least avoiding the peril of confronting 3 to 5 enemies simultaneously. Regrettably, he lacked mastery over the woodland skill. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly dispatched them within the forest. The elven rangers reveled in the thrill of leaping between tree trunks, utilizing their longbows to eliminate foes. A single kill yielding nearly 300 points of experience would suffice for him to earn a respectable living.